A 6-year-old child guarding a coffin shop, and his awakened martial soul turns out to be the Soul Lock Warden. Lin Luo wiped the coffin and thought to himself, having crossed over to the dual world for 3 years, today he would finally awaken his martial soul. His father is the owner of the coffin shop, and his mother is gentle and virtuous, so life isn't too bad. It's just that the work environment is a bit special, dealing with coffins and dead people every day. Suddenly someone shouted, "By coffin!" At the door stood a thin man, carrying a pale-faced corpse with purple lips. Lin Luo remained unfazed. "They'll go call my mother." His mother, Zhao, came out to quote, 50 silver soul coins. The thin man directly tossed out a gold soul coin. "They'll take the coffin, and the corpse will stay here for 2 days. Zhao Suicei quickly waved her hand. "We only sell coffins. The funeral home has a cold storage. It'll help you contact them." This deal was too profitable after deducting costs. It was enough for the family's expenses for a month. However, Lin Luo stared at the thin man, puzzled. This person looks unfamiliar. How could he bring a corpse into the city? His mother remained calm. Notting City is big, and there are many unfamiliar faces. This afternoon, he would go to the Martial Soul Hall to awaken his martial soul, while others awakened blue silver grass or the Haotian hammer. What would he awaken? The title is the Soul Lock Warden. What could this martial soul do? Lock soul beasts or lock soul masters? What secret does the thin man hold? What surprises will Lin Luo's martial soul awakening bring? This plot starts off exciting. The son of the coffin shop owner is about to make a comeback. Innate level 20 soul power. And the martial soul is the Soul Lock Warden. Su Yintao is going to go crazy. Uncle Lin Dehai took Lin Luo to the Martial Soul Hall, grumbling on the way. Your parents are too relaxed. They didn't come for such a big event like the Martial Soul Awakening. Lin Luo felt uneasy inside. The Lin family's ancestral martial soul is a sickle, and the innate soul power is 0. Can I be the exception? Upon entering the awakening room, Su Yintao introduced himself. I'm a level 26 Grand Soul Master. Lin Luo's eyes lit. Yupit's brother Tao. This is going to be stable. Standing between 6 black stones, a golden light shield enveloped him. First, warmth spread throughout his body. Then suddenly a coldness struck his soul. He extended his right hand, and a huge sickle with a green glow appeared, with a chain tied to a green lantern at the tail. Strange beyond belief. Suddenly, a voice exploded in his mind. God-level choice system, binding successful. Awakened martial soul. Soul Lock Warden. Innate soul power. Level 20, gained passive hell curse. Facing a choice. 1. Reveal true soul power. Reward with cultivation method. 2. Conceal level. Reward with spatial soul guide. Su Yintao was still waiting to see an ordinary sickle, unaware that the kid in front of him has a martial soul complete with a chain lantern as the warden. Soul power directly crushes Tang San's full innate soul power. What will Lin Luo choose? What will happen if the 20-level innate soul power is exposed? This plot starts with a bang, even more powerful than Tang San. Innate level 20 soul power directly shattering the testing crystal. Su Yintao ran to report. Lin Luo looked at the Soul Lock Warden martial soul in his hand. His eyes glazed over. Isn't this a thresh? And it comes with a hell curse passive. The 2 choices given by the system lay before him. Without thinking, he chose the first. I must secure the cultivation method. The spatial soul guide can wait. Su Yintao handed over a blue crystal ball. Let's test your soul power. Lin Luo placed his hand on it, and the soul power inside him surged out like a flood. The crystal ball instantly erupted with dazzling blue light, and the next second, crack, the crystal ball shattered. Shattered into pieces, Su Yintao's eyes bulged out, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Lin Luo hurriedly feigned innocence. Did I break something? No problem. Just wait. Su Yintao stammered, turning and rushing outside, leaving the door ajar. Lin Luo heard his uncle asking about the situation outside, and Su Yintao didn't even bother to respond properly. This is innate level 20 soul power. It's a full level stronger than Tang San's innate full soul power. The crystal ball couldn't withstand it if this gets exposed. Wouldn't the Martial Soul Hall go crazy? Lin Luo stroked his chin, puzzled. Where's my cultivation method? Why hasn't the system reacted? What kind of people will Su Yintao bring back? How much attention will the Martial Soul Hall pay to 20-level innate soul power? This plot makes it hard for Lin Luo to keep a low profile. He's going to be fought over. The elders of the Martial Soul Hall have collectively gone crazy. All because of a 6-year-old child? Su Yintao burst in with 4 or 5 old men, their eyes wide as saucers. That's him. The old men stare at Lin Luo as if they were looking at an alien. Where's the testing ball? Su Yintao pointed at the fragments on the table, and one old man picked up a piece. This ball could have lasted 10 years. It shattered. Definitely soul power exceeding the limit. Innate level 20 soul power confirmed. Hurry and report. A silver-haired, one-eyed elder squatted down, smiling with a face full of wrinkles. Child, I'm the branch hall master. Lin Luo, just call me Grandpa Lin. Lin Luo obediently called out, clearly aware this old man is a battle soul king, the top figure in Notting City. Taken to another room, a larger yellow crystal ball was placed on the table. Let's test again. Lin Luo pointed, and the crystal ball lit up. The familiar suction returned, and Lin Luo's soul power was drawn out again. Outside, Lin Luo was being treated well by the Martial Soul Hall personnel. He had never seen such a scene and was probably still in a daze. What exactly did my nephew awaken? Can the yellow crystal ball withstand 20-level soul power? Who will the Martial Soul Hall headquarters send? This plot makes it impossible for Lin Luo to hide. He's about to be groomed by the Martial Soul Hall. Should he go home or stay? The choice of whether to stay with innate level 20 soul power is actually stumping Lin Luo. The yellow crystal ball shone so brightly it was blinding, and Lin Luo's eyes were about to pop out. It's really level 20. Incredible. Finally, a system prompt sounded in Lin Luo's mind. Reward obtained. Dark Spirit Method. This wave isn't a loss. The cultivation method is secured. Suddenly a new choice popped up. Go home. Reward 1 gold soul coin. Don't go home. Reward 1 silver soul coin. Lin Luo didn't think twice. Choose to go home. With an expectant glint in his eyes towards Lin Luo, he immediately agreed. We'll take you home. As soon as he stepped out the door, Lin Luo was stunned. The quiet street suddenly had many new neighbors, all unfamiliar faces. Those people nodded at Lin Luo, clearly members of the Martial Soul Hall. Are they watching his family? Arriving at the coffin shop, Lin Luo politely said, "Would you like to come in for some tea?" Lin Luo actually agreed. Lin Luo inwardly complained. Who would go to a coffin shop for tea? After searching for a while and not finding his mother, he intentionally asked loudly, "Did she go to Uncle's place?" An elder beside Lin Luo quickly responded, "Perhaps she did." Lin Luo instantly understood. This was also arranged by the Martial Soul Hall. Surrounded by big shots, with neighbors all around his home, living quietly is no longer an option. How powerful is the Dark Spirit Method really? What will the Martial Soul Hall do next with Lin Luo? The plot has completely rewritten Lin Luo's life, and it's getting more exciting. The big shots from the Spear Hall are lingering around the coffin shop just to keep an eye on Lin Luo, who has innate soul power of level 20. Lin Luo's stomach growled with hunger, and Lin Luo immediately said, "Grandpa will go buy you something to eat." Lin Luo quickly slipped into the backyard. His mother had already prepared the meals. Just an hour ago, he was an ordinary kid from coffin shop, but now he has become a key protected target of the Spear Hall. This contrast is even more thrilling than winning 100 million. After finishing his meal, he came out to find Lin Luo and the others still there. Unable to hold back, Lin Luo issued an eviction notice. "You all seem busy. Why don't you go home first?" Lin Luo smiled and said, "We'll come see you again tomorrow." Lin Luo rolled his eyes in his heart. Please don't come. When he ran to his uncle's house, both his parents were surprisingly there. The family was overjoyed, as if welcoming a general. No one mentioned the Soul Awakening event. They probably had been briefed by the Spear Hall. Lin Luo initially wanted to show off his Soul Lock Warden spirit, but thought better of it. The Spirit Hall can elevate you to the sky, but can also make you crash to pieces. Going out for a walk, all the new neighbors were sneaking glances. This is not a home, it's clearly surveillance. He hadn't had a chance to look at the Dark Spirit Method, and the Spirit Hall was coming to visit again tomorrow. Can Lin Luo secretly train? When will his Soul Lock Warden spirit come in handy? The plot seems glamorous on the surface, but is actually fraught with danger. It's too thrilling. A 6-year-old playing with a sickle in the funeral home, collecting souls for passive stacking, defense skyrocketing. Lin Luo sneaked into the funeral home, and a chill hit him. Dozens of coffins were neatly lined up, and his eyes lit up. Each coffin was surrounded by a green light. Activate the spirit. A huge sickle was in his hand, and a lantern tied with chains glowed green. The Hell Curse passive was activated. Reap souls, increase defense, increase soul power, and it can stack infinitely. Focusing on the newcomer coffin from the morning, that light was the brightest. With a thought, all the light floated into the lantern. The system prompts went wild. Collecting souls, defense 10. Soul power 2. Collecting souls, defense 1. Soul power 0. Collecting souls, defense 0.75. Soul power 0. Lin Luo was stunned. Only the guest from the morning gave soul power. The others were all just a fraction of defense, pitifully low. How can ordinary people have soul power? That guest was definitely a soul master. He scoured the entire funeral home, collecting all the souls. His defense increased significantly, and his body felt as solid as iron. But the efficiency was too low. Ordinary guests simply weren't enough to fill in the gaps. The IT seems they'll have to specifically look for Soul Master guests in the future. Putting away his spirit, Lin Luo rubbed his chin. What's the background of that skinny man who delivered the Soul Master's body in the morning? He still hadn't examined the dark spirit method. Could there be an even bigger secret hidden in it? The plot, with the Soul Lock Warden growing stronger by collecting souls, is simply outrageous and exhilarating. A divine-level technique directly poured into his brain. Lin Luo could train just by standing there and even level up automatically. Opening the system storage space, the dark spirit method was lying there. Use. The scroll transformed into light and shadow, drilling into his head, and Lin Luo instantly felt an overwhelming surge. It wasn't a headache, it was a burst of cultivation knowledge that he could use immediately. With a thought, the soul power from the world surged into his body, and he was getting stronger even without moving. This divine-level technique is too good. Opening his personal panel. Host, Lin Luo. Spirit, Soul Lock Warden Hammerstone. Soul power level, level 20. Points 2. 5 points allow for 1 draw. This is a huge profit. Lin Luo. Uncle Lin Luo burst into the funeral home, his face beaming with joy. Are you here to see the guest from the morning? He's quite special. What's so special about him? He's a soul master. Lin Luo's heart sank. Soul masters go to shops run by soul masters. After they die, how could he end up here? What's the skinny man's background? Daring to deliver a soul master's body to an ordinary funeral home. Isn't he afraid of being checked? People from Spirit City are coming soon. What will Lin Luo's system draw yield? The plot is full of foreshadowing. It's impossible to guess the next step. Are people from Spirit City coming to pick up Lin Luo? Lan Hangshu's sudden revelation made his scalp tingle. After being specially taken care of by the Spirit Hall for 3 days, Lin Luo was about to go insane. He wanted to go out for a walk, but the neighbors directly shot him down. No way. Lan Hanshui came every day to chat, talking about meaningless things. On the 3rd morning, Lan Hanshui smiled and said, "There's news from above. They'll come to pick you up to Spirit City in 2 days at the latest." Lin Luo cursed inwardly, but had to pretend to be surprised. Really? That's great. A holy land for soul masters? To put it bluntly, it means he will be monitored by Spirit City. Lan Hanshui suddenly became serious. Remember, being too bad will get you wiped out. Being too timid will get you trampled. Being too good and too strong will get you suppressed. Being similar to them is the safest. Lin Luo was puzzled. Why did that sound so familiar? Is Grandpa Lan also someone who crossed over? While he was lost in thought, a commotion broke out outside. The skinny man buying coffins was back, shouting at the neighbors. "I'm here to collect the body." The neighbors blocked him. "Wait a few more days. Can your family's burial wait?" The skinny man got anxious. What secret does this soul master's body have? Why does the skinny man insist on taking it away now? Is he afraid of being discovered by people from Spirit City? Will a title Douluo come from Spirit City? If Lin Luo goes to Spirit City, can he still secretly stack his passives? The plot is all interconnected. It's impossible to stop. Throwing away a soul master's body, just like that? The middle-aged man's actions left Lin Luo dumbfounded, and Lan Hanshui actually did nothing. The neighbors revealed their identity. "We are from the Spirit Hall." The skinny man got even bolder. "So what if you're from the Spirit Hall? Do you still follow the law?" As soon as Lan Hanshui appeared, everyone immediately stepped aside. Arriving at the funeral home, the skinny man directly dragged the body out of the coffin and onto his back. Forget the coffin. Lin Luo was stunned. He just bought a good coffin for 1 gold soul coin 2 days ago, and now it was just tossed aside? This operation is too bizarre. When Lan Hanshui asked about the identity of the body, Lin Luo answered, "Duan Ming, a 27-year-old soul master." Lan Hanshui actually let the skinny man go? Lin Luo was full of questions. Isn't he going to deal with the soul master's matter? This hall master is too laid back. Returning to his uncle's house, he heard his aunt shouting, "I'm going crazy from being cooped up." His uncle retorted, "Shut up. The Spirit Hall compensates 1 gold soul coin a day." His aunt immediately changed her tune. "I could stay cooped up for 10 or 8 years. Her speed of changing her attitude was faster than flipping a book. His parents were calm, but their faces showed fatigue. They couldn't sit still, being watched every day. They were about to crack. The next morning, Lan Hanshui came early. The sun rose in the west. Why is he looking for Lin Luo so early? Could it be that people from Spirit City have arrived? Where did the skinny man take the soul master's body? Did Lan Hanshui intentionally let him go? Is there something fishy going on? Lin Luo is about to be taken to Spirit City. Will this trip be a blessing or a curse? The plot is getting more and more mysterious, making it impossible to guess. Could it be that the people from his Spirit Hall have arrived? Lin Luo thought to himself. Seeing the slightly hurried steps and beaming smile of Lan Hanxue, it was almost certain. The day has finally come. Lan Hanxue quickly arrived at the coffin shop, and after seeing Lin Luo, directly grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go. Hurry up, the elder wants to see you." Lin Luo could clearly hear that Lan Hanxue's voice was slightly trembling, and when he heard the word elder, his body also shuddered slightly. Elder? It can't possibly be the elder from the Notting City branch, right? Do branch elders have such a grand occasion? Calling the branch master to summon someone? Moreover, it seems that in the Spear Hall, only the Elder Hall has the title of elder, others are just called deacons or bishops. Lan Hanxue's title of branch master is probably just a nickname. If that's the case, then the elder Lan Hanxue is talking about must be an elder from the Elder Hall in the Spirit City. Goodness, is the title Douluo here to get me? Lin Luo was extremely shocked. Before long, under the guidance of Lan Hanxue, Lin Luo arrived at the Notting City branch hall. 008, choice, worship the Ghost Douluo as a master. As soon as he stepped into the branch hall, Lin Luo immediately felt an invisible, immense pressure that made his chest feel tight and made breathing slightly difficult. Looking around, all the Soul Hall staff were working with utmost seriousness, giving off a feeling as if they were preparing for an inspection. After passing through the first floor hall, Lin Luo followed Lan Hanxue up to the second floor, ultimately arriving at Lan Hanxue's office. In a position by the window stood a person, or rather, more like a phantom, making one involuntarily wonder if they were seeing illusions. "Elder, Lin Luo has arrived," Lan Hanxue said respectfully. "You may leave." The hoarse voice seemed to come from all directions, exuding great authority. "Yes, Elder." Lan Hanxue glanced at Lin Luo and immediately left. Carefully closing the door, Lan Hanxue finally let out a sigh of relief. It was his first time meeting such a big shot, and he had been so nervous during the conversation that he didn't dare to breathe. "My task is considered complete." Lan Hanxue did not linger outside the door, fearing that it might annoy the important figure inside, and went to another vacant office to start his day's work. Inside the room, Lin Luo's gaze remained fixed on that phantom. Under his watch, the phantom slowly turned around. It was a tall man draped in a black robe, his entire body shrouded in black mist. One could see the general outline of his body beneath the mist, but his face was obscured. Even so, Lin Luo could clearly sense that the other party's gaze was on him. Just a glance from him made Lin Luo feel as if his heart had stopped. The invisible, terrifying pressure gathered around him, truly confirming the saying that looking one more time could lead to an explosion. Is this the power of a title Douluo? Even without unleashing any momentum, they can bring about an incredibly terrifying pressure. Coming from the Soul City with the identity of an elder, and in this form, it was highly likely that he was the Ghost Douluo from the Elder Hall. "Unleash your martial soul." The hoarse voice sounded, and the pressure on Lin Luo instantly dissipated. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Lin Luo quickly nodded. Okay. Following this, Lin Luo focused his thoughts and activated his martial soul. A gigantic scythe, glowing with green light, appeared in Lin Luo's hand, with the tail of the scythe connected to a chain, the other end of which was tied to a lantern emitting green light, filled with an eerie aura. Upon seeing Lin Luo's martial soul, Ghost Douluo paused slightly, and the black mist swirling around him seemed to thicken for a moment, but soon returned to normal. "All right, put it away." Lin Luo immediately retracted his martial soul. Under the authoritative voice of the Ghost Douluo, he felt only two words in his heart: obedience. "Do you know what your martial soul is called?" the Ghost Douluo asked. "You don't even know, so how could a little brat like me know?" To avoid having his martial soul associated with any strange name, Lin Luo began to make up a story. "When my martial soul awakened, a voice rang out in my mind. It seemed to be called the Soul Lock Warden. It wasn't entirely a fabrication. When he awakened his martial soul, there was indeed a voice that told him the name of his martial soul. But that voice came from the system. Soul Lock Warden?" The Ghost Douluo's voice finally carried a hint of amusement. "Interesting. Your martial soul is a divine-level martial soul. Only divine-level martial souls will have innate soul power of level 20 at the time of awakening and will carry martial soul information." The Ghost Douluo spoke slowly, his earlier coldness and authority fading, and his voice finally sounded a bit gentler. But perhaps due to the special nature of his martial soul, the Ghost Douluo's voice still sounded quite eerie. Lin Luo was a bit surprised upon hearing this, and he suddenly understood why the Ghost Douluo had asked him what his martial soul was. He didn't expect that a spontaneous response would match perfectly. Divine-level martial souls are extremely rare. In my knowledge, there have only been two, and you are one of them. The other one is also in our Spear Hall. The other one is Qianren Xue. If I remember correctly, she seems to also have innate soul power of level 20. Your martial soul is very special, and the aura it exudes is very close to my martial soul. I would like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Huh. Lin Luo was taken aback. He had imagined various scenarios in his mind about meeting the elder on his way here, but he never expected that the other party would directly want to take him as a disciple. Ghost Douluo was not concerned about Lin Luo's confused and surprised expression. Instead, he continued, "My name is Ghostly Charm. My martial soul is also called Ghostly Charm. I am a level 95 agility attack type Tidal Douluo, known as Tidal Ghost, and I am currently an elder in the Spirit Hall. As long as you are willing to become my disciple, I will teach you everything I know." Lin Luo's confusion was not feigned. He didn't quite understand why Ghost Douluo wanted to take him as a disciple right upon their first meeting. After all, he was a Tidal Douluo and a Peak Douluo at level 95. Wasn't it a bit hasty to accept a disciple like this? Shouldn't there be some sort of test or trial? Or was it that a god-level martial soul with innate soul power of level 20 was even more attractive than he had imagined? Ding! Just as Lin Luo was feeling perplexed, he suddenly received a familiar notification sound, followed by the system prompt. You are faced with a new choice. Will you agree to be accepted as a disciple by Ghost Douluo? Choice 1. This is a great opportunity. Choose to agree to Ghost Douluo's offer and receive a red crystal as a reward. Choice 2. Perhaps there are better teachers out there. Choose to refuse Ghost Douluo and receive a blue crystal as a reward. Were these red and blue crystals? I'm not forcing you, but you must tell me your choice before returning to Spirit City. Ghost Douluo's voice turned much colder. Master, please allow Lin Luo to bow before you. Lin Luo cupped his fists and bowed slightly. In the Douluo world, there was no need to kneel to pay respects when taking a master. Was there even a choice? Faced with this sudden situation, he might be confused, but when it came to making a choice, he didn't need to think twice, right? A rank 95, Tidal Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, and his martial spirit was a ghost. Strength, status, and expertise. There was not a single flaw to be found. There was no need to consider it, right? Having a teacher like this come to him was a huge blessing. If it were some so-called masters wanting to take him as a disciple, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. Without comparison, there would be no difference. Moreover, the most important point was that his identity and strength were far too different from that of the Ghost Douluo. Could he refuse when a Peak Douluo wanted to take him as a disciple? Even if he awakened a divine martial spirit, he was still just an ordinary commoner without any status or background. Refusing would be tantamount to offending someone, which could potentially endanger his life. Agreeing, on the other hand, would mean having a Peak Douluo as a backing, at least for the time being. Saying it was a choice was actually misleading. There was no real choice. Even if there were more options within the Spirit Hall, Lin Luo was not willing to risk his life. Seeing Lin Luo agree, the Ghost Douluo was very pleased. Good. I, Gui Mei, have finally found a suitable disciple. Lin Luo only felt a cool breeze brushing by, and his body was lifted up by an invisible special power. A ghostly laughter sounded. You are still young, and I have many things here that you don't need yet. This skull ring is a gift for our first meeting. A black ring floated out from the black mist and came to Lin Luo's front. Lin Luo immediately accepted it and bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." 009. Obtain the soul ring. Arrive at the soul hunting forest. You have successfully made the choice to accept Ghost Douluo as your master and receive the reward of a red crystal. Almost at the same time Lin Luo received the skull ring given by Ghost Douluo, he received a prompt from the system in his mind. He didn't expect the reward to come so quickly. Receiving 2 treasures at once made him incredibly happy. Teacher, what is this thing? Although Lin Luo knew that the skull ring was most likely a storage soul guide, a little kid had to maintain a certain level of curiosity and ask when he didn't know. This is a storage soul guide. As long as you inject a bit of soul power, you can store and retrieve items. The storage space is about 90 cubic units, Ghost Douluo explained. It really has that function. By the way, is it common in this Douluo world to give storage soul guides when becoming a disciple? It's quite nice. Having this treasure makes it very convenient to store and retrieve things. 90 cubic units felt larger than the rental apartment he lived in during his past life. A teacher of Tidal Douluo level really is generous. You can now try to inject soul power to store and retrieve items. Inside that skull ring, I have specially selected a few books for you regarding the basic knowledge of soul masters, Ghost Douluo said calmly. Lin Luo nodded and immediately conducted the experiment. During the process, Lin Luo felt something was off, With Ghost Douluo's experience, he shouldn't be interested in so-called soul master knowledge anymore, right? This meant that these few books were specially prepared for him, as if he had already decided he would take him as a master. The soul power required to use the storage soul guide was very minimal. Basically, a thought was enough to communicate with it and sense the items inside. In that 90 cubic meter super large space, there were indeed a few books placed inside. Lin Luo took out all the books, a total of 3, which are the basics of Soul Master Knowledge Volumes 1, 2, and 3. All were written by the Spirit Hall, not by a certain master. Under the watchful eye of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo accessed the books several times in a row and quickly became proficient. After a moment, Ghost Douluo nodded in satisfaction. That's good, you're learning quickly. I'll give you half a day to say goodbye to your family, and then I'll take you back to Spirit City. On the way back, I'll also take you to obtain your first and second soul rings. Lin Luo tentatively asked, Teacher, can I bring my family to Spirit City? Ghost Douluo replied calmly, you need to ask for their opinion. Moreover, going to Spirit City may not necessarily be a good thing for them. Lin Luo had already prepared himself for rejection, but he never expected Ghost Douluo to say such a thing. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with the image of Ghost Douluo as incredibly cold and ruthless. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo bowed his head in gratitude. After that, Lin Luo left the room, and as soon as he stepped out the door, Lan Han came up to him, saying he would accompany him back, as if everything had already been arranged. Before long, Lin Luo returned to his family's coffin shop, where his family was surprisingly waiting for him. They seemed as if they had been mentally prepared by the Spirit Hall, and upon seeing Lin Luo return, they all smiled and said, be obedient over there, and make sure to write back often. The scene of tearful farewells that Lin Luo had imagined did not occur. Was it because the family was too optimistic, or was it that he himself was too sentimental? Father, mother, uncle, aunt, why don't you all come to Spirit City with me? I can't bear to part with you, Lin Luo said. Father Lin Dashan replied, we have long been used to living here. Going to another place will only make us uncomfortable. You just go and don't worry about us. Although Mother Zhao Suitsue had a smile on her face, her eyes were already red. Child, be sure to take good care of yourself once you get there. If conditions permit, try to ride home as much as possible. Parents are always reluctant to let their children leave their side, but when the child has a better future, they must face the farewell, no matter how reluctant they feel. Uncle Lin Dahai said, Lin Luo, you are the hope of our Lin family. Once you get there, you must work twice as hard and never let down the talent that heaven has bestowed upon you. Aunt Imo Xiaoyu added, make sure to be happy every day when you get there. If you're not happy and joyful in life, it doesn't matter how strong your abilities are. Lin Dahai immediately glared at Imo Xiaoyu and said, narrow-minded woman. Then he turned to Lin Luo with a smile and said, dear nephew, you must not listen to your aunt's nonsense. All happiness and joy are built on a certain foundation of strength. As long as you work hard to become strong, you will definitely be happy and joyful. Lin Luo nodded vigorously, remembering the words of his family in his heart. He had experienced many separations in his past life, but for some reason, this particular separation made him feel very distressed. Lin Luo was very clear that this separation might very well be a final farewell, and no one knew when they would meet again. Once he stepped into the world of soul masters, it was destined to be difficult to reintegrate into the life of ordinary people. After having a simple lunch with his family and saying a very brief goodbye, Lin Luo followed Lan Han back to the Spirit Hall, and his family did not come to see him off. In the same room where he met Ghost Douluo in the morning, Ghost Douluo seemed to have been waiting for him there all along. We should go, Ghost Douluo said. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. Ghost Douluo came to Lin Luo's side, and a chill swept over him, but it didn't make Lin Luo feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it brought him a very pleasant feeling. The mist swirled around, and Lin Luo could clearly sense a large hand resting on his shoulder. Before Lin Luo could react, his entire body was enveloped by the mist, and his vision was obscured. When Lin Luo's vision returned, he and Ghost Douluo had already arrived outside Notting City. Let's first take you to get your soul ring, Ghost Douluo said. An hour later, at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, when Lin Luo's feet touched the ground, there was still a feeling as if he were in a dream. The speed of Ghost Douluo was simply too fast, so fast that Lin Luo couldn't appreciate the scenery along the way. He could only see colorful flashes passing by his eyes or the gray mist. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he simply closed his eyes. However, Lin Luo did not suffer any injuries due to this terrifying speed. Wrapped in Ghost Douluo's soul power, he was not affected at all and remained in an extremely comfortable state throughout. Perhaps, as Ghost Douluo said, Their martial souls really seemed to be very close. Ghost Douluo gave off a feeling of keeping strangers at a distance, yet Lin Luo felt very comfortable being with him. This seemed understandable. After all, the Soul Lock Warden would also feel comfortable being with Ghost. From a certain perspective, the two belonged to the same category. "Let's go," Ghost Douluo said, walking forward. Lin Luo felt a gentle breeze pass by, and in an instant he regained his calmness, immediately following the footsteps of Ghost Douluo. Is the teacher going to the main gate? Lin Luo wondered in his heart. With Ghost Douluo's strength, he could easily enter without anyone noticing. 010. First soul ring choice. 1,000 years. This is the first thing I want to teach you, to follow the rules. Ghost Douluo's voice rang out, and a token floated in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo took the token and looked at it, and to his surprise, it was indeed the Elder token. The Elder token consists of 6 patterns, one of which corresponds to his teacher's martial soul. His teacher really knows what he's talking about. The first thing he taught was not about following rules, but rather about showing off, right? Joking aside, Lin Luo understood the Ghost Douluo's intentions. Following the rules is indeed an extremely important matter. If one doesn't have enough strength to break the rules, then they must adhere to them. Teacher, what is this token? Even though he knew the origin and purpose of the token, Lin Luo still had to pretend to be a curious little kid who knew nothing. The Ghost Douluo replied, "It's in the books I gave you. Read them yourself later." At this moment, the Ghost Douluo and Lin Luo had arrived at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, and the soldiers guarding the area immediately came forward to verify the token. The Ghost Douluo said calmly, "Hand them the token you have." "Okay, teacher. Time to show off." Lin Luo handed over the token, and the soldier, upon seeing it, immediately collapsed to the ground, quickly adjusting his posture to kneel. Trembling as he held the token up and respectfully exclaimed, "Greetings, Elder." Upon hearing this, the others immediately followed suit, all kneeling on the ground and respectfully shouting, "Greetings, Elder." When they lifted their heads again, Ghost Douluo and Lin Luo had already vanished, along with the Elder token. When Ghost Douluo and Lin Luo reappeared, they had arrived in the soul-hunting forest. Ghost Douluo said, "Keep the token safe. It will be useful in the future." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Lin Luo bowed and replied, "By the way, don't those soldiers verify the authenticity of the token? Or is it that fake tokens simply do not exist? When certain matters are tied to life, the concept of falseness tends to disappear. Even if they do exist, they are extremely rare." Walking through the soul beast forest, Lin Luo saw many uniquely shaped soul beasts, but he did not know their names, and Ghost Douluo showed no intention of explaining. Seemingly noticing that Lin Luo's gaze often fell upon him, Ghost Douluo said, "These ordinary soul beasts, even if you understand them, won't be of much help to you later on. If you're interested, you can read about them in books later." "Understood, teacher." Lin Luo nodded. Ghost Douluo then added, "You might feel some pain later, so bear with it a little." Lin Luo was a bit confused upon hearing this, but he instinctively nodded. However, before he could fully nod, he felt an extremely cold aura penetrating into his body from his back. In that instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his heart seemed to stop. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long, as the voice of Ghost Douluo rang out again. "Your body strength is much better than I expected, even stronger than that one. This may be the benefit of having a divine-level martial soul. Its inherent powerful characteristics allow you to start at a much higher level than others." Ghost Douluo's voice carried a hint of emotion, and then he got to the point. "You could try to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, although it is somewhat risky. If you fail, you might die." "A 1,000-year soul ring?" Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise. Ghost Douluo said, "You don't understand this knowledge yet, but that's okay. You'll understand in the future. You just need to know one thing. I have already examined your body, and you can definitely try to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. But the risk is inevitable. You decide for yourself. If I fail, will I die?" "Yes." In Lin Luo's impression, a soul master's first soul ring seemed to be at most a 100-year soul ring, at least in the original plot of Do-E. There are no examples of 1,000-year soul rings. Ghost Douluo suddenly bringing this up left Lin Luo feeling conflicted. Is it really okay to let a 6-year-old child, who knows nothing, choose something so life-threatening? However, Ghost Douluo had already been quite polite by asking for his opinion. It was already good that he hadn't directly turned him into a tool for the spear hall. While Lin Luo was engaged in his internal struggle, the system appeared at the right moment again. You are facing a new choice, whether to choose a 1,000-year soul ring as your first soul ring. Choice 1, a risky attempt. Although there are certain risks, it can also bring you a better future. Choose the 1,000-year soul ring and receive a red crystal as a reward. Choice 2, an unheard of attempt. Life is important, so forget the 1,000-year soul ring. Do not choose the 1,000-year soul ring and receive a blue crystal as a reward. Rewards are again a red crystal and a blue crystal. He hasn't even had a chance to examine the red crystal he obtained from the last choice. I believe in my teacher. Lin Luo made his choice. From Ghost Douluo's words, it was not hard to hear that he had some confidence in this matter. Additionally, Lin Luo had a certain level of confidence in his own body. After awakening his martial soul, Lin Luo could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. Furthermore, he had gained some defensive points by harvesting souls in the charity house, and his body strength had also significantly improved. These were the assets he could bring to the table. With an opportunity right in front of him, it was impossible for Lin Luo not to strive for it. Upon hearing Lin Luo's response, Ghost Douluo smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good, as expected of my ghostly disciple. You have successfully made your choice and received a red crystal as a reward." The reward arrived quickly once again, and Lin Luo was unsure whether this was due to the system's improved efficiency or if these choices and rewards were just generally average. The mist around Ghost Douluo enveloped them once more, and Lin Luo knew that Ghost Douluo was about to speed up the search for soul beasts. He had just mentioned that understanding these ordinary soul beasts would not be of much help in the future, and it was clear that he did not want to waste time on these aspects. Having determined the basic target range, they would go straight to the search. Inside the mist, Lin Luo's mind moved, and his consciousness entered the special storage space provided by the system. 2 red crystals lay quietly in the grid, along with a gold soul coin that seemed out of place. When Lin Luo focused his attention on the red crystals, he immediately checked the relevant information about them. Red crystal increases 15 health points. Increase health points? Lin Luo's attention shifted away from the information introduction and returned to the appearance of the oval-shaped blood-red crystal. Wow, no wonder it looks so familiar. Isn't this the basic equipment in the Alliance? Could it be that these 2 red crystals can be synthesized into Bambi's essence? Ding! Do you want to use 2 red crystals to synthesize Bambi's essence? What the hell? It really can. Whatever, let's synthesize it and see. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. You have obtained Bambi's essence. The 2 red crystals in your inventory disappeared, replaced by a fire-red crystal wrapped in flames. Bambi's essence increases 30 health points upon use. Grants basic fire attributes. Found it. The voice of Ghost Douluo rang out, pulling Lin Luo's thoughts back. Lin Luo had just regained his vision when he saw a mass of white mist flying towards him. As it got closer, he realized it was a white soul beast resembling a slime, and the white mist was just its means of attack. Activate your martial soul and kill it. The special soul beast was heavily smashed to the ground by Ghost Douluo, having already lost its combat ability. It must be said that Ghost Douluo's control over soul power was truly impressive, with his strength. A slight release of soul power would likely cause the soul beast to die on the spot. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. Immediately activating her martial soul and wielding the giant scythe to deliver the final blow to the special soul beast. With a soft sound, the blade sank into the body of the special soul beast, taking away its last breath of life, and a circle of purple soul rings slowly rose up. Ghost Douluo looked a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to have some courage, killing a soul beast for the first time and still being so composed. Lin Luo showed a confused expression. Teacher, if I say I'm extremely scared, would you believe me? Ghost Douluo's voice rarely carried a hint of laughter. Hurry up and absorb the soul ring. Use your mind to guide it. 011. First soul skill, Death Judgment. Absorbing the soul ring does not require much operation. You just need to use your mind to guide the power within the soul ring into your body. Under the guidance of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo quickly entered the state of absorbing the soul ring. The initial stage of absorbing the soul ring was very magical. Lin Luo could clearly feel a continuous flow of power entering his body, helping him become stronger. However, as time passed, this pleasant sensation gradually faded, replaced by pain. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, which soon escalated into excruciating agony, making it hard to bear. Even before absorbing the soul ring, Lin Luo had mentally prepared himself, but he still didn't expect the process to be such a torment. This not only tested a person's physical strength but also their willpower. Fortunately, Lin Luo's willpower was quite good. He could clearly sense that his body had not yet reached its limit, so he persevered through the pain. He didn't know how long this process lasted, but just as he felt he could no longer hold on, the pain suddenly vanished. Following that was an incredibly comfortable sensation, as a warmth enveloped his entire body, and a feeling of strength flooded throughout, making him distinctly aware that he had significantly grown stronger. Have I successfully absorbed the soul ring? The pleasant feeling did not last long and soon disappeared, bringing Lin Luo's consciousness back to reality. You have successfully obtained your first soul skill, Death Judgment. A notification from the system suddenly echoed in Lin Luo's mind. With the system's notification, Lin Luo became even more certain of his success. At that moment, he felt a bit lightheaded, thinking that absorbing the soul ring was not such a difficult task. This 1,000-year soul ring was nothing special. If possible, he felt he could even challenge a higher age limit. It is easy for people to become inflated and blindly confident after success, but this is only temporary. Reflecting on the pain during the soul ring absorption process, Lin Luo truly did not want to experience it a second time, but he was about to go through it again. Indeed, I succeeded. My judgment was not mistaken. Ghost Douluo's voice echoed. Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes at this moment and could clearly see a circle of purple soul rings surrounding him. The 1,000-year soul ring has really been obtained. Lin Luo could sense that the soul power within him had experienced a tremendous boost, as if he had crossed into a new level. He indeed had stepped into a new realm. He was now a true soul master. What is your first soul skill? Ghost Douluo asked. It's okay. Lin Luo thought that Ghost Douluo would ask him about his feelings on absorbing the soul ring, but unexpectedly, Ghost Douluo directly skipped this step and quickly replied, My first soul skill is called Death Judgment. Lin Luo was not quite sure if other soul masters would automatically announce the names of the soul skills they obtained after acquiring new soul rings, or if the names of the soul skills were entirely made up by themselves. He felt he needed to read more about soul masters. Death Judgment? Hearing the somewhat confused voice of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo knew that his soul skill was quite different from what his teacher had imagined. Being sensible, he directly asked, Teacher, what do you think my soul skill should be called? Didn't you say it should be called Death Judgment? I'm just a bit curious. This millennium-level ghost beast actually provides you with a soul skill I've never heard of. Can you show me your first soul skill? Ghost Douluo said. Okay, teacher. Lin Luo immediately took action. With the release of his soul skill, there was no need for Ghost Douluo's guidance. It was simply a matter of thought, and the soul skill could be unleashed, though it felt a bit unfamiliar during the first release. Suddenly, the soul rings on Lin Luo's body shone brightly, emitting a purple glow. He could clearly sense the soul power within him surging. A movement flashed through his mind, and then his body began to replicate it involuntarily. With his right hand tightly gripping a huge scythe, he threw it forward. The chain connected to the tail end of the scythe made no sound as it extended outwards, emitting a faint green glow that appeared extremely eerie. The scythe advanced quickly, reaching the large tree Lin Luo had chosen as a target in the blink of an eye. It flew past the side of the tree, and just as it was about to completely miss the tree, the massive scythe inexplicably changed direction, rapidly pulling the chain to bind the tree tightly. Ultimately, the blade of the scythe deeply embedded itself into the trunk, and the entire tree visibly withered at an alarming rate. Lin Luo gripped the chain tightly and pulled hard, causing the entire tree to shatter like decayed wood, with chips scattering all over the ground and flying through the air. Teacher, this isn't comprehensive enough. Let me try again. Under Lin Luo's mental control, the chain vanished, along with a huge scythe that emitted a green glow. Immediately after, green light flickered, and the giant scythe reappeared in Lin Luo's hand. Lin Luo can also manipulate the chains to pull the scythe back, but that's not flashy enough. Death sentence. Lin Luo thought to himself as the purple soul ring on his body glowed once more. The huge scythe was thrown out again, accurately hitting another large tree. The same scene from before was replayed, and in the end, the giant scythe pulled the chain, binding the tree tightly. However, this time Lin Luo did not exert more force on the chain. With just a gentle tug, the chain brought Lin Luo flying toward the tree. Lin Luo was not very skilled at operating like this for the first time, almost hitting his head against the tree. Fortunately, he adjusted in time and landed smoothly, looking slightly awkward, but still cool. He pulled the chain hard again, and the big tree broke apart. Lin Luo was very satisfied with his operation. This was the correct way to use the Death Judgment. Without being asked by Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo took the initiative to talk about the effects of Death Judgment. He swung the scythe, using the binding chains to restrain the target and inflict some damage. I can also quickly reach the target side through the chains. This is the effect of Death Judgment. Ghost Douluo said, very good, but also surprised me. What's wrong, teacher? Lin Luo asked. Ghost Douluo replied, Your first soul skill has nothing to do with the soul beast you killed. It does seem that way, Lin Luo said, glancing at the ghost beast that looked very much like a slime, with a puzzled expression. His confusion was not feigned. He was also quite baffled about how he obtained Death Judgment as his first soul skill. Isn't this just the Q skill of Thresh? Ghost Douluo's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of relief. The ghost beast has a characteristic of being variable. Perhaps this variable characteristic acted upon your chains, thus forming your first soul skill. A good explanation. It's just a bit forced. Lin Luo. What the teacher said is right. Ghost Douluo didn't dwell too much on this topic, and his voice had returned to calm. Let's go. It's time to take you to obtain the second spirit ring. Teacher, do you want to test my body again? I feel like I've become much stronger after obtaining the first spirit ring, Lin Luo suggested. Ghost Douluo said indifferently. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Luo, although that's what you said, Ghost Douluo still gave Lin Luo a physical examination. 012, that's right. The second soul skill is Soul Guiding Lamp. A soul ring of around 2,000 years should be fine. Your martial soul should theoretically be considered a weapon martial soul. But I don't know why there has been such a significant improvement in your physical abilities. Ghost Douluo said slowly, then as if he had caught a crucial piece of information, he continued, Soul Lock Warden, this doesn't sound like a weapon martial soul. But why hasn't it manifested as a martial soul possession? After the physical examination, Lin Luo's body was still a bit unaccustomed. The cold aura released by Ghost Douluo was not pleasant. Hearing his teacher muttering to himself, Lin Luo expressed his thoughts without too much contemplation. Maybe I'm just not strong enough. It could be, Ghost Douluo replied. Ghost Douluo's voice was noticeably excited. Do you have some understanding of soul master knowledge? Lin Luo, I'm just talking nonsense. Ghost Douluo, that's true. Even if you can understand some knowledge about soul masters, it must not be in-depth or comprehensive. Teacher, is my knowledge as shallow as you say? Well, it seems you're not entirely wrong. Without further ado, the mist around Ghost Douluo once again enveloped Lin Luo, and their figures disappeared from the spot. Innate. Bang! A black wolf, about 2,000 years old, heavily crashed to the ground. And Ghost Douluo's voice followed. The soul beast resources in this soul-hunting forest are too poor, but I still found you a relatively suitable soul beast. The black wolf is over 3 meters long, covered in dark fur, and shows no signs of injury, yet it is already on the brink of death. Is this really suitable for me? Has the spirit hall also adopted some master's methods? Or is it that some master's methods were stolen from the spirit hall? Noticing Lin Luo's puzzled gaze, Ghost Douluo gave Lin Luo an introduction to the soul beast. The black wolf, a dark attribute soul beast, is suitable for our kind of martial souls that lean towards special spiritual entities. Although I have never seen your martial soul, the aura it emits is highly compatible with my martial soul. If it weren't for the fact that you still have a scythe and lantern, I would suspect your martial soul is also ghostly. That seems about right. The Hammerstone itself is undead. Lin nodded. Got it, teacher. Lin Luo activated his martial spirit, holding a scythe as he approached the black wolf. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the black wolf perished. From its limp body, it seemed that death was a form of relief for it. A purple soul ring slowly rose from the black wolf. And compared to the soul ring contributed by the previous ghost beast, this one was a deeper shade. Having gained experience from absorbing the first soul ring, Lin Luo directly began to absorb the soul ring contributed by the black wolf, quickly getting into the state. The process was very similar to absorbing the first soul ring. At first, there was no significant feeling, even a bit comfortable, but soon it turned into pain. The agony produced by this 2,000-year soul ring was clearly more intense. If this soul ring were to be considered as his first soul ring, Lin Luo could guarantee that he would die on the spot. However, Lin Luo was now a powerful individual with a 1,000-year soul ring, and after obtaining the soul ring, his body truly experienced a significant enhancement, not just empty words. With a solid physical foundation, although the pain brought by the 2,000-year soul ring was approaching its limits, it had not yet exceeded them. Lin Luo's willpower is strong enough. Within the body of a 6-year-old child resides the soul of someone in their 20s. How could they easily give up? It was an incredibly long ordeal. And Lin Luo did not know how much time had passed before finally experiencing the brief comfort after successfully absorbing the soul ring. When this incredibly pleasurable feeling of power filled their entire body, it seemed that all the pain endured before was worth it. Finally, it was a success. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and couldn't help but think, could my second soul skill be the W skill of Thresh, the lantern? At this moment, the system's prompt sounded just in time. You have successfully obtained the second soul skill. Lantern. Goodness, it really is the lantern. I seem to have discovered a huge secret. If nothing goes wrong, my third soul skill and fourth soul skill should be the Doom Pendulum and the Abyssal Prison, respectively. Lin laughed to himself, and he was quite satisfied with Thresh skills. The effect of the first soul skill, Death Sentence, had already exceeded his expectations. And this second soul skill, Lantern of Soul Guidance, would not be any worse. Lin Luo opened his eyes, and the soul rings on his body had turned into two, both purple, dazzling, and vibrant. If they were red, they would look even better. His teacher, Ghost Douluo, was already standing in front of him. This time, Lin Luo had experience, and, teacher, my second soul skill is called Soul Lantern. Let me show you. Ghost Douluo replied. How do you feel after absorbing the second soul ring? Goodness, the teacher is not following the usual script. It's all right, Lin Luo said. Ghost Douluo continued. Then let's see you release your second soul skill. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. He saw the second soul ring on Lin Luo's body light up, and he tossed the lantern in his hand into the sky. The lantern instantly expanded, enveloping both Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Is it only for providing defense? Lin Luo shook his head and smiled. There's more, teacher. Lin Luo reached out and grabbed, and the lantern reappeared in his hand. The huge lantern that enveloped Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo still existed, but at this moment, the color of the lantern was gradually fading. With a flash of his second soul ring, Lin Luo made another move, this time throwing the lantern far away. Covering a patch of thicket, a strange thing happened. The lantern, which was originally providing defense, unexpectedly displayed a strong destructive power. The thicket, which was lush and green just a second ago, instantly withered and decayed in the next second, as if all vitality had been drained away. Ghost Douluo's voice carried some surprise. It can actually convert to a damage effect? Lin Luo had a smile on his face, still repeating the same phrase. Teacher, is there more? More? Ghost Douluo exclaimed in surprise. Lin Luo has already started to take action. He first called back his lantern, then distanced himself from Ghost Douluo, and once again used his second soul skill, accurately throwing the lantern in front of Ghost Douluo. Teacher, step into the lantern. Ghost Douluo immediately took a step forward, and when he stepped into the lantern, a surprised voice sounded again. It still possesses a special spatial power. Before he finished speaking, Ghost Douluo's figure had already reached Lin Luo's side. Ghost Douluo asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you only obtained one soul skill? Lin Luo innocently said, Yes. Teacher, the soul lantern has two effects. The first effect can provide defense for our people and quickly pull them back to our side. The second effect is to deal a certain amount of damage to the target. The mist floated around, and Ghost Douluo's gaze fell on Lin Luo's scythe and lantern. In the end, he even took a second look at the chains and concluded, the soul skill should only be one. But the powerful characteristics of the martial soul itself allowed the soul skill to unleash the martial soul's attributes. Even after finding his answer, Ghost Douluo still felt somewhat incredulous and murmured, Is this the power of a god-level martial soul? Lin Luo, standing nearby, could clearly hear Ghost Douluo's murmurs and couldn't help but feel secretly grateful in his heart. It's nice to have a teacher who likes to come up with answers on his own, saving the two of us from staring at each other. No, I'm staring at the mist. I haven't even seen what the teacher looks like yet. 013, Arrival. Soul Master City. Soul Master City. Lin Luo followed Ghost Douluo, walking on the bustling street filled with people. His eyes unconsciously scanned the surroundings. The level of prosperity here was countless times greater than that of Notting City. Looking up into the distance, a large mountain came into view, with two buildings faintly visible on its slopes. Spirit City was indeed built against the mountain, with a rather unique hexagonal city wall. Ghost Douluo was currently wearing a black cloak and a white mask, which made him appear much more normal compared to his usual misty aura. After walking a distance down the street, Ghost Douluo led Lin Luo into a restaurant. It was noon, and the restaurant was doing great business, even standing outside. One could be attracted by the aroma of various dishes, and once inside, it was even more intoxicating. Ghost Douluo took Lin Luo directly to the second floor of the restaurant and found a window-side seat. Soon, a waiter came over, and Ghost Douluo ordered many dishes, all of which Lin Luo had never heard of before. Since this is your first time in Spirit City, this meal is to welcome you, Ghost Douluo said. Lin Luo smiled and said, Thank you, teacher. Ghost Douluo then fell silent, while Lin Luo quietly took out the Soul Master Basic Knowledge 2 from the skull ring to study. This was the pattern of their interaction along the way. They talked the most when acquiring soul rings. Occasionally, Ghost Douluo would let Lin Luo release his martial soul to study the characteristics of the Soul Lock Warden, and indeed, he discovered some things. The chain connecting the sickle and the lantern could extend continuously, though it was somewhat difficult to control. The structure of the lantern was also extremely unique. Even Ghost Douluo couldn't see through it. Even disregarding the chain and the lantern, that giant sickle could be considered a top-tier weapon martial soul. In Ghost Douluo's words, it seemed to be even stronger than the Hao-Ian hammer. Of course, divine-level martial souls were stronger than the Hao-Ian hammer, even if it was just a part of a divine-level martial soul. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the first dish was served. It was a dish that looked very much like braised pork ribs, but the ribs were somewhat larger, almost twice the size of normal ribs. This is braised pork ribs made from the ribs of the red-eyed demon pig. Please enjoy. The waiter introduced with a smile. Red-eyed demon pig? That sounds like a soul beast. Ghost Douluo said. Let's eat. Try the flavor, and there are many other dishes. Okay, teacher. Lin Luo nodded and began to taste the food. The meat of the red-eyed demon pig's ribs was very tender and had a much better texture than ordinary pork ribs. And the flavor was significantly better as well. Even with many seasonings, the original meat flavor still existed, and taking a bite left a lingering taste. Ghost Douluo's voice sounded. There are many resources that can be obtained from soul beasts. Most of the meat from soul beasts is a supplement, but it requires more skill from the chef, as handling soul beast meat is more challenging. Ghost Douluo took off his mask and mist covered his face. He picked up a small piece of meat and sent it into the mist, but after a moment, he expressed his dissatisfaction. I won't come to this restaurant again. The taste has actually worsened. Lin Luo was stunned. It turned out that even a titled Douluo had to eat, and it was hard to tell that his teacher was probably a foodie. It seems he really found the right person. Teacher, you can give me anything you think doesn't taste good in the future. Lin Luo continued to eat a few more bites of the rib meat, unable to help but marvel in his heart. If this taste is considered poor, then all the ribs I ate before were garbage? Soon, dish after dish of delicious food was served on the table. They all had names of home-cooked dishes, but the ingredients were all sourced from soul beasts, each with its own unique flavor, and Lin Luo was eating with great delight. On the way to Soul Master City, he had only eaten dry rations, and he hadn't seen Ghost Douluo eat anything, thinking that titled Douluos had already given up on grains, and those dry rations couldn't compare to the delicacies before him. The most critical point was that these delicacies were nourishing. After more than half an hour of feasting, Lin Luo contentedly rubbed his stuffed belly and burped. Lin Luo did not deliberately try to act refined. In his view, no one could resist the temptation of delicious food. Ghost Douluo only took a bite of the rib meat from the red-eyed demon pig at the beginning, and then did not pick up his chopsticks again. Lin Luo also asked, and the Ghost Douluo only said he had no appetite, as if the food from this restaurant had already been blacklisted by him. Are you full? Ghost Douluo asked. Lin Luo had a big smile on his face and nodded. I'm full. We should go now. Okay, teacher. Ghost Douluo took Lin Luo out of the restaurant and walked along the main street of Spirit City. As they walked, the distant mountains became closer, and the two buildings built on the mountains became more prominent. After a moment, Ghost Douluo introduced, the one halfway up the mountain is the Hall of the Pope, and the one at the top is the Douluo Hall. It was a very simple introduction, so simple that it only mentioned the names. Lin Luo nodded and seriously looked at the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Hall. The two magnificent buildings gave a feeling that was indeed somewhat different. Perhaps the belief of soul masters really did exist. After passing through the bustling street, Lin Luo quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain under Ghost Douluo's lead. This area was much quieter. After stepping onto the stairs, Ghost Douluo's mist instantly enveloped Lin Luo, allowing him to enjoy a speed akin to teleportation once again. If Ghost Douluo didn't make a move, Lin Luo would almost doubt whether his legs had turned into soul power. Perhaps after finishing the meal, his teacher wanted to help him understand the basic situation of Spirit City and get familiar with the route. Otherwise, with his strength, there would be no need to walk slowly in Spirit City. Lin Luo thought to himself. In just a few breaths, Lin Luo enjoyed a speedy flight. When his feet finally touched the ground, the mist surrounding him dissipated, and he had already entered a resplendent hall. This was truly a palace and a work of art. Just the golden carvings on a huge stone pillar not far away could leave one in a daze, not to mention the other details. This is the Hall of the Pope. I will take you to meet the Pope, Ghost Douluo's voice sounded as he walked ahead. Lin Luo immediately withdrew his gaze, gently nodded, and followed closely behind Ghost Douluo. After a short while, Lin Luo arrived at a place arranged like a conference hall with Ghost Douluo. In the high position directly in front, there was a huge throne which seemed to be made of crystal, adorned with some special metals. Ghost Douluo slightly bowed. Your Holiness the Pope, I have returned. Lin Luo saw this and immediately bowed. No need for excessive courtesy. A very pleasant woman's voice sounded. A mature and confident tone. Guardsa straightened up, and Lin Luo quickly stood straight as well, shifting his gaze forward. He saw that there was already another woman on the throne, dressed in a long purple gauze gown adorned with purple gemstones and silver decorations. With her fair skin, nearly perfect appearance, and flawless, graceful figure, she looked so distinct, especially with the invisible nobility and sanctity emanating from her, which made one unable to help but feel a sense of reverence. Is she Bibi Dong? She does bear some resemblance to her anime portrayal, but no, the one before him is even more beautiful. Lin Luo's eyes were almost wide open. As a 6-year-old child, it was quite normal for him to like looking at beautiful older sisters. Are you Lin Luo? Bibi Dong slowly asked. 014, Enrollment, Soul Master Academy. Hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Lin Luo finally returned to his senses and quickly replied, Yes, Your Holiness. In fact, Lin Luo preferred to call Bibi Dong's sister, as she looked no older than 30, was incredibly beautiful, and had a perfect figure. However, he was afraid that if he said it out loud, he would be killed on the spot. Activate your martial soul, Bibi Dong said. Lin Luo immediately followed suit. With a wave of his soul power, a scythe glowing with green light and a lantern appeared in his hands, connected by a chain. At the same time, 2 purple soul rings slowly rose from beneath Lin Luo's feet, and his whole demeanor underwent a significant transformation, giving off a cold and forbidding vibe that discouraged approach. When Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the 2 purple soul rings on Lin Luo, a hint of surprise flashed across her calm face, but it was only for a moment before she returned to her usual composure. Elder Ghost, he really is quite suitable to be your disciple, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Even the simplest smile from her was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Luo felt for the first time that his willpower was not strong enough, as he was so quickly swayed by beauty. It must be that he hadn't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. Ghost Douluo said, He has already become my disciple. Good, very good, Bibi Dong nodded lightly. Ghost Douluo hesitated to speak. The Elder Hall. Bibi Dong smiled indifferently. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on training your disciple well. Ghost Douluo replied. Thank you, Your Holiness. Then Ghost Douluo turned to Lin Luo and said solemnly, I swear to serve the Spirit Hall and to be eternally loyal to Your Holiness. Lin Luo is not foolish and immediately followed by loudly repeating, I swear to be loyal to the Spirit Hall. I swear to be loyal to Your Holiness the Pope. At this moment, Lin Luo also understood why Ghost Douluo came to Notting City to find him, and confirmed that their martial soul auras were similar. So he directly opened his mouth to accept him as a disciple. It turns out everything had been arranged long ago. All right, take him to the Spirit Academy. Some systematic learning is still very necessary, and let's clarify his identity completely. Bibi Dong said. Yes, Your Holiness. Ghost Douluo replied. Bibi Dong's gaze then fell on Lin Luo. Your future is limitless. You must work hard and not disappoint the talent bestowed upon you by heaven. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Yes, Your Holiness. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Bibi Dong stood up and then disappeared without a trace. Lin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, is the title Douluo really that elusive? Put away your martial soul, the voice of the Ghost Douluo echoed. Lin Luo immediately followed suit, and soon found himself enveloped in mist. He had grown accustomed to it, and even felt a bit of enjoyment. When Lin Luo regained his vision, he was already in front of a 2-story building. Ghost Douluo said, From now on, this will be your residence. Just follow the left path straight ahead to reach the Spirit Hall Academy. I'll take you there now. The mist wrapped around Lin Luo's body once again, but this time it was unusually not covering his head. Ghost Douluo clearly controlled the pace of their movement, allowing Lin Luo to see the surroundings along the way. Before long, they arrived at the Spirit Hall Academy. This academy was not located within Spirit City, but on the opposite side of the mountain where the Pope's Hall and Douluo Hall were situated, allowing for a clear view of the 2 magnificent buildings. Under Ghost Douluo's lead, Lin Luo had a smooth journey and soon reached the administrative building of the Spirit Hall Academy, heading straight for the principal's office. The principal of the academy was a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a square face and small eyes, giving off a very cunning impression. Despite this, he was a Soul Douluo in strength. Upon seeing this person, Ghost Douluo got straight to the point. Good Junming, help him complete the enrollment procedures as quickly as possible, and also take care of his identity information. Good Junming nodded and bowed, saying, All right, Elder. Gu Juming was also very efficient. He quickly brought over a piece of white paper and a pen, placing them on the desk in front of Lin Luo, and smiled warmly. Child, please write down your name, age, spirit, and soul power level. Everything else will be handled by me. Lin nodded and then wrote down his information. Lin Luo, 6 years old, Soul Lock Warden. When it came to the soul power level, Lin Luo paused and looked at his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo calmly said, level 25. Lin Luo nodded gently, then quickly wrote down the information, put down the pen, and looked at Gu Juming. Dean, I've finished writing. Gu Juming did not respond. At that moment, he was staring blankly, his eyes fixed on the soul power level Lin Luo had written. 25. Gu Juming looked at Lin Luo as if he had seen a ghost, then turned to Ghost Douluo to confirm again. Ghost Douluo simply said, it's 25. There's no mistake. Gu Juming swallowed hard, then mechanically nodded. Okay, elder. He then glanced at Lin Luo with a ghostly expression before taking the paper with the written information to get busy. He gone. Ghost Douluo's voice rang out. Lin Luo immediately responded, okay, teacher. The mist wrapped around Lin Luo's body, and the figures of the two gradually disappeared. When Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo reappeared, they had returned to the 2-story small building. Everything you need is here. You can rest well. Tomorrow morning, go to the academy to report, and classes will officially start in the afternoon. After you study for a while, I will come to find you again. After saying this, Ghost Douluo's figure dissipated. Lin Luo discovered that his teacher truly valued efficiency, completing all tasks in the shortest time possible. Perhaps the lunch they had was the most time-consuming part. Lin Luo glanced back at the direction of the Spirit Hall Academy before walking into the small building. The first floor consisted of a living room, kitchen, and dining room, while the second floor had 3 bedrooms. The entire building was very clean and tidy, and, as Ghost Douluo had said, it had everything. Here, let alone one person living, it would be completely fine for 3 to 5 people to live together, right? Compared to the backyard of the Coffin shop in Notting City, Lin Luo felt that his quality of life had significantly improved. Lin Luo did not believe that everyone's treatment was this good. It was highly likely because he had a good teacher. After wandering around the small building, Lin Luo went up to the second floor and casually found a room to lie down on the bed. Feeling the soft and comfortable bed, Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life, indeed, is unpredictable. In just these few days, my life has undergone a tremendous change. I thought I would only be busy in a coffin shop for the rest of my life, but unexpectedly, I smoothly became a soul master. And not just any soul master, but one with a divine-level martial soul. After the moment of reflection, sleepiness came over him. The continuous journey, even with the care of Ghost Douluo, left him mentally and physically exhausted. Lin Luo slowly closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. 015, 5 choices. Start the lottery. Lin Luo had a very comfortable sleep and even dreamed. He dreamed of his parents and uncles and aunts looking extremely happy, with the whole family cheering and celebrating for him becoming a soul master. Unfortunately, the dream was too short, and Lin Luo didn't have time to fully enjoy the happiness before he woke up. Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes. It was already dark. He had slept until the evening. At that moment, his stomach also protested with a rumble. Lin Luo sat up, rubbed his somewhat dizzy head, and quickly became clear-headed. Speaking of which, does the teacher really feel at ease leaving his 6-year-old child here alone? Lin Luo couldn't help but complain, and then activated his soul power, causing the lights in the room to turn on. Lin Luo looked up at the light and sighed in his heart. It seems that I have really stepped into the life of a soul master. First, I should take a shower. I'm all sticky. Lin Luo went to take a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. The clothes he wore now were no longer the rough and cheap cloth garments from before. When he bid farewell to his parents in Nottingham, his mother Zhao Zuizue had prepared many new outfits for him. It was the first time he had been so far from home in this world. They must have been reluctant to part with him, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Luo took out some simple dry food from the skull ring and casually filled his stomach before going to the balcony to enjoy the breeze for a while. From his current residence, he could vaguely see the locations of the Douluo Palace and the Spirit Hall, which were brightly lit and painted the night sky with vibrant colors. However, he couldn't see the situation at the Spirit Academy, as there was still some distance from here to there. Since he was here, he decided to make himself comfortable, work hard to cultivate, and become stronger. Only by becoming strong enough could he avoid going with the flow, protect what he wanted to protect, and do what he wanted to do. It was only by becoming strong enough that he could change the course of certain events. After enjoying the breeze for a while, Lin Luo returned to his room and lay down on the bed. He wasn't going to sleep. He was preparing to cultivate. Before starting his cultivation, Lin Luo found himself in a state of inner conflict. Lin Luo previously obtained the God-level cultivation technique, Dark Spirit Heart Method, through the system. On the way to Soul Master City, his teacher, Ghost Douluo, imparted his cultivation technique, Phantom Shadow Method. Although Ghost Douluo's Phantom Shadow Method cannot compare to the Dark Spirit Heart Method, after decades of continuous refinement by Ghost Douluo, it can definitely be considered among the top-tier techniques. Indeed, there are levels to the cultivation techniques of soul masters. Ordinary soul masters only master the most basic cultivation techniques, while various families, factions, and some powerful individuals generally possess unique cultivation techniques. The gap in techniques is inevitable and will also affect the speed of cultivation for soul masters. The difference between soul masters can be said to be small or large, as disparities can exist in various aspects, which is why resources are truly important. However, not everyone is like Tang San, who has the Xintian skill by default. You are now faced with a new choice of cultivation technique. Choice 1. Continue using the God-level technique, Dark Spirit Heart Method. It will help you cultivate faster and more easily, but may also raise suspicions from Ghost Douluo. Reward: a piece of cloth armor. Choice 2. To avoid some troubles, stop using the God-level technique, Dark Spirit Heart Method, and instead choose the Phantom Shadow Method. Reward: a long sword. Can this also trigger a choice? And these rewards, wow, did they really bring the Alliance's equipment vault here? If only looking at the rewards, the long sword is definitely worth more than the cloth armor. If Lin Luo remembers correctly, the long sword is worth 350, while the cloth armor is worth 300. There is only a difference of 50, which doesn't seem to be a huge difference. In terms of choice, he would definitely choose the God-level technique, because his future is obviously the most important. As for the potential troubles he might face, he can deal with them later. Finding an excuse isn't too hard. After all, the Dark Spirit Heart Method is a God-level technique, and the system has stated that it is the most suitable cultivation method for the Soul Lock Warden. Lin Luo was only briefly conflicted in his heart. In fact, the answer had already appeared in his mind. What he didn't expect was that this could also trigger a choice, which meant he could get another wave of rewards for free. He chose to continue using the Dark Spirit Heart Method. Lin Luo responded, "You have successfully made a choice and received the reward, cloth armor." The system notification rang out, and the feeling of receiving such rewards instantly was truly pleasant. Lin Luo immediately entered the system space to check the attributes of the cloth armor. Cloth armor increases defense by 30 after use. The attributes have indeed changed. Lin Luo remembered that the cloth armor provided armor, while the cloth armor in front of him directly provided defense. The red crystals he had obtained earlier and the fused remnants of the striped beast provided health points, but they seem to have shrunk to 1/10 of the original data. Defense makes my body stronger and more resilient, while health points allow me to endure more sustained damage. This understanding should be correct, right? Lin Luo had already experienced the increase in defense. Previously, using the passive skill Hell's Curse from the Soul Lock Warden to harvest souls had granted him a noticeable boost in defense, making him feel significantly stronger. Lin Luo even felt that his first and second soul rings could absorb 1,000-year soul rings. Besides the significant boost to his body from his martial soul, the defense provided by harvesting souls should also play a certain role. As for his health points, he'll try that later. It's obvious that these pieces of equipment can be synthesized, since Bambi's slag and armor are already available. It would be better to wait for a few more choices to gather a full set of Sunflame for more comfort. Mainly, these pieces of equipment are used directly, rather than being stored in an inventory where he can enjoy the attribute boost beforehand. Since they are consumables, it's definitely better to wait for higher-level equipment synthesis, as the attributes attached will also be stronger, as can be seen from Bambi's slag. Including this choice, it seems I have made 5 choices already, so I should be able to draw a lottery now, right? Lin Luo secretly thought to himself as he opened his personal panel. Host: Lin Luo. Martial Soul: Soul Lock Warden, Thresh. Soul Power Level: Level 25. Soul Rings: 1,000 years, 1089. 1,000 years, 2005. Soul Bones: not acquired. Domain: not acquired. Points: 5 indeed. There are 5 points, and with the acquisition of soul rings, the personal interface has also changed, with the data becoming clearer. Even the years of the soul rings are accurately marked. Whether to reveal innate soul power, whether to go home, whether to apprentice under Ghost Douluo, whether to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring, whether to continue, choosing the Dark Spirit Heart method. Exactly 5 choices. Lin Luo then opened the lottery interface, and a huge spinning wheel appeared before him. At this moment, the wheel was no longer covered in gray mist, and there was a prompt on it. Consume 5 points to draw once. Current points, 5. Lin Luo could see the color distribution on the roulette, but there was no specific information provided. Among them, the white section was the largest, while the gold section only had a thin line. It was clear that the white area offered the least valuable prizes, while the gold section was definitely the top tier, possibly even related to divine level items. In the middle position of the upper half of the roulette, there was a thin gray pointer which could easily land on the gold area, even if it was just a line. Should he spend 5 points to make a draw? Or perhaps noticing Lin Luo's gaze, the roulette actively offered a prompt, draw. Lin Luo did not hesitate. The lottery was in progress, and the spinning wheel in front of her began to spin rapidly. Lin Luo kept shouting in her heart, gold, gold, gold. The speed of the wheel quickly slowed down, like a madly plowing ox finally coming to a rest. Under Lin Luo's gaze, the wheel eventually stopped, and the gray pointer landed in the yellow area next to the white area. There wasn't much to be surprised about. The yellow area was the second most represented area. You have received an item evolution device. Item evolution device. Lin Luo immediately entered the system space to take a look. He saw a red forging hammer occupying a slot, and the information was clear at a glance. Item evolver. After use, it can help an item level up by 1 tier. For example, cloth armor chainmail, red crystal giant belt burning gem. Note, item evolution has randomness and a possibility of failure. If an item fails to evolve, it will directly disappear. Indeed, it wasn't a good treasure. However, it seemed quite crucial for me at the moment. Lin Luo immediately used the item evolution device on the newly acquired cloth armor. In the next second, the system notification sounded. Cloth armor chainmail, success. It worked. Lin Luo then synthesized the chainmail and the slag from Bambi. Synthesis successful. You have obtained the Sunfire Holy Shield. Nice. Lin Luo was overjoyed and quickly checked the attributes of the Sunfire Sacred Shield. Sunfire Sacred Shield increases health by 50, defense by 100, and grants advanced fire. Use. The Sunfire Sacred Shield can no longer be evolved. It has reached its final form, and it is unlikely for Lin Luo to call Orn over to help him enhance the equipment again. Use successful. Health increased by 50, defense increased by 100, and gained advanced fire. Lin Luo felt a powerful force suddenly descend into his body. He could clearly sense that his body was becoming stronger, and his life force was also becoming more vigorous. Additionally, there was a surge of heat in his chest that he could control and release with his thoughts. Unfortunately, there were no knives or similar objects here, and the floor was too low. Otherwise, he would have to test just how abnormal his body had become. Stay rational. Do not imitate. Lin Luo felt a bit lightheaded, and then as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up. He activated his martial soul and then used a sickle to stab at his own arm. The sharpness of the sickle was undeniable, but no matter how hard Lin Luo tried, he couldn't pierce his skin. In the end, he had to fully unleash his strength to barely make a cut, and strangely, after the wound appeared, it quickly healed on its own, not even giving him a chance to bleed. Damn, is it that abnormal? Lin Luo was extremely shocked, and an invincible feeling unconsciously arose from the bottom of his heart. I feel that my third soul ring can challenge a 10,000-year soul ring. 016, Hulaina. Don't pinch my face. The next morning, Lin Luo finished his training, tidied himself up briefly, and then headed towards the Soul Master Academy. The journey wasn't too long or too short. It took Lin Luo a full 20 minutes to arrive. Of course, he didn't rush, as this was going to school, not fleeing for his life. Upon reaching the entrance of the Soul Master Academy, the 2 guards simply inquired about Lin Luo's information and then led him through, reminding him to go directly to the office building, clearly indicating that Principal Ge had already given notice. Upon arriving at the office building, Lin Luo successfully met Ge Junming. Lin Luo, you're here so early. Ge Junming was very warm towards Lin Luo, as if he were a relative. Perhaps if it were an ordinary relative, Ge Junming wouldn't be this friendly. Good morning, Principal. Lin Luo greeted, maintaining the necessary politeness. Ge Junming smiled slightly. Good, follow me. Lin Luo nodded and was then taken to an office by Ge Junming, where a teacher was waiting. The teacher was short and plump, dressed in the uniform of the Soul Master Academy, with stubble on his face and a somewhat disheveled appearance. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man with severe dark circles under his eyes, giving off a sense of not having fully woken up. Montak Shenyun. I'm leaving Lin Luo to you, Gu Junming said, clearly adopting a more authoritative tone in front of the teacher. Mo Shanyan quickly nodded. Okay, Dean, you can rest assured. When Gu Junming looked at Lin Luo again, he smiled warmly, his expression gentle. Lin Luo, from now on you will follow teacher Mo. He will take you to your class. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, Dean. Gu Junming smiled and praised. What a polite child. Then Lin Luo followed Mo Shanyan to the teaching building. Along the way, they encountered other teachers and students who cast strange looks at Lin Luo, a 6-year-old child appearing in the academy. Lin Luo appeared very calm. To avoid being overly calm, he pretended to be curious and looked at the older students. Most of the students in the Soul Martial Academy were over 12 years old, and occasionally there were a few younger ones, but they were also around 10. It was hard for the 6-year-old Lin Luo to avoid attracting attention in this place. On the way to the teaching building, Mo Shanyan was briefly introducing the environment of the academy to Lin Luo. The front half of the academy is the office and teaching area, while the back half is the training and battle soul area. In our Soul Martial Academy, there are ample simulated training environments, and a special battle soul arena has been built to facilitate practical training for the students. Lin Luo nodded gently. The environment of the Martial Soul Academy must be excellent, and all of this was within his expectations. When he has time, he can explore the academy. Since you came so early, you might as well go to class, Mo Shanyan said, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. After that, Mo Shanyan immediately added, it's up to you. If you don't want to attend class in the morning, you can come in the afternoon instead. Lin Luo Dao, let's go to class. Lin Luo was also quite eager to quickly accept the teachings of the academy. The academy itself is a place for learning. If everything could be understood just by reading books, there would be no need for the academy to exist. All right, Mo Shanyan nodded. At that moment, Mo Shanyan had already brought Lin Luo to the bottom of a teaching building. As if remembering something, Mo Shanyan immediately looked at Lin Luo and said, Lin Luo, wait for me here for a moment. I'm going to get something and we'll be back soon. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. Watching Mo Shanyan leave quickly, Lin Luo began to take in the surroundings. There were 7 teaching buildings in total, each 3 stories high, with a common architectural style that mixed white and gray. Each building was spaced apart at a certain distance, not interfering with one another. Among all the teaching buildings, one had a slightly golden exterior, which was the building Lin Luo was currently in. It was still early, probably not even 8 in the morning, but students were already arriving one after another. Along the way, Lin Luo had already received quite a few curious glances and now standing under the teaching building. Passing students would generally look at him with a puzzled expression. I admit I'm a bit handsome. This might be a kind of burden, and I've been troubled by it before, but do I really need everyone to look at me? Fortunately, they all restrained themselves and didn't come over to bother me. Lin Luo sighed inwardly. Huh, why is there a child here? A girl's voice sounded, carrying a hint of surprise. Lin Luo turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful girl over 6 meters tall walking towards him. The girl had short golden hair and looked to be around 12 years old. At first glance, her appearance seemed quite ordinary, but the more you looked, the more attractive she became, the kind that grows on you. With a slender waist and long legs, her figure hinted at blossoming beauty beneath her school uniform. Even though she hadn't fully developed yet, her physique was already eye-catching. The girl smiled and pinched Lin Luo's cheek, her beautiful big eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. What a cute little brother. Let us go. Hulaina, class is starting soon. A slightly deep voice sounded as a boy over 75 meters tall walked towards the teaching building. He had neatly combed short silver hair and an ordinary appearance, with a stern expression resembling the girl to some extent. Hulaina? Lin Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing that. When he looked at the girl in front of him again, he had to admit that she did resemble the character Hulaina from the anime to some extent, though she appeared a bit juvenile. Don't pinch my face, Lin Luo said calmly. No matter what your name is, you can't pinch my handsome face. What if you break it? Lin Luo didn't say much, but once he did, Hulaina, who was originally prepared to leave, pinched him again before smiling and walking away. Damn it, I must get back at her. Lin Luo thought fiercely in his heart. At this moment, Mo Shanyan finally returned and smiled at Lin Luo, saying, Let's go. We are going up. They actually share the same teaching building as Hulaina. At this moment, Lin Luo was praying in his heart that he could be in the same class as Hulaina, making it easier to seek revenge. Mo Shanyan took Lin Luo up to the 3rd floor and entered the classroom on the far right. Lin Luo's gaze searched around and indeed found Huliina's figure. Unexpected, yet reasonable. It seemed normal for a prodigy with innate soul power of level 20 to be in the same class as the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall. After all, geniuses gather together. At this moment, Huliina naturally also saw Lin Luo, her pretty face showing surprise and confusion. Isn't that the kid from downstairs? Why is he here? Mo Shangyun began to introduce Lin Luo, the Wuhuan Soul Lock Warden, Soul Power Level 25, our class's new student. Let's give him a warm welcome. After the introduction, Mo Shangyun was the first to applaud. However, none of the students below responded, all wearing expressions of shock. 017, Practical Training, Strength Assessment. Mo Shangyun seemed to have anticipated this scene, as his reaction upon hearing about Lin Luo yesterday was similar to that of the students below. 6 years old. Level 25 Great Soul Master. This information was truly shocking. Even without witnessing Lin Luo releasing his martial soul, there was no need to doubt the authenticity of the information. No one here would joke about such matters, especially when it involves someone brought by an elder. Lin Luo, you can sit in the first seat of this middle row, Mo Shangyun said. That seat was unoccupied, seemingly left empty specifically for Lin Luo. Lin nodded. Okay, teacher. Lin Luo sat down in his seat under the gaze of the crowd that viewed him as a monster, and those eyes did not shift away, still lingering on him. Mo Shangyun spoke up. Prepare for class. Only then did the students retract their gazes, but there were still quite a few who occasionally glanced at Lin Luo. Lin Luo did not pay attention to those gazes. He only focused on the situation in the classroom. The classroom was spacious, but there were less than 30 students in total. On his way to this classroom, Lin Luo noticed that other classrooms had around 40 or 50 students. The comparison in numbers revealed quite a bit. Those who could attend classes in this room were undoubtedly students with a certain talent. These are the books I've specially prepared for you. If you don't understand the lessons later, just read the books. If there's anything you don't understand while reading, feel free to ask me at any time. If you don't want to read, that's fine too. I will quickly devise a better teaching plan for you. Mo Shangyun's voice entered Lin Luo's ears, seemingly processed through soul power, as the other students appeared not to hear it. Then, Lin Luo saw Mo Shangyun take out 5 thick books and place them on his desk, along with a pen, and with great concern said, if you come across any unfamiliar characters, it's okay. Just mark them. Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They even considered the issue of literacy. This teacher is really too meticulous in taking care of me, right? My own teacher, Ghost Douluo, never worried about whether I could read or not. Although it is said that his outstanding disciple is a genius. Is there any problem? Seeing that Lin Luo did not respond, Mo Shangyun asked. Lin Luo shook his head. No, thank you, teacher. Mo Shangyun said. Then you can read. Lin Luo nodded. At that moment, other students also took out their books and placed them on the desks. After a while, a very soft bell rang throughout the academy, and Lin Luo immediately felt energized upon hearing it. The bell was released by a soul master. After hearing the bell, one's spirit would improve. It's no wonder it's a martial soul academy. It even has such facilities, completely surpassing other soul master academies, right? Although Lin Luo had never been to any other soul master academy, the bell not only helped students to perk up, but also announced the start class. Mo Shangyun instantly entered the class mode, and the lesson was about the development path of martial souls. As it was Lin Luo's first day, he obviously couldn't keep up with Mo Shangyun's pace, so he chose to bury his head in the book. There was quite a lot of knowledge that soul masters needed to learn. While he might not master everything, he at least needed to understand some of it. Learning these things was all to better understand and comprehend martial souls, not just his own, but also those of others. As long as one was a soul master, they would basically face battles, and having enough knowledge would give them more confidence during combat. In the academy, students learned not only theoretical knowledge, but also practical skills, and the combination of both would yield the best results. The proportion of theoretical classes was very small. For instance, this lesson Lin Luo attended lasted only about 40 minutes, which was already the entire day's theoretical class. If any students had questions, they could choose to ask the teacher or seek additional tutoring. The remaining time would be allocated to practical training, followed by cultivation. Naturally, cultivation took up the most time for soul masters. With sufficient strength, they could discuss more progress. But if their strength stagnated, that would be a different matter. After the theoretical class ended, it was time for the practical class. After the class, Mo Shangyun immediately came to Lin Luo's side. Is there anything you don't understand? Lin Luo shook his head. No, it's all very basic knowledge. Even the slightly more difficult concepts have detailed explanations and annotations, so it's not hard to understand. Mo Shangyun was not surprised by this either. It was understandable and acceptable that a 6-year-old child with a soul power level of 25 could experience some special situations. Let's go. Let's have a practical class. Mo Shangyun smiled and said, and we'll also conduct a strength assessment to help me arrange better teaching for you. Okay, Lin Luo nodded. Since they were in the academy, he would just follow the teacher's arrangements. After the theory class ended, the other students in the classroom had already left as quickly as possible. It could be seen that most students were not particularly interested in theory classes. However, despite their lack of interest, they were quite serious during the learning process. And Lin Luo had observed this about the other students. Excellent students not only have outstanding talent, but also possess very good habits in various aspects, making it hard to find faults. Under the guidance of Mo Shangyun, Lin Luo arrived at the soul fighting arena of the academy. The arena was quite large, featuring one main arena and 7 sub-arena. At this time, students were already present in all 7 sub-arena. Not all students were keen on practical combat classes. After the theoretical classes ended, the subsequent learning was arranged by the students themselves. Those who wanted to directly practice could do so, giving students a high degree of freedom, with their time largely managed by themselves. Even theoretical classes could be adjusted. This indicates that the teaching at the Martial Soul Academy is not fixed but varies from person to person. Lin Luo particularly liked this aspect. Once he entered the arena, he was quickly assigned to practical training. This was not just practical training, but also a simple assessment of his strength. Before this, Lin Luo had seen other students fighting, and witnessing the release of soul skills and the combat scenes between soul masters ignited the fighting spirit within him. He also wanted to test his current combat ability. Even in the sub-arena, the space was spacious enough to accommodate several battles simultaneously. Students engaged in their own practical training without interfering with each other, and some battles were arranged by teachers. Each arena typically had 3 to 5 teachers present, whose role was not only to conduct practical teaching, but also to ensure the safety of the students. Following Mo Shangyun's arrangement, Lin Luo was to fight against a boy around 12 or 13 years old. He was tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, named Awakens. His martial soul was the mountain cat, and his soul power level was 25. 0-18, meaningless battle, complete suppression. Awakens, martial soul mountain cat, soul power level 25. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, he introduced himself after stepping into the battle arena. Lin Luo also spoke. Lin Luo, Soul Spirit Warden, soul power level 25. Lin Luo arrived at the soul fighting arena and immediately attracted many unusual gazes. When he revealed his martial spirit and soul power level, it caused an uproar. Continuously receiving such attention, even Lin Luo, who had a very good mindset, couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Shouldn't this innate genius with a soul power level of 20 be secretly cultivated? No matter where I go, I'm always so eye-catching. This isn't a good thing. Or is this also a form of training for me? Lin Luo was not worried about his safety. Perhaps his teacher was watching him silently from the shadows. However, he did have some doubts about whether such an arrangement was really suitable for a 6-year-old child. Or perhaps they had other motives. After Awakens revealed his martial soul and soul power level, he immediately activated his martial soul. A wave of soul power surged as 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose from beneath Awakens' feet. At this moment, Awakens had already completed the martial soul manifestation. Growing gray fur on his body, elongated and sharp nails, and his eyes had transformed into eerie cat-like slits, with a slightly open mouth revealing sharp fangs. Lin Luo appeared very calm, and then activated his martial soul. Although his martial soul was the Soul Lock Warden, it did not have the effect of martial soul possession. After a wave of soul power, a huge scythe and lantern, glowing with a green light, appeared in his hands, connected by a chain. This strange martial soul did not attract much attention. All the onlookers' gazes were focused on the 2 purple soul rings surrounding Lin Luo. 1,000-year soul ring. It was actually a 1,000-year soul ring. Without exception, everyone once again showed expressions of shock, including the teachers looking over, especially Mo Shangyun, who was closest and was left dumbfounded. Lin Luo has gradually gotten used to such scenes and has become somewhat numb to them, but deep down, he can't help but complain. Is this arrangement really good for me? Moreover, Lin Luo has his own ideas in mind. Since the Soul Martial Academy has a high degree of freedom, he might as well study at home. If he has any questions, He can just come over to ask the teachers for clarification, or he could stay in the simulated training environment to cultivate, avoiding the need to constantly show his face everywhere. Can we start now? Lin Luo calmly spoke, having already given Zuokaiing a long buffer time. But Zuokaiing remained unmoved, so he could only remind him. Hearing Lin Luo's voice, Zuokaiing finally came to his senses, and the others gradually followed suit. Zuokaiing nodded somewhat numbly. Let's start the battle. This was also the first time Zuokaiing faced a first soul ring and a second soul ring, both of which were 1,000-year soul rings. However, he was not intimidated. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation for the battle to come. After Zuokaiing finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack, while Lin Luo calmly adjusted his stance. Seeing Lin Luo's extremely casual demeanor, a smile appeared on Zuokaiing's face. No matter how powerful those 2,000-year soul rings were, they were ultimately just at the same soul power level as him. He thought to himself, "Look at how careless you are. I will knock you down to the ground later." However, after this thought crossed Zuokaiing's mind, he felt a bit guilty. After all, he is just a 6-year-old child, and this is likely his first battle. He probably has no experience. While Zuokaiing was feeling conflicted inside, Lin Luo had already nonchalantly used his second soul skill, Soul Lantern. The second soul ring on Lin Luo's body flickered with purple light, and then he threw the lantern into the air, which instantly enlarged and enveloped him. Indeed, Lin Luo chose to defend instead of attacking. Mainly, he wasn't particularly confident in his control over his own power. He feared that if he accidentally overdid it, he might eliminate his opponent. Whether it was the judgment of death or the soul lantern, as long as they faced an opponent, they had terrifying lethality that was not something of the same level could withstand. Moreover, Lin Luo had only recently acquired these two soul skills and had been busy traveling, leaving him little time to practice and further control their power. Since he couldn't achieve such precise operation, he decided to focus on defense. Seeing Lin Luo enter a defensive state, Zuokaiing immediately cast aside his distractions and launched an attack. He wanted to see just how powerful the defensive soul skill brought by the 1,000-year soul ring was. Swish! Zuokaiing's claws reached for Lin Luo, easily penetrating the lantern, but after advancing a short distance, they stopped in mid-air, unable to move forward any further. Zuokaiing withdrew his claws and attacked again, but after several attempts, the result remained the same. He couldn't even break the shield. Zuokaiing found it hard to accept such a result and immediately activated his soul skills. 2 yellow soul rings lit up in succession, greatly enhancing Zuokaiing's power. Indeed, both Zuokaiing's first and second soul skills were power-enhancing abilities. However, even after enhancing his strength, the result was still the same. His claws could easily penetrate the lantern, but after advancing a distance, they could not move forward at all. The shield still couldn't be broken. However, it was clear that the color of the lantern enveloping Lin Luo had faded somewhat. Lin Luo felt that he could still let his opponent unleash another set of attacks. The other spectators were dumbfounded. Even with the 1,000-year spirit ring bringing a 1,000-year spirit skill, it shouldn't be this strong, right? Soul masters of the same level couldn't break through the shield. To be honest, Lin Luo was also a bit shocked. He didn't expect the defense of the soul guiding lantern to be so abnormal. However, upon careful consideration, it was understandable. After all, this was a spirit skill brought by a 2,000-year spirit ring, and it was quite normal to appear incredibly powerful in such a level of battle, right? If Lin Luo remembered correctly, generally, soul masters of the Soul Emperor level found it difficult to absorb a 2,000-year spirit ring. He recalled that someone who had an advantage nearly lost their life in the process and still got lucky enough to obtain an external spirit bone. Forget it. Let's end the battle quickly. This kind of fight really has no meaning. Lin Luo swung the giant scythe in his hand, but did not activate his first soul skill, Death Judgment. The chains continued to spread out, ultimately stopping at Zuokaiing's neck, leaving him frozen in place. "You lost," Lin Luo said calmly. 019, still crushing. "Your face has been brought back." I lost," Zuokaiing stammered, trembling. He dared not move an inch, as the chilling sensation on his neck told him that if he shifted even slightly, he would probably bleed. The sharpness of the scythe's blade was beyond doubt, and he did not dare to question it. Lin Luo gently nodded, immediately retracting his scythe, his expression calm. The others, however, were not as composed as Lin Luo. Zuokaiing collapsed to the ground, having felt death closing in on him, as if that massive scythe could easily sever his head. The onlookers were shocked to see Lin Luo overpower Zuokaiing, unable to contain their astonishment. Is the 1,000-year soul ring really that powerful? No. I think that kid's martial soul is impressive. Yeah, I've never seen such a strange martial soul. In that battle just now, it felt like he was invincible at his level. How old is he? He looks like he's only 6 or 7. At the same level, I feel like he could challenge a soul emperor. As the crowd expressed their amazement, Mo Shanyun's gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo. Thinking to himself, I really underestimated Lin Luo's abilities. I need to customize his training as quickly as possible. Ordinary teaching is no longer suitable for him. Among the spectators, Hu Laina and Xie were also present, standing next to a tall, handsome boy with a somewhat stern expression and fiery red hair. Yin. It seems our Martial Soul Academy is about to gain another monster, Xie remarked. Hu Laina glanced at Yin and asked, what are your chances of winning against him? I don't know, Yin replied flatly. Hu Laina looked at Yin with some disinterest, then shifted her gaze back to Lin Luo in front of her. I didn't expect this little brother to be so powerful. Lin Luo had already walked up to Zhuokai, reaching out to pull Zhuokai up. Big brother, are you okay? I'm sorry about earlier. Zhuokai was slightly taken aback, but did not refuse. After standing up, he revealed an admiring smile. I didn't expect your strength to be so impressive. I'm Yufine. We can spar again if there's a chance in the future. Zhuokai laughed. I feel like there's no need for a spar anymore. I'm completely no match for you. At that moment, Mo Shanyun's voice rang out. Zhuokai, you step down. Xie, you come up. The previous battle was of little significance. Although Lin Luo displayed astonishing strength, it was clear he hadn't used all his power. Mo Shanyun needed to see another battle to make a more accurate judgment and teaching plan. Hearing this, Xie immediately stepped forward. However, at that moment, Hu Laina stood up. Teacher, I want to give it a try. Is that okay? Mo Shanyun nodded gently. That's fine. The strength gap between Hu Laina, Xie, and Yin wasn't particularly large, so anyone could take the stage. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, Hu Laina stepped up to become Lin Luo's new opponent. The height difference between a 6-year-old and a 12-year-old was still quite significant. Lin Luo had developed fairly well, standing close to 1 meter 3, but he still looked like a little kid standing there. Lin Luo and Hu Laina exchanged glances, and Hu Laina's beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. Little brother, we met this morning, and I never expected that we would be standing here fighting. Lin Luo Ping said calmly, I am not a little brother. Please call me Lin Luo. How can I be small? Even if I'm still growing, I'm not small, okay? Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. Hu Laina laughed. At only 12 years old, her every frown and smile already exuded charm, making it hard for others to look away. No wonder she would have a bewitching soul skill when she grows up. Let's begin, Lin Luo said. Hu Laina smiled slightly and then activated her martial soul. 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, slowly rose from Hu Laina's feet, symbolizing her soul master rank. After Hu Laina's martial soul was activated, she became even more beautiful, growing a fluffy pink tail, and just standing there seemed to release a bewitching soul skill. Seeing Hu Laina activate her martial soul, Lin Luo spoke. I'm going to make my move. Hu Laina smiled and said, Come on, little brother, let me see your strength. As she spoke, Hu Laina beckoned to Lin Luo with her finger. Lin Luo smiled faintly and thought to himself, First soul skill, Death Judgment. The first soul ring on Lin Luo's body flickered with purple light, and he immediately swung the giant scythe in his hand. The soul power within him automatically circulated, endowing the scythe and the chain with extraordinary strength. The scythe advanced quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Hu Laina's side. Hu Laina didn't even have time to react before the giant scythe swiftly circled around her, ultimately binding her tightly with the chain, while the blade was pressed against her neck. What incredible speed! Not only did Hu Laina fail to react, but most of the people present were the same. They couldn't clearly see what had just happened. Mo Shanyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hu Laina tried to break free from the chains, but found it impossible, especially with the cold sensation on her neck, as if warning her not to move recklessly or else her neck would be cut. At this moment, Lin Luo only needed to pull the chain to achieve the same effect. With the sharpness of the giant sickle, it could easily sink into Hu Laina's neck. That's right, the battle was over again. Even Hu Laina, with her spirit saint strength, was subdued by Lin Luo in one move, though this was mainly due to her own carelessness. The Death Judgment still tested technique, especially since Lin Luo's proficiency wasn't very high yet, but if the opponent cooperated, he could hit the target every time. Seeing Hu Laina still wanting to struggle, Lin Luo's thoughts moved, and his body was pulled in front of her. He casually placed the lantern aside and reached out to pinch Hu Laina's face. It was very soft and comfortable. "The battle is over," Lin Luo said calmly. Huaina's face immediately flushed red as she gritted her teeth and said, "That may not be the case." As she spoke, her eyes shone with purple light as she looked at Lin Luo, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness, freezing in place. The Fox Charm skill had indeed activated. Lin Luo had long been prepared for this and had tightened the chains before the dizziness set in. Even if Huaina successfully controlled Lin Luo, she herself was unable to move, and the scythe resting on her neck was getting closer and closer. "I lost." Huaina ultimately couldn't endure the cold sensation on her neck, and she actively shouted, releasing Lin Luo from the state of dizziness. Lin Luo smiled faintly, retracting the chains and scythe. "I didn't expect you, little brother, to be so impressive." Huaina retracted her own martial soul and remarked. Lin Luo smiled slightly and thought to herself, "It's mainly because you were too careless. If I had been the one to strike first, the outcome would have been completely different." 020, battling Yin, a triple kill. Douluo Palace. A tall man suddenly appeared in the hall, dressed in a golden robe with silver embroidery, his hair and beard all white, yet he had the face of a middle-aged man. The golden robe represented his identity as a high-ranking offering, distinguishing him from the black robes worn by soul fighters and the red robes worn by elders. Great offering. What Bai Bidong did is simply too much. She discovered a divine-level martial soul with innate soul power of level 20 and didn't report it to the Elder Hall immediately. Instead, she secretly took that kid Gui Mei as her disciple. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his voice carrying some anger. A cold voice then rang out. "I am aware of this matter. Did you also approve of it?" The middle-aged man's voice grew louder, filled with confusion. The cold voice replied again. "As long as the person belongs to our spirit hall, that is enough." The middle-aged man sighed. "You always say that. Golden crocodile. Go fetch Xiao Shui." "Huh?" The somewhat disappointed golden crocodile Douluo paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. "All right." Golden crocodile Douluo transformed into a golden light and slowly disappeared. At the Spirit Hall Academy, in the battle arena, the defeat of Huaina surprised many regarding Lin Luo's strength, and Mo Shanyan was one of them. Mo Shanyan certainly noticed that the main reason for Huaina's defeat was her own carelessness, but Lin Luo's combat power was also commendable. At 6 years old, with a soul power level of 25 and 2,000-year soul rings, he truly was a monster. Should we let Xie and the others try as well? Mo Shanyan thought to himself. The insights gained from 1 or 2 battles are too limited, especially in such fast-paced fights. "Teacher, I want to give it a try." A relatively deep voice sounded, and Mo Shanyan immediately looked over to see Yin. A smile appeared on Mo Shanyan's face. He was already planning to arrange a battle. He then looked at Lin Luo. "Lin Luo, can you take on challenge?" Lin Luo appeared indifferent. "Sure." Soon, the battle between Lin Luo and Yin was arranged, once again attracting the attention of everyone around. Even people from other fighting soul arenas received the news and came over to join the excitement. Noticing the unusual gazes from others, Lin Luo sighed inwardly. As expected, handsome people are always eye-catching wherever they are. In the days to come, I must eat seriously and train hard. This current child's body really limits my ability to showcase my looks. Lin Luo certainly knows why he's being watched by so many people, and he can only face it with an optimistic attitude. Yin, the soul master of the Flame Lord, soul power, level 32. Yin spoke with a cold expression. "You are somewhat handsome, and I can temporarily give you the title of the Academy's heartthrob, but you seem a bit too aloof. Look at others like Huaina. How lovely she is with her bright smile." Lin Luo commented in his heart, and then once again announced his name and relevant information about his martial soul. This is a polite gesture before the Soul Master's duel. It seemed that Huaina had skipped this step earlier, but it appears that Yin pays more attention to these details. Let the battle begin. This time it was announced by Mo Shanyan. Lin Luo knew that Yin was not easy to deal with, so he immediately activated his second soul skill, Soul Guiding Lantern, to ensure his own safety. He then activated Death Judgment, preparing to control Yin. Yin had seen Lin Luo use soul skills before and was aware of some of their characteristics, so almost the moment Lin Luo made his move, Yin quickly adjusted his position. However, a strange scene occurred. The giant scythe, dragging its chain, seemed to lock onto Yin, and as Yin changed direction, the scythe followed suit. Yin immediately realized that this soul skill was hard to evade, so he chose to withstand it. Suddenly, the second soul ring on Yan's body lit up, and his entire right arm rapidly enlarged, covered in lava, to block the giant scythe's attack. Clang! The giant scythe struck Yan's right arm with a sound like metal clashing. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to Yin, it was firmly attached, and the chain connecting to the giant scythe quickly wrapped around Yin's body, not needing the scythe to adjust its direction. This brother is too impulsive. If I can't dodge the first time, I can keep dodging. I currently only have one chance to adjust the scythe's direction. Seeing that his death judgment successfully hit Yin, Lin Luo became more confident. He pulled hard on the chain, tightening its binding, and the scythe also pierced deeper, but still failed to break through Yan's defenses. Lin Luo can currently be considered a control-type soul master, and as long as a control-type soul master successfully controls the target, they have basically won half the battle. At the same time, the most troublesome opponents for control-type soul masters are tanks. Even if you manage to control them, it's very difficult to deal significant damage. My death judgment is quite powerful, but still can't inflict much harm on him. This guy's indeed tough. I can only try the soul guiding lamp again. Lin Luo reached out and grabbed the lantern, which appeared in his hand. He then threw it again, and the second soul ring on him lit up once more. However, this time the lantern was not thrown directly above him, but towards Yin. It seemed that Yin was waiting for Lin Luo to retrieve the lantern, and immediately activated his first soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. A wave of scorching heat rose from the ground, and Lin Luo instantly sensed something was wrong. But he remained completely calm, as the defense provided by the soul-calling lantern was still active. Whoosh! The intense heat turned the floor red-hot and surged forth, enveloping Lin Luo. However, it did not harm Lin Luo in the slightest. It only caused the huge lantern surrounding him to dim continuously. Until the onslaught of that scorching heat ended, the lantern still existed, though it was nearly transparent, while Lin Luo inside the lantern remained unscathed. The damage was still a bit lacking as Lin Luo calmly gazed at Yin ahead. As Yan's soul skill reached its peak, the soul-calling lantern that Lin Luo released again had already arrived above Yin, transforming into a gigantic lantern that enveloped Yin within, unleashing destructive power. It was clear to see the lava on Yan's body beginning to disintegrate, and Yin let out a painful low growl. Lin Luo, stop. The battle is over. Mo Shanyan's voice rang out. Lin Luo immediately retracted his lantern, as well as the scythe and chain. Yin's body suddenly went limp, and he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Lin Luo won again, and once again enjoyed the attention of everyone. Glancing at his lantern and then at Yin, Lin Luo thought to himself, I didn't expect the power of the soul guiding lantern to be quite good, but it might be a bit difficult to kill someone of a higher rank. The duration for which the soul guiding lantern can inflict damage isn't very long. By the way, why didn't Yin use his third soul skill just now? Or was my move too fast for him to use it? Xiaoyu stepped forward to help Yin up and then looked at Lin Luo. I'll give it a try. Coming again? Lin Luo was slightly surprised. Did he really take him as a sparring partner? 021. Are there places like unmarked graves? All right, Xiaoyu. Lin Luo has already fought 3 consecutive battles. After all, he is just a great soul master, and you need to consider his soul power consumption. At a critical moment, Mo Shanyan stepped in and did not allow the fight to continue. While speaking, Mo Shanyan's gaze also fell on Lin Luo. Lin Luo, the strength you have shown is truly impressive, and everyone is astonished. Lin Luo showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Well, I'm okay. My soul power consumption is fine. I could actually fight another match. Acting like a child is really tiring. You can be sensible in some aspects, but you can't be sensible in every aspect. Then you wouldn't be a child anymore. Lin Luo had enough experience in this matter, but his heart was truly tired. After the battle with Yin, Lin Luo's practical training came to an end. Mo Shanyan let Lin Luo rest for a while and did not have him continue fighting. After briefly arranging the battles of others, Mo Shanyan took Lin Luo and left the fighting arena under the watchful eyes of everyone. Even as Lin Luo was leaving, there were still many people discussing him, including Hulaina and the other 2. Hulaina aside, I always thought the 3 of us were geniuses. But now it seems we need to redefine what genius means. Xiaoyu said, how many people like him can there be? Don't think too much about it. Yin remarked, his combat ability is indeed strong. Xiaoyu replied, you 2 have fought him, but I didn't get the chance when I was called out first. I must find an opportunity to fight him in the future. After leaving the fighting arena, Mo Shanyan led Lin Luo towards the Academy's simulated training environment area. During the journey, Mo Shanyan spoke about the follow-up arrangements for Lin Luo and the Academy's original plans for him. First, I'll take you to get familiar with the simulated training environment area, then I'll show you around every part of the Academy. After lunch, you can practice in the simulated training environment area. The Academy's original arrangement was just for you to get to know the environment today, But it seems the Academy's arrangement was indeed wrong. A genius like you should make the most of every minute and second. If it weren't for your convenience in living at the Academy in the future, even this step of getting to know the environment could be skipped. You are a very smart and sensible child, so I won't waste words on you. If you can adapt, try to stick with it. It will only benefit you. If you can't adapt, let me know as soon as possible. It's okay. I will make new arrangements. After Mo Shanyan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded. I can adapt. You have already said that I am a very smart and sensible child, so I definitely need to meet the standards in your heart. Moreover, I don't want to waste too much time on meaningless things. Under Mo Shanyan's guidance, Lin Luo quickly arrived at the Academy's simulated training environment area and successfully entered it. In this area, there are various simulated environments. In addition to the basic environment construction, there are also some special materials used as core components. Lin Luo noticed that in every simulated training environment, there were some special crystals present, and those crystals could emit faint fluctuations of soul power. It seems that the simulated training environment is not that simple. It's not just about constructing the environment, but those crystals are also important. After wandering around, Lin Luo saw no fewer than 20 simulated training environments, but still did not find a suitable training site for himself. Even though he and T found a suitable place, Lin Luo couldn't help but admire the foundation of the Martial Soul Academy. Setting up so many simulated training environments is definitely not an easy task. Even the basic arrangement of the environment is quite meticulous. Just looking at it seems to consume a lot of time and energy, not to mention the use of so many special crystals. Lin Luo also discovered that the placement, types, and sizes of those special crystals varied, suggesting that there is knowledge and intricacies involved. Although Lin Luo has not made a choice, Mo Shanyan remained very patient, continuously reminding and comforting Lin Luo that it's important not to rush into a decision, and finding the right fit is the most crucial. The next one might be even more suitable. After searching around, Mo Shanyan was still very patient, but Lin Luo's patience had run out. Teacher, are there any places in this simulated training environment area that are similar to a coffin shop, a graveyard, or a mass grave? Lin Luo certainly knows that the places he mentioned cannot be found in this simulated training environment. It is precisely because they cannot be found that he needs to propose them for creation. Lin Luo was very clear about what kind of simulated environment was most suitable for his cultivation. Mo Shanyan also mentioned that one must cultivate in the most suitable simulated environment. Otherwise, it would be of no help and could even lead to inefficiency. Instead of wasting time, he decided to take the initiative. The simulated environments within the simulated cultivation area were all created, so he could create the simulated environment he wanted as well. After hearing this, Mo Shanyan did not show the thoughtful expression Lin Luo imagined. Instead, he looked suddenly enlightened. The coffin shop, the charity graveyard, the mass grave, why didn't I think of that? You're a disciple of the Ghost Elder. Your martial soul is very special, and the cold aura it emits is somewhat similar to those special spiritual martial souls. The Ghost Elder took you as a disciple not just because of your talent, but more importantly, because of the compatibility of your martial soul. Hearing Mo Shanyan's low analysis, Lin Luo suddenly had an illusion that the teachers in the Martial Soul Academy were all masters. Given his teacher's personality, he definitely wouldn't leave too much information for the Martial Soul Academy. The fact that Mo Shanyan could analyze things so clearly indicated that he had some knowledge. Special spiritual martial souls? It seemed that the Martial Soul Academy had a more detailed classification of martial souls. Indeed, the Martial Soul Hall was the place that truly possessed the most detailed and top-level knowledge of soul masters. Mo Shanyan looked at Lin Luo and said, I'll arrange this for you right away. There's still some time in the morning, so I'll take you to explore other places in the academy, and in the afternoon, you can go to the simulated cultivation environment that suits you. After finishing, Mo Shanyan took Lin Luo out of the academy's simulated cultivation area and headed to the office building. After that, Mo Shanyan quickly familiarized Lin Luo with the academy's environment, visiting some important places. Near noon, Mo Shanyan took Lin Luo to the academy's cafeteria. 022, I like this place. It must be said that the food in the Martial Soul Academy's cafeteria was really good. The meat and vegetables were extremely well balanced, and importantly, they used soul beast meat as ingredients. Most importantly, it tasted really good, and it was free. Lin Luo felt that in terms of the cafeteria alone, the Wuhuan Academy could easily surpass all other Soul Master Academies, especially one particular academy. Whenever Lin Luo sensed the strength of the Wuhuan Academy, An absurd academy would inevitably come to mind. The admission requirements of that academy were ridiculously high, the environment was extremely poor, and there were also serious issues in some educational aspects. In comparison, the Wuhuan Academy was many times better. Indeed, without comparison, there's no harm. Is it delicious? Mo Shangyun asked with a smile. Lin Luo nodded while enjoying the meal. Delicious. Mo Shangyun chuckled. It's all earned with lives. Mo Shangyun continued. The requirements for the cafeteria at the Soul Master Academy are extremely strict. Those who had problems in the past have already left this world with their issues. Goodness. Lin Luo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Wow. It turns out that only under strict control can we achieve the results that everyone desires. Otherwise, it's just about interests. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Luo followed Mo Shangyun to the specially customized simulated training environment. This surprised Lin Luo, as he truly did not expect the efficiency of the Soul Master Academy to be so high. Of course, this was likely because the situation was quite special, so he received special treatment. Following Mo Shangyun, Lin Luo eventually arrived at the undeveloped area in the latter half of the academy. This place was overgrown with weeds, resembling a wild mountain forest at first glance. It was in this unremarkable location that Lin Luo felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Not far ahead, a simple platform had been built, and around that platform, he saw some crystal stones, which were undoubtedly the training area. Before Lin Luo could ask any questions, Mo Shangyun began to introduce the place. Originally, this area was a mass grave, but due to the needs of the Soul Master Academy, a portion was developed. The remaining part may be further developed along with the growth of the academy, or it may remain untouched. This place can definitely meet your needs. Some special spirit soul masters from the academy have trained here before. Lin Luo subconsciously asked, what about them now? They graduated. 3 very simple words. Mo Shangyun did not reveal too much information. This was also quite rare for Mo Shangyun, who did not provide a detailed introduction about things that interested Lin Luo. All right, thank you, teacher. Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. Mo Shangyun smiled slightly. As long as you can make use of it, you give it meaning to exist. You can cultivate here this afternoon. After your cultivation is finished, you can go back directly without looking for me again. Come back to the academy tomorrow. If you encounter any problems along the way, feel free to contact me. With that, Mo Shangyun handed Lin Luo a special piece of jade. When you want to find me, just inject a bit of soul power into the jade, and I'll come to find you immediately. Lin Luo took it and could feel the icy touch coming from the jade stone. The jade was milky white, with some special patterns visible on it. A soul guide? But it didn't seem like one. It seemed that Mo Shangyun noticed Lin Luo's curious gaze and smiled as he began to introduce the jade stone. This is a product created by my martial soul. A martial soul that can create jade stones. Lin Luo's confusion grew even more. However, Mo Shangyun did not provide any further explanation, instead smiling slightly and saying, all right, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, contact me through the jade. Lin Luo watched Mo Shangyun's departing figure and couldn't help but think to himself, aren't you going to ask if I'm scared here? But soon, Lin Luo scolded himself for being an idiot. It was he who had voluntarily suggested to cultivate in such an environment. So how could he still be afraid? Had pretending to be a child for too long made his intelligence regress to that of a child? Lin Luo discarded the distractions in his heart and ascended to the platform to replicate the normal cultivation of soul masters. He chose to sit cross-legged and silently operate the Amling Heart method. In reality, he was not affected by any specific posture for cultivation. He could have chosen a comfortable position that he liked. However, compared to being unique, it was better to be ordinary. Those who were already special should continue to be special, but it was still better to maintain a sense of normalcy when needed. After a short while, Lin Luo entered a state of cultivation. The soul power in the world was guided by him into his body. And after going through layers of filtration by the Amling Heart method, only the purest portion remained, helping him gradually enhance his strength. Lin Luo could clearly perceive that the crystals next to the training platform also had the effect of attracting soul power from the world, making the cultivation process seem even easier in this comfortable environment. This simulated training environment was indeed extraordinary, providing a certain level of assistance to soul masters in their cultivation. Once he entered the training state, Lin Luo began to endure the monotony of cultivation while also enjoying the feeling of increasing his strength. Improving his power was the only hope of cultivation. Even though Lin Luo could persevere, he still had to admit that cultivation was truly a very, very tedious task. Before he knew it, the entire afternoon had passed. It wasn't until evening that Lin Luo finished his training, which was the longest he had ever cultivated in one session. Lin Luo admired his own perseverance, having managed to hold on for so long. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on how those with greater strength are often the most ruthless, especially those who have completely relied on cultivation to enhance their power. True ruthless individuals among the ruthless. Their willpower must be incredibly strong to persist through it all. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Luo could clearly feel that his strength had improved to a certain extent. This made him even more satisfied with his divine-level cultivation technique, as it ensured absolute efficiency in his training. After a brief stretch to loosen up his body, Lin Luo prepared to leave. If he continued to cultivate for another hour or two, he would probably have to spend the night in this graveyard. This place was indeed a good spot. It was very comfortable to stay, but it lacked something. Lin thought to himself. Indeed, what was missing were the dead. To be precise, it was fresh corpses. This mass grave had clearly not been used for a long time, even though there were many skeletons hidden beneath the vegetation and soil. They had lost their value with the passage of time. Lin Luo sighed in his heart. It seems that stacking passives is not an easy task. While reflecting, Lin Luo's gaze turned towards the locations of the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace, finally settling on the Douluo Palace. If only he could go there to stack passives. It would be comfortable. Just as Lin Luo was lost in thought, the figure of Ghost Douluo suddenly appeared before him. 023. Ghost Douluo's instruction. Mystification. Teacher. Upon seeing Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo immediately called out respectfully. Ghost Douluo said, "It seems you're adapting very well." Lin Luo smiled and said, "My family runs a coffin shop, and my uncle runs a funeral home, so I'm used to it." Ghost Douluo said, "It's not just about cultivation." Lin Luo. He knew that his teacher couldn't possibly not pay attention to him. Don't be nervous. Being adaptable is a good thing. Ghost Douluo said. Upon hearing Ghost Douluo say this, Lin Luo felt relieved and nodded gently. He had already found excuses in his mind, but unexpectedly, he had overthought it. "Teacher, are you here to take me back?" Lin Luo asked with some anticipation. However, Ghost Douluo shook his head. "No, I am here to teach you some things. You can go back by yourself later." Hearing that there was something to learn, Lin Luo's eyes immediately lit up. "Okay, teacher." Ghost Douluo still preferred to pursue efficiency as always, not saying another word of nonsense, and directly got to the point. "This is a soul skill I created called mystification, which can conceal one's whereabouts and cast soul skills at a faster speed," Ghost Douluo said. As soon as Lin Luo heard the term atomization, he roughly guessed what Ghost Douluo was going to teach. The mist swirling around Ghost Douluo was precisely related to the word atomization, so it was very likely to be this. Lin Luo has yet to see the true appearance of his teacher, who has likely been shrouded in mist all this time. "Then teacher, let's begin," Lin Luo said eagerly. The Ghost Douluo nodded gently, then reached out and placed his hand on Lin Luo's head. Lin Luo had not yet had time to react when he felt a cold aura directly penetrate his mind. Immediately, a segment of unfamiliar information appeared in his consciousness. Profound and complex. If he wanted to understand the process and principles behind it, it would likely take a long time. However, at this moment, he directly grasped the method of use, skipping those complicated steps. "I've already taught you the essentials of fogging. From now on, you just need to practice more on your own. If you have any questions, just ask me the next time we meet." Before Ghost Douluo's words had finished, his body had already begun to slowly disappear. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel in his heart. "It seems that my teacher is really busy, but I'm very grateful that he took the time out of his hectic schedule to come see me and even taught me his self-created soul skill, Misty Transformation." Lin Luo thought to himself and then directly used it. The soul power within his body continuously surged out, slowly transforming into mist that surrounded him. With the cover of the mist, his presence could be concealed, and when he wanted to use his soul power, he could directly utilize the mist formed from it, seemingly increasing the conversion efficiency. If he reached a certain level of strength in the future and had a high enough proficiency with the mist, he could even use it to launch attacks. However, since it was his first time using it, Lin Luo couldn't control the soul power very well. The conversion efficiency of the mist was too low, leading to excessive consumption, and his face instantly turned pale. He involuntarily activated his martial soul. Otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain it. After just a few breaths, Lin Luo ended the mist state, feeling the profundity and power of the mist. Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder those who could be inscribed on the martial soul token are so powerful. They can create such a peculiar soul skill. It's easy to say one can create their own soul skill, but it's much harder to actually do it. It's not that simple to accomplish. Lin Luo didn't dare to peek into the process of vaporization. He felt that even if all the steps were laid out in front of him, it would still take him several years, or even over a decade, to fully comprehend it. If learning it was so difficult, then the difficulty of creating it was even greater. This required not only a certain level of strength as a foundation, but also talent, which was particularly important. Because of this, Lin Luo was even more grateful to Ghost Douluo. This method of directly pouring knowledge into his mind was truly effective. However, this method could probably only be accomplished by someone of Ghost Douluo's caliber. And what could be taught must be soul skills that the teacher had completely understood and created himself. Decades of hard work were given so freely, and Lin Luo felt nothing but gratitude in his heart. After vaporization, he needed to practice more. But to reach the state where his teacher could maintain vaporization without using his martial soul would likely take several years. Vaporization greatly tests a soul master's control over their soul power. During the process of learning vaporization, his ability to control soul power would definitely improve continuously, achieving two goals at once without the need to practice controlling soul power separately. Having a good teacher is truly a blessing. As the sun set, a warm glow fell on Lin Luo's youthful face, and he left with a beaming smile. Before leaving the academy, Lin Luo also went to the cafeteria for a free dinner. It was too much trouble to cook for himself, and it was hard to make dishes as nutritious and tasty as those in the cafeteria. If his teacher hadn't specifically arranged accommodation for him, Lin Luo would have even considered living in the academy, as the conditions there were truly excellent. When Lin Luo returned to the two-story building, the sky gradually darkened. If he had left half an hour later, he would probably have to rely on the moonlight to get home. Living in the academy has its conveniences, while living at home has its comforts. After taking a shower and sorting out all the trivial matters, when he lay on the soft and comfortable bed, he no longer thought about staying in the academy. This was the second day since I arrived in Soul City. Today, I smoothly enrolled in the Soul Academy, met the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and had a spar with Hulaina and Yin among them. In the afternoon, I found a suitable environment for mimicry training, and my strength increased a bit. Undoubtedly, the greatest gain today was the self-created soul skill, mist, generously taught by the teacher. Lying on the bed, Lin Luo quickly reviewed the events of the day. Summarizing each day had become a habit for him, allowing him to clarify his recent plans and developments. According to teacher Mo Shanyun, I will likely face specially customized teaching when I go to school tomorrow. Enjoying privileges is a good thing, as it allows me to maximize my talents under the Academy's care. Tomorrow, I will follow teacher Mo Shanyun's arrangements, and whenever I have free time, I can practice mist. However, after having a clearer plan, Lin Luo still felt that something was missing. That's right. I can't utilize my passive ability. Maybe I should check around the graveyard of the dead tomorrow. Who knows? There might be surprises. When I obtained the passive ability of the Hell Curse, Lin Luo was ambitious and set a grand aspiration to stack the passive to invincibility. However, reality made him realize the cruelty of the situation. Finding dead souls was relatively easy, but the key was to successfully complete the harvest. Harvesting souls is inherently a bit sinister. If someone notices and labels it as heresy, even if I start with a level 20 innate ability, I would die quickly or completely become someone else's puppet. It would be great if my teacher also had soul harvesting characteristics, then I could continuously stack my passives seamlessly. For now, I'll take it step by step. I can't be hasty. Lin Luo put away his thoughts and practiced a bit of misting before sinking into a deep sleep. Soul masters can replace sleep with cultivation, but Lin Luo was still quite young and needed to arrange for necessary sleeping hours. The next morning, Lin Luo set off for school. 024, and sure enough, there was a surprise. Upon arriving at the academy and enjoying a comfortable breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Luo headed to the classroom. To his surprise, Mo Shanyun was already in the classroom. So early? Mo Shanyun glanced at Lin Luo with some surprise. This was the question Lin Luo wanted to ask Mo Shanyun, but he ultimately chose not to speak, only politely greeting, "Good morning, teacher. Since you're already here, let's start directly," Mo Shanyun said with a smile. While speaking, Mo Shanyun handed Lin Luo a thick book and introduced it. This is some information related to special spirit body martial souls. You can read it whenever you have time. You can also look at the basic knowledge about soul masters together. It's never wrong to learn more. However, your situation is quite special, so you can focus on combat and cultivation and just find some spare time to learn slowly. Lin Luo nodded and then asked, "Teacher, should I study the same way today as I did yesterday?" Mo Shanyan shook his head. "No, you don't need to. You can go directly to the simulated training environment for your practice and just visit the soul fighting arena around noon." Indeed, his teaching arrangement had changed. "All right, teacher." Lin Luo nodded. For him, it was the same no matter where he studied. There wasn't much difference. If he had to stay in the classroom all the time, that would be truly uncomfortable. How could a soul in his 20s possibly mingle with a group of teenagers? Fortunately, these kids were relatively mature, which spared Lin Luo from some social interactions he didn't want to face. "Then I'll head directly to the simulated training environment. All right, if you encounter any problems, feel free to use the Jade Stone to contact me, and I'll come right away." After Lin Luo greeted Mo Shanyan, he went directly to the simulated training environment area. The Academy's simulated training environment area is close to the graveyard, and Lin Luo inevitably had to pass through it to reach his destination. It was evident that Mo Shanyan had already informed the staff in charge of the simulated training environment area. Otherwise, Lin Luo would not have been able to leave smoothly yesterday. Following his memory, Lin Luo quickly arrived at the simulated training environment area and smoothly entered it, heading straight to his destination. Upon reaching his destination, Lin Luo did not immediately start his training, but took out some books to browse through. Having the necessary knowledge was still important. First, he looked at the basic knowledge of soul masters, and then he read the materials related to special spiritual body martial souls that Mo Shanyan had given him that morning. In that material, he could clearly see introductions of several soul masters with special spiritual body martial souls. Jing Jitong, Martial Soul Dream Spirit, Soul Power Level 37, Deceased. Dream Spirit, a martial soul that can manipulate dreams. Chung Yuanming, Martial Soul Shadow, Soul Power Level 11, Deceased. Shadow, merely a shadow. Zhu Windong, Martial Soul, Cat Soul. Soul Power Level 49, whereabouts unknown. Cat Soul, a spirit that closely resembles a tabby cat. In that material, Lin Luo saw various strange martial souls, and he was somewhat puzzled that most of these soul masters had already died, with only a few marked as missing. The soul masters marked as missing all had relatively high soul power levels, with the lowest being a soul sect. After reading for a while, Lin Luo gained a deeper understanding of special spiritual body martial souls. Special spiritual body martial souls are basically immaterial spirits, and there are also some special cases, such as a martial soul called Deadpool that is classified as a special spiritual body martial soul. For example, his martial soul, Soul Lock Warden, appears similar to a weapon martial soul. Special spiritual body martial souls all share a common characteristic. They emit a particularly cold aura. Especially for soul masters with the same special spiritual body martial soul, they are more sensitive to it. It was precisely because he had read the books that Lin Luo understood why Ghost Douluo wanted to accept him as a disciple right after he awakened his martial soul in Notting City. It was due to sufficient certainty that he was so resolute. Lin Luo also understood why he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort when staying by Ghost Douluo's side. Perhaps it was the influence between their martial souls. In addition to emitting a particularly cold aura, special spiritual body martial souls have another notable characteristic. Soul masters with special spiritual body martial souls are prone to die young. This was the information Lin Luo saw when he flipped to the next page. In fact, when he saw the information about those related soul masters, he had already had some predictions, but when he saw this text, he couldn't help but think of himself. I also have a special spiritual body martial soul. I won't die young too, will I? But thinking that he had a divine-level martial soul, Lin Luo no longer worried too much. He continued to check the information, and the next section explained the reasons for dying young. Most special spiritual body martial souls are formed under relatively special circumstances. Many soul masters with special spiritual body martial souls had very poor physical conditions before their martial soul awakening, which might be one of the reasons for forming special spiritual body martial souls. Lin Luo agreed with this point because, in his memory, the book's plot about his teacher, Ghost Douluo, was set up this way. Ghost Douluo's martial soul is extremely peculiar. He had died once in his childhood, but due to a twist of fate, his soul was able to reattach, leading to his martial soul awakening, resulting in an extremely special martial soul situation, that is the ghost. In a sense, his soul is his martial soul, while he himself is a living dead person. He wondered if the real situation was like this. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely verify it. This material about special spiritual body martial souls was also quite rigorous. with most conclusions marked with the words "for reference only." After reading for about an hour, Lin Luo gradually lost interest in these books. The knowledge in them was mostly dry conclusions and introductions. At first, he was barely interested, but as time went on, it only became more tedious. While reading these books, Lin Luo felt like he was back in his previous life when studying. He clearly knew that those books could enhance himself, but he just couldn't get into them. Occasionally, he might feel inspired to read for a while, but it was very difficult to persist in the long run. After putting away all the books, Lin Luo prepared to begin his training. Just as he was about to enter a training state, he suddenly thought of something. Since it's still early, why not take a stroll around this graveyard? For the sake of his safety, it wouldn't be excessive to activate his martial soul, right? Lin Luo thought of this and immediately began to take action, activating his martial spirit, wielding a scythe, and carrying a lantern, starting his journey through the mass grave. After searching for about half an hour in this area, Lin Luo found nothing. At this moment, he was in a desolate thicket where there was originally no path, which he had forcibly trampled into a way. Just as he was about to give up, his lantern suddenly reacted. Underground, this mass grave indeed has surprises. 025. Dead for many years, still a lingering soul? It doesn't seem to be too far away. Let's try to see if he can absorb it. Lin Luo silently used the hell curse in his heart, and to his surprise, he actually succeeded. Under Lin Luo's gaze, a green light, orb that only he could see, slowly floated up from the ground and finally merged into his lantern. Immediately afterward, Lin Luo received a system notification. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining Defense 5 and Soul Power 1. It is the soul of a soul master. Ordinary people cannot provide soul power, and the defense they provide is very limited. Lin Luo glanced at the ground, slightly puzzled. It was obvious that this place had been abandoned for a long time, and it didn't seem like the soil had been disturbed recently. Why could the bodies buried underground still provide souls? This was very strange. Although there were doubts in his mind, Lin Luo's passive thoughts did not stop there. He continued to search for new targets. After advancing a distance, Lin Luo collected another soul. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 7 defense and 1 soul power. Subsequently, Lin Luo walked further into the mountains and forests, gradually collecting a considerable number of souls. At this point, he had also summarized some characteristics of these souls. The defense provided varied, but the soul power was uniformly 1. Moreover, Lin Luo had a vague sense that these souls seemed incomplete, each having some missing parts. They were all souls of soul masters, and all were broken versions. He had yet to find a complete one. Lin had his own speculation in his heart. Could it be that the time a soul master's soul can be preserved as longer, but as time passes, the soul slowly dissipates until it is gone? Let's stop here for today and head back to cultivate. If I keep wandering around here, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Lin Luo returned the same way he came, and soon he was back on his training platform, summarizing his gains in his heart. Just now, Lin Luo had collected a total of 20 souls, gaining a little over 100 in defense and 20 points of soul power. Last time, during his first passive stacking at the mortuary, Lin Luo did not have a very obvious feeling, perhaps because the attributes he gained were too few. This time, he clearly felt that his body had become harder, and his soul power had also received a certain boost, getting closer to level 26. In addition, Lin Luo discovered something special. The defense and soul power gained from collecting souls for the Hell Curse did not completely convert to his body. Some attributes were instead stacked on the scythe and lantern, roughly in a 60-40 ratio. If the attributes were gained through the use of equipment like the Sun Flame Holy Shield, they would completely convert to the body. Nevertheless, the ability to stack passives was truly exhilarating. If he could continue stacking like this, even with a 60-40 attribute distribution, given enough time and resources, he could become invincible. Moreover, the attributes gained from the scythe and lantern also enhanced his combat power. The scythe would have stronger offensive capabilities, while the lantern would offer greater defense. Not to mention, if his defense reached over 100,000, even a titled Douluo might struggle to deal damage. And perhaps even the shield of the soul-devouring lantern would be difficult to break. Unfortunately, there weren't enough souls to absorb. The boost provided by ordinary people's souls was too minimal, and the souls of soul masters could only be found in the graveyard of Notting City in such numbers. Additionally, the resources in the graveyard had already been collected nearly to completion. The remaining areas could provide at most 50 souls, which was already quite good. There were certainly many quick methods to collect souls, with killing being the fastest. However, if one killed just to collect souls, It would be no different from being an evil soul master, and he might be considered a heretic and killed before he even managed to stack his passives. Even if someone valued this special ability and was willing to invest resources for cultivation, in the end, he would only become a puppet, a killing machine for others. The safest way was to develop quietly like this. Only after truly growing could he stop hiding. But it would be best to keep hiding indefinitely. So no one knew he could stack passives, and the reason for his strength was solely due to his god-level martial soul. As long as he didn't act recklessly and was a bit careful, it would be hard to expose this ability. Collecting souls was already an extremely special operation. What others could see would only be him wandering around with a lantern. Beings highly sensitive to souls or soul power fluctuations might notice some clues, but they would have to be right in front of him. Moreover, the enhancement gained from each soul collected was very small. Unless the number of souls accumulated reached a terrifying amount, it would be hard to see any changes. Even the strongest Ghost Douluo was not a god and could not precisely perceive everything. Even the 99th level Qian Daolu wasn't that abnormal. Although I possess a god-level martial soul and will attract the attention of many powerful figures from Spear Hall, they likely won't focus all their attention on me. At most, my own teacher would care more. Perhaps he is secretly watching me. If he could sense any clues, he would have appeared long ago. Though there is also a possibility he isn't here. Regardless of the situation, one must be sufficiently cautious when needed, but one cannot be overly timid. Otherwise, wouldn't his hell curse become merely a decoration? After a simple analysis of his passive hell curse in his heart, Lin Luo began his training. Training may be tedious, but it must be done. For now, it is the most stable way to enhance his strength. Lin Luo practiced until noon when he suddenly remembered that he needed to go to the soul fighting arena, so he hurried over. If it weren't for the need to maintain the image of a compliant student, as a person who loves to eat, he would have arrived at the academy cafeteria on time to eat meat and drink soup. Of all times to choose, he picked mealtime. He would find an opportunity to talk to teacher Mo about it later. Lin Luo arrived at the academy's soul fighting arena with a hint of emotion and quickly found Mo Shanyan. Even though it was close to noon, the arena was still bustling with people, all engaged in practical training, some resting after exhausting themselves. For soul masters, combat was indeed very important. Teacher, I'm here. Lin Luo greeted Montag Shenyun. Mo Shanyan smiled. Great, I thought you weren't coming. We've all been waiting for you. Besides Mo Shanyan, there were also Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, but the other students from the class were not seen. Let's start the practical training. Today you'll be fighting Xieyu first, Mo Shanyan said with a smile. Okay, teacher. Lin nodded. He had always been a sensible and good student. When the teacher asked him to practice on weak opponents, he had no choice but to comply. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see how tough he had become after gaining a boost in defense. However, he estimated it would be hard to test it. As with Xieyu's current combat power, even breaking a shield would be quite difficult. Lin Luo was very confident in his own strength. Soon, the arena was cleared, and Lin Luo and Xieyu became the main characters of the battle. Xieyu, with a martial soul moonblade, had a soul power level of 32. As Xieyu spoke, he activated his martial soul. Accompanied by a wave of soul power, a huge moonblade appeared in Xieyu's hand, and 3 soul rings that formed the best combination slowly rose beneath his feet. He was another polite soul master, aware of the importance of sharing his information. Lin Luo thought to himself, and then reported his own information. To his surprise, he only mentioned a name. Lin Luo said, all right, I know. Let's start the battle directly. Lin Luo retracted the words he had just spoken in his heart, then activated his martial soul and entered battle mode. 2 purple soul rings circled around Lin Luo. Even though it was his second time in the soul arena, he was still the center of attention. From the moment he entered the arena until now, just before the battle, there were always people watching him. Compared to yesterday, today the students and teachers were not only focused on Lin Luo's youthful appearance, but more so on his strength. Although Lin Luo had appeared in public very few times yesterday and had only showcased his abilities in the soul arena, he had already become a hot topic at the Martial Soul Academy. He is Lin Luo, looking quite young, probably not even 10 years old, yet he is already a great soul master and possesses 2,000-year soul rings. Indeed, he is too strong. He can no longer be described as a genius. The term monster is more fitting for him. With an audience present, the atmosphere group was bound to appear. Lin Luo also heard others discussing him. He had gradually become accustomed to his celebrity status, but when he heard some absurd remarks like, I want to marry you, he almost couldn't hold back. I'm still just a kid, don't go too far. Let's begin. As Lin Luo and Xieyu activated their martial souls, Mo Shanyan's voice sounded. Compared to Huaina and Yin, Xieyu's attitude towards battle was much more serious, likely because he had Huaina and Yin as role models. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Xieyu's body glowed, and the moon blade in his hand was covered with a layer of fiery red energy, clearly possessing greater destructive power. Almost simultaneously as he activated his first soul skill, Xieyu charged towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo activated the soul guiding lantern for himself, then calmly assessed the position of Xieyu. After finding a suitable moment, he immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Death Sentence. The side shot out towards Xieyu with incredible speed. However, Xieyu seemed to be prepared. At the instant Lin Luo made his move, he adjusted his position. Even as Lin Luo manipulated the scythe to change direction, Xieyu successfully evaded Lin Luo's death sentence once again. Lin Luo exclaimed at his heart, "Good guy. His 100 hit rate has just been broken by Xieyu." Lin Luo controlled the chains, wanting to use them to manipulate the scythe to attack the evil moon. Regardless of whether it could have an offensive effect, at the very least, it could disrupt the rhythm of the evil moon's movements. Clang! Lin Luo's scythe swung towards Xieyu, but Xieyu easily deflected it with the moonblade. Although only in his teens, Xieyu already possessed ample combat experience. After deflecting Lin Luo's scythe, Xieyu charged toward him, and as he was about to get close, he suddenly swung the moon blade in his hand, sending a blood-red light blade flying toward Lin Luo. The blood-red light blade plunged into the enormous lantern, slowing down abruptly, but soon its color faded until it disappeared. As expected, it still couldn't break through the defense. Lin Luo had already retracted his scythe at this moment. The failure of the death sentence left him feeling a bit emotional, but that was all. He had only used death sentence a few times in total, and his lack of proficiency was a major flaw. It wasn't so easy to hit with death sentence. The previous successes were due to catching his opponents off guard. Those opponents not only lacked understanding of the soul skill death sentence, but were also quite careless, which allowed him to control them perfectly. Today, Xieyu was clearly well prepared and took this battle very seriously. The blood-red light blade failed to break through the lantern, and Xieyu seemed to have anticipated this situation, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation on his face, as if everything was under his control. At that moment, the third soul ring on Xieyu's body suddenly lit up, and the moon blade in his hand was once again enveloped in blood-red energy. Even his hands were covered in blood-red energy, greatly enhancing his momentum, giving off an extremely sharp feeling just by looking at him. The instant the blood-red energy fully covered him, Xieyu immediately launched an attack, swiftly charging towards Lin Luo with the moon blade in hand. In that moment, it seemed as if he had transformed into a moon blade himself, incredibly sharp, as if he could cut through anything. Poof! The shield provided by Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern is not a one-time use, but a continuous one. Xieyu charged into the lantern with the moon blade, but still couldn't completely break through it. He was less than 2 meters away from Lin Luo. Victory was within reach, but Xieyu couldn't advance even a fraction. Soon after, Xieyu felt a sense of weakness spreading throughout his body, which quickly turned into pain. He felt as if his body was about to be destroyed, and the expression on his face twisted in agony. "I've been waiting for you to charge in." Meanwhile, Lin Luo, under the lantern, suffered no harm at all. Taking advantage of Xieyu's unstable condition, he immediately launched the Death Judgment again, and this time it hit successfully. The scythe pulled the chains tightly binding Xieyu, and, eventually, the blade was positioned against Xieyu's neck, marking the end of the battle. Without needing Mo Shanyan's reminder, Lin Luo immediately retracted the scythe and deactivated the soul guiding lantern. Xieyu knelt on one knee, his face pale, much like Yan's from yesterday, and his condition was even worse than Yan's, as his body was not comparable to Yan's. Lin Luo calmly looked at Xieyu, while secretly thinking, "It seems I need to train my death judgment properly. If I miss in a real battle, I won't have so many lives to spare." The recent battle was quite dangerous for Lin Luo. He would also be affected by the soul guiding lantern's harm, but his body was strong enough to be immune to its negative effects, which allowed him to perform the previous maneuvers. Otherwise, if Xieyu charged again, he might have been the one to lose. 027 Meat Shield has lost desire. After the battle ended, Xieyu's defeat once again surprised everyone, as it was clear from the recent fight that Xieyu had made ample preparations, yet he still lost in the end. Everyone was extremely shocked by Lin Luo's combat power. It seemed that there was no concept of soul power suppression in front of him, at least under their witness. Lin Luo had already defeated 3 Soul Emperors. Moreover, these 3 Soul Emperors were well-known genius students in the Martial Soul Academy. Xieyu, Huaina, and Yin were all extremely famous figures in the Martial Soul Academy, ranked at the top for both their cultivation and combat talents. However, Lin Luo's appearance completely shattered this, giving them a new understanding of what it meant to be a genius. It turned out that a great soul master could be this strong, that a great soul master could possess 2,000-year soul rings, and that one could become a great soul master at such a young age. They all clearly understood that there was only one Lin Luo, but this did not prevent them from putting themselves in his shoes. While being astonished, they also felt a bit pleased. Xiaoyu lost as well, making it feel like Lin Luo was invincible in a martial soul academy. But don't say that. What do you put those seniors who have already graduated? You know they're already graduated seniors, right? Can graduates really be counted in this? That's just funny. In my opinion, some graduated seniors might not even compare to Lin Luo. He is truly too strong. After Lin Luo defeated Xiaoyu, the atmosphere among the spectators became lively again. They were excitedly discussing Lin Luo's combat power, but of course there were still some who refused to accept it, feeling that even though he knocked them out with one punch, they still couldn't accept it. Some people would also engage in malicious mockery, spewing disgusting remarks. But they spoke very softly, mostly just expressing their dissatisfaction internally, knowing that once they voiced it, they could likely be surrounded and beaten. Ridiculous comments came from ridiculous people. They knew how absurd their words were, but they insisted on saying them. Of course, there were also some who were very confident, believing that what they said was the truth. Lin Luo had gradually gotten used to the mixed reviews. As long as they weren't the shocking comments about wanting to marry him or have his children, he was fine. Take a break, adjust your state, and then continue with the next battle. Your next opponent is Yin, Mo Shan said to Lin Luo with a smile. Lin Luo nodded gently. Okay, teacher. In fact, he could still continue fighting. The soul power within him was sufficient. But since the teacher suggested he take a break, he would adjust his condition to the best state. Lin Luo was not quite sure why his soul power storage was so abundant. It could possibly be the benefits brought by his divine-level martial soul, or perhaps the advantages of the divine-level technique, the Dark Spirit Heart method. Currently, his soul power level was only at 25, making him a great soul master. But he vaguely felt that his soul power storage seemed to be greater than that of an average soul sovereign. This was something Lin Luo observed from Xiaoyu and the others. After using a set of soul skills, they would show signs of fatigue. When passing by other sub-battle spirit arenas, Lin Luo also noticed that other students, who were also great soul masters, despite having good control over their soul power, still needed to rest and adjust immediately after engaging in battles that weren't particularly intense. However, he felt different. He sensed that his soul power was very sufficient. Although both of his soul skills were 1,000-year soul skills and consumed a lot of soul power, he still had enough to spare. Lin Luo felt quite proud of this. After a brief rest, he quickly reached his optimal state, noticing that Mo Shan did not remind him. He waited for a moment before taking the initiative to say he was ready to fight. Even so, Mo Shan and the others were somewhat surprised. Their expression seemed to say, "You recovered so quickly." In fact, Lin Luo wanted to complain that he hadn't used many soul skills just now. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Luo returned to the battle arena, and this time, his opponent changed from Xiaoyu to Yin. Lin Luo and Yin were no strangers to battle, so there was no polite introduction. At Mo Shanyan's command, they directly engaged in combat. The two of them had a limited number of soul skills, and there weren't any overly flashy maneuvers. It was a relatively conventional start. Lin Luo was as cautious as ever, first putting on the soul lantern for protection. With a shield, he felt secure. As long as the shield held, he dared to take any action. Yin, on the other hand, took the initiative to activate his third soul skill. It seemed he hadn't had the chance to use it in the previous battle, but this time he employed it directly, as if he didn't want to leave any room for regret in his actions. As soon as Yan's third soul ring lit up, a fiery red energy surged around him, significantly enhancing his momentum and making him appear more imposing. Indeed, he was just one person, yet he gave off a heavy presence, like a mountain standing firm and unshakable. Almost simultaneously with Yin completing his third soul skill, Lin Luo unleashed his death judgment. Lin Luo's speed in releasing soul skills seemed faster than that of an ordinary soul master. The enormous scythe, connected by chains, whistled towards Yin. With the newfound heaviness, Yan's body seemed to become a bit clumsy, and instead of executing the fluid movement of the evil moon, he chose to brace for the impact directly. Clash! Lin Luo's scythe quickly fell on Yin, making a sound like metal colliding, but it did not harm Yin. The chains swiftly wrapped around, successfully restraining Yin. Goodness, I just encountered a rock person. Looking at Yan's indomitable stance, Lin Luo suddenly lost the desire to attack and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Lin Luo did not attempt to pull himself in front of Yin, which would have been equivalent to delivering his own head to Yin. However, Lin Luo still maximized his output as much as possible. He tightly gripped the chains and pulled hard, making the chains bind Yin even more securely. At the same time, the gigantic scythe continued to deal damage to Yan's body, but there was still no sign of breaking through his defenses. Both the chains and the scythe emitted a faint green glow, carrying a chilling aura that inflicted damage on Yan. But this amount of damage was clearly insufficient to breach his defenses. Lin Luo felt a bit helpless. Meat shields were indeed the most annoying existence. Just when Lin Luo had not achieved any offensive results, Yan's counterattack came. 028 still won, but it was a bit messy. Lin Luo could clearly sense the sudden surge of Yan's power, and then he was pulled over by the chain. Wow, you stole my keyboard, huh? I didn't even press the second cue. Jokes aside, Lin Luo immediately prepared to respond. If it was just a contest of strength, Lin Luo was well aware that he couldn't match Yan at the moment, so he decisively chose to retract his chains and scythe. Even though his speed was fast enough, his body was still pulled forward several steps, showcasing Yan's power. Just as Lin Luo retracted the chains and scythe, Yan's body moved, charging towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately understood that the three members of the Golden Generation were well prepared. However, Lin Luo did not panic. He held a sickle in his hand, ready to engage with Yan first. Others were empty-handed, but at least he had a sharp sickle, so there was no need to be anxious, right? Besides, he still had a shield. What was there to be afraid of? Compared to Xiaoyu's speed, Yan was significantly slower, giving Lin Luo plenty of room to maneuver. There was no need for a head-on clash. Lin Luo swung the scythe in his hand once again, but this time it wasn't to unleash a death sentence. It was a regular attack. Who said a scythe had to be wielded in hand to launch an effective attack? Using chains to control, it was also an option. Lin Luo controlled the chains to swing the scythe towards Yan. At that moment, the second soul ring on Yan's body suddenly lit up, and his arm instantly became enormous. As if made of rock, extremely hard and full of power. Clang! Yan directly blocked Lin Luo's scythe, and the immense force made the scythe tremble slightly, as did the chain it was attached to. After blocking the scythe, Yan took steady steps and continued to charge at Lin Luo. Lin Luo hurriedly manipulated the chains to continue the attack, but each strike was blocked by Yan. What a guy, is being sufficiently tough enough to act without restraint. Lin Luo looked at Yan, rushing towards him, unable to help but shout in his heart, "Don't come over." But he wasn't actually panicking. After all, he still had the shield. The Soul Guiding Lantern had both defensive and offensive effects, and the effect currently maintained was defensive. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could keep the shield up or it could be broken directly. Poof! Yan finally reached Lin Luo's front, swinging his massive fist down towards him. But the first thing that was hit was still the lantern in front of Lin Luo. With the continuous enhancement from his soul skills, Yan's strength had become terrifying. This punch directly smashed a hole in the Soul Guiding Lantern, and then he continued to swing his fist down. One punch, two punches, three punches. The color of the lantern became lighter and lighter, symbolizing that the shield was about to break. Lin Luo certainly didn't just stand by to watch Yan's performance. He was also manipulating the scythe to attack Yan. However, Yan's current state was simply too resilient, making it difficult to inflict damage. With each successive attack from the scythe, he finally managed to break through Yan's defenses, but the result was merely slicing off a portion of the stone-like substance on Yan's right arm. Lin Luo felt very helpless and somewhat desperate. Nevertheless, he didn't give up. While maintaining the shield of the Soul Guiding Lamp, he released the Judgment of Death to control Yan and immediately followed up with an attack from the Soul Guiding Lamp. The continuous release of soul techniques made Lin Luo feel that his soul power consumption was quite terrifying for the first time, but there was no other way. If he didn't struggle a bit more, Yan's fist would soon be crashing into his face. Although, it was very likely that his body was even tougher than the Soul Guiding Lamp. The renewed control of the Judgment of Death only slightly hindered Yan. He was not as clumsy as he appeared. His reactions were incredibly swift. When controlled by the Judgment of Death, he immediately used his own power to try to pull Lin Luo over. Lin Luo struggled as well, but he found that his strength was no match for Yan's, and ultimately had to give up, retracting his chains and scythe. At that moment, the attack form of the Soul Guiding Lamp landed on Yan. But compared to the previous battle, this time the Soul Guiding Lamp inflicted very average damage on Yan. Yan was even able to continue his assault under the corrosion of the Soul Guiding Lamp. This scene left Lin Luo in shock, and the shallow knowledge he had made him blurt out 2 words. Impressive. He truly did not expect Yin's body to be so tough. It should be noted that his soul guiding lamp had always been effective before and had achieved certain results against Yin, but unexpectedly, it had failed this time. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement from Yan's 3rd soul skill that made him ridiculously resilient. I don't believe you can maintain this state forever. With no other options, Lin Luo finally decided to engage in a war of attrition. Sufficient soul power was his last capital, and he could determine that after gaining such an abnormal enhancement, Yin would definitely enter a weakened state. As long as he endured this period, victory would surely belong to him. If it weren't for the fact that the effects of the soul guiding lamp couldn't continuously stack and would significantly weaken with consecutive uses, Lin Luo would have kept using the soul guiding lamp, comparing who could be more disgusting than the other. This was also why Lin Luo had just used the attack effect of the soul guiding lamp against Yin. Otherwise, he would have kept applying the shield to himself, making himself invincible. Poof! Yin smashed his fist against the lantern again, creating another gap, and this time the gap didn't repair itself. The lantern had also dimmed, and the shield was finally broken. Yin seemed to see a glimmer of hope for success, but just as he raised his fist to strike Lin Luo's face for victory, that detestable chain and scythe appeared once more, wrapping around him again. At this point, Yan's strength was nearly exhausted, and he could no longer use his power to pull Lin Luo over. Can he still use soul techniques? Yin felt a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Luo appeared very cautious. After controlling Yin, he continuously retreated, clearly wanting to pull Yin again. Thud! Before the pulling process was fully completed, Yin collapsed from exhaustion. Undoubtedly, Lin Luo had once again achieved victory in battle. However, this round of combat was not as easy and carefree as before. It even seemed somewhat awkward, ultimately winning through a battle of soul power. Nevertheless, Lin Luo still won. His terrifying soul power reserves were thoroughly showcased to all the spectators, who once again gathered around him with incredulous gazes. Their mouths seemed to be saying no way. Lin Luo also experienced the feeling of being completely drained for the first time, and his face looked somewhat pale. 029, Hulaina, I admit defeat. Compared to the other spectators, Mo Shanyun appeared somewhat calmer, as if he had anticipated this situation would occur. A satisfied smile appeared on Mo Shanyun's face. Lin Luo wins. First, restore your soul power through cultivation. The next target is Hulaina. Lin Luo nodded gently. Okay. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Luo entered a state of cultivation. After a brief moment of silence, everyone began to get excited again. He could actually use so many 1,000-year soul skills in such a short time. Is he still a great soul master? The soul power he possesses is terrifying. It feels like even ordinary soul emperors don't have as much as he does. As expected of Yin, the man I have the most faith in, he almost won against that monster. I didn't expect to see such an exciting battle today. It seems my decision to eat later was the right choice. These discussions no longer reached Lin Luo's ears, as he was in a state of intense concentration, completely immersed in his cultivation, automatically blocking out the external noise. At this time, Yin had already stood up with the support of Xiaoyu, his gaze fixed on Lin Luo, filled with a hint of unwillingness, but more so with shock. Xiaoyu felt the same. What are you all sulking about? ISNT, there's still me? I'll help you win back. Hulaina's voice rang out, but did not change the expressions on Yin and Xiaoyu's faces. Xiaoyu said, we've all lost. So you're destined to lose too. But he looked down on. I'm not worse than you, okay? Hulaina replied, somewhat unconvinced. At this moment, Yin spoke up, his voice sounding a bit weak. Please don't force yourself. I'm serious. Although Hulaina was somewhat unhappy, she did not refute what Yin said. Because Hulaina knew that Yin was not someone who liked to joke, and the combat power Lin Luo displayed indeed possessed many unknown dangers. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes. It feels like my cultivation speed has become even faster. Could it be that cultivating in a state of being drained makes the speed faster? Lin Luo was very satisfied with his recent cultivation state and had his own guesses in mind. Why not let Hulaina exhaust her body a bit during their battle later? Teacher, I have recovered and can fight now. Lin Luo didn't want to waste time and directly spoke to Mo Shanyun. Mo Shanyun originally had an expression of being fully in control, but upon hearing Lin Luo's words, a look of shock appeared on his face. Has he recovered so quickly? Mo Shanyun instinctively asked. Upon hearing Mo Shanyun's words, Lin Luo realized that he had been a bit too hasty. Since things had come to this point, he might as well put on a show. Lin Luo pretended to respond calmly. Yes, teacher, is this really considered fast? I feel like a long time has already passed. It was precisely because his cultivation state was quite good that Lin Luo had just taken a moment to cultivate after regaining his condition. Lin Luo originally thought that he had already spent a lot of time, but he didn't expect Mo Shanyan to still have this shocked expression. It seems he has some misunderstanding about the passage of time while in a state of cultivation. After hearing this, Mo Shanyan fell silent, but a smile appeared on his face. All right, since you've recovered, let's fight with Hulaina. It's getting late, so let's finish the battle early and go eat. Good. Lin Luo was already a bit impatient to eat and couldn't wait to finish the battle with Hulaina. But one must never doubt a person's spirit for eating. This time, Hulaina still did not introduce her information, but Lin Luo didn't care about that detail anymore. Their battle soon began. Lin Luo's operations remain unchanged, using the soul guiding lamp and death judgment. In fact, even if Lin Luo wanted to employ other tactics, his strength does not allow it. He currently only has these two soul skills. No matter how he tries to change, he cannot create anything more extravagant. The scythe pulls the chain towards Hulaina, whose movements are as agile as Xie Yu's as she maneuvers. In the end, she manages to avoid Lin Luo's death judgment thanks to her nimble positioning. Lin Luo's regained confidence in Yin has now vanished again. Goodness, does good positioning mean you could do whatever you want? Lin Luo did not become panicked because of the void left by his death sentence. Instead, he became even calmer. If everything went too smoothly, he would gradually become inflated. It was only by experiencing some setbacks that he could maintain his best fighting condition. Lin Luo manipulated the chains to wield the scythe, attacking Hulaina. Just as he was about to hit, Lin Luo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, and he instantly knew he had fallen victim to Hulaina's fox charm skill. This difficult-to-evade control soul skill was really quite a headache. But Hulaina was only strong in control. Her offensive capabilities were not as good as Xie Yu's, and her defensive abilities were not as strong as Yan's. Fortunately, Hulaina, Yin, and Xie Yu's abilities had not combined, otherwise it would truly be somewhat invincible. When Lin Luo regained his senses, he could clearly perceive that his lantern was under attack. What surprised Lin Luo was that the color of the lantern had already become very faint. When did Hulaina's offensive power become so strong? Lin Luo could clearly see the pink light radiating from Hulaina, as if she had entered some kind of amplification state. On Hulaina's hands were claws formed from fiery red flames, and each strike made the lantern dim even more. The attack was fierce, and the damage seemed decent, but still, it didn't break the shield. Lin Luo immediately controlled his scythe and launched another attack at Hulaina. Hulaina stopped her movements and chose to evade. It must be said that Hulaina's positioning is really good, seemingly even stronger than Yan's. But this kind of positioning leans more towards defense, while Yan's positioning leans more towards offense. The fact that she can even dodge ordinary attacks begs the question, is her positioning too strong, or is my control over the chains and scythe too poor? Lin Luo questioned his own abilities, but it was only for a moment. Just as Lin Luo was about to continue the chase, Hulaina suddenly spoke up. I lost. Lin Luo controlled the chains, and the scythe hovered in midair, ready to strike at Hulaina. Hulaina appeared calm. There's no point in continuing the fight. I admit, your soul skills are indeed very powerful. Lin Luo retracted the chains and scythe. Although he had achieved victory, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. When he witnessed Hulaina's agile movements, he thought he could have an exhilarating battle with her. But to his surprise, Hulaina actually conceded defeat. No need to thank me. It was all instructed by the Elder Ghost. All right, Mo Shanyan seemed to have anticipated this situation, showing little change in expression as he lightly nodded and announced the result of the battle. Lin Luo wins. However, other spectators found it hard to accept this outcome. They had originally placed their hopes on Hulaina, but unexpectedly, she chose to concede directly. Yet, some rational spectators could see the clues. Hulaina had exhausted all her abilities, but had not achieved any substantial offensive effect. Not conceding would only lead to a more humiliating defeat, and it was better to end the subsequent torment early. Just as Hulaina said, continuing the fight held no meaning. Lin Luo felt a bit unhappy inside. He didn't want Hulaina to acknowledge any so-called greatness, especially since the greatness Hulaina acknowledged was not his own, but rather the power of his soul skills. Although, in fact, it seemed to be true. He really didn't have any impressive techniques, and there were issues with the accuracy of his death judgment. Even when performing ordinary attacks, he appeared somewhat clumsy, relying entirely on the strength of his two soul skills to achieve victory consecutively. However, Lin Luo still felt a bit dissatisfied, if possible. He would prefer to fight Hulayina until the very last moment. Lin Luo, you should go eat first. After you finish, you can take a good rest or return to the training area to practice. I'll come find you in the afternoon, Imo Shanyun said with a smile. Seemingly more and more satisfied with Lin Luo, Lin Luo retracted his martial soul, nodded, and then left under the gaze of everyone. Although he didn't feel satisfied with this last battle, it did not affect his mood for eating at all. After Lin Luo left, the audience gradually exited as well. They had come specifically for Lin Luo, and as they left, they couldn't help but discuss excitedly. Lin Luo is indeed impressive. He has already defeated Xiaoyu and the others in the second round. From today onwards, Lin Luo is my new goal. Strength truly knows no age. Even if one is young, they can still possess extraordinary power and combat ability. Hulayina is such a letdown. I was hoping she could take down that arrogant kid. What's so great about Lin Luo? I really don't understand why you all like to hype him up so much. He just has 2,000-year soul rings. If I had 2,000-year soul rings, I could easily defeat Xiaoyu and the others as well. So, did you give Lin Luo his 1,000-year soul rings? I've seen ridiculous things, but I've never seen anything as ridiculous as this. Yeah, I guess Lin Luo's soul power level is also due to his own training. Lin Luo naturally couldn't hear the discussions around him. He had already arrived at the academy's cafeteria. He quickly prepared his meal and sat in a corner, starting to eat furiously. Delicious food always brings the best healing to one's soul, and Lin Luo felt that the happiest moments of his day were when he was eating. While indulging in his meal, Lin Luo also reflected on the battles in the soul arena. He would not let victory blind his eyes through the fights. He could see many of his shortcomings that needed improvement in the future. He had to spend time practicing his death judgment, as well as improving his proficiency in controlling the chains to attack with the scythe. These were fundamental aspects that he needed to master as best as he could. There was no operation to speak of with the soul guiding lamp, so for now, he would focus on the first two tasks. One had to admit that teacher Imo Shanyun was quite impressive. Just a few simple battles allowed him to see his strength more clearly. And it seemed that Xiaoyu and the other two also gained some improvement. 2 days, 2 rounds of battles with the same 3 people. The first round was to build confidence. The second round was to recognize oneself. Xiaoyu's positioning and attacks made Lin Luo realize how inadequate his death judgment was. And the soul guiding lamp was not truly invincible. Yan's defense and strength made Lin Luo aware of the shortcomings of his death judgment. It was difficult to effectively control a tank-type soul master, and if the opponent was strong, they might even pull him over. The offensive and defensive capabilities of the soul guiding lamp also seemed somewhat powerless. In a situation where strength was comparable, one could only choose to drag it out. And a head-on clash would surely yield no good results. Hulayina's fox charm control made Lin Luo realize the terror of control-type soul masters during the period of dizziness. If it weren't for the protection of the soul guiding lamp, he would have already lost. Ultimately, it was still about the accuracy of his death judgment. His control was empty while the opponent's control hit, and this back and forth made it difficult to avoid falling into a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely that teacher Imo Shanyun will conduct special training targeting these weaknesses of his in the near future. After lunch, Lin Luo had no intention of wandering around and directly went to the simulated training environment of the burial mound, but he did not start training immediately. Instead, he focused on improving his proficiency with the chain scythe. There were no suitable live targets here. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have preferred to practice his death judgment. Activating his martial soul, Lin Luo wielded the scythe for a moment before starting to manipulate the chains to control the scythe's attacks. The trees and bushes served as his practice targets. The sharpness of the scythe was beyond doubt, easily slicing through all targets. He felt that he still needed live targets to truly improve. Lin Luo practiced for a while, and the surrounding trees were all neatly cut down by him. But he was still somewhat unsatisfied. He retracted his martial soul and prepared to cultivate. Just then, Imo Shanyun arrived. Seeing that Lin Luo had not yet begun to cultivate, Imo Shanyun immediately approached with a smile. Lin Luo, I have developed a targeted training plan for you. If you think it's fine, we can start tomorrow, Imo Shanyun said. Lin Luo Dao said, Teacher, please speak. He knew that Imo Shanyun would not let him down. Imo Shanyun said, Your proficiency in your first soul skill and ordinary offensive methods is obviously lacking. I will be your practice partner to help you improve these abilities. You can arrange the time and place, and we will still use that piece of jade to communicate. If you're ready to train, we can start the training now. Lin Luo was a bit surprised. He had thought that his sparring partners would be Xiaoyu and the other two, and that he could also become their sparring partner. He never expected that Mo Shangyun would personally come to be his sparring partner. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. Mo Shangyun smiled and said, "There's no need to thank me. This was all instructed by Elder Gui." Lin Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Mo Shangyun continued, "In addition, there is something I need to inform you in advance. 031. Mutated Martial Soul, Spirit Pattern Jade Rui. What is it? Teacher, please tell me." Lin Luo looked at Mo Shangyun with some surprise. Mo Shangyun said, "As long as your strength reaches Soul Master, you can graduate from the Martial Soul Academy. But graduation is just the beginning. You don't need to ask too much about the specifics, as I won't say much either. You'll understand when the time comes." Lin Luo couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's just teasing. It's better not to say it all. At the same time, Lin Luo felt a bit confused. Is it really that simple to graduate from the Soul Martial Academy once you reach the Soul Master level? No, there was another sentence. Graduation is just the beginning. Mo Shangyun suddenly smiled. This is only said to students whose soul power level has reached 25 or above, and you have just enrolled not long ago. It's the first time I'm saying this to you. Lin Luo also felt it was somewhat strange. Indeed, just starting school and already talking about graduation. Moreover, he still found it hard to understand the college's arrangements. According to the current teacher Mo, students with graduation potential would be notified in advance. What is the significance of such a notification? All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Whenever you need to train, feel free to contact me. Mo Shangyun said with a smile. Lin Luo Dao said, "Teacher, why don't we start training now? I've just been left in suspense, and it's hard to calm down and meditate for a while. It would be better to do some intensive training." Mo Shangyun smiled and nodded. "Sure. Everything will be based on your arrangement." Lin Luo politely said, "Sorry to trouble you. Teacher, my martial soul is the spirit pattern Jade Rui, a mutated martial soul that can create jade stones engraved with spirit patterns." As Mo Shangyun introduced her martial soul, she activated it. The surrounding soul power suddenly fluctuated intensely, and under Lin Luo's gaze, a jade rui appeared in Mo Shangyun's hand. Even from a distance, one could see many mysterious patterns carved on the jade rui. Lin Luo's gaze did not linger too long on Mo Shangyun's jade rui, but instead fell on Mo Shangyun's soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Goodness, this unassuming teacher is actually a soul sage. The faculty strength of the Martial Soul Academy is truly unquestionable. Activate your martial soul, and let's start training your death judgment. As he spoke, Mo Shangyun's third soul ring lit up, and he casually waved the jade rui in the air, eventually forming a special magic circle. A milky white hand reached out from the magic circle, followed by a humanoid jade figure that closely resembled Mo Shangyun appearing. Once the humanoid jade figure emerged, it stood still like a jade sculpture. At that moment, the first and second soul rings on Mo Shangyun lit up again, and he waved the jade figure once more. In the next second, the humanoid jade figure's entire body slightly glowed, as if it had received activation energy and began to move flexibly. After completing this operation, Mo Shangyun smiled and said, "Your target is him." Lin Luo was stunned by Mo Shangyun's wave of operations, realizing that there were such special martial souls in the world. Seeing Lin Luo's surprised expression, Mo Shangyun still wore a faint smile. Mutated martial souls can be quite strange. I consider myself to be a relatively lucky existence. My martial soul mutation has developed in a positive direction, granting me better talents. Unfortunately, my martial soul is not very suitable for combat and is more tool-like. Well, you will see more mutated martial souls in the future. There are quite a few within our Martial Soul Academy alone. However, I do not recommend you waste too much time on useless socializing. Those mutated martial souls are insignificant in front of you, and my martial soul is the same. What you need to do is focus on enhancing your own strength. As long as you become strong enough, you won't lack so-called friends around you. Let's get started. Lin Luo nodded and immediately activated his martial soul. Mo Shangyun's voice rang out. Start from a distance of 2 meters and gradually increase. Okay, teacher. Lin Luo nodded. Lin Luo and the humanoid jade statue arrived at a relatively flat area, maintaining a distance of 2 meters between them. At Mo Shangyun's signal, Lin Luo swung the scythe. With only a distance of 2 meters, Lin Luo was quite confident in his death sentence. The scythe was already fast, and at such a short distance. It was difficult for the target to evade if they were not significantly stronger or focused on speed. Indeed, as soon as Lin Luo launched the scythe, The humanoid jade statue moved, but its speed could not match that of the scythe, and it was instantly bound tightly. 3 meters, Mo Shanyan said. Lin Luo took a step back and then shot again, this time hitting easily. 4 meters. He hit it just as effortlessly. This time, Mo Shanyan asked with concern. Do you need a break? Lin Luo said, It's fine, we can continue. The distance is now 5 meters. This time, the humanoid jade stone is already able to perform evasive actions, but Lin Luo can still control it relatively easily. The distance is now 6 meters. Lin Luo's death sentence somewhat reluctantly hit the humanoid jade stone. It was 7 meters away. After a short break, Lin Luo made another move, this time directly controlling a mass of air. He then tried a few more times, but still couldn't hit the humanoid jade stone. 6 meters and 5. Mo Shanyan said. Lin Luo's scythe could barely reach the body of the humanoid jade, but it was still difficult to achieve control. Don't think that Lin Luo's death sentence is too trashy. A distance of 6 to 7 meters isn't too far, but the hit rate starts to become a bit mysterious. This is because Lin Luo is challenging a hell-level difficulty, and under the control of Mo Shanyan, the humanoid jade is constantly testing Lin Luo's limits of manipulation. About an hour later, Lin Luo has already been able to accurately hit a humanoid jade stone from a distance of 5 meters. Mo Shanyan revealed a satisfied smile. Let's call it a day. Your progress has been significant. Cultivation must always be the top priority. Everything else can come gradually. Lin Luo was somewhat exhausted and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, teacher. Mo Shanyan nodded gently and then left, indicating that there was no need to say thanks more than once. Basic courtesy should be acknowledged and responded to. After watching Mo Shanyan leave, Lin Luo adjusted his state and immediately entered into his training. After nearly an hour of intensive training, Lin Luo continuously consumed and restored his soul power, and his body had become somewhat fatigued, but still within a bearable range. While training the accuracy of his death judgment, Lin Luo also improved his control over the chains, gaining quite a bit. In this state of fatigue, Lin Luo felt that his training speed seemed to have increased again. At this rate, it felt like it wouldn't be long before his soul power level reached 26,032, 7 years old, Soul Master. 1 year later, at the back mountain of the Soul Martial Academy, simulated training environment, the Graveyard of Chaos. As the sun set, Lin Luo finished his training just like usual. He admired the beautiful sunset for half a second and then hurried towards the academy cafeteria. A year had passed, and he had grown quite a bit taller, but his enthusiasm for food had never changed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Luo served himself a delicious and nutritious meal, then went to his usual seat by the window. With an excited smile, he glanced at the food and immediately began to eat. While Lin Luo was enjoying his meal, 3 figures approached him. It was none other than the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. Lin Luo, do you eat this much every day? Hulaina asked, sitting down beside Lin Luo with a smile as she observed him. Lin Luo didn't even glance at Hulaina, still focused on eating, and mumbled, If you don't eat more, how can you grow quickly? Haha, growing up takes time, being anxious won't help. Trying to force it will only make your growth falter faster, Hulaina replied with a smile. This seed is not the same as that seed. Lin Luo paused slightly upon hearing this. He always felt that some of the things Hulaina said to him were a bit strange. Xiaoyu's gaze was also on Lin Luo, but his focus wasn't on Lin Luo's eating habits. Instead, it was on Lin Luo's soul power level. You should be close to a breakthrough during this time, right? Lin Luo nodded gently. It's about done. Just a matter of these past few days, at most not exceeding a week. Xiaoyu's expression became somewhat complicated as he sighed. It seems that the Soul Master Academy's record for Soul Douluo is going to be refreshed, and it won't be broken for many years to come. Don't be so conservative, okay? It definitely won't be broken. Who can reach the level of Soul Douluo at the age of 7? There probably is only Lin Luo in this world who can do it. Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim, I really don't know how you, Lin Luo, this monster trained. In just a year, you've improved so much. Among the 3, only Yin appeared somewhat calm. Improving 5 levels in a year. Even those soul masters who use abnormal means to enhance their soul power can't reach such speed, right? Abnormal means to enhance soul power? Lin Luo was stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing while looking at Yin with some confusion. What do you mean? Yin replied calmly, evil. At that moment, Hulaina shot a glare at Yin, and Yin immediately changed his words. You will understand when your strength truly reaches Soul Master. Do I even need to reach Soul Master? I already know. Hearing that one word is equivalent to hearing all the answers. It seems that the task they three were executing was mostly related to that aspect. Over the past year, the people Lin Luo had interacted with the most were Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. They were each other's sparring partners, engaging in practical training every day. Occasionally, some new faces would join, but Xiaoyu and the other two were Lin Luo's regular opponents in practical training. After spending a year together, their relationships were quite good. Lin Luo also learned some information about life after graduation from Xiaoyu and the others. It turned out that Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin had already graduated from the Wuhuan Academy and were on the path of a new beginning, as mentioned by Mo Shanyan. Here, graduation is more about marking a new beginning rather than a true graduation. The three of them can still enjoy the resources of the academy and are still considered students of the Wuhuan Academy in name. This is why Lin Luo can train in actual combat with them every day. Xiaoyu and the others are very tight-lipped. Lin Luo had tried to inquire about their situation after graduation, but all he got was the word mission without any further details. All right, you continue eating. After you're done, come find us at the Duhan Arena. Xiaoyu and the others did not linger too long, seemingly just running into Lin Luo by chance, exchanged a simple greeting, and then left. Lin Luo continued to eat while reflecting on his experiences over the past year. Throughout this year, he had basically been repeating the same routine as yesterday, studying theoretical knowledge about martial souls and then engaging in practical training. He also had special training sessions with Mo Shanyan every day, although he spent most of his time on cultivation. In fact, Lin Luo was somewhat surprised by how fast his cultivation speed was. Improving 5 levels a year was quite exaggerated. However, upon careful consideration, it seemed understandable. After all, he had absorbed 2,000-year soul rings. At that time, his apparent soul power level was 25, but he had actually made significant progress towards 26. Therefore, after a short period of cultivation, his soul power level had already broken through to 26, and he had not yet reached 30. When calculated, he had only improved 4 levels in a year. Although this speed was already terrifying and enough to shock most soul masters. One must not forget that Lin Luo had a divine level martial soul and divine level techniques. If his cultivation speed was the same as an ordinary soul master, then he would not deserve to be called divine level. In addition, Lin Luo had also found some opportunities to stack passive abilities over the year, enhancing his defense while also increasing his soul power. Every day, he tortured himself through practical training and special training sessions, never stopping the use of the mist technique taught by his teacher. He would exhaust himself every day, and the effect of cultivation in that state was somewhat better. Even if he only gained a tiny bit of help, the continuous accumulation would lead to considerable improvement. The simulated training environment also provided some assistance, although it was not particularly significant. He had no interest in hobbies like blacksmithing. His biggest hobby was eating, which did not take much time. He basically enjoyed 3 meals a day at the academy cafeteria, and he managed his time very reasonably. Under these conditions, Lin Luo's speed of soul power level improvement was not outrageous. If he did not improve quickly, that would be strange. After eating his fill, Lin Luo got up and headed to the academy's battle arena. Just in time, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin had finished warming up, and the practical training was about to begin. Lin Luo's death sentence hit 100, completely crushing Xiaoyu and the other 3. All 3 battles were one-sided. Before dark, the practical training ended, and Lin Luo didn't want to bully them every day, but Xiaoyu and the others were so proactive that he couldn't bear to refuse. Over the course of this year, Lin Luo had never lost. Although everyone improved daily, Lin Luo's progress was just a bit more than Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin, allowing him to precisely gauge them. As time passed, that precise gauging turned into an easy handle, and now it had become complete domination. Some gaps exist from the very beginning, and as time goes by, they become increasingly difficult to catch up to. More often than not, the gap only widens, making it forever hard to close. After the practical training ended, Lin Luo went back. That night, Lin Luo completed his breakthrough, raising his soul power level to 33. Help you acquire a soul ring is the new task. It was faster than I had imagined. I originally expected it would take at least 3 days to complete the breakthrough, but I didn't expect it to be done tonight. It seems my luck is really good. Lin Luo finished his training, and it was currently the early hours of the morning. He was filled with excitement and joy. For Lin Luo, the training process was relatively easy, though somewhat dull and tedious. His soul power level had been increasing smoothly, but he faced a bottleneck at level 29. All soul masters go through this stage, and the transition from level 29 to 30 is especially important serving as the first significant test of a soul master's talent. Many soul masters find themselves stuck at level 29 for their entire lives, unable to break through. However, for talented soul masters, the process is generally smooth, though the time it takes can vary. In Lin Luo's view, when a soul master encounters the barrier of soul power levels, it requires more than just effort. It also tests a person's comprehension, and luck plays a certain role as well. Lin Luo's perceptiveness is beyond doubt. Even if he cannot break through tonight, it will only take a few days for him to reach the next level. To further confirm whether he truly completed the breakthrough, Lin Luo opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul. Soul Lock Warden Hammerstone. Soul Power Level, Level 30. Soul Rings. 1,000 Years, 1089. 1,000 Years, 2005. Soul Bones, not acquired. Domain, not acquired. Points, 0. Indeed, he has reached level 30. Unlike other soul masters who rely on their feelings to roughly judge their soul power level, Lin Luo can directly and accurately see his own strength through the system. After confirming once again, the smile on Lin Luo's face became even more pronounced. However, when his gaze fell on the points line, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It's been a whole year, and I haven't gotten a single choice. These points have been at 0 ever since the last lottery draw. If it weren't for the smooth operation of the personal panel, Lin Luo would even suspect that his system had gone rogue. Having not received any choices in the past year seems quite normal, mainly because I haven't faced any significant decisions. Every day has been very peaceful. However, I still feel that this system isn't particularly reliable. Even if it can't provide important choices, it should be able to generate some trivial ones. I'm not solely after rewards. It would be nice to increase my points a bit. I estimate that when I acquire my third soul ring, I might face a choice. But I'll deal with that when the time comes. I should hurry and get some sleep. I'll go find teacher Mo Shanyan early tomorrow morning. With that, Lin Luo closed his personal panel and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Luo woke up, tidied himself up briefly after washing up, and set off for the Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Lin Luo went to the cafeteria, as usual, to have a free, nutritious breakfast. Normally, after breakfast, he would head directly to the simulated training environment to start a new day of learning. But today was different. He went to the academy's office building. Following his memory, Lin Luo arrived at the door of Mo Shanyan's office. Lin Luo can also contact Mo Shanyan through the Jade Stone given by Mo Shanyan. But Lin Luo feels that some things that can be done conveniently don't need to be made so special. Lin Luo, have you successfully broken through? Lin Luo was just about to knock on the door when he unexpectedly heard Mo Shanyan's voice coming from behind. He immediately turned around and saw Mo Shanyan approaching with a smile, holding a set of documents in hand. Lin nodded. Yes, teacher. All right. Mo Shanyan did not show any overly surprised expression. Only the smile on his face became even more pronounced. With a wave of soul power, the information in Mo Shanyan's hand disappeared and was stored in his soul guide device. He originally planned to go to the office, but that idea was no longer on his mind. Let's go. We will set off immediately to obtain the soul rings, Mo Shanyan said with a smile. Lin Luo paused slightly, then nodded gently. Is it really that smooth? We're setting off directly? Lin Luo knew that his teacher, Ghost Douluo, was very busy and didn't have extra time to accompany him to obtain the third spirit ring, so he came to find Mo Shanyan. He also knew that Mo Shanyan would definitely not refuse him, but he never expected that Mo Shanyan seemed to have been waiting for this day to come. Are the teachers at the Soul Master Academy always so straightforward? Is there no need to go through the so-called process? Or is it because his identity is somewhat special, so he is treated differently? Under Lin Luo's gaze, Mo Shanyan took out a piece of jade and infused it with soul power. You three gather at the academy gate. The jade seemed to have become a walkie-talkie. After Mo Shanyan finished speaking, he put it away. Mo Shanyan smiled at Lin Luo. Let's go. After a moment, Mo Shanyan and Lin Luo arrived at the academy gate. Lin Luo saw 3 familiar figures, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yen. Lin Luo also guessed that the ones Mo Shanyan called just now were the 3 of them, but he was still a bit surprised when he actually saw them. Aren't you guys on a mission today? Lin Luo instinctively asked a rather foolish question. Hulaina's beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. Helping you obtain the third soul ring is our new mission. All right. It seems that the difficulty of obtaining my third soul ring is going to increase again, Lin Luo said. Upon hearing this, Hulaina couldn't help but roll her eyes. What are you talking about? Are we really going to hold you back? Lin Luo smiled and said, No, just kidding. There's strength in numbers. Huh. Hulaina snorted coldly. Xiaoyu and Yin maintained their relatively aloof demeanor. Lin Luo certainly would not place his hopes on Xiaoyu and the others. He was also aware that for Xiaoyu and the others, this was merely a training exercise. The so-called mission was just a name. His second soul ring had already been for 2,000 years, and the third soul ring was approaching 10,000 years. What could 3 soul masters do? The real combat power still lay with the soul sage, Mo Shanyan. Moreover, perhaps his teacher, Ghost Douluo, would also come along today if he had the time. The few of them did not waste much time talking and immediately set off, heading to the Douluo Forest, the closest location to Spirit City. As one of the 3 famous gathering places for soul beasts, the Douluo Forest is vast, almost equivalent to the size of an ordinary kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Luo Empire. Spirit City is located at the junction of the 2 empires, only half a day's journey from the Douluo Forest. Mo Shanyan led the team, with Lin Luo and Xiaoyu, a total of 4 people following. They were all very efficiency-oriented individuals, speaking little along the way. Originally planned to take half a day's journey, they arrived in about 4 hours. Upon entering the forest, they began searching for suitable soul beasts. 034, the first target. Flame Spirit. Sunlight dappled, shadows of trees swaying, several figures flashed by. Lin Luo and his group of 5 were moving through the forest, all maintaining their martial souls in an active state, including Mo Shanyan. Mo Shanyan held a spirit-patterned jade rui in hand, surrounded by 7 soul rings. The team had gained an additional member, a humanoid jade figure summoned by Mo Shanyan, who was responsible for scouting ahead. The Soul Beast Forest is a treasure trove of resources for soul masters, but it is also very dangerous. Most soul beasts harbor varying degrees of hostility towards humans, and no one can guarantee that a monstrous soul beast won't suddenly charge out and attack indiscriminately in the next moment. Although Mo Shanyan possessed the strength of a soul sage, he himself admitted that he was not good at combat. Therefore, maintaining caution is essential for ensuring safety. In the state of activated martial souls, both Mo Shanyan and the humanoid jade figure he summoned exuded a powerful aura, which could deter some lower-level soul beasts from interfering. After advancing in the forest for nearly half an hour, Mo Shanyan signaled for everyone to stop and take a break. It was already noon by this time. Lin Luo casually sat on a dead tree, took out the packed meal from the academy cafeteria from a skeleton ring, and started his eating time. After seeing him munching on the dry food, Juliana and the others were almost drooling. Lin Luo was not a stingy person and generously said, "There's plenty of food. Everyone come over and eat. No need to be polite." However, Hulaina and the others did not come over. They just casually ate a few bites of dry food as a meal. Mo Shanyan didn't eat at all, only taking a few sips of water. After all, at the Soul Saint level, going a few days without eating or drinking shouldn't be a big problem. But even if no one was willing to help, Lin Luo still finished all the food by himself. Hulaina and the others were already used to this scene, but there were still occasional teasing remarks. Lin Luo, "It feels like the 3 of us can eat as much as you can," Hulaina said with a bit of admiration in her smile. Lin Luo quickly tidied up the trash and packed it away, then stuffed it into his skeletal ring. No matter which world he was in, he lacked the quality of littering. He had long been accustomed to Hulaina's teasing, but still glanced over at her. Hulaina was sitting on a massive tree root, her long, beautiful legs gently swinging. The silver battle outfit accentuated her figure perfectly. In just a year, she had blossomed further, becoming more full and exuding a sense of maturity. Hulaina noticed Lin Luo's gaze and smiled, asking, "Do you think your sister is very beautiful?" Lin Luo instinctively nodded, but quickly shook his head stubbornly. "No, you're overthinking it." Hulaina was amused by Lin Luo's little actions and beckoned him closer. "Come on, get a bit closer to see better." "No way." Lin Luo shook his head decisively. "I won't fall for it." But it must be said that Hulaina had become increasingly beautiful. The word's ordinary appearance no longer suited her at all. The unique charm she exuded was growing stronger, possessing an alluring skill that made people unable to help but take a few more glances. Even he, with his unwavering willpower, had fallen for it. After resting for a moment, at Mo Shanyan's gesture, everyone continued on their journey. Mo Shanyan maintained the form of a human-shaped jade statue, and whenever Lin Luo's gaze fell on that jade statue, he couldn't help but suspect that it was Mo Shanyan's true martial soul, while that jade rui was merely an ornament. Through a year of interaction, Lin Luo had gained some understanding of Mo Shanyan. Mo Shanyan's martial soul leaned more toward support, but also had summoning capabilities. Both Mo Shanyan's first and second soul skills were used to enhance attributes, which could be applied not only to the Jade but also to other soul masters, although the effect would be doubled when applied to the Jade. Starting from the third soul skill, Mo Shanyan's soul skills were all about summoning various forms of Jade for combat, and the human-shaped Jade statue in front was merely the most basic form. However, Lin Luo had only gathered some relevant information and had not seen Mo Shanyan release other soul skills. What he had seen the most was that human-shaped Jade statue. Additionally, Mo Shanyan had a unique ability to create a small piece of Jade for simple communication, albeit with certain distance limitations. Lin Luo didn't know if anyone else at the Martial Soul Academy had such Jade, but he and the three from the Golden Generation all had Mo Shanyan's Jade, which was quite convenient to use. Lin Luo and the others passed through a relatively open area and then entered a densely wooded area. As soon as they arrived here, they immediately heard strange sounds. Lin Luo and the three members of the Golden Generation immediately perked up, while Mo Shanyan appeared very calm and introduced. There's no need to panic, it's just a millennium-level white-tailed snake. The perception of a Soul Sage is clearly stronger than that of a Soul Master and the Quasi-Soul Master who has yet to obtain a third Soul Ring. While Lin Luo and the others were still somewhat bewildered, Mo Shanyan had already locked onto the target. A white-tailed snake? Upon hearing the name of the Soul Beast, the image of a Soul Beast unconsciously surfaced in Lin Luo's mind. It resembles a rattlesnake, but is somewhat larger in size, making it a relatively common Soul Beast. With a more detailed introduction in the Soul Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia. Over there, Mo Shanyan's smile indicated the direction to Lin Luo and the others. In a thicket to their left front, they could vaguely see a large snake coiled there, its tail being white and relatively conspicuous, while the rest of its body perfectly blended into the surrounding environment. Mo Shanyan controlled the humanoid Jade Stone, standing beside the thicket to prevent the white-tailed snake from suddenly launching an attack, and then continued to advance with Lin Luo and the others, not disturbing the white-tailed snake too much. Most soul beasts are quite afraid of death, and that strange sound earlier was made because the white-tailed snake was extremely frightened. Lin Luo and the others encountered some soul beasts along the way, but they did not engage in serious combat. Some extremely aggressive and foolish soul beasts that seemed to seek death were easily handled by Mo Shanyan's humanoid Jade Stone, which was tossed away to a distance, always adhering to the principle of sustainable development of soul beast resources. Most soul masters are aware of the need to cherish soul beast resources, especially in Wuhuan City, where these concepts have been well maintained. After passing through this densely wooded area, Lin Luo and the others entered a rocky region. Within this vast and boundless forest, various environments seemed to coexist. Before fully entering the rocky area, they felt waves of scorching heat approaching. Mo Shanyan spoke. If we're lucky, we can find a suitable soul beast for Lin Luo here. As he spoke, the fourth soul ring on Mo Shanyan glowed, and he waved the Jade Rui in his hand, sketching special patterns in the air. The humanoid Jade Stone in front of him immediately transformed, becoming a giant over 3 meters tall in an instant. The giant walked ahead to clear the path, with Lin Luo and the others following behind. Teacher, the soul beast that should appear here and be suitable for me should be the flame spirit, right? Lin Luo asked. Mo Shanyan nodded. Exactly. 035, yes. I want that 10,000-year flame spirit, a relatively special, humanoid, spiritual soul beast, entirely fire red. To put in Lin Luo's words, it's a fire red ghost. This type of soul beast often appears in rocky areas, and how it is formed remains unknown, with ages starting from 100 years and capping at 20,000 years. In the introduction of the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, there has yet to be a record of a flame spirit exceeding 20,000 years. Lin Luo's martial soul is the Soul Lock Warden, which has been categorized as a special spiritual martial soul. Most soul masters choose soul beasts that are closely related to their own martial souls for their soul rings, as the benefits gained from this choice are relatively greater. As for the so-called 10 core competitiveness of martial souls, the Spirit Hall has long conducted research on this, believing there are too many loopholes, which is why they have not made it public. Choosing a snake-type soul beast as a soul ring for the blue silvergrass martial soul is also possible, but whether it is truly the optimal choice is open to discussion. The selection of soul rings is always diverse, and following a unique development path may bring unexpected surprises. However, since there are numerous mediocre yet reliable choices experimented by countless predecessors, why take those seemingly meaningless risks? Before Lin Luo and the others set out from the Spirit City, Mo Shanyan had already discussed Lin Luo's choice of soul ring with him. In the end, both reached a consensus that the target they chose would be a special spiritual soul beast. Among them, the flame spirit was Lin Luo's most favored target. The jade giant cleared the way ahead, and Lin Luo and the others followed behind, soon delving into this rocky area. Here, towering boulders could be seen everywhere, most of which displayed a faint red color. Upon seeing this characteristic, Lin Luo became even more certain that he could find his desired target here. The rocky area is not only home to the flame spirit, but also several other soul beasts, such as lizards. However, those soul beasts were not among Lin Luo's targets and were too weak. Because they were too weak, Lin Luo and the others encountered no disturbances during their journey. Instead, those soul beasts were scared and curled up in their nests, trembling in fear. After advancing for about 5 minutes in the rocky area, Lin Luo and the others finally saw their first flame spirit. Seeing a real flame spirit and the one depicted in the Soul Beast Knowledge Compendium was an entirely different experience. The flame spirit before them had been around for about 300 years, floating above the ground, standing about 2 meters tall with a fiery red body. A rather basic human face and arms, but its legs were fused together, floating like smoke. Its body was transparent, revealing a flow of fiery red energy within. Even just a 300-year-old flame spirit gave off a scorching sensation, making one instinctively want to stay away from it. If it were winter, such soul beasts would be quite suitable as a heating stove. Flame spirits generally do not have high intelligence, even when encountering human soul masters. They do not retreat unless attacked, which triggers their instincts of anger or fear. These soul beasts can be considered gentle. At least they do not actively attack humans or even other soul beasts, primarily feeding on the soul power of the world to grow slowly. Of course, if provoked, that would be a different matter. This flame spirit is so ugly. Hulaina couldn't help but comment after seeing the flame spirit. This wasn't because Hulaina had a natural sharp tongue, but rather because the flame spirit was indeed quite ugly. Their basic human face resembled an infant's 4-dimensional ultrasound, which was the most specific description Lin Luo could think of. A 300-year-old flame spirit was clearly not within Lin Luo's considerations, and they continued forward, gradually encountering more flame spirits. All the flame spirits looked quite similar, with only slight variations in size and color. For example, the 1,000-year-old flame spirits were about 2.5 meters tall, with a more intense red color. The older the flame spirit, the larger its size and the deeper its color, but compared to other soul beasts' more exaggerated growth, the flame spirit's size increase was relatively slow, more specifically reflected in its color. After advancing for about another 5 minutes, Lin Luo and the others completely entered the central area of the rocky region. Here, they could sporadically see flame spirits over 2,000 years old, though their numbers were very few. Lin Luo, there's a flame spirit over 5,000 years old ahead. Do you have any thoughts? After searching for a moment, Mo Shanyan quickly locked onto the target, but still chose to ask Lin Luo for his thoughts. Hulaina and the other two showed some surprise at the mention of a 5,000-year-old spirit. But remembering that Lin Luo's first and second soul rings were already at the 1,000-year level, they quickly returned to normal. The data regarding the level of soul masters and the corresponding soul ring limits should be more authoritative than any collected by the Spirit Hall. Even if the data ultimately only represents the vast majority and cannot account for everyone, it is still more than sufficient as a reference. A soul ring of around 5,000 years is typically the choice for a soul master's fourth soul ring. Moreover, it's essential to know that although soul masters do undergo some changes in their bodies after increasing their strength before reaching the soul master level, it is far from comparable to the enhancements brought about after reaching the soul master level. According to certain data statistics, most soul masters' third soul rings are only around 1,800 years. Even if there are exceptions, they do not exceed 2,500 years at most. Special exceptions, such as dual martial souls, are not included in this. It is no wonder Hulaina and the others were surprised. However, since Lin Luo had been an exception since his first soul ring, becoming an exception again seemed acceptable. When Mo Shanyan asked Lin Luo, all eyes turned to him, waiting for his response. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo shook his head. Is the age too high? Then let's choose again, Mo Shanyan immediately said, seemingly expecting this outcome. But at that moment, Lin Luo suddenly pointed ahead. I think that flame spirit looks pretty good. Everyone followed Lin Luo's and finally focused on a flame spirit over 3 meters tall. Montag Shenyun instinktively frownet, Lin Luo. The choice of soul rings is a very serious matter. Please don't joke about it. That flame spirit is at least 10,000 years old. Hulaina said at this moment. Teacher, Lin Luo should be referring to the flame spirit behind that 10,000-year one, which is over 3,000 years old, right? Mo Shanyan took a serious look and indeed saw it, nodding slightly. Over 3,000 years is also feasible, but I think Lin Luo, you could choose one with a higher age. Lin Luo calmly said. No need to choose, just that one that's been around for 10,000 years. 036. As the Soul Lock Warden, am I still afraid of soul impact? Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin all looked at Lin Luo with incredulous expressions, while Mo Shanyan's brows furrowed once again. Lin Luo, I just said not to joke about this matter, Mo Shanyan said to Lin Luo with an unusually serious expression. Lin Luo still insisted on her choice. I want that ancient one, I believe I can do it. When Mo Shanyan saw Lin Luo's indifferent expression, she felt a surge of anger, but ultimately did not let it out. At this moment, Lin Luo also spoke up. I wonder if Teacher Mo can help me check the limit of the Soul Master's soul ring capacity like my teacher does? Mo Shanyan nodded gently, then shook her head. I could do it too, but I can't be as precise as your teacher. That's enough. Having a rough reference is all I need, Lin Luo said with a smile. Mo Shanyan asked in a serious tone, Are you serious? Lin Luo retracted his smile and nodded seriously. Of course, I believe I have a good understanding of my own physical condition. Mo Shanyan fell silent, and after a moment, he said, Then I'll give it a try. Following that, Mo Shanyan placed his hand on Lin Luo's arm. Immediately, Lin Luo felt a gentle force entering his body. Compared to the cold aura that his teacher, Ghost Douluo, used during his investigation, this force was much more pleasant, although it was also considerably slower, which might be related to Mo Shanyan's strength. Lin Luo was very curious about this method of probing the limits of a Soul Master soul ring. If all the teachers at the Soul Master Academy could use this method, wouldn't all students be able to choose their own limit soul rings? There must be certain limitations, though. Besides, most Soul Masters have similar limits for their soul rings, and the Academy wouldn't go through the trouble of testing each student. This probing process lasted a full 5 minutes, which was a far cry from Ghost Douluo's instantaneous probing, and Mo Shanyan himself said that he couldn't achieve such precision. After the probing ended, Mo Shanyan looked at Lin Luo with a ghost-like expression. It seems that your body can really withstand a 10,000-year soul ring. After saying that, Mo Shanyan conducted another probe. 5 minutes later, he obtained a positive result. It was truly unbelievable. Mo Shanyan was amazed, and the three beside him, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin, were left dumbfounded. The third soul ring, 10,000 years? Hulaina said in disbelief. The usually taciturn Yin couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that his body is even stronger than mine? Yan's third soul ring was around 2,200 years old, and the reason he could withstand such a high soul ring age was due to the powerful body granted by his unique flame, Lord Martial Soul. Yan's third soul ring age was also an exceptional reference point for soul masters when choosing their third soul ring, something he had always been proud of. Yet, this child who looked so fragile that a single punch could crush him was actually capable of withstanding a 10,000-year third soul ring? This was hard for Yin to accept. At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Luo, are you really still human? With that, Xiaoyu looked at Mo Shanyan. Teacher, you didn't make a mistake, did you? How could a person's third soul ring withstand 10,000 years? Mo Shanyan had calmed down a lot by now, but responded in a helpless tone. Previously, there were no soul masters whose first or second soul rings could withstand 1,000 years. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyu immediately fell silent, looking at Lin Luo with the eyes of someone witnessing a great monster. Mo Shanyan then resumed his serious expression, looking intently at Lin Luo. Lin Luo. This method of probing the limits of soul rings can only be used as a reference, and it only applies to the first 3 soul rings of a soul master. Your situation is too special. I cannot give a definitive answer. Whether to choose a 10,000-year soul ring is up to you, but it's better to consult your teacher before making a decision. You mean we should go back the same way and report to my teacher first? Lin Luo didn't want to make things complicated, so she immediately said, I'm not a child anymore. I can make some decisions for myself. You're only 7, Mo Shanyan replied. To make her words more convincing, Lin Luo opened her mouth and started to lie. My teacher also said that many things could be decided by me. When Mo Shanyan heard the first half of Lin Luo's sentence, she wanted to refute it, but upon hearing the second half, she fell silent again. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin clearly had no decision-making power and were silently watching and listening, their faces still showing disbelief. After a while, Mo Shanyan finally spoke. Then let's give it a try. Seeing that Mo Shanyan finally agreed, Lin Luo immediately broke into a smile. It seemed that mentioning her teacher, Ghost Douluo, was indeed effective. Mo Shanyan agreed, but not completely. She reminded, when soul beasts reach the 10,000-year level, soul masters face the soul impact of the soul beast when absorbing the soul ring, which is the main reason most soul masters perish during the absorption of 10,000-year soul rings. I need to remind you that while your body seems to meet the conditions, your soul may not be able to withstand the soul impact of a 10,000-year soul beast. My suggestion is that you should not try it lightly. Even if you really have this idea, it's best to consult your teacher before making a decision. I knew you would mention the soul impact. Lin Luo thought to himself, am I, the Soul Lock Warden, afraid of soul impacts? Lin Luo was very confident in his abilities regarding his soul, because he had vaguely sensed that he seemed to have triggered a passive hell curse when absorbing the first and second soul rings. Even though he did not receive a system prompt, the attribute bonuses he gained directly affected his body. He could not be sure if this was a benefit from absorbing soul rings that was more than what others experienced or if all soul masters had the same. However, he was certain that his passive ability, the Hell Curse, had absolute dominance over all souls. What was a mere 10,000-year soul beast's soul impact worth? It was precisely because of this confidence that Lin Luo chose a 10,000-year soul beast. No one would joke with their own life, and Lin Luo was no exception. In response to Mo Shanyan's reminder, Lin Luo said, Teacher, have you forgotten that my martial soul is a special spiritual body martial soul? I should have a certain advantage when facing soul impacts, right? Upon hearing this, Mo Shanyan finally stopped saying anything more and nodded lightly. Then let's begin. 037. Easily taken down, so this is what they call not being good at fighting. The target was a 10,000-year soul beast, and it was clear that Mo Shanyan would not let Lin Luo and the others take action. Training was one thing, but sending them to their deaths was another. Mo Shanyan had a very clear understanding of this. With Lin Luo and their strength, facing a 10,000-year soul beast would only lead to death. Just stay by my side. The upcoming battle will be left to the big guy. You can also pay attention to this battle with the 10,000-year soul beast. It might bring you some gains. Mo Shanyan said calmly, then directed the Jade Giant to charge toward the 10,000-year flame spirit. Almost a moment, the Jade Giant set off. Mo Shanyan summoned 3 ordinary humanoid Jade Guardians to protect everyone. Seeing Mo Shanyan's miraculous actions, Lin Luo realized how limited his understanding of soul masters was. It seemed that there were indeed many special soul masters in this world. Under Lin Luo and the others' watch, the Jade Giant quickly collided with the 10,000-year flame spirit. The Jade Giant's fighting style was very simple, just swinging its fists and smashing down. Although the flame spirit was a special spiritual body, the Jade Giant's fist still created ripples upon hitting it, causing substantial damage to the flame spirit. As the Jade Giant's first punch fell, the flame spirit entered a fighting state. Although their minds were relatively simple, they still knew to fight back when hit. Flames rose from the flame spirit's body, and with a similarly simple punch, it struck the Jade Giant, instantly leaving a charred mark. Lin Luo clearly remembered that the Jade Giant ahead was Mo Shanyan's 4th soul skill. Even though Mo Shanyan was a soul saint-level powerhouse, it was still somewhat difficult to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast relying solely on his 4th soul skill, especially since Mo Shanyan was not particularly skilled in combat. After just one round of confrontation, Mo Shanyan attacked again. His 5th soul skill lit up, and he quickly waved the Jade Rui in his hand, drawing a complex and dazzling array pattern, which flew directly towards the Jade Giant and ultimately merged into its body. With the enhancement of the array pattern, the Jade Giant's momentum received a tremendous boost, and at the same time, its body grew larger, with a hint of blue light emanating from its limbs, giving off a slight chill. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening and muffled sound, the Jade Giant's fist struck the flame spirit once more, this time knocking it back 2 or 3 meters, and the flames on its body diminished significantly. The combat power was enhanced, and the ice attribute was added. Lin Luo thought to himself that he had already seen the effect of Mo Shanyan's 5th soul skill. Well, anyone could see it. The battle continued, and the fighting styles of the Jade Giant and the Flame Spirit were very simple, making it difficult to determine a winner for a while. What Lin Luo did not expect was that Mo Shanyan did not use any other soul skills, seemingly waiting for a certain moment to arrive. The battle lasted for almost 5 minutes, and Lin Luo could clearly see the flames on the Flame Spirit growing stronger, eventually coalescing into a set of armor. The flame spirit's attacks began to move accompanied by flames, becoming even more powerful. This was the flame spirit's unique ability, flame armor. In the state of flame armor, the flame spirit's abilities in all aspects would receive a tremendous boost. Furthermore, the flame spirit's attacks would also generate fire blades to attack simultaneously. Mo Shan slowly introduced. As he was waiting for this moment, reading a book is not as direct and impressive as witnessing the scene in person, and as a teacher, Mo Shan was unwilling to miss such a good teaching opportunity. Lin Luo and the others had actually seen information about the flame spirit in the Soul Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia. But witnessing it in person was a completely different experience. Even from a distance, they could feel the intense heat radiating from the flame spirit. They could also clearly see the shape of the flame armor, which appeared quite rudimentary. At that moment, the flame spirit swung its fist, accompanied by a blade of fire that attacked alongside it. The fire blade was formed automatically from the flames on its body. With the flame armor, the flame spirit's combat power increased tremendously, and in just a short time, it had battered the jade giant, leaving it covered in wounds. With many serious injuries visible on its body, the impact of the flame spirit's punches left cracks and charred marks on the jade giant, while the fire blades left deep indentations, shocking to behold. Fortunately, the jade giant was merely a giant formed from jade, possessing a very strong vitality. It seemed that unless its body was completely destroyed, it could continue to fight. If it were an ordinary soul master, having sustained such severe attacks, they would have already lost their combat ability and been at the mercy of the flame spirit. Alright, you've all seen what you needed to see. It's time to resolve this battle. If there is an opportunity later, you can choose a flame spirit of an appropriate age for combat training. Seeing that the jade giant was swaying and on the verge of collapse, Mo Shan felt that his teaching was nearly complete and began to take the battle seriously. Suddenly, the sixth soul ring on Mo Shan lit up. This time, they did not see him drawing formation patterns with the jade ruri, and the jade giant ahead collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into rubble. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Luo immediately understood that Mo Shan was going to take the stage himself. Almost the moment the jade giant shattered, Mo Shan's figure shot out like lightning, leaving behind afterimages in midair, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the flame spirit. The jade rui in his hand suddenly grew much larger, transforming from Mo Shan's brush into his weapon. Bang! With a powerful swing, the jade rui came crashing down heavily on the flame spirit's head. Visible cracks appeared on the flame armor surrounding Mo Shan, and the flame spirit was forced back a few steps. The flame spirit attempted to counterattack, but Mo Shan's assault followed in quick succession. The enlarged jade rui struck the flame spirit repeatedly, and in just a moment, the flame armor on the flame spirit shattered into sparks. After that, Mo Shan's attacks landed solidly on the flame spirit. In less than a minute, the flame spirit became extremely dim and struggled to maintain its floating position. Bang! Mo Shan delivered another strike, nearly causing the flame spirit to dissipate entirely. At that moment, Mo Shan's voice rang out. Lin Luo, come over and deliver the final blow. Lin Luo was still immersed in the battle scene just now and took a moment to respond. Okay, teacher. So this is what Teacher Mo meant by not being good at fighting? Fighting a million-year soul beast is like playing 038, third soul skill, Doom Pendulum. Lin Luo maintained the state of his martial soul and quickly rushed to Mo Shan and Yanling's side. With a flick of his scythe, he easily dealt with the barely breathing Yanling. At that moment, Xieyu, Hulaina, and Yan also arrived, and the humanoid jade stones summoned by Mo Shan to protect everyone closely followed. Under everyone's gaze, a circle of black soul rings slowly rose, symbolizing the end of a 10,000-year soul beast life. Are you really confident? Mo Shan asked once again. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Trust me. Mo Shan still felt a bit uneasy, even though the flame spirit in front of them had already become a soul ring. No, your identity is too special. I need to confirm this once more. As he spoke, the seventh soul ring on Mo Shan's body shone brightly, revealing his martial soul's true form. In an instant, the jade rui in Mo Shan's hand radiated brilliant light, eventually enveloping him entirely. Lin Luo and the others couldn't see the specific scene because the light was too dazzling. It was likely that Mo Shan had deliberately held back. Otherwise, just a glance could have blinded them. Although they couldn't see the clear picture, Lin Luo and the others could hear some sounds. They couldn't catch the other words clearly, but they heard the last sentence very clearly and could identify the owner of the voice. Let him absorb it. Yes, it was indeed the voice of Ghost Douluo. Understood. Mo Shanyan replied, and then the light faded, returning everything to normal. Seeing Mo Shanyan's actions, Lin Luo redefined his own importance. After activating his martial soul's true form, Mo Shanyan didn't show much change. The situation described in the book, where one enters a weakened state after activating their martial soul's true form, didn't occur. And Lin Luo hadn't seen any introduction to martial soul true forms in the Encyclopedia of Soul Masters. It seemed he would have to catch up on soul master knowledge after returning. Let's take a short break and then get started. Mo Shanyan finally agreed to this. This couldn't be blamed on Mo Shanyan. Mainly, Lin Luo's identity was too special and without approval from the higher-ups. Mo Shanyan really didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Although Lin Luo was understanding, he was still just a child. Some choices naturally had to be confirmed by those above before he could make the final decision. Lin Luo nodded and then directly began to absorb the soul ring. He had been preparing for this moment, so there was no need to waste more time. After entering the state of absorbing the soul ring, Lin Luo found that absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was indeed vastly different from a 1,000-year soul ring, where he absorbed the first and second soul rings. Both 1,000-year soul rings, the feeling of pain was somewhat gradual, whereas this 10,000-year soul ring was very straightforward and brutal, starting with intense pain and torment. Right from the beginning, Lin Luo felt as if his body was about to explode from the extremely powerful energy. It seemed that the meridians in his body were constantly being torn apart and then reorganized, and the sensation was simply overwhelming. If Lin Luo had to describe the pain in a more specific way, he might compare it to the agony he experienced after his previous life's yang was depleted. It's not an exaggeration to say it was 100 or 1,000 times worse. Fortunately, this pain was still within the limits of what his body could bear, and his willpower was beyond words. Living a second life, aside from wanting to become stronger, his desire for life was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Additionally, the help provided by his martial soul was significant. After all, it was a divine-level martial soul, offering comprehensive enhancements, not just limited to the body. After an unknown duration of enduring this pain, Lin Luo finally welcomed something new. Yes, the soul impact from the 10,000-year soul beast had finally arrived. Lin Luo could feel an extremely strong anger and hatred within his consciousness, wanting to devour his soul. If an ordinary soul master faced such a situation, most would only fall into fear and panic, needing to constantly adjust their mindset to cope. There are also some braver soul masters who would choose to confront it head-on. However, when Lin Luo felt the soul impact, he was not afraid at all, nor did he have any intention of fighting to the death. All he felt was pure joy from the bottom of his heart. It's here. The supplies have arrived. Finally here. Damn it. I've been waiting for you for half a day. The soul impact is somewhat mixed with elements of the soul. And what Lin Luo was waiting for was this very essence of the soul. How familiar this aura is to him. Hell's curse. Lin Luo didn't need to exert too much thought to control it. The passive ability of the Hell Curse activated automatically. All the negative emotions like anger and hatred disappeared without a trace in an instant. Immediately after, Lin Luo felt his body becoming stronger, as if the pain he was currently enduring was easier to accept. Is there still a soul shock? I want another one. Lin Luo originally thought that the Hell Curse merely involved converting a few souls impacted by the shock for his own use, and that he would still have to endure a wave of torment from negative entities that couldn't be completely exempted. He didn't expect the power of the Hell Curse to exceed his imagination, as it not only transformed the attributes of the souls, but also eliminated all negative entities at the same time, providing a one-stop service. After the soul shock, there followed a long period of waiting. Lin Luo didn't know how long the process of absorbing the soul ring lasted, until all the painful sensations disappeared, followed by a wave of comfort. He felt that his strength had greatly increased. The current him could easily crush his former self, and he even felt that he was nearing invincibility. This damn sense of confidence seemed to appear every time he absorbed a soul ring. At the same time as he completed the absorption of the soul ring, a piece of extremely profound information also appeared in Lin Luo's mind. There was no need for deep understanding. It was like a skill he was born with, ready for immediate use. That's right, a new soul skill was in place. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Luo felt more refreshed than ever. Wait, it seemed like he had walked into the wrong theater, but it truly felt this good. Bulaina's figure was the first to appear in Lin Luo's field of vision, followed by Mo Shanyan, Xieyu, and Yan. Without exception, their expressions were of shock and disbelief. Lin Luo felt a bit numb, having seen such expressions far too many times. She was truly successful. The 10,000-year soul ring made Hulaiina's beautiful eyes widen as she murmured to herself, "This is only the third soul ring." Xiaoyu had a similar expression to Hulaiina's. Yan's expression was even more exaggerated, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. "This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Lin Luo certainly knew that everyone's gaze was not actually on his handsome face, but on the pitch-black soul ring surrounding him. It must be said, a 10,000-year soul ring is indeed cooler than a 1,000-year soul ring. After a moment, everyone gradually calmed down, and Mo Shanyan began to ask about Lin Luo's third soul skill. "What is your third soul skill?" Mo Shanyan asked, and the eyes of others gathered on Lin Luo's face. Lin Luo responded calmly, "The Pendulum of Doom. 039, a 10,000-year soul skill, can have so many effects?" The Pendulum of Doom? Mo Shanyan and the others looked at Lin Luo in surprise, each of them seemingly saying, "How could it be this?" Yan, who spoke little but was very straightforward, directly said, "Isn't it the flame battle armor? If it's the flame battle armor, why would I mention the Pendulum of Doom? You're really quite clever." Lin Luo said, "I am also surprised, but I feel that the Pendulum of Misfortune seems to have already included the flame battle armor." In fact, everything was within Lin Luo's expectations. If nothing unexpected happens, his fourth soul skill will be the ultimate move of the Soul Lock Warden, the underworld prison. At this time, Mo Shanyan had already regained his composure and tentatively asked, "Lin Luo, could you show us your third soul skill?" Lin Luo nodded, secretly thinking, "Teacher Mo, you really don't need to be so polite. It's quite common for a teacher to allow a student to use a soul skill." But Mo Shanyan always maintains absolute respect for Lin Luo, often asking for Lin Luo's opinion on most matters. Lin Luo still found it hard to adapt to Mo Shanyan's special respect and care. Sometimes he even felt that he was the teacher. Under the gaze of Mo Shanyan, Xiaoyu, and Hulaiina Yin, Lin Luo went to a relatively open area, with a half-human-high rock as the target for his soul skill release. Holding the giant scythe, he focused his mind, and the third soul ring on him flickered slightly. The intense soul power fluctuations of the 10,000-year soul ring immediately unfolded. In an instant, Lin Luo was enveloped in fiery red energy, including the scythe and lantern he held. He swung the scythe forcefully forward, and a powerful force erupted, pushing a rock 2 meters away. During the process of pushing, the rock could not withstand the strong force and shattered, scattering with the wind once the force subsided. While Lin Luo was releasing his soul skill, Mo Shanyan and the others could clearly feel the scorching aura emanating from Lin Luo, and they vaguely saw flickers of firelight, with charred marks all around the area where the scythe was swung. Most importantly, as Lin Luo swung the scythe, the fiery red energy on him condensed into a battle armor. Compared to the extremely simple battle armor of Yin Ling, Lin Luo's armor was beyond cool. It seemed like it was custom-made for him, looking incredibly stylish. This 10,000-year soul skill had a certain offensive effect and also seemed to have some control effects, alongside the effect of a flame armor. Could this be a divine-level martial soul? Just a 10,000-year soul skill, yet it had so many effects? Mo Shanyan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Mo Shanyan also had a 10,000-year soul ring and knew very well that 10,000-year soul skills were indeed far superior to 1,000-year soul skills. But ultimately, a 10,000-year soul skill still had very limited effects. It was hard to believe that Lin Luo, with just a little over 10,000 years of soul skill, could possess so many effects, not to mention that when he thought about it, he was even more surprised to realize that Lin Luo's first and second soul skills were also quite remarkable. It wasn't just Mo Shanyan who was astonished. Xiaoyu and the other two had even more exaggerated expressions. Hulaiina exclaimed, "Are these two soul skills?" Lin Luo had become accustomed to the unusual gazes from Mo Shanyan and the others, and had begun to feel somewhat numb. "Should I demonstrate again?" Lin Luo asked. Xiaoyu and the others instinctively nodded, but Mo Shanyan shook his head. "That's enough," Mo Shanyan said. "Let's take a break here, and we'll prepare to head back shortly." After saying that, Mo Shanyan took out a black notebook and quickly recorded some information. After a moment, it seemed that Mo Shanyan wanted to be more rigorous. So he seriously looked at Lin Luo and slowly said, "You have successfully absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, which has greatly enhanced your soul power level. I can only vaguely estimate your soul power level to be around 34. But to be more accurate, let's conduct a simple soul power test." Lin Luo nodded. "Okay, teacher." Mo Shanyan immediately took out a watermelon-sized sphere made of jade and said to Lin Luo, "Place your hand on it and stimulate your soul power. Lin Luo nodded, then placed his hand on it. The touch was warm, and he activated the soul power within him. The soul power test began. Seeing the uniquely shaped soul power test ball, Lin Luo couldn't help but think, is this a custom-made soul power test ball by Teacher Mo? Ordinary soul power test balls are usually transparent, but this one made by Mo Shangyun seems to be crafted from the spirit pattern jade he possesses. In just a few breaths, the soul power test ball emitted a dazzling light, and after a moment, it returned to calm. Mo Shangyun received a confirmed answer. Indeed, it was level 34. Mo Shangyun put away the soul power test ball, wrote a couple of notes in his notebook, and then closed it. Let's go. It's time to head back. Mo Shangyun said. All right, teacher. Lin Luo and the others nodded in agreement. After all, the Soul Beast Forest harbored many unknown dangers, and since they had already obtained suitable soul rings, it was time to leave. There was no need to linger in the Soul Beast Forest. This soul ring acquisition mission could be considered a complete success, though the presence of Xie Yu and the other two was not strong, and they hardly played a role. However, Mo Shangyun brought them along just to enhance their experiences. The so-called mission was merely a title. Many things, even if one does not fully participate, can still yield gains just by taking a brief look. In the Spirit City at the Spirit Academy, Mo Shangyun advised Lin Luo, you should take a good rest for 2 days, or it's fine if you come to the academy a few days later. The back and forth travel and the process of absorbing the soul ring are very exhausting, so make sure to rest well. Lin Luo nodded gently. Pulaina smiled and said, if we have time, let's go back and see yours. Lin Luo Dao, you are always welcome. Lin Luo and Mo Shangyun parted ways. On the way back, Lin Luo reflected on the gains from his trip to the Star Doe Forest, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. The third spirit ring has been arranged as a 10,000-year spirit ring. I am truly ridiculously strong. After a moment of self-admiration, Lin Luo focused his mind and checked the system's storage space. The previously empty storage space now contained an additional item, a simply designed short sword. The name of this item is Short Sword. Short Sword increases attack speed by 0.12 after use. That's right, another piece of equipment. This short sword is the reward Lin Luo received for choosing the 10,000-year spirit ring. As Lin Luo admired the short sword, a figure quietly approached him. 040 after graduation. That is the real beginning. The sudden presence of another person was quite startling. If it were an ordinary person encountering such a situation, they would likely be taken by surprise. However, Lin Luo had long since gotten used to it, as he knew that the figure beside him was his teacher, Ghost Douluo. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had been startled a few times by his teacher's sudden appearances, but he gradually became accustomed to it. Fortunately, others could not see the system interface. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have no idea how many times he had exposed himself. Congratulations on obtaining your third spirit ring. Ghost Douluo's voice rang in Lin Luo's ears, his tone very calm. Lin Luo calmly closed the system and then immediately shouted, Teacher, Ghost Douluo said, your adventurous spirit is commendable, but you must first understand your own strength before doing anything in the future. Don't joke with your own life. Got it, teacher? Lin Luo knew that his teacher was referring to his risky attempt to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Feeling the concern from his teacher, a warmth rose in Lin Luo's heart. It had been a year since he arrived in Spirit City. Previously, he had his parents and uncles and aunts by his side, experiencing the warmth of family. But here, he only had his teacher to rely on. In the Spirit Academy, although he was familiar with teacher Mo Shangyun and several others, there was still a certain distance between them. However, it was different with Ghost Douluo. The bond between teacher and student still existed. Every so often, Ghost Douluo would come to visit him, either appearing at his residence or on his way back, often bringing back some delicious food for him. Although their conversations were not many, Lin Luo could always feel a sense of warmth. Lin Luo knows that her teacher is very busy, and it's already quite good that they can take the time to come and see her. Given her teacher's naturally aloof personality, Lin Luo is truly very satisfied that they can say some words of concern. When Lin Luo followed Ghost Douluo to Spirit City, his initial thought was to consider himself just a tool, simply following the arrangements of the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, he had lived quite comfortably over the past year, enjoying good food and drink, receiving excellent education as a soul master, and having enough freedom. It was truly much better than he had imagined. A soul that is over 20 years old shouldn't be so sentimental. However, it's important to understand that a person's spiritual support is very significant. Any normal person cannot endure the kind of despairing loneliness. Furthermore, Being in your 20s doesn't necessarily mean you're mature enough to see through all the matters of the world. You still need to continue your cultivation. The two remained silent for a moment, and then Ghost Douluo suddenly said. Lin Luo nodded. Yes, I will, teacher. A gentle breeze passed by, and Lin Luo felt a slight chill. He knew his teacher had already left. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Luo planned to prepare something to eat. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful, wishing he had gone to the cafeteria to eat his fill before coming back. However, he soon discovered that the dining table was already filled with a sumptuous spread of food. The meals from the cafeteria suddenly lost their appeal, and an excited smile appeared on Lin Luo's face. Just one glance made his mouth water, and he immediately began to indulge in the delicious food. While savoring the feast, Lin Luo also kept in mind the kindness that Ghost Douluo had shown him. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Luo took a shower and then lay down on his comfortable bed, falling into a deep sleep. As Mo Shanyan said, the back-and-forth hustle and the process of absorbing the spirit rings were extremely exhausting, and he needed a good rest, especially the process of absorbing the spirit rings, which nearly took half his life. Even though he returned to full health after successfully absorbing the spirit rings, the fatigue in his heart was still very real. Lin Luo slept until the next morning. After a sufficiently long period of sleep, he felt re-energized. After tidying himself up a bit, Lin Luo set off for the academy. Although Mo Shanyan had advised him to rest at home for a few days, Lin Luo felt that he had rested enough. Instead of lounging around at home, he preferred to go to the back mountain of the academy to practice at the chaotic burial ground, where he could at least benefit from the simulated environment. Most importantly, Lin Luo wanted to know if, after reaching the soul respect level, he would also graduate from the academy like Xie and the others, and begin a new journey. On his way to the academy, Lin Luo continued to practice the fog technique taught by his teacher, Ghost Douluo. The fog technique is essentially a form of super control over soul power, but this ability is limited to special spiritual weapon souls, making it difficult for other weapon souls to reach this level. As for the intricacies of it, Lin Luo wasn't sure. He just used it directly. Those complex aspects were beyond his understanding, and even if he was interested in studying them, it would be a very long process. After all, it took his teacher decades to develop this unique soul skill, so it would be strange if he could fully grasp it in just a year. Now, Lin Luo could already produce some fog with the fog technique, although it was vastly inferior compared to Ghost Douluo's skill. However, compared to a year ago, he had made significant progress. Lin Luo can control the mist around his body to condense into various forms, such as hands. In terms of combat, he has been able to exert some effect, but his proficiency still needs improvement, and he must continue to train hard. Learning is indeed a very long process, and the more complex the subject, the longer it takes, which is unavoidable. Over the past year, Lin Luo has mastered the basic use of mist transformation, allowing him to more quickly mobilize his soul power for combat, and he is currently developing in a more complex direction. After practicing mist transformation in his daily routine, Lin Luo's thoughts returned to his original soul skills. Compared to the first and second soul skills he is already very familiar with, Lin Luo has more ideas about his newly acquired third soul skill. Perhaps he can make the power of his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, even stronger. Lin Luo clearly remembered that he had previously obtained a piece of equipment and had already used it. That's right, it was the Sunfire Holy Shield. With the Sunfire Holy Shield, Lin Luo not only gained defensive attributes, but also acquired fire attribute power. Previously, Lin Luo had not used any skills related to fire attribute power, but now his Doom Pendulum could unleash this power. He planned to give it a try after going to the academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Lin Luo was still the same as before, first heading to the cafeteria to eat. After that, he went straight to the office building to find Mo Shanyan, wanting to inquire about graduation matters. What Lin Luo did not expect was that Mo Shanyan was actually not in the office building. However, he encountered the dean of the Martial Soul Academy, Gu Junming. Lin Luo, you are here to ask about graduation, right? Gu Junming said with a smile, as if he could see through Lin Luo's thoughts. Lin Luo did not hide it and gently nodded. Yes, Dean. Teacher Mo mentioned before that once you reach the Soul Emperor level, you can graduate. Gu Junming nodded. That's right, it is like that. After graduation, it's truly the beginning. Now, Lin Luo thought Gu Junming would mention something about graduation, but unexpectedly, Gu Junming suddenly said, you should go cultivate first. When Teacher Mo comes back, I'll have him find you. 041. I believe you will accept it. Lin Luo arrived at the mass grave with a dark expression. He had originally thought he could learn some information about life after graduation from Gu Junming, but unexpectedly. It was just as if he had listened to a lot of talk without any useful outcome. For now, he could only wait for Imo Shanyan to return, not knowing what Imo Shanyan was actually doing. When he reached the platform where he often practiced, Lin Luo did not start training immediately. Instead, he casually found an unfortunate tree and prepared to practice his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. First, he would try to channel the fire element power brought by the Sunfire Holy Shield. If you remember correctly, the Sunfire Holy Shield provided a high level of fire element power. Lin Luo secretly thought to himself that he could always feel the presence of that power. Over the past year, he had secretly tried to use it, but he was always afraid to fully unleash it. He was already strange enough as it was, and didn't want to attract more attention because of this. To put simply, Lin Luo was afraid of being accidentally discovered and was too lazy to come up with excuses. Excuses should be minimized, otherwise they would become less and less convincing. Now, Lin Luo could confidently use this power and completely integrate it into his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. Lin Luo activated his martial soul, with a sickle and lantern appearing in his hands. 3 soul rings emerged in succession, and the 2 originally dazzling purple soul rings were now overshadowed by a deep, pitch-black soul ring. At Lin Luo's mental command, his third soul ring suddenly glowed brightly. He swung the sickle forward, and immense force erupted, causing the air to become scorching hot in an instant. This powerful force instantly destroyed a large tree ahead, leaving behind a fire trail approximately 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, with flames raging and releasing a terrifying heat. Lin Luo was in the midst of it, and behind him, he also created a similar path of flames. In the fire, Lin Luo was not affected at all, and flames had already condensed into a battle armor on him, enhancing his appearance even further. With the integration of advanced firepower, the power of the Doom Pendulum became stronger, and it seemed to have increased the burning effect of the Solar Holy Shield as well. Lin Luo looked at the flames rising around him and thought to himself, according to the game, the Sunfire Holy Shield has a built-in burning effect. But the Sunfire Holy Shield he obtained is just a consumable that only increases his own attributes. The power of fire has always existed, but he has not been able to use it well. Now, the Doom Pendulum has become the best medium to fully unleash this power. Lin Luo is very satisfied with the current state of the Doom Pendulum, and he has also noticed that flames seem to be attached to his scythe. In this state, his normal attacks can gain greater power. However, he cannot maintain this state indefinitely. After using the Doom Pendulum, it can last for a maximum of 30 seconds. Lin Luo is already very pleased with this, as it is just an effect that comes with the Doom Pendulum. Furthermore, this effect can be extended indefinitely as his strength increases. Very nice. Lin Luo then found a few unfortunate big trees to continue practicing the Doom Pendulum. Although he had already mastered the soul skill after obtaining the soul ring, completely mastering it still required time for continuous practice. Knowing how to use it well and being able to use it effectively are 2 different things. The skill range of the Doom Pendulum was quite decent, but it had to be released at close range, as it felt easier to dodge than the Death Judgment. This skill could also be used together with Death Judgment, just like in the game. After hitting the target with Death Judgment, he could pull himself over and then follow up with the Doom Pendulum, maximizing control while dealing nearly maximum damage. Each time he used the Doom Pendulum, Lin Luo would take a moment to summarize in his heart, allowing him to further enhance his mastery of this soul skill. About half an hour later, Lin Luo's soul power was nearly exhausted, so he entered a state of meditation. A year ago, Lin Luo could still treasure hunt in this graveyard, but the soul resources here were limited, and he had already cleaned them out long ago. If he were to comfort himself, this could be considered a good thing, as it allowed him to concentrate more on his cultivation. By the time Lin Luo finished his training, it was already noon. His training schedule was generally very regular, ending at mealtime. This session of cultivation made Lin Luo realize some situations he was currently facing. Although the improvement from the 10,000-year soul ring was significant, it would likely take some time to solidify his strength. During the training process, Lin Luo noticed that his soul power was somewhat unstable and needed further consolidation. This was a normal phenomenon. A sudden increase in strength would inevitably require some time for consolidation, which was not a big problem. After leaving the graveyard, Lin Luo went to the cafeteria for a meal. After eating, he went to the office building again, but Imo Shanyan still hadn't returned. Lin Luo originally wanted to go directly to Gu Junming to ask for clarification, but this time he couldn't even find Gu Junming. He didn't know the other teachers, and even if he asked, they probably wouldn't say anything. With no other options, Lin Luo could only continue to return to the mass grave to cultivate. It wasn't until evening that Mo Shanyun's figure finally appeared. "You've probably been waiting for me for a long time," Mo Shanyun said with a smile. Over the past year, Mo Shanyun had mostly appeared in front of Lin Luo with this smiling and approachable demeanor. Lin Luo didn't hide it and nodded directly. "Yes," Mo Shanyun said. "I went to report some matters, so it took some time." "Does it really take that long to report things? A whole day?" Lin Luo was a bit confused but didn't ask further. However, Mo Shanyun seemed to have noticed Lin Luo's puzzlement and continued to explain. "The report needs to be verified before it can be officially recorded, so it takes a longer time. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be related to my matters." Lin Luo nodded gently and then immediately began to talk about graduation. "Teacher, can I graduate now?" Mo Shanyun nodded. "Yes, starting tomorrow, you will have complete freedom to arrange your time. You can still enjoy the resources of the academy, but tasks will be assigned to you periodically. Completing these tasks will earn you generous rewards, but if you fail, there will be corresponding penalties. You can also choose to refuse these arrangements. You can still enjoy the academy's resources, but you will miss out on opportunities to obtain better resources. If you choose to accept the arrangements, as long as you're excellent enough, it is possible to obtain resources like soul bones. I believe you will accept." After Lin Luo listened, before he had a chance to hesitate, the system's prompt sound followed. 042, First Task, Misty City. You are faced with a new choice to accept the arrangement of the Spirit Hall. Choice 1. Wealth and danger coexist. Choose to accept. Reward. Agile Cloak. Choice 2. Too many unknown dangers. Choose to refuse. Reward. Healing Pearl 2. Lin Luo didn't expect that her graduation would actually trigger a selection interface, but upon reflection, it was understandable, as this was indeed a very important choice that concerned her future development. The rewards for the two choices were quite similar in the game. The value of the Agile Cloak was equivalent to 2 healing orbs, both worth 600. It seemed that the system's rewards had always been like this, with no significant deviation between the rewards of the two choices, and the main decision still relied on oneself. Lin Luo did not hesitate too much and responded to Mo Shanyun. "Teacher, I choose to accept the task. The system has already stated that this is an arrangement from the Wuhuan Hall. Having already left the Wuhuan Academy, if I want to continue to thrive in the Wuhuan Hall, I must accept their arrangements. My teacher is Ghost Douluo, an elder of the Wuhuan Hall, and I have already sworn allegiance to the Wuhuan Hall. I will definitely go all the way with them in the future. Besides, I can't find better resources than those in the Wuhuan Hall anywhere else, so there's really no need to think too much about it, right?" Mo Shanyun smiled, as if everything was under his control. "Okay, starting tomorrow, you'll be a member of the team with Xiaoyu, Gulaina, and Yen. There will likely be new teammates joining later, so you all should get along well. The strength of the team will be even greater. If you prefer to go solo, you can also tell me it's okay." Lin Luo nodded gently. "Okay, teacher." Mo Shanyun smiled and said, "Then it's settled. If nothing unexpected happens, you will receive your first task tomorrow. At that time, Xiaoyu and the others will contact you. When there are no tasks, you can cultivate on your own as before or arrange your own time." Lin Luo nodded. In the Douluo Palace, the tall figure of the golden crocodile, Douluo, appeared quietly. "Did you all watch it?" Qiandaoliu's voice sounded. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded. "I watched it all. That little guy's talent is truly terrifying. If it weren't for Xiao Shui delaying for several years, she would definitely be better than him." Qiandaoliu remained calm. "That was her own choice. Isn't it because of Bibi Dong? She should have been eliminated directly back then." The golden crocodile Douluo said coldly. Qiandaoliu replied, "At your age, why are you still so stubborn?" The golden crocodile Douluo fell silent. After a moment, he said, "Should Xiao Shui also follow the usual arrangements?" Qiandaoliu responded, "Yes." The golden crocodile Douluo said, "I really don't see the necessity. That little guy can also wait until they are stronger before making arrangements." Qiandaoliu replied, "Don't worry about them getting into trouble. They've all gone through this, so why can't they? Moreover, they will only do better. I am very much looking forward to their growth and future." When Lin Luo returned to his residence, it was already completely dark. As usual, he finished his meal at the academy before coming back, and his stomach was still a bit full. After taking a shower and taking care of his daily chores, Lin Luo went to his soft and comfortable bed, reflecting on the events of the day. The most important thing today was undoubtedly his future after graduation, which had now been decided. He would just follow the arrangements of the Spirit Hall. Starting tomorrow, he wouldn't have to go through the monotonous life at the academy anymore, and he didn't know what kind of tasks the Spirit Hall would assign him. Lin Luo felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Then Lin Luo opened his personal panel to check his current information. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul. Soul Lock Warden, Thresh. Soul Power Level, Level 34. Soul Rings, 1000 Year, 1089. 1000 Year, 2005. 10,000 Year, 10520. Soul Skills. Hell Curse S. Death Judgment S. Soul Guiding Lamp S. Doom Pendulum S. Mystification A. Soul Bone. Not acquired. Domain. Not acquired. Points too, huh? There's actually an extra soul skill. Lin Luo originally just wanted to admire his personal information, but unexpectedly, when he opened his personal panel, he saw a new soul skill, which was a pleasant surprise. The soul skills actually have levels. The skills from the Soul Lock Warden are all S rank, and he didn't expect that his teacher, the Ghost Douluo, would have a self-created soul skill that could reach A rank. More specifically, after seeing his information, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Luo's face. Closing the personal panel, Lin Luo then checked the system storage space and saw that the reward, the Agile Cloak, had been credited and was located in the slot next to the short sword. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on the Agile Cloak, relevant information also emerged. Agile Cloak, after use, increases critical hit chance by 15. Wow. The effect of the Agile Cloak finally mirrors the information of the original equipment. It seems that the Agile Cloak can also be combined with the short sword, possibly into something called Frenzy. Lin Luo silently thought to himself. At that moment, the system's prompt also sounded. Ding. Do you want to use the Agile Cloak to synthesize the Frenzy short sword? Lin Luo's eyes suddenly brightened, but she chose not to synthesize. The Agile Cloak and short sword still had other synthesis options, and she decided to wait until she obtained new equipment. It was clear that these items were meant to be synthesized into their final form for them to be worthwhile. Since they didn't lack this bit of power for the time being, it was better to keep them for now. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Luo set off for the academy. After arriving at the academy, she first had a meal and then went to the simulated training environment to practice. It seemed that life, after graduation, wasn't much different from before. It was still a continuous repetition of yesterday. Lin Luo quietly waited for the arrival of change. But after a whole morning, there was still no sign of anything happening. It wasn't until after lunch, when Lin Luo returned to the mass grave, that he suddenly felt a strange soul power fluctuation from the Jade Stone that Shangyun had given him. Lin Luo immediately took out the Jade Stone and infused it with soul power, quickly receiving a response. Lin Luo, where are you now? We're coming to find you. It was the voice of Hulaina. Lin Luo immediately responded, I'm at the mass grave. Hulaina, okay, we'll come and find you right away. Lin Luo glanced at the jade in his hand and thought that its shape could be changed. Making it into a phone case might look cooler, especially since it already has basic calling functions. After a moment, Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yen arrived. As soon as Hulaina saw Lin Luo, she displayed a happy smile. Lin Luo, welcome to join us. Lin Luo nodded lightly. Is there a mission? Hulaina said, yes, the mission location is in Misty City. There's been some trouble at the branch hall there, and we need to investigate. She continued, by the way, aren't you afraid at all being alone in this graveyard? This place is really eerie. I've heard that many strange events have happened here before. Hulaina lowered her voice. Lin Luo frowned slightly and said, why didn't you say it earlier? I've been here for a year already. If there were any strange occurrences, I could at least have some fun. But the key is that I haven't encountered anything weird at all. In the end, I had to dig 3 feet into the ground to find some good stuff. Hulaina laughed and said, I was just teasing you. There aren't that many strange things. Your martial soul belongs to the special spiritual entity category. So you're probably the most bizarre existence here. Soul Lock Warden, that name sounds very imposing, Lin Luo added. Hulaina mockingly laughed without holding back. Imposing? More like a turtle's aura. Lin Luo no longer quarreled with Hulaina and began to talk about the task. Where exactly is Grey Mist City? And what has happened there? Lin Luo asked. Hulaina replied, Grey Mist City is near Balak City. It is a rare small city that is close to the main city, but relatively poor, shrouded in gray mist all year round, hence the name Grey Mist City. The appearance of inexplicable corpses is something we will only understand by going to Grey Mist City. As she spoke, Hulaina took out a map and handed it to Lin Luo. You will need to learn to read maps slowly from now on. Our tasks are not limited to the area around Spirit City. Lin Luo took the map and saw that it marked the locations of every city in great detail. He instinctively began to search for the location of Notting City and eventually found it in a corner, which was quite far from Soulmaster City. Unknowingly, he had not returned for more than a year. In contrast, Grey Mist City was at most a day's journey from Soul Master City and was located on the way to Balak City. Balak City was the capital of the Balak Kingdom. After glancing at the map, Lin Luo also began to wonder why Grey Mist City was associated with poverty. All right, we've already informed you about the task situation. We'll set off for Grey Mist City tomorrow, gathering at the Academy Gate in the morning, Hulaina said. Lin Luo Dao. Are we the only ones? No team leader or anything? Xiaoyu Dao. No, our strength has already reached soul respect. A small team of 4 soul respects, plus our identity as members of the Spirit Hall, we basically won't encounter any danger. Hulaina Dao. Even if we encounter danger. Hulaina was immediately shot a glare by Xiaoyu and stopped speaking. Halfway through her sentence, it was the listeners who felt uncomfortable. Lin Luo saw the serious expression on Xiaoyu's face and didn't ask any further. However, he had already guessed the content of Hulaina's second half of the sentence, which was likely about how they didn't need to worry about safety issues, as there would probably be Spirit Hall experts secretly protecting them. From Hulaina's tone, it seemed they had encountered something before, and if 3 Soul Emperors couldn't handle it, it appeared that the tasks assigned by the Spirit Hall were not that simple. Hulaina and her companions left, and throughout the entire time, Yin never said a word. Sometimes Lin Luo even wondered if Yin was mute, as he truly spoke very little. Lin Luo spent the afternoon at the mass graveyard, completing his daily training. After finishing his meal at the academy, he returned to his residence. It wasn't that Lin Luo didn't want to eat outside. It was mainly because the canteen's food was simply too good, almost beyond reproach. However, not all canteens serve the same few dishes forever. The canteen at the Martial Soul Academy updates its menu regularly, ensuring that there is no chance of getting bored with the food. Lin Luo was genuinely satisfied with this. It was very considerate of them to cater to someone like him who loves to eat. Additionally, the Ghost Douluo occasionally treated Lin Luo to extra meals, and he had completely succumbed to the allure of food. There was no way he could not love food with a teacher who enjoyed gourmet cuisine. Since his first mission was starting the next day, Lin Luo chose not to push himself with extra training that night and opted for a good night's sleep instead. The next morning, Lin Luo tidied himself up a bit and headed to the academy. When he arrived at the academy gate, he didn't see any sign of Xiaoyu, Hulaina, or Yin, so he decisively chose to go to the canteen for a free breakfast and also pack some portable food. People who know how to live are just different. To Lin Luo's surprise, by the time he finished eating and packing, Xiaoyu and the others still hadn't arrived at the academy gate. Did I come too early, or did I come too late? Could they have set off in the middle of the night? Am I misunderstanding the meaning of morning? Lin Luo began to doubt himself. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyu and the other 3 finally arrived. They were all wearing specially made Soul Master robes from the Spirit Hall, while Lin Luo was the only one in the academy uniform, making him stand out awkwardly. It was one thing to arrive late, but they didn't even mention changing clothes in advance. You must have been waiting for a long time. Actually, there's no need to come this early. Just come when it's time for regular classes, Xiaoyu said. Lin Luo frowned and said, "Why didn't you make it clear yesterday?" Hulaina replied, "It's enough that it's clear now. Let's set off." Leaving the Wuhuan Academy, Lin Luo and the other 3 quickly entered Wuhuan City. Xiaoyu and the others, familiar with the route, rented a carriage, clearly not their first time traveling. This carriage didn't look much different from an ordinary one, except the horses were somewhat unusual. They seemed to be a type of soul beast that resembled horses, a product of domestication. With the carriage, Lin Luo's originally estimated day's journey took only half a day. Balak Kingdom, Grey Mist City. Entering the area of Grey Mist City, a damp feeling greeted them. The fog here was thick, gray in color, and carried a slightly pungent odor, somewhat similar to the smell produced when lime meets water. Lin Luo then understood why Grey Mist City couldn't develop. The land here was barren, and the interference from the gray mist made it inconvenient to do anything. Moreover, its actual location was not on the main road to Balak City, but rather on a relatively remote path. In this world, it seemed that various environments could blend together, and even the most extreme conditions were understandable and acceptable. Although there was interference from the gray mist, Lin Luo and the others eventually managed to enter Grey Mist City smoothly. There were only a few pedestrians on the main street of Grey Mist City, but Lin Luo happened to hear a few complaints. That Shrek Academy is way too shady. Since there are those admission requirements, why didn't they say so earlier? We paid the registration fee, and only then did they mention those rules, and they don't even refund the money. It's really too shady. Exactly. It's ridiculous that such a trashy academy hasn't closed down yet. We came all the way here for nothing. Hearing the familiar name, Lin Luo immediately looked in the direction of the voices and saw two boys, around 15 or 16 years old, angrily discussing the matter, with their parents following behind. Also complaining. Judging by their flashy attire, they must belong to a wealthy family in Grey Mist City. Only wealthy families could afford to travel all the way to Soto City. It proved that even in the poorest places, there would still be relatively wealthy individuals. This was a small episode Lin Luo experienced after arriving in Grey Mist City, but Xiaoyu and the others appeared very calm and indifferent, showing no concern for the so-called Shrek Academy. Before long, they arrived at the Spirit Hall branch in Grey Mist City. Even before reaching the entrance, they could already see personnel from the branch coming to greet them. Damn it, it's actually the same profession. The person walking at the front was an elderly man over 60 years old, followed by 5 middle-aged men around 30, all dressed in the uniforms of the Spirit Hall branch. From the insignia on their uniforms, it was clear that the elder was a spirit master, while the other 5 were great spirit masters. Grey Mist City was a relatively backward small city, and in Lin Luo's view, it was even slightly inferior to Notting City. The configuration of this branch was already considered quite good. Put on the masks. Xiaoyu, who was controlling the carriage outside, had already put on his mask and reminded the others inside the carriage. Lin Luo and the others immediately complied, wearing masks to avoid unnecessary trouble. The carriage slowed down and finally stopped in an open space next to the branch hall. As soon as Lin Luo and his group got down, they were greeted by the warm smiles of the old man and his companions. Welcome, for esteemed lords from Soul Master City, to our Grey Mist City branch hall. I am Jizhengde, the steward of Grey Mist City. Jizhengde appeared very enthusiastic. He was the steward of Grey Mist City and also held another title, that of the branch hall master, although such a title was clearly not appropriate to mention on this occasion. I am Moonblade. I am Fox. I am Lava. The 3 calmly introduced themselves. I am Hammerstone. Lin Luo finally spoke up. On the way here, Xiaoyu had already mentioned using code names. When Xiaoyu and the others introduced themselves, Jizhengde had a warm smile on his face, nodding gently. However, when it was Lin Luo's turn, his smile froze. A look of disbelief flashed in Jizhengde's eyes, and when he saw the emblem of the Spirit Hall uniform on Lin Luo, he showed an even more shocked expression. However, he was someone who had experienced a lot, and despite being greatly shaken inside, he quickly adjusted his outward demeanor. Lin Luo is only 7 years old now. Even though he has developed quite well, it is still obvious that he is a child, even if one thinks of him as being around 10 years old. Having such strength at this age is indeed a bit frightening, which explains why Jizhengde was so flustered. Not only Jizhengde, but also the 5 people who came with him to greet Lin Luo were similarly affected. However, in their eyes, besides shock, there was more envy and longing. Good, Jizhengde said with a warm smile, making a gesture of invitation, please, for esteemed adults, this way. After that, Lin Luo and the others followed Jizhengde into the side hall for an inspection. In fact, they only took a quick glance. Jizhengde was just too enthusiastic. Otherwise, this step could have been skipped. Lin Luo and the others were very clear about the purpose of their trip and did not want to waste too much time on unrelated matters. In the Grey Mist City branch hall, Jizhengde was reporting on the basic situation of the Grey Mist City branch, indicating that they had recently completed the soul awakening work for all the villages and towns near Grey Mist City. However, Xiaoyu was already somewhat impatient and interrupted, saying, all right, let's get to the point. What is the situation in Grey Mist City recently? Jizhengde paused for a moment, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a serious expression. Recently, many dry corpses have inexplicably appeared in Grey Mist City. One of our branch personnel died mysteriously while investigating this matter and also became a dry corpse. His strength was soul venerable, and we suspect the culprit is. He swallowed hard and then said, Evil Soul Master. Evil Soul Master? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. In his impression, the Evil Soul Master seemed to have only appeared in the second part of the battle. However, it also seemed reasonable for them to exist in the first part, since Evil Soul Masters had always been around. Speaking of Evil Soul Masters, Lin Luo became more alert. From the definition of Evil Soul Masters, he estimated that he could also be categorized as one, as he could enhance his power by collecting souls. Whether counted as an Evil Soul Master or not, as long as one possessed a method to enhance power that society could not accept, that person would be considered a heretic and would face persecution. The so-called good and bad were not genuinely cared about by others. Once they determined that you should not exist, then no matter how much infamy you bore, it would be deemed reasonable in their eyes. This was also the reason why Lin Luo was so cautious about stacking passives. When Xiaoyu heard the term evil soul master. He appeared very calm and began to inquire about clues. Where did the incident involving that staff member occur? Jijingde immediately replied. His body was found in Shurian village outside Grey Mist City. Xiaoyu asked, have you had any new developments in your investigation recently? Jijingde shook his head. No, we later went to Shurian village to search for clues, but we did not find any trace at all. Considering the other party's potential strength and the seriousness of the matter, we sought assistance from Wuhuan City. Xiaoyu then asked, what did the Lord of Grey Mist City say? Jijingde sighed. They have long been rotten to the core and do not care about these matters, and the strength of Grey Mist City is limited, so they cannot spare any resources. Lin Luo thought to himself at this moment, to turn a soul master into a dry corpse. That must require at least the strength of a soul sect, and it's possible that the opponent is even at the level of soul king or higher. Is my first mission going to be this difficult? It seems that the power of soul masters is indeed limited. For an incident like this in Grey Fog City, they only sent us 4 soul masters, although 4 soul masters is already quite a significant force. Lin Luo did not question the strength of Jijingde and the soul sect, nor did he need to, and he understood Jijingde's approach to seeking assistance. Like ordinary people, soul masters also age, and as they grow older, their abilities in various aspects will decline. Although Jijingde had the strength of the soul sect, his combat power was certainly not as strong as it was in his youth. With his own strength, it was clearly insufficient to investigate the suspected evil soul masters. Evil Moon said, where are those corpses now? Jijingde replied, in the basement. Do we need to take a look now? Evil Moon nodded. Then, Lin Luo and his group, led by Jijingde, arrived at the basement of the branch hall. Rather than a basement, it was more like a huge cold storage. As soon as they entered, they felt a bone-chilling cold. Being here gave Lin Luo a sense of nostalgia. This basement was more aptly described as a morgue. The environment of his uncle's funeral home was quite similar, only the temperature wasn't as low as here. The basement was equipped with relatively bright lighting, and they quickly saw the corpses Jijingde had mentioned. At a glance, there were 7 corpses in total, with one middle-aged man's corpse separated from the others. When Evil Moon, Hulaina, and Yin saw the corpses, their brows furrowed slightly. When Lin Luo saw the dry corpse, he had the same expression. They were definitely from the same line of work. All the corpses only had a portion of their souls remaining. 045, killing is indeed addictive. Xiaoyu and the others frowned because the appearance of the dry corpse was quite ugly, making one want to look away after just a glance. However, Lin Luo frowned out of disdain for the unclean and sloppy work of the evil soul master. Clearly, they had collected souls but failed to collect them completely. This made Lin Luo particularly eager to activate his martial soul to complete the soul collection. Not doing things thoroughly was especially torturous for someone with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Nevertheless, Lin Luo ultimately maintained his composure. The matter of collecting souls could be handled when no one was around, but with so many people present now, it was somewhat difficult to find an excuse. With the masks on, Jijingde and the other members of the division naturally could not see the expressions of Xiaoyu and the others. As Xiaoyu and the others approached the dry corpse, after a brief examination, Xiaoyu spoke. So, you've investigated this far, and all the clues are gone. And you even sacrificed a soul master? Jijingde showed an embarrassed expression. Yes. Xiaoyu asked, what about the previous clues? Jijingde immediately replied, there are some. They're all in the archives. Xiaoyu said, find us a place to work, then bring all the files related to the dry corpse. Yizvenkte nodded, okay. He then instructed a middle-aged man beside him, Jie Yangping, arrange an office for the 4 gentlemen. At this moment, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Luo and the others and asked, what do you think of this dry corpse? Hulaina said, it's undoubtedly an evil soul master. Draining human blood. We've seen similar cases before. Yin said, however, there is something very strange. There are no visible wounds on their bodies. And even though they have become dry corpses, from the expressions barely visible on their faces, they don't seem to have died in pain. Especially this soul master. The corners of his mouth are actually turned upwards. Lin Luo didn't expect his teammates to be so professional, so he also shared his opinion. Could it be that the evil soul master possesses a spirit of the illusion type, causing people to die in a prearranged illusion, which is why they don't feel any pain? Upon hearing about the illusion type soul master, Xiaoyu and the other 2 simultaneously looked at Lin Luo. Xiaoyu nodded. It's possible. Ji Zheng and the others also gently nodded upon hearing this idea, their faces showing a hint of realization. Hulaina looked at Lin Luo with slight surprise. You know about illusion-type soul masters? Lin Luo calmly said. Who are you looking down on? I also read books. You know, although Lin Luo wouldn't say he could recite the encyclopedia of soul masters from memory, he already had a certain foundation of soul master knowledge and had some understanding of illusion-type soul masters. Reading more books is never a bad thing. It helps to open up one's mind. When he saw those corpses, Lin Luo immediately thought of illusion-type soul masters. At that moment, Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Hulayina and Yin, and the three nodded slightly. Then Xiaoyu said, "Jijingde, you can leave first." Jijingde was slightly taken aback, then immediately nodded. "Understood, my lord." Following that, Jijingde led the others away, leaving only Lin Luo and the other three, along with 7 corpses in the basement. Xiaoyu said, "Lin Luo, activate your martial soul and try to sense the souls of these corpses to see if you can find any clues." Lin Luo was slightly surprised, but he nodded and complied. He was thinking about how to find an opportunity to deal with the remaining souls, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. After the fluctuation of soul power, Lin Luo activated his martial soul, and in his hands appeared a scythe and a lantern. His whole demeanor underwent a tremendous change, especially with the 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, on him, which brought a considerable sense of pressure to Xiaoyu and the others. Even though it wasn't their first time seeing it, they still felt a bit astonished inside. Lin Luo walked around the 7 corpses with a lantern, collecting the remaining souls along the way. The fluctuations of souls are something ordinary people cannot sense, especially the fluctuations of incomplete souls. Moreover, the enhancement that ordinary souls brought to Lin Luo was already minimal, let alone the incomplete ones. It was difficult for Xiaoyu and the others to perceive any changes. The biggest problem Lin Luo faced with his passive ability was never being discovered while collecting souls, but rather how to find a suitable reason to activate his martial soul while lingering beside a corpse. With a proper excuse, others wouldn't care about his strange behavior. Otherwise, once noticed, they would surely uncover some clues. If other practitioners or powerful individuals were to focus on him, the special ability of the Hell Curse would be exposed in no time. After Lin Luo completed the soul collection, he slowly spoke. "The souls are incomplete." Xiaoyu nodded gently and calmly replied, "Indeed, it's not just the consumption of human blood essence. It also devours the souls. There is no doubt that it is the work of a soul master, and this is a relatively important clue. Lin Luo's ability to sense the fluctuations of souls will play a crucial role in our subsequent investigation." Hulayina murmured, "Now I finally understand why each team tries to arrange for a soul master with a special spirit body martial soul." At this moment, Yin, who had been very silent, also spoke up. "Lin Luo, how far away can you sense the existence of a soul?" Lin Luo said, "I haven't tried it, but should be fine within 10 meters. Yin replied, "That's enough." Xiaoyu glanced at the dry corpse one last time, then walked outside. "Let's go. First we need to check some old records." Lin Luo retracted his martial soul and followed his teammates closely. Upon leaving the basement, Jijingde was waiting at the door. When he saw Xiaoyu and the others coming out, he immediately took the lead. "The office and materials are all ready. Please follow me, adults." Under Jijingde's guidance, Lin Luo and the others arrived at the 2nd floor of the branch hall, reaching an office with the best lighting. As soon as Lin Luo entered the office, he smelled a faint aroma of tea. The layout of the office was simple, with a long table and 4 chairs. At that moment, a thick stack of documents and 4 cups of hot tea were already placed on the long table. There were some visible water stains on the chairs, clearly indicating that the staff had specifically wiped them down. At this time, Lin Luo was still somewhat unable to adapt to the enthusiastic reception from Jijingde and the personnel of the branch hall. It was truly too warm. However, Xiaoyu and the others appeared very calm, as if all of this was a matter of course. This made Lin Luo wonder, has the system of the spirit hall always been this strict? Jijingde was, after all, a deacon of the soul sect's branch with considerable strength, while they were all Soul Douluos. Yet when Jijingde treated them, the term respectful was insufficient to describe it. It reached the level of bowing and scraping. However, upon reflection, it seemed understandable. Setting aside future prospects, the status of Spirit City in the hearts of the Spirit Hall personnel was already unshakable. The Holy Land of Soul Masters was right in Spirit City. Subsequently, Lin Luo and the others began to review the materials. About half an hour later, they finished going through all the materials but did not find any useful clues. Lin Luo couldn't help but voice his doubts. Could it be that the evil soul master has already run away? No. Xiaoyu gave a definite answer. As long as it's an evil soul master who has used wicked methods to enhance their power, their bodies will show abnormalities. making them easy to detect. Running away is the most foolish choice for them. They usually prefer to hide, often lurking in dark corners. Lin Luo said, but the clues have been interrupted. Misty City is neither big nor small, and trying to find a person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiaoyu confidently replied, he'll come out on his own in a few days. Lin Luo, huh? Xiaoyu, because killing is addictive. 046, passing by the dead, leading souls into the lanterns. The next morning, Lin Luo and the others had just arrived at the branch hall when they saw Ji Zhengde hurrying towards them, seemingly preparing to leave. Behind him was a young man who was panting heavily. Upon seeing Lin Luo and the others, Ji Zhengde quickly said, we found another corpse. Right at the former lord's residence in the west of the city. I'm about to go check it out. Xiaoyu decisively replied, let's go together. Yizvenkde nodded. All right. The group didn't dare to delay and quickly made their way to the former lord's residence in the west of the city. You can wait outside. The rest will be handled by me and the four lords. Ji Zhengde told the young man who had come with him. The young man immediately nodded, okay. At this moment, the area outside the former lord's residence was surrounded, with 90% of the crowd being ordinary people. The few soul masters present were only at the soul master level, but the situation clearly indicated that this was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Curious onlookers among the common folk were discussing from a distance, not daring to approach. Those outside could not enter, and those inside could not come out. Even the guards of Grey Fog City were obediently maintaining order outside. From the murmurs of the common people, it was learned that the current lord of Grey Fog City had also arrived. Wuhuan Palace is here to do business. Clear the way. Ji Zhengde commanded sternly upon seeing the guards. The authority of the branch hall master was fully displayed at this moment. The guards immediately made way, appearing very respectful. Ji Zhengde's presence acted as the best pass, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the former lord's residence, where he met the current lord, Fang Qingji. Fang Qingji was a plump man in his 50s, dressed in black, with a face full of flesh and a noticeable mole, his face oily. He exhibited a certain level of soul power, clearly also a soul master. What's going on here? Ji Zhengde maintained a serious demeanor even in front of the lord of Grey Fog City, his tone lacking any politeness. Fang Qingji appeared indifferent towards Ji Zhengde, saying, my brother's daughter has died and turned into a corpse. His tone was very calm, as if he were discussing something quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhengde immediately asked, is the murderer still at the lord's residence? Fang Qingji nodded, it should be. After my niece's incident, my brother promptly sealed off the lord's residence and is currently digging 3 feet into the ground to find the murderer. Hearing this, Ji Zhengde laughed in anger. You guys have indeed concealed information. I will settle accounts with you after this matter is over. With that, Ji Zhengde headed into the former lord's residence. Lin Luo and Xiaoyu closely followed, and Fang Qingji did not stop them, seemingly waiting for the support from the spear hall, only casting a few curious glances at Lin Luo and the others wearing masks. It seems the spear hall really has sent people, Fang Qingji murmured. After watching Ji Zhengde and the others enter the city lord's mansion, Fang Qingji immediately shouted loudly, maintain vigilance. No one is allowed to enter the former city lord's mansion. After issuing the order, Fang Qingji whispered to himself, next, I'll leave it to my brother and these people from the spear hall. Activate the martial soul. Xiaoyu said in a deep voice as they stepped into the former city lord's mansion. At the same time, Ji Zhengde, who was walking ahead, activated his martial soul. 4 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, slowly rose from beneath Ji Zhengde's feet, symbolizing the strength of Ji Zhengde's soul sect. Meanwhile, a long staff appeared in Ji Zhengde's hand. Experienced soul masters activate their martial souls without needing reminders when entering dangerous places, and Ji Zhengde was the best example at that moment. In fact, Lin Luo and the others were also preparing to activate their martial souls, and upon receiving Xiaoyu's reminder, they immediately took action. After a wave of soul power fluctuations, the aura and temperament of the 4 of them underwent a tremendous change. Lin Luo held a huge sickle and a lantern in his hands, connected by a chain that glowed with a green light. They emanated a chilling aura that made people reluctant to approach. Behind Hulaina was a fluffy tail, and she exuded an enchanting aura that made it hard for anyone to look away, even with a mask covering her face. Yan's body was partially covered in molten lava, appearing seemingly indestructible, radiating a scorching heat as if his body could ignite at any moment. Xiaoyu held a moon blade in his hand, making him appear even sharper. After the 4 activated their martial souls, 3 soul rings surrounded them. Among them, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina had the standard soul ring combination of yellow, and purple. Only Lin Luo was unique, with a soul ring combination of purple, and black, leaving Jijingde utterly stunned. Jijingde's steps became noticeably stiff, his head almost turning around, his previously sunken eyes wide open, and his mouth slightly agape. Once his gaze fell on Lin Luo, he could not look away, and he instinctively trembled as he exclaimed, how is this possible? Boom! Just as Jijingde was in shock, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the east side. Lin Luo and Xiaoyu immediately turned their attention toward the source of the sound and decisively rushed in that direction, followed closely by Jijingde, who was slow to react. Moments later, they arrived in an open grassy area where some ornamental plants could be seen. In the middle of the grassland, a pavilion-like structure had already turned into ruins, with some black smoke drifting from it. Behind the ruins, several corpses were visible. On the other side of the grassland, there was a rockery, and on top of it crouched an extremely ugly figure. It could barely be described as human, as its body was covered in countless bloody pustules, which seemed like they could burst at any moment, making one feel quite uneasy upon seeing it. Lin Luo had seen all kinds of dead people since he was young, but this was the first time he had encountered such an ugly presence, which completely redefined his understanding of the word ugly. It was bad enough to be ugly, but the person also exuded a foul odor like rotting fish, making one feel nauseous upon smelling it. Despite the guy's ugliness, he was surrounded by 5 soul rings: white, yellow, purple, and purple. Although not the best combination, he was indeed a genuine soul king. Across from the fake mountain stood a large tree, atop which was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin, with a bony face marked by a mole, and his eyes were very small, almost squinted shut, making his pupils nearly invisible. In his right hand, he tightly gripped a 1-meter-long machete, surrounded by 4 soul rings: white, yellow, and purple. The combination of soul rings was the same as that of Zhongde, making him a soul zone as well. Today, you will undoubtedly die. A rough voice emerged from the thin man's mouth, filled with determination and anger. The arrival of Lin Luo and the others did not attract his attention. His gaze remained fixed on the strange man, covered in pus-filled sores. Xiaoyu had already begun to give orders. Lin Luo, Hulaina, you two go over there to prevent the target from escaping. Jijingde, Yan, the 3 of us will go provide support. Okay. The 5 immediately sprang into action. Lin Luo was particularly eager about Xiaoyu's arrangement because the direction pointed out by Xiaoyu was exactly where the corpses were located. Upon reaching the vicinity of the corpses, Lin Luo raised his lantern and successfully collected their souls. Afterwards, Lin Luo's gaze fell on the strange man. He wondered how much a tribute the Soul King's soul could bring. The battle was intense, the deadly kind. Evil soul masters were also divided into categories. One type relied on evil cultivation methods to enhance their power, while the other was born with a martial soul that was an evil entity, naturally possessing the ability to enhance their strength. Compared to the former, the latter was clearly of a higher level. Both could rapidly increase their power, but the former could experience fluctuations in strength, while the latter could too, but the impact was not as significant, and their combat power was much more formidable. Although the strange man on the rockery had 5 soul rings, his aura was far from that of a true soul king, clearly belonging to the type that relied on evil cultivation methods to boost his strength. 2 soul ancestors and 4 soul masters were absolutely enough to deal with such a soul king. Xiaoyu, Yan, and Jijingde moved closer to the strange man, who finally began to act. However, his target seemed to be only the tall, thin man in the treetops. Like the strange man, the tall, thin man never glanced at Lin Luo and the others. He merely sensed their arrival. The strange man exerted force with his limbs, shattering the rockery, and then charged swiftly toward the tall, thin man, letting out a beast-like roar. Fang Qingming, come and take your life. Fang Qingming sneered, and his first and second soul rings shone simultaneously. The cleaver in his hand was enveloped in a brown energy that spread to his arms. At the same time, his legs were also covered in the brown energy, and then Fang Qingming charged directly at the strange man, swinging the cleaver in the air and striking down at the strange man. At that moment, the 3rd soul ring on the strange man lit up, and all the pus-filled sores on his body burst open. The blood-red sores contained a transparent, viscous liquid that instantly covered the strange man. Some of the liquid splattered onto Fang Qingming, immediately corroding his clothes and leaving a charred mark on his skin. Clang! At the same time, Fang Qingming's cleaver struck the strange man, but the transparent, viscous liquid suddenly hardened creating a sound like metal clashing upon impact. Neither of them could fly, and after colliding, they both fell toward the ground, ultimately crashing down and creating a depression in the earth. Lin Luo's gaze remained fixed on Fang Chengming and the strange man, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Xie Yu and the other two who remained unmoved. "Aren't we going to take action?" Lin Luo couldn't help but ask. Hu Laiina replied, "This is clearly a personal grudge. Why should we be anxious? As long as we prepare for battle and ensure the target doesn't escape, that's enough." "All right." Lin Luo nodded slightly. Both Fang Qingming and the strange man were filled with rage, clearly harboring deep hatred. The situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. After landing, Fang Qingming and the strange man resumed their fierce battle. Fang Qingming's machete repeatedly struck the strange man, yet he couldn't inflict any harm on him at all. However, he was indeed able to force the strange man to retreat continuously. Moreover, as the number of attacks increased, the strange man's defenses seemed to weaken, looking like they would be completely destroyed in no time. The strange man wasn't always on the defensive either. During the intervals of Fang Qingming's attacks, he would spit out a transparent, viscous liquid. If it successfully hit Fang Qingming, it would leave a patch of charred blackness on him, and the corrosive sight was painful to witness. However, Fang Qingming never uttered a word, as if the hatred gave him the ability to forget his pain. Witnessing such a battle made Lin Luo redefine the meaning of real combat. The fight between Fang Qingming and the strange man was clearly aimed at taking each other's lives, both being extremely reckless. Real combat must mostly be like this, where one would go to any lengths to defeat and eliminate the opponent. During the close combat, both Fang Qingming and the strange man used their soul skills effectively, demonstrating excellent coordination. After a series of attacks from Fang Qingming, the second soul ring on the strange man suddenly lit up, and then the strange man's body grew larger by a fist, making him look even stronger and more bizarre, giving off an instinctive urge to distance oneself upon seeing him. The enlarged strange man seized an opportunity during Fang Qingming's attack and blocked Fang Qingming's machete with terrifying strength, subsequently taking the initiative and launching a frenzied assault on Fang Qingming with his fists. Fang Qingming could only passively defend with his machete, and both of their reaction speeds were incredibly fast, as if everything was an instinctive response. Bang! 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 The strange man's strength was immense. With each punch, Fang Qingming's feet sank in the ground, creating more than a dozen pits. When the strange man attacked again, Fang Qingming finally seized the opportunity. His third soul ring lit up, and he swung his machete forcefully towards the strange man's abdomen. Before the machete even made contact with the strange man's body, a sharp blade of energy sliced through the strange man's defenses, leaving a deep wound on his ugly body. With blood spurting out, combat is inherently unpredictable. Whoever handles the details better will ultimately prevail. Despite being severely injured, the strange man did not give up his attack and suddenly punched Fang Qingming on the head, nearly deforming it and driving him into the ground. The strange man then disregarded his bleeding abdomen and jumped over, frantically swinging his fists at Fang Qingming with remarkable speed. Fang Qingming's reactions were incredibly quick. Despite being struck by such a punch, he was still able to immediately grip his knife to block. Bang, bang, bang! Dust and debris flew everywhere, and Fang Qingming's body gradually sank deeper into the ground. But he did not suffer further heavy blows from the strange man, successfully blocking all of the strange man's punches. Watching this scene, Lin Luo couldn't help but swallow hard. If he were facing such a battle, he wouldn't dare to guarantee he could remain calm, especially if he received such a punch. He estimated he would be fine. He believed in his exceptionally perverse defense. The battle continued. After failing to attack, the strange man spat out that highly corrosive liquid again. Fang Qingming immediately swung his machete in retaliation, and almost at the moment the corrosive liquid fell, a powerful blade of energy struck the strange man, sending him flying. Accompanied by a shower of blood, the strange man landed heavily on the ground. His right arm nearly severed, with a gruesome wound stretching from his right shoulder down to his abdomen, bleeding profusely. Fang Qingming, deeply embedded in the ground, was not doing well either. More than half of his body had been corroded beyond recognition, blood and flesh in a mess. In terms of injuries, he and the strange man were about even. Despite such a situation, Fang Qingming never asked Lin Luo and the others for support. His gaze remained solely on the strange man. Suddenly, Fang Qingming's fourth soul ring lit up, completely enveloping him in brown energy, his wounds healing rapidly, and his momentum increasing further, though the light in his eyes dimmed significantly. This guy was really playing with his life. 048. They're going to take each other out. Fang Qingming's state clearly indicated he was using his life as a price to temporarily gain immense power. Seeing Fang Qingming start to risk his life, Lin Luo once again asked, "Aren't we going to take action?" Hulaina still appeared calm. "No rush. Lin Luo, if we don't take action soon, it might really lead to a fatal outcome later. Do we really have to wait until the last moment to act?" As Lin Luo was in doubt, Hulaina's voice echoed again. "We're not yet at the point of being together, so you must always remember that our goal is only that evil soul master. Everything else is not important." Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, "Is it all unimportant? What about the common people?" Hulaina replied, "Of course we need to pay attention to their protection, but that guy is different. Besides, many common people are not much better than evil soul masters. Being weak doesn't mean they must be protected by the strong. Let me give you a piece of advice. Have compassion, but it must be moderate. Otherwise, it will only harm you. This means definitely don't be a saint." Lin Luo nodded gently. "Got it, Hulaina." Not hearing the sister she wanted to hear from, Hulaina pouted slightly, but didn't continue to bicker with Lin Luo. Her gaze remained fixed on the battlefield ahead. Lin Luo's gaze did not leave the battlefield. While he was speaking, most of his attention remained on the fight ahead. Fang Qingming, covered in brown energy, charged quickly towards the strange man with a machete in hand. The fourth soul ring on the strange man lit up, and an eerie red light flickered around him. Instead of blood, a thick, transparent liquid flowed from his wounds, eventually gushing out towards Fang Qingming. Undeterred, Fang Qingming increased his speed, but he ultimately could not avoid colliding with the thick, transparent liquid. The machete sliced through the liquid as if cutting through a massive piece of maltose, but after being split, the maltose began to envelop Fang Qingming. Despite his speed, he could not escape the fate of being wrapped up, and he found himself just 1 meter away from the strange man, so close that his machete could almost strike the strange man. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thick, transparent liquid wrapped around Fang Qingming, continuously corroding his body. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, already using his strength to deal with the control on him. The strange man opposite Fang Qingming did not make a move either. His fourth soul ring continued to glow, as if he needed to ensure the constant overflow of the transparent liquid to maintain control over Fang Qingming. The moment he stopped, Fang Qingming would break free from the bindings. What initially was a fire exchange had unexpectedly turned into a war of attrition. Fang Qingming struggled for a moment, but ultimately made no progress. Finally, in a fit of anger, he shouted, "Jijingde, you old fool. Are you not going to make a move?" Upon hearing this, Jijingde finally considered taking action, but before he did, he looked at the two beside him. "Xiaoyu and Yen, my lords, shall we make our move?" Xiaoyu nodded. "All right." Only then did Jijingde immediately act, charging towards the strange man with a long staff, followed closely by Xiaoyu and Yen. Lin Luo finally saw some hints at this moment. What Hulaina said about not being a saint had some truth to it, but in the end, it was still a matter of stance. Fang Qingji represented the imperial power, while Jijingde represented the spirit hall's power. The two forces appeared to coexist peacefully on the surface, but in reality, it was clearly not that simple. After entering the former city lord's mansion, it seemed that everything was led by Xiaoyu, but in fact, Xiaoyu was also following Jijingde's opinions, as Jijingde was the boss of the Grey Mist City's branch. Even the smallest places have interests at stake. If Jijingde did not take action, Xiaoyu would not act either, which resulted in the earlier one-on-one situation between Fang Qingming and the strange man. Who? Jijingde quickly arrived behind the strange man, his long staff whistling through the air. At the same time, Jijingde's first, second, and third spirit rings all lit up, all of which were power-enhancing spirit skills. The moment Jijingde made his move, his strength reached its peak. The strange man sensed the crisis but still did not give up control over Fang Qingming. Instead, the fifth spirit ring on him, which had never flickered before, finally lit up. Countless abscesses appeared on the strange man's body again, looking disgusting and terrifying. Then the abscesses burst open, and this time it wasn't a transparent viscous liquid, but blood water filled with a pungent odor. Following this, the strange man seemed to gain an incredibly powerful force, directly pulling Fang Qingming to his front, his mouth opening to a terrifying 180 degrees as he bit down on Fang Qingming. Bang! At this moment, Jijingde's long staff heavily struck the back of the strange man's head, producing a muffled sound. However, strangely, the strange man was not affected at all. Instead, Jijingde was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Hiss! The strange man's huge mouth fiercely bit down on Fang Qingming's neck. causing Fang Qingming's complexion to visibly turn ugly, and his body quickly became withered. At the same time, the strange man's momentum continued to rise, and the various negative conditions on him were improving. Damn, is the situation about to spiral out of control? Lin Luo's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene, and he was ready to take action. If they didn't move together soon, everyone would likely end up like Fang Qingming, who Laina beside him was also shifting her steps, as were Xiaoyu and Yin on the other side. Just as Lin Luo and the others were preparing to strike together, a sudden strange sound caught their attention. Puchi! A sharp knife deeply pierced the body of the bizarre man, and brown energy continuously poured into him. Fang Qingming, who had his neck bitten, revealed a sinister smile. Haha, I told you, you will definitely die. Perhaps due to the wound on his neck, Fang Qingming's voice sounded extremely strange, but it was filled with madness. However, after this madness, there was no further sound. Fang Qingming directly collapsed and died. The bizarre man's body suddenly stiffened, retracting its blood-red mouth. The momentum that had been rapidly increasing bizarrely began to decline, and a layer of grayish death could be seen clearly devouring the bizarre man's life at the wound that was almost severed in half. The bizarre man looked at his wound with a hint of confusion, but the corners of his mouth slowly rose. I have waited for this day for a long time. Then the bizarre man looked at Fang Qingming's corpse and let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. Min, Daddy has avenged you. Boom! The bizarre man's massive body fell to the ground like a mountain, and blood quickly soaked the earth. His life came to a complete end here. 049. Soul Sect and above. Collects souls to see memories? Has the battle ended? Lin Luo was taken aback by this sudden scene. He had originally thought he would have a chance to participate in this incredibly intense battle, but it turned out he was just a spectator. Not just him, but also Xiaoyu and the others felt the same way. The four of them had traveled a long way from Spirit City, only to watch a spectacular fight. There was a certain sense of participation, but not much, even less than the full effort put in by Jijingde. Regardless, the situation had finally been settled, albeit with the sacrifice of a soul master, though that soul master did not belong to the Spear Hall. At that moment, Jijingde and the others were carefully approaching the two corpses, and upon seeing this, Lin Luo quickly took action as well. In fact, they didn't need to be so cautious. They were already dead. Lin Luo saw Ji and Zhengde's cautious demeanor and had no choice but to adopt a similarly careful attitude. In truth, he was already certain that Fang Qingming and that strange man had completely departed from this beautiful world. This was because he had seen glowing green orbs emanating from the bodies of the two. These orbs were brighter than any he had ever seen before, with the one from a strange man being the most dazzling. Clearly, others could not see them. This was Lin Luo's unique ability. He didn't need to deliberately sense the existence of souls. He could see them directly. Moments later, Lin Luo arrived near the two corpses and successfully collected the souls of Fang Qingming and the strange man through the Hell Curse. At the instant he collected the souls, Lin Luo felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. The influx of powerful energy into his body was truly pleasurable. The system's notification followed, marking the first time Lin Luo had received such a significant attribute boost. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining defense 100, soul power 20. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining defense 40, soul power 8. The increase in defense was equivalent to equipping an item, perhaps even exceeding it, and his soul power also rose considerably, making him feel closer to the next level. Unfortunately, these attribute boosts did not fully apply to his body. A significant portion affected his scythe and lantern. Otherwise, the sensation would have been even more satisfying. Apart from this pleasurable feedback, Lin Luo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a steel needle was piercing into his skull and stirring around. For a moment, Lin Luo frowned, suppressing a cry of pain, but his body still paused. Laina, beside him, thought Lin Luo was just not used to the scene before him and comforted him, saying, "You'll get used to it after seeing it more often." Lin Luo really wanted to reply, "My family runs a coffin shop. Am I afraid of dead people? What kind of dead person haven't I seen?" But at this moment, he was in unbearable pain, his back soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, the feeling of pain did not last long. It gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely within a short while. What is going on? Are there side effects to collecting souls? Lin Luo silently thought to himself, and the tightly furrowed brows finally began to relax. They're already dead, just as Zhengde's voice sounded. He had just stood up from beside Fang Qingming's corpse, while wiping the sweat from his forehead, his tense emotions finally eased. Lin Luo subconsciously looked again at the bodies of Fang Qingming and the strange man upon hearing the words. It was at that moment that two fragments of memories suddenly surged in his mind, and these two fragments even had overlapping scenes. In a dilapidated wooden house, the corpse of a young girl lay quietly in a coffin, while a middle-aged man with blood-red eyes stared at her, tears not flowing. Or perhaps he could no longer shed tears. His appearance seemed somewhat similar to that of the strange man. At this moment, a tall, thin man approached, who was Fang Qingming, but he looked much younger. He disdainfully took out a bag of something and threw it in front of the middle-aged man, producing a metallic clink. Clearly soul coins. This is my compensation to you. Let's just leave it at that. You'd better not cause trouble at the Lord's mansion again, or I won't hesitate to send you to see your daughter, Fang Qingming said in a high-handed manner, his voice devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely carrying out an ordinary task. The middle-aged man immediately widened his eyes in anger. Get lost. While viewing this memory, Lin Luo felt as if he were watching a movie. All the scenes were incredibly clear, albeit slightly gray. Oh, it's all over, huh? Looks like I came too late. I thought you guys wouldn't be able to stop that guy, which is why I was waiting outside the Lord's mansion. As everyone's gaze fell on Fang Qingming and the strange man, a faint voice broke the brief silence, drawing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they saw a fat man approaching, who was none other than Fang Qingji, the current Lord of Grey Mist City, accompanied by a group of guards. Fang Qingji merely glanced at the two bodies on the ground and then ordered, "Don't just stand there. It's time to get to work." Yes. The guards immediately came forward to handle the bodies briefly before taking them away. Fang Qingji did not look at them again, but turned to Jizhengde and Lin Luo's group. When his gaze fell on Lin Luo, it paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. I will remember the favor of the Martial Soul Hall. The subsequent matters are not your concern. Just leave them to us. You all may go now, Fang Qingji said with a smile, appearing to be in a good mood. Jizhengde snorted coldly. It's my first time seeing someone so happy after their brother died. Is power really that important? Gentlemen, let us go. Jizhengde's gaze fell on Lin Luo and the others as he took the lead, simultaneously retracting his martial soul. Seeing this, Lin Luo and Jizhengde left, but they only put away their martial souls after walking a distance. As they left, Lin Luo noticed that Fang Qingji's smile had faded, and his gaze was fixed on him. The two exchanged glances, and during that moment, Fang Qingji revealed a smile again, a professional fake smile. On the way back to the branch hall, they remained silent. After returning to the branch hall, Jizhengde slowly began to speak, recounting the whole story. 10 years ago, Fang Qingming was the Lord of Grey Mist City, a man who loved beauty and often engaged in unsavory activities. The Zhong Hanmo family was one of the victims. Zhong Hanmo's daughter fell victim to Fang Qingming's schemes. This incident caused quite a stir back then, and our spirit hall also intervened. We should have dealt with that scoundrel Fang Qingming, but he merely stepped down from the Lord's position, passing it to his brother Fang Qingji. In the end, the matter was left unresolved, and Zhong Hanmo also went missing that year. Zhong Hanmo was also a soul master, but his talent was limited, and he never reached the great soul master level. After going missing, he likely joined the evil soul masters, as only they could elevate someone who couldn't even reach the great soul master level to the soul king level. Then, Zhong Hanmo returned for revenge. As Jizhengde spoke, he sighed. I had suspected that Zhong Hanmo might have returned, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough evidence to support my guess. Mainly, that bastard Fang Qingming concealed the news. Otherwise, this matter might have been resolved long ago, and many lives could have been spared. Thank you, four lords, for coming to help. I will immediately prepare the relevant report and submit it, Xiaoyu said. Then let's head back. Jizhengde suggested. How about you four lords rest for another day and leave tomorrow? No need. Xiaoyu shook his head, understanding that Jizhengde was just being polite, and they had no intention of staying longer. They came in a hurry and left just as quickly, but at least the task was completed, and the process was relatively easy, at most just exhausting from travel. The journey back was also very smooth, with no unexpected incidents. They returned the carriage together with Xiaoyu and the others, and the four-person team casually found a restaurant to celebrate their successful mission. It had been a long time since they had experienced such an easy task, Hulaina remarked. Xiaoyu and Yin continued to speak little as usual, quietly eating their food. Lin Luo took a piece of roasted meat and curiously asked, are the tasks generally very difficult? Hulaina shook her head and replied, well, they're never easy. In fact, the task we received this time is not easy either. If that soul sect and the evil soul master hadn't fought to the death, it would still be quite challenging for us to deal with the Soul King, and there could even be a risk to our lives. Lin Luo Dao. Can you talk about the tasks you experienced before? Hulaina wanted to speak, but Xiaoyu glanced at her, and Hulaina immediately shook her head. No. All right then. Lin Luo naturally noticed the little actions of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, so he didn't continue to ask. To be honest, being with the three from the golden generation is quite dull. Only Hulaina talks a bit more, while Xiaoyu and Yin hardly speak at all. Especially Yin. If one didn't know better, they might think he was mute. After eating for a while, Hulaina took the initiative to bring up a topic. It seems that after this mission, we will have a new teammate. A new teammate? Lin Luo subconsciously asked. Who is it? Hulaina shook her head and replied. I don't know either, but we should find out their identity before the next mission starts. After the gathering ended, Lin Luo returned to her residence. By this time, it was already dark. Lin Luo took a shower, washing away his fatigue, and then prepared to lie on the bed to make a brief summary of his first task before enjoying a comfortable sleep. However, as soon as he changed into clean clothes and entered the room, he saw the figure of his teacher, Ghost Douluo. How do you feel about your first task? Ghost Douluo asked, his tone surprisingly less cold and slightly softer, though it was only a little bit softer. Lin Luo Dao, it's very exciting, but unfortunately, I didn't participate in the battle. Ghost Douluo doesn't seem interested in the process of the mission. The mist swirls as if gently nodding, and then continues. No matter what you do, you must act within your means. Life is the most important. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Got it, teacher. This is for you. Injecting soul power into it can provide you with a defense once. Consider it a graduation gift for you, as well as a gift for your first mission. The Ghost Douluo extended his hand, and a piece of gray cloth armor appeared in his hand. Lin Luo didn't expect that her teacher had brought her something good again. Her eyes lit up slightly as she quickly took it, bowing and thanking. Thank you, teacher. Get some rest early. The voice of Ghost Douluo grew fainter and fainter, and when Lin Luo looked up, Ghost Douluo had already vanished. Lin Luo looked at the spot where Ghost Douluo had just stood, a faint smile appearing on his face. His gaze fell on the gray cloth armor in his hands, and his heart was filled with warmth. Although teacher Ghost Douluo rarely spoke, his concern had never been lacking. From the skeleton ring to the self-created soul skill mystification, and now to the gray cloth armor. Over the past year, teacher Ghost Douluo had brought him many good things, even if most of them were food. They were all quite exquisite. Lin Luo also knew that he was very busy, so he was even more grateful that he could take the time to care about him. The gray cloth armor in his hand was just an ordinary cloth armor design, with a slightly cold touch. Lin Luo took a simple glance and then put it on. It was slightly oversized, but after infusing it with soul power, it surprisingly adjusted to fit perfectly. Moreover, after infusing it with soul power, Lin Luo could clearly feel a solid force enveloping his body. If he were to be attacked, this force would provide him with strong defense. A soul guide device? The name unconsciously emerged in Lin Luo's mind, but no matter what it was very practical. Although he might not be able to use it. That's right. Lin Luo really might not be able to use it. Ordinary attacks and soul skills probably wouldn't be able to harm Lin Luo with the continuous defense boosts. His body had become very strong. If he were to use the soul guiding lamp, he would likely be even more invincible. Lin Luo didn't know exactly how high his defense could reach. He would have to test it to find out. However, even if this gray cloth armor couldn't be used, Lin Luo would still keep it, as it was a gesture from his teacher. Lin Luo retracted the gray cloth armor back into the skeleton ring. This thing wasn't suitable for wearing to sleep, just to be worn during missions. Lying in bed, Lin Luo reviewed the first mission he had undertaken. The process of the mission was quite smooth and very easy, and the rewards were substantial. First, he obtained several incomplete souls, followed by the soul of a soul sect and the soul of a soul king, which greatly enhanced his own abilities. Additionally, by absorbing the souls of the soul sect and soul king, he learned that absorbing souls of that level might grant some of the original memories of those souls. He estimated that after a few more experiments, he would know more about it. For Lin Luo, executing missions had become something to look forward to. He also had a rough understanding of the types of missions assigned by the Spirit Hall. Most likely, they involved dealing with evil spirit masters or other malicious events. Judging by Hulaina's tone, it seemed that most missions would inevitably involve combat. And combat, of course, would lead to casualties. Whenever there were corpses, he could reap some benefits. If he could gain something like this every time, wouldn't that be delightful? However, it seemed that there weren't as many evil spirit masters as one might imagine, and defining an evil spirit master was inherently difficult, if one strictly adhered to the definitions. Even someone like Bai Bai Dong could be considered an evil spirit master, with all interpretative authority resting with the Spirit Hall. It seemed this mission also had rewards, though he wasn't sure what those rewards would be. Lin Luo then thought of another thing. Hulaina mentioned today that our team would have a new teammate, and it seems they will join us in the next few days. I wonder who it will be. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Lin Luo closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Luo went about his usual routine, eating at the academy and practicing at the Graveyard of Chaos, until Mo Shanyan found him. 051, special training. By this time, it was already evening. Lin Luo had just finished his training when he saw Mo Shanyan's figure. When he saw Mo Shanyan, Lin Luo naturally thought that Mo Shanyan was going to introduce the new teammate to him, and he felt a bit excited. However, after asking, he was disappointed. Finished training? Yes, teacher. Is there something you need from me? Mo Shanyan said, you probably won't have any tasks in the next few days. So let's continue with the practical training. Your first and second soul skills have been trained quite well, but the third soul skill was only recently acquired and still needs further training. I will come to find you tomorrow morning, so please arrange your time accordingly. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. Is there anything else? Mo Shanyan said, no. Hurry up and go eat. Lin Luo felt a bit disappointed and said, teacher, you could have just talked about the training on the Jade Stone. Why did you have to come all this way? Mo Shanyan replied, I mainly wanted to come and see how you were doing after your first mission. As I expected, you were excellent in every aspect. Some students experience psychological issues after their first task, but it seems you were fine. All right, Lin Luo said. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Well, this is what I should do. Mo Shanyan smiled and said, let us go. We'll eat dinner at the cafeteria together. Okay, Lin Luo nodded. The two left together. And on the way to the cafeteria, Lin Luo finally couldn't help but ask about the new teammate. Teacher, will we have new teammates joining our team? Mo Shanyan smiled upon hearing this. I suppose you heard some news from Hulaina. I knew her mouth wouldn't be sealed. There will be new members joining within the next few days. I haven't received any more specific information at the moment, so I can't give you an accurate answer. Lin Luo nodded in confusion after hearing this. All right. He didn't expect the Spirit Hall to be so good at keeping secrets. And he also realized that this new teammate's identity was definitely not ordinary. The next day, Lin Luo went to the academy early, as usual. When he finished breakfast in the cafeteria and arrived at the graveyard, Mo Shanyan was already waiting there. Having such a responsible teacher is really great, as it greatly helps with his improvement in various aspects. Although Lin Luo knew that it was because of his special identity that he could enjoy such treatment, and partly due to his teacher, Ghost Douluo's arrangements, he still felt grateful for Mo Shanyan's care. After a brief conversation, Lin Luo's special training began. At Mo Shanyan's signal, Lin Luo activated his martial soul. A scythe and a lantern appeared in his hands, connected by chains, both glowing with a green light. 3 soul rings, purple, and black, surrounded Lin Luo, emanating a soul power fluctuation far beyond that of an ordinary soul sage. When Mo Shanyan saw the black 10,000-year soul ring on Lin Luo, he was slightly taken aback, still feeling a bit incredulous. Mo Shanyan then activated his own martial soul, knowing that Lin Luo's third soul skill was extraordinary. So he directly summoned the Jade Giant to accompany Lin Luo in practicing his third soul skill. Lin Luo was naturally very willing. This mass grave originally had a lot of trees, but now it had turned into a bare patch, all having been destroyed by him. And Mo Shanyan's Jade Summon was undoubtedly the best sparring partner, much more durable than those trees. He could just go all out and finish the job. Let's get started, Mo Shanyan said. Lin Luo nodded and immediately used his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. Suddenly, the third soul ring on Lin Luo's body shone brightly as he swung the scythe forward, unleashing a powerful force that made the air feel hot. This strong force surged towards the Jade Giant ahead, forcing the towering figure to retreat and leaving behind a fire path approximately 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, where fierce flames burned fiercely, releasing terrifying high temperatures. The Jade Giant was also scorched by the flames, its body slightly turning red. At the same time, Lin Luo was clad in a flame battle armor that looked indestructible. Mo Shanyan nodded in satisfaction, saying, it seems you have trained your third soul skill, and your proficiency looks quite good. Lin Luo Dao, I have practiced. Mo Shanyan said, your third soul skill is quite powerful, but it requires high precision in controlling the distance and strength of the soul skill release. Let's focus on these aspects for training. First, we will work on controlling the release distance of the soul skill. All right. Then Lin Luo fully entered the training state. while Mo Shanyan observed every detail of Lin Luo's soul skill releases and occasionally offered suggestions. After training on distance control, they moved on to strength control training. The so-called strength control training not only involves controlling the power of the soul skill, but also directing the impact of the Doom Pendulum's inherent force. Lin Luo spent the most time on this aspect, mainly because it is really difficult to control. Before the training, he didn't think it was that hard, but after the training, he realized that the manipulation in these areas is very nuanced. What was originally planned as half a day's training ended up taking a whole day. However, Lin Luo gained a lot from it. He became more proficient in using his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, and some of the problems he faced were gradually being solved. For the next 2 days, Lin Luo continued to train in this area until he fully mastered the third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. During this time, he also practiced coordinating the third soul skill with the first and second soul skills, and the results were quite good. After 3 days of training, Lin Luo felt more confident and believed he was becoming increasingly invincible. He really needed a balanced battle to prove his strength. Although Mo Shanyan's summoned spirit was good, it was clear that Mo Shanyan wouldn't fight with full strength, so the combat aspect always felt a bit lacking. Moreover, techniques can only be useful when applied in real combat. During these 3 days, Lin Luo was also looking forward to the arrival of new teammates. But he was disappointed in the end. He hadn't seen the 3 members of the Golden Generation during these days, and even suspected that they were on a mission behind his back. Until the morning of the 4th day, Lin Luo finally saw the 3 members of the Golden Generation, and besides them, he also met the new teammate. She wore a mask, had long golden hair casually draped over her shoulders, and was dressed in a soul master robe from the Spirit Hall. She had a very curvy and perfect figure, skin as white as snow, and exuded a very special aura, noble and sacred. 052, the second mission, Soto City. Qianren. If Lin Luo couldn't recognize this, then he would truly be wasting his time in Douluo. Even with a mask, the unique aura she emitted already indicated her identity. In the Spirit Hall, the only person who could exude a sacred aura was Qian family's Qianren, who possessed an angel spirit. However, according to the plot in the book, Qianren should have been an undercover agent in Heavendo City by this time, right? Could it be that her appearance caused the plot to change? It's very possible. The butterfly effect is hard to predict. After they met, Hulaina began the introductions. Qianren, angel spirit, soul power level 45. It really is Qianren. Lin Luo, soul spirit warden, soul power level 34. After a brief introduction, Xiaoyu then spoke. There is a new mission. The location is Soto City, and the task is to capture a defector. We will gather at the Academy Gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes, everyone responded, and Lin Luo also heard Qianren's voice. It was very pleasant, definitely a mature woman's voice. After that, everyone left, and there was no team dinner for the newcomer as Lin Luo had imagined. The new mission came much faster than Lin Luo expected. He initially thought he could rest for another 2 or 3 days, but unexpectedly, the new mission would start tomorrow. However, thinking about it, he had already rested for several days, just that he spent those days training. Qianren's addition greatly enhanced the team's strength. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Xiaoyu would have to give up the captain position to Qianren. Although there was no clear indication of who the captain was in the team, most matters were arranged and announced by Xiaoyu. What surprised Lin Luo was Qianren's soul power level. She was originally at level 20, and now she was only at level 45. Even without seeing her face, judging by her height and figure, she should be at least 16 or 17 years old. It seems that Qianren was still undercover, but her undercover career ended early. It should have ended early, otherwise, such a great talent would be wasted. He didn't know what the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were thinking to send Qianren undercover. It was probably closely related to Bibi Dong, but a large part might be Qianren's own choice. Otherwise, with Qian Douluo around, Bibi Dong wouldn't dare to do anything too extreme. Qianren's sudden return also meant something. Did Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong reach some kind of consensus? What does it matter? Why think so much? Just focus on living well. With such a powerful teammate joining, the likelihood of encountering a crisis during missions and suddenly dying has decreased a bit. Lin Luo spent the entire day in cultivation, not training anymore. He felt that his soul power level would soon be able to rise, so he wanted to push himself harder for a breakthrough. Originally, he thought he had some time to cultivate, but the arrival of the mission disrupted his plan. However, having missions is a good thing. There's a good chance of gaining benefits during missions. If he could absorb 1 or 2 slightly stronger soul master souls, he he might be able to achieve a natural breakthrough. By the way, wasn't it said that there would be rewards for completing missions? The task in Grey Mist City has been completed. Why hasn't the reward been distributed yet? Day and night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Luo arrived at the academy. Undoubtedly, he was the first to arrive. The reason for being so early was partly due to his enthusiasm for the mission, but mainly because he wanted to eat in the academy cafeteria. After getting used to the cafeteria's food, eating outside always felt a bit lacking unless it was top-notch cuisine. After having a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Lin Luo packed some food, and when he returned to the academy gate, Qian Rinxue had already arrived, still wearing her mask. "Good morning," Lin Luo greeted with a smile. Qian Rinxue merely nodded lightly, appearing somewhat aloof. After that, the two didn't have any further conversation until Xie and the others arrived. Like the last time they executed a mission, they first rented a carriage in the Spirit City and then headed straight for the mission location. Compared to the last mission, this one had a new teammate. Additionally, the mission location was farther away. It took half a day to reach Grey Mist City, but it would probably take 3 to 4 days to reach Soto City. However, it wasn't a big deal. The specially designed carriage was very comfortable. So no matter how far the journey, they weren't worried. During the journey, everyone spoke very little. Xie and Yan were inherently quiet, and Qian Rinxue maintained her aloof demeanor, leaving only Lin Luo and Hulaina to occasionally exchange a few words. Most of them spent their time in cultivation, and time passed quickly. 3 days later, the carriage entered Soto City. A small incident occurred while entering the city. The city guards stopped the carriage to inquire about their identities. When Xie presented the Spirit Hall's token, the guards immediately let them through, and all the guards were very respectful. Upon entering Soto City, what caught the eye was a bustling and lively street, with people coming and going, and shops and stalls lining both sides of the street. "It's so lively here, much more than Spirit City." Hulaina's eyes sparkled. Xie replied, "Of course Soto City, as one of the 2 major cities of the Barak Kingdom, is bustling. It's not the first time we've been to a city of this level. So what's there to be surprised about?" Hulaina said, "It's been a long time since I've received a task in a big city." Lin Luo was also observing Soto City at this time. It was indeed much livelier than Soul Master City. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think of Shrek Academy. Lin Luo also noticed Qian Rinxue's reaction. She appeared very calm throughout. Indeed, although Soto City is prosperous, it is still a bit lacking in comparison to Heavendo City. From her perspective, her experience is the least among them. After entering the city, the carriage did not head directly to the bustling streets, but instead went to a designated parking area for carriages. Once they secured the carriage, Lin Luo and the others set off for the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City. Along the way, they admired the vibrant street scenery and finally stopped in front of a magnificent building. No matter what city it is, the Spirit Hall is always a landmark building. Upon entering the branch hall, Xie revealed his identity and quickly received a warm welcome, but they did not meet the branch master. This is also a normal situation. The branch masters of large cities always have a bit of presence and cannot be like the branch masters of smaller cities, such as Grey Mist City, who are nearly subservient. Whether the branch master is present or not is not a big issue. Xie and the others quickly brought up the matter of their mission. The trader's location, near Shrek Academy. Soto City, Spirit Hall branch, 2nd floor office. The one welcoming Lin Luo and the others was an ordinary white-clothed deacon from the Soto City branch named Xiong Shouxian, a middle-aged man around 50 years old, with an average appearance. One of his ears is only half there, which is the only notable feature of his otherwise unremarkable looks. Otherwise, without his Spirit Hall uniform, he would be difficult to spot in a crowd. Yet, this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man surprisingly possesses the strength of a soul master. This also shows the gap between the branches. The Grey Mist City branch and the Soto City branch are not on the same level at all. This trader was originally a white-clothed deacon in our Soto City branch, responsible for managing the distribution of subsidies to soul masters. After being discovered for embezzlement, he chose to defect and killed 2 branch members during his escape. He is currently still near Soto City, and someone has already gone to track him down, so they are expected to bring back the latest news soon. While speaking, Xiong Shouxian took out 5 documents and handed them to Lin Luo and the others. The documents recorded the trader's basic information and likeness. Yu Shenglong, age 49, martial soul, frog, soul power level 51. The likeness of Yu Shenglong shows a shifty-eyed face, with a distinctive feature being a noticeable indentation on his forehead, as if a heavy hammer had smashed into it. This is the main information. The latter records evidence of Yu Shenglong's embezzlement and murder. Lin Luo and the others had just finished reviewing the materials when someone rushed in urgently. Elder Xiong, we have confirmed Yu Shenglong's exact location. He is hiding in a village near Shrek Academy. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s, with messy hair, small eyes, and a tall, thin build. Xiong Shouxian frowned slightly. How could you forget the rules again? The young man awkwardly smiled, glanced at Lin Luo and the others briefly, then immediately walked out and knocked on the door to re-enter. The young man wanted to report again. However, Xiong Shouxian raised his hand slightly to interrupt and said calmly, "No need to repeat. I'm not deaf. I heard it just now." As he spoke, Xiong Shouxian looked at Lin Luo and the other 5, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Gentlemen, Xiong Dashin is a new member who has just joined the Soto City branch and may not understand the rules well. Please forgive him." Upon hearing this, Xiong Dashin realized that the masked 5 were not ordinary people and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, sirs. My name is Xiong Dashin." Xiong Shouxian glanced at Xiong Dashin with a hint of disdain in his tone. "All right, you don't need to be here anymore. Hurry up and leave." Xiong Dashin nodded quickly. "Okay, Elder Xiong." Xiaoyu and the others seemed to have become accustomed to such scenes and remained unfazed. Lin Luo was still a bit unaccustomed to the differential treatment based on status, and being addressed as adult made his head ache. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering if all worlds were doomed to operate within a system. The 5 adults, as you have just seen, have already determined the target's location, which is in a village near Shrek Academy in Soto City. There are only 2 villages there, and Shrek Academy is established in one of them. Xiong Shouxian said as he took out a map and handed it to Xiaoyu. "This is a map of Soto City, marked with the location of Shrek Academy. If you find Yu Shenglong, deal with him on the spot and bring back his corpse." Xiaoyu took it, nodded slightly, got it. He then looked at Lin Luo and the others. "Let's go." Following the map's guidance, Lin Luo and his group headed towards Shrek Academy. After leaving Soto City, Lin Luo finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Is it really necessary to call us from Wuhuan City just to deal with the Soul King? The strength of the Soto City branch should be sufficient, right?" Lin Luo knew that Xiaoyu, Yin, and Xianren Xue were unlikely to pay attention to him, so he directly asked Hulaina. The last time he went to Misty City to deal with the evil soul masters, Lin Luo could understand it, as the combat power of the branch in Misty City was insufficient and needed support. However, this time on the way to Soto City, Lin Luo was puzzled. With the specifications of the branch in Soto City, there shouldn't be a need for them to exert effort, right? Plus, they had come from so far away. It was very likely that the opportunity had already passed. Hearing this, Hulaina smiled gently and replied, "They all have their own things to do. Moreover, if they finish their tasks, wouldn't we lose our purpose for existence? It's good to think deeply, but don't overthink it, as that will only add to your troubles. You just need to be clear about your goal, which is to complete the task. Everything else is beyond our consideration." "All right." Lin Luo nodded. Hulaina teased, "It seems you are still just a little kid. Some of your thoughts are too naive and childish. There is still a lot you need to learn." Lin Luo raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "You speak as if you're much older than me." Although Lin Luo's body is that of a child, it houses a soul in its 20s, making this his first experience with such matters. Naturally, there will be many areas he doesn't understand, and it's inevitable that he will ask questions and face ridicule. In terms of actual age, Lin Luo is the oldest among everyone present, but it cannot be denied that in terms of experience, he may not compare to Hulaina and the others. The 3 from the Golden Generation have clearly completed many missions and are already very mature and seasoned, likely having taken countless lives. As for the new teammate, Qianren Xue, there's no need to say much. Her undercover career means she has encountered more people and events. Perhaps it is due to having gone through too much that she has become even colder now. Additionally, Lin Luo's inability to accept the Soul Palace's system arrangement contributes to his many questions. According to Hulaina, their group is clearly just tools of the Soul Palace, meant to view themselves as tools born for the sake of missions. The only difference between them and other tools may be their somewhat special identities, which afford them slightly better treatment. For example, some seemingly foolish missions might have been specifically prepared for them, simply to increase their merits, without the need to question the truth of various pieces of information. The current mission might just be one of those cases. With a map in hand, Lin Luo and the others successfully reached the village where Shrek Academy is located in less than an hour. If it weren't for the mission, Lin Luo would have liked to visit Shrek Academy. They casually inquired around the village and soon found the path leading to the neighboring village. If all goes well, the merits are waiting for them there. 054, a person waiting for death. Coming all the way from the Soul City just to kill one person feels a bit insane to Lin Luo as he thinks about it. However, he quickly recalls Huaina's words and continually hypnotizes himself in his mind, viewing himself as an emotionless tool. Following the path through the village, Lin Luo and the others smoothly arrived at the neighboring village of the one where Shrek Academy is located. This village is not large, and finding someone is not difficult. Lin Luo and the others casually inquired and quickly found the exact location of their target, which was surprisingly smooth. Lin Luo even doubted the authenticity of the information and considered whether it might be a trap or something similar. However, the calmness of Huaina and the others made him feel compelled to remain calm as well. It seemed that Huaina and her group had already experienced such situations before. In just a few minutes, Lin Luo and the others arrived near a wooden cabin. This place was located at the corner of the village, next to a small river. Lin Luo and the others immediately activated their martial souls, and everyone entered a state of battle. When Lin Luo activated his martial soul, the usually aloof Qian Renshue finally glanced at him a few more times. Lin Luo had long since gotten used to the feeling of being watched by others with strange eyes. The five of them moved forward together, approaching the wooden cabin. When they were about 10 meters away from the cabin, Lin Luo clearly heard a middle-aged man's voice coming from inside, speaking very gently. "Mom, just sleep peacefully. I'm not going anywhere. I understand. I will eat well. You don't have to worry about me. Sleep now, sleep now. It won't be long before I come and find you." The tone changed noticeably with the last sentence, becoming very flat. Before Lin Luo and the others could get any closer, the door of the cabin slowly opened. A rather bulky, middle-aged man walked out, and his appearance matched exactly with the image of Yu Shenlong. He had thieving eyebrows and mouse-like eyes, with a deep indentation on his forehead as if a heavy hammer had struck it, to confirm that they hadn't mistaken the person. Lin Luo took out Yu Shenlong's information and looked at it again. Before Lin Luo could further confirm, the middle-aged man spoke up. "No need to look anymore. I am Yu Shenlong, the person you're looking for." Saying this, Yu Shenlong activated his martial soul, accompanied by a wave of soul power. Yu Shenlong's appearance became even more grotesque. His already rough skin was covered with layers of black cysts, resembling the skin of a toad. His head flattened. His mouth became very large, and his cheeks puffed out like balls. Meanwhile, 5 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, slowly rose from beneath Yu Shenlong's feet, symbolizing his strength as a soul king. "Let us solve this over there. My mom is already asleep, and I don't want to disturb her." After activating his martial soul, Yu Shenlong spoke again, his voice having turned very strange. Xiaoyu and the others merely glanced at Yu Shenlong and then stepped back, while Lin Luo just needed to follow his teammates' actions. Yu Shenlong chose not to flee, but followed them instead, and they eventually confronted each other in a relatively open area about 100 meters away from the wooden cabin. 2,000-year soul rings, 1 10,000-year soul ring. I didn't expect to see such an existence in the end. It seems the spirit hall values me quite a lot. Haha. Yu Shenlong let out a bizarre laugh. As his laughter echoed, the first soul ring on him began to flicker with a faint light. The battle was about to break out at this moment, without the need for further nonsense. Yu Shenlong's first soul skill was similar to a sound wave attack. His laughter wasn't particularly loud, but it had a certain impact. The surrounding trees and flowers began to lean, and the clothes on Lin Luo and the others started to blow backward. However, this level of power was clearly insufficient to harm Lin Luo and his companions. Lin Luo and the others immediately launched their attacks without any mercy. Lin Luo was the fastest to act, with his first soul ring flashing as he activated Death Judgment. He threw his scythe towards Yu Shenlong, who, seeing this, dropped to all fours and surprisingly unleashed an incredible jumping ability, leaping up to 6 or 7 meters high in an attempt to evade Lin Luo's scythe. However, Lin Luo was no stranger to using Death Judgment. His proficiency with the soul skill was already very high, and with the increase in his strength, the power of the soul skill had also improved, allowing for more complex maneuvers. Almost at the instant Yu Shenlong jumped, the scythe followed closely behind him, ultimately managing to bind Yu Shenlong and pull him back down to the ground. The sharp blade of the scythe sank deeply into Yu Shenlong's body, and dark brown blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound, revealing a look of pain on Yu Shenlong's face. While Lin Luo was taking action, Huaina and the others were not idle and had already reached Yu Shenlong. Huaina activated her Fox Charm skill to further control Yu Shenlong, and Shiyua's Moonblade was deeply embedded in Yu Shenlong's body, creating a massive gash. Yin delivered a powerful punch, leaving a charred mark on Yu Shenlong while also knocking him back. At this moment, Lin Luo's soul lantern followed closely behind. The green glowing lantern was thrown into the sky and instantly grew enormous, subsequently enveloping Yu Shenglong, who let out a painful howl. Among the five, the only one who did not take action was Qian Rushua, and from her demeanor, it seemed she had no intention of intervening. Given the current situation, whether Qian Rushua took action or not was not a significant issue, as the situation had completely stabilized, and eliminating Yu Shenglong was merely a matter of time. Lin Luo and the others also realized that Yu Shenglong seemed to have been prepared for death for a long time. Since the battle began, he had only used one first soul skill. Otherwise, with the strength of a soul king, he would still be able to struggle a bit and awakeninthe end up in such a miserable state. The attack effect of the soul guiding lantern was decent, but it was obviously unable to kill Yu Shenglong immediately. In order for his teammates to output better, Lin Luo immediately recalled the lantern. Lin Luo could certainly use the chains to pull himself to Yu Shenglong's side, then unleash his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, maximizing his output for a powerful strike. However, the risks are evident. Yu Shenglong is a soul king, and who knows if he might suddenly launch a counterattack in his dying moments. It's a dangerous game, so it's better to leave the risky business to his teammates. The moonblade of Xiaoyu pierced through Yu Shenglong's chest, and his life force rapidly faded away, his soul rings vanishing, and his eyes losing their luster. He was dead. 055, I just want to save her, that's all. Xiaoyu withdrew his moonblade, and Yu Shenglong fell to the ground, completely becoming a corpse. Lin Luo had already confirmed the death of Yu Shenglong, as he saw a green glowing orb above Yu Shenglong's corpse, acting on his duty to protect his teammates. Lin Luo immediately rushed towards Xiaoyu and pretended to put on the soul lantern's shield, successfully reaching the front of Yu Shenglong's body. Holding the lantern, Lin Luo merely focused his mind, and the green orb slowly floated into the lantern. Shortly after, he received a system notification. You have successfully collected a soul. Gaining defense 80, soul power 16. Just like the last time he absorbed the soul of a soul master, Lin Luo first felt a sense of comfort, followed by a sharp pain in his brain, as unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. In a dilapidated wooden house, an elderly woman lay on the bed, gravely ill and barely breathing. A shifty-eyed man sat beside her, talking to himself in a somewhat neurotic manner. He had a very distinctive physical feature, a deep indentation on his forehead, as if a heavy hammer had struck it. Indeed, this man was Yu Shenglong, though at this moment, he was still wearing the ordinary servant uniform of the Spear Hall. Mom, I found a way to save you. I just need a bit more money. Money is just a small problem. Give me some time, and I can definitely gather it. It's fine. How could they possibly deceive me? If they dare to trick me, I will kill them. I've worked so hard to finally join the Spirit Hall. You don't need to feel too proud of me. I feel like my life has just begun, so please don't show off to the neighbors. That would put a lot of pressure on me. Those guys are really hard to get along with. They all wear hypocritical masks and only like to hear good things. Once you say something real, they'll turn against you immediately. Working with these people is really annoying. It's okay, I can endure it. As long as I can save you, what does this so-called job matter? I've been diligent, yet I'm still at the bottom. They flatter their way up while I've had enough of it. I really don't care about this job anymore. So you don't need to have any psychological burden. How could that be? I'm your son. How could I despise you? Don't say such things anymore. The scene abruptly stopped, but the information was more than enough. Yu Shenglong was trying to raise money to treat his mother, but it was highly likely that he was deceived, and he probably killed the ones who tricked him, which matched all the evidence against him for embezzlement and killing 2 Spirit Hall staff members. It seemed that the Spirit Hall was not as bright as it appeared, and there was no absolute brightness in this world. At that moment, Xiaoyu and the others were preparing to check the wooden house, and Lin Luo immediately followed in their footsteps. Upon arriving at the wooden house, there was no one inside, only a portrait of an elderly woman placed on a dilapidated wooden bed. The woman in the portrait was undoubtedly the same dying woman Lin Luo had just seen, Yu Shenglong's mother. Reflecting on the earlier scenes and Yu Shenglong's self-talk, Lin Luo sighed internally, feeling a certain emotional impact. This also raised a hint of worry in Lin Luo's heart. If he absorbed more souls of this level or higher in the future, wouldn't he be greatly affected? Would he also become a madman in the future? Once memories surface, it's hard to shake them off. One can only slowly forget them over time. When countless painful memories intertwine, even a normal person could go mad. Why think so much? It's better to wait until there are actually that many souls to absorb. Moreover, even though both were souls of the Soul King level, Why did the attributes contributed by Yu Shenglong's soul fall significantly short compared to the soul of the evil soul master Zhong Hanmo absorbed in Grey Mist City? Their released soul power fluctuations were not that different. So how could there be such a large disparity in attributes? Could it be that the souls of evil soul masters provide better attributes? Lin Luo and the others only took a glance at the wooden house before leaving to return to Soto City with the body. It's worth mentioning that Xiaoyu and his group were quite professional in handling the corpse, equipped with specialized shrouds, while Yin was responsible for carrying the body. From Xiaoyu's incredibly skilled operations, it was evident that these adults might very well specialize in this line of work in the future. After bringing Yu Shenglong's body back to the branch hall in Soto City, Lin Luo and their mission could be considered complete. What surprised Lin Luo was that the branch hall staff suddenly became much more enthusiastic. Even the branch hall master, who had not been seen at first, came out to greet them warmly. On the way back to Wuhuan City, Lin Luo asked for an explanation and learned from Hulaina that while they were fighting Yu Shenglong, the branch hall members were likely observing nearby. When they saw the purple, and black soul rings combination, they naturally became more respectful. So it turned out to be because of his adult aura. The journey was peaceful, and upon returning to Wuhuan City, Lin Luo and the others found a place to gather for a meal to celebrate the successful completion of their mission. Unsurprisingly, Qianren Xue did not participate. There wasn't much to say during the meal. Everyone ate their own food, with only Lin Luo and Hulaina occasionally exchanging a few words. While Xiaoyu and Yin remained as silent as ever, Lin Luo had gradually gotten used to having these teammates. There was nothing he could do about it. After the gathering ended, Lin Luo returned to his place. His daily routine was still the same. Take a shower and then enjoy a good sleep. However, this time, Lin Luo did not meet the teacher he had been looking forward to, Ghost Douluo. It seemed that the old man was really quite busy. The next day, Lin Luo returned to his monotonous days, but recently he had a clearer goal, which was to reach level 35. Continuous soul supplies brought Lin Luo closer to level 35, and he needed to spend some time to fully master the soul power brought by those souls. Although he yearned to become powerful quickly, when the time came for rapid improvement, he was able to keep his composure, continuously consolidating his strength to avoid the pitfalls of hasty growth that could jeopardize his future. In the following days, Lin Luo spent all his time cultivating, except for basic needs. You could say he was on a roll, but his efforts shouldn't be overlooked either. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Luo successfully raised his soul power level to 35. It was also on this day that Lin Luo received a new mission. This time, the mission location was actually in Notting City. 056, Soul Master Corpse, Trade the Sky gradually darkened as Lin Luo walked on his way back, holding a piece of jade in his hand, from which the voice of Xiaoyu was coming. The content of the mission was the trade of Soul Master Corpses, and it was highly likely related to evil Soul Masters. We will meet at the usual place tomorrow morning and depart for Notting City. It was a very straightforward sentence, after which there was no further sound, and Lin Luo put away the jade. The trade of Soul Master Corpses? In Lin Luo's mind, an image involuntarily surfaced, a thin man carrying the corpse of a soul master to their family's coffin shop for business. It was over a year ago, on the day of his martial soul awakening, so the memory was particularly vivid. Could it be so sinister? Could the trade of Soul Master Corpses have started back then? Just thinking about this gave Lin Luo a chilling feeling. Hopefully, it wouldn't involve my family. Upon returning home, Lin Luo still did not see his teacher, Ghost Douluo. It had been a long time since he last saw him. Could he have gone out on a mission? The next day, Lin Luo gathered with his teammates at the entrance of the Soul Master Academy. As before, they rented a carriage in Soul City and set off towards Notting City. Qianren Xue was, of course, present as well, but she still maintained her usual aloof demeanor, giving off a don't-approach vibe. Once again, renting a carriage, Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, "We often carry out missions. Why don't we just buy a carriage? Wouldn't that be more cost-effective?" To Lin Luo's surprise, it was Xiaoyu who answered his question this time. Renting a carriage is paid for by the Spirit Hall, but buying one, we have to pay for ourselves. All right then. Lin Luo immediately understood the operations of Xiaoyu and the others. At this moment, Hulaina added, "The main reason is that this carriage is too expensive, and it requires dedicated care every once in a while, which is too troublesome." After that, everyone fell into a silent coexistence on the way. 5 days later, they arrived at Notting City. Indeed, Notting City is farther than Soto City, but this time Lin Luo had no doubts at all. Part of the reason was that the previous mission in Soto City had given him experience. Moreover, being able to go home made any distance acceptable. It had been more than a year since he last visited home, and this mission was a perfect opportunity to see his family. As he stepped into Notting City, a familiar feeling came rushing back, bringing a sense of comfort that no bustling and high-end city could provide. After the carriage was parked, Lin Luo and the others headed straight to the Notting City branch. Along the way, Lin Luo's gaze constantly swept over the familiar sights. It had been more than a year since he left, yet Notting City remained unchanged. However, this was quite normal. For a small city like Notting City, it would be difficult to see significant changes even after 10 or 8 years, let alone just one. Lin Luo, why do I feel like you're more excited to come to this small city than when we went to the big city of Soto? His teammates quickly noticed something different about him, and Hulaina directly asked with a smile. Under the mask, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. This is where I grew up. Although Lin Luo had only been in this world for a few years, Notting City gave him a very special sense of belonging. Hulaina nodded gently and didn't ask more. In the team, everyone was careful not to discuss sensitive topics like origins too much. Soon, Lin Luo and his group arrived at the Notting City branch. Lin Luo saw a familiar face. The master of the Notting City branch, Lan Hanxue. In just a year, it seemed that Grandpa Lan had aged a lot, and his overall mental state looked quite poor, probably related to the incident involving the corpses of soul masters. Ladies and gentlemen, this way please. Lan Hanxue warmly welcomed Lin Luo and his group, eventually leading them to an office on the second floor. Perhaps Lan Hanxue sensed a familiar feeling from Lin Luo. His gaze often fell on Lin Luo. Seeing someone he knew, Lin Luo also wanted to greet him, but doing so would defeat the purpose of wearing a mask. He directly mentioned the task. Xie was still as focused on efficiency as ever. Lan Hanxue smiled and nodded, then immediately began to talk about the corpse trading incident involving soul masters. Just a few days ago, our branch discovered the trading of soul master corpses. Many people were buying the corpses of soul masters and hiring corpse movers to deliver them to designated locations. As soon as we found out, we launched an investigation. After the investigation, we learned that the buyers of the soul master corpses were also following someone else's instructions. The clues stopped here, and the delivery locations of the corpses were uncertain. However, after our in-depth investigation, we eventually locked onto a village near Notting City called Dog King Village. Just this morning, 2 of our personnel went to investigate, and there has been no news from them since. Xie nodded slightly. We understand. Leave the follow-up matters to us. Lan Hanxue immediately smiled and agreed. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. He then took out a map and handed it to Xie, sir. This is the map of Notting City, and the target location has been marked. Xie took it, and then left with Lin Luo and the others. As the 5 of them departed, Lan Hanxue's gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo. He could not help but murmur to himself, how could there be such a small adult? Or is his build naturally small? It's been over a year since that kid Lin Luo left. If he eats and drinks well, he should have grown taller by now. Could this adult be Lin Luo? But how is that possible? Even if Lin Luo had a natural soul power of level 20, he couldn't have reached the rank of soul master in just a year. It seems I've really become confused in my old age. Lan Hanxue rubbed his somewhat swollen head. Now that the adults from Wuhuan City are here, I will leave the rest to them. These troublesome matters should come to an end. On the streets of Notting City, Xie glanced at the map and quickly determined the route to Dog King Village. Lin Luo didn't need to look at a map. Upon hearing the name Dog King Village, he already had a mental plan of how to get there. However, he was also well aware that he should keep his information as private as possible, as exposing too much would only bring unnecessary trouble. Due to the nature of his family's coffin business, Lin Luo had visited quite a few villages near Notting City, and Dog King Village was the one that left the deepest impression on him besides Holy Soul Village. There was no need for him to experience anything particularly special there. Just the name itself was enough to make it unforgettable. The name Dog King Village also had its origins, as it was home to a Soul King, much like how Holy Soul Village produced a Soul Saint. As for the Soul King's martial spirit, it was clearly related to dogs. Lin Luo still clearly remembers that year when his father asked the village chief of Dog King Village why it wasn't called Wolf King Village, as that would sound better. The village chief of Dog King Village replied seriously, it's about authenticity. Calling it Wolf King would disrespect the Soul King who came from this village. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile slightly at the thought of it now. It was a calm journey. The 5 of them reached Dog King Village in just an hour. 057, 2 Soul Kings, dangerous. Dog King Village was no different from an ordinary village, clearly a relatively poor place. In fact, it proved that even if a Soul King or Soul Sage emerged from the village, or even a god, it wouldn't necessarily bring much change to the village. After leaving, they wouldn't return. At most, the village would just change its name. It's worth mentioning that Dog King Village is not far from Holy Soul Village, just separated by one other village. Walking along the small path in the village, one could see wooden and thatched houses built against the mountains. And in the barren land ahead, many villagers were farming. Just then, an old man passed by, and Lin Luo and the others immediately approached to inquire about the situation. "Excuse me, sir, have you seen any personnel from the Wuhuan Hall come to the village?" Lin Luo politely asked. The old man looked at Lin Luo and the others with a puzzled expression. "Wahat Hall?" "Wuhuan Hall," Lin Luo replied. The old man still looked confused. "What's Soul Hall?" Lin Luo. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran over and protected the old man behind him, watching Lin Luo and their group with vigilance. "What do you want?" the middle-aged man asked. Lin Luo repeated the question he had just asked. The middle-aged man immediately replied, "I have seen them. They went to the back mountain." While responding to Lin Luo, the middle-aged man was observing their attire, and only after seeing the emblem of the Spirit Hall did he feel relieved. "How do we get to the back mountain?" Lin Luo asked immediately. The middle-aged man had become much more polite by this time. "Just follow this road straight ahead, and when you reach the end, there will be a fork. Just go left." "Do you need me to guide you?" Xiaoyu said. "No need, thank you." The middle-aged man immediately smiled and said, "That's what I should do, Spirit Master." Lin Luo and the others then followed the route pointed out by the middle-aged man. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of a large mountain. In front of them was a muddy path, where some fresh footprints could be seen. Looking further ahead, there was a steep path leading up the mountain. Without needing much reminder, everyone activated their martial souls. After activating their martial souls, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Lin Luo. "Once we get up the mountain, try to see if you can sense the presence of the soul." "Okay," Lin Luo nodded. Although the mountain before them was only a little over 200 meters high, finding someone here was not an easy task. Fortunately, as long as they locked onto the target connected to the evil Spirit Master, the special spiritual martial soul users could play a significant role in locating people. Lin Luo even suspected that there might be a special spirit soul master in every team, specifically responsible for locating people. After continuously moving along a relatively steep mountain path for about 5 minutes, Lin Luo and his companions arrived at a wider mountain path. They continued forward, and Lin Luo began to concentrate, sensing the presence of souls around him. In fact, there was no need for excessive operation. In his awakened martial soul state, he could directly see any nearby souls. However, professionals must perform their tasks with professionalism, even if this professionalism is merely for show. The appearance of the mountain path indicated that Lin Luo and his team were getting closer to their target. In this Dog King village, there are only 2 mountains. The one ahead was already inhabited, and even if there were evil soul masters conducting secret activities, it was likely on this mountain. Having gone through 2 missions, Lin Luo had a preliminary understanding of the operational methods of the Spirit Hall. When a branch hall encounters difficulties, it reports to Spirit City immediately, and then personnel are dispatched from Spirit City to execute the mission. After reporting, the branch hall does not remain idle. Instead, it continues relevant investigations until the personnel from Spirit City arrive, and both processes proceed in parallel. Essentially, when the personnel from Spirit City arrive at the mission site, they only need to execute the mission. Of course, there are exceptions. Some tasks that are clearly meant to deliver achievements have special circumstances, such as the previous mission in Soto City. This is just Lin Luo's personal understanding. To know the exact details, he would need to carry out more missions. Some details were clearly not as simple as imagined. After continuing along the mountain path for a few more minutes, Lin Luo and his companions arrived at a bamboo forest. Within the bamboo forest, there was a relatively open area that contained a bamboo house. Lin Luo's gaze fell upon the bamboo house, and he felt a special sensation in his heart. He involuntarily took a few steps forward, then saw an incredibly dense cluster of green light within the bamboo house. "Get ready to fight," Lin Luo immediately shouted in a low voice. Xiaoyu and the others had already been in a state of mental tension, prepared for battle. Upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, they immediately sprang into action. They approached the bamboo house, trying their best to lighten their footsteps, but just as they took a few steps, a cold laughter came from the direction of the bamboo house. Another few coming to die? It seemed that waiting a little longer was indeed the right choice. Since they were planning to change locations anyway, they might as well take down a few more prey along the way. They were discovered after all, which should have been expected. Though evil, these villains were not foolish. Whoosh! A whistling sound was heard, followed by an arrow formed from condensed blood energy shooting through the air. Lin Luo and the other four reacted very quickly, effortlessly dodging the blood-red arrows. The blood-red arrow ultimately embedded itself in a bamboo stalk, seemingly lacking in destructive power as it couldn't even penetrate the bamboo. However, the next scene was chilling. The blood-red arrow suddenly exploded, releasing a cloud of blood mist that engulfed all life within a 5-meter radius. The bamboo that was struck, along with several surrounding bamboo stalks, instantly withered. After the first blood-red arrow, the second and third followed, coming through the air at an increasing speed, and soon it turned into dozens of arrows. Lin Luo and the others continued to dodge, constantly pushing the limits of their reflexes. In a short while, the bamboo forest had become a desolate sight, with most of the bamboo and other vegetation completely dried up, crumbling at a touch. Lin Luo and the others were not hit at all, completely relying on their own reflexes to dodge all the arrows. Not bad, not bad. It has been a long time since I've seen someone with such quick reflexes, and now there are 5 of them appearing at once. What? I thought I was seeing things just a soul respect. Yet possessing 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring. Above the bamboo house, a black figure appeared at some point, holding a blood-red bow and arrows, with a scarred face showing an expression of extreme shock. He had a total of 5 soul rings, with a very standard soul ring configuration. At this moment, another voice came from outside the bamboo forest. Stop dawdling there, quickly take them out. Their identities are clearly not ordinary. If we continue to delay, we will both die. Outside the bamboo forest, a tall middle-aged man appeared at some point, also surrounded by 5 soul rings, and similarly holding a blood-red bow and arrows. 058, the real version of 5-man squad. Teammates are okay. The sudden appearance of 2 soul kings undoubtedly made the situation more severe for Lin Luo and the others. With their combined strength, dealing with 1 soul king was certainly more than enough, but facing the joint attack of 2 soul kings at the same time made the situation very difficult to say, especially since the strength of these 2 soul kings was not low. The aura they displayed was even stronger than that of the evil soul master Zhong Hanmo that Lin Luo encountered in Misty City. Definitely not just the kind that had just reached the soul king level. Indeed, Lin Luo and their combat power was very strong, which allowed them to fight above their rank in cooperation. In battle, 1 + 1 was obviously greater than 2, and Lin Luo and their situation was exactly like that. And the current situation was laid out before them. After the appearance of the 2 soul kings, there was no more unnecessary talk. Their first soul rings shone simultaneously, and arrows formed from condensed blood energy appeared in their hands, and they immediately drew their bows to shoot. Lin Luo and the others naturally would not choose to sit back and wait. They immediately began to take action. Lin Luo activated the Soul Guiding Lantern, its position set ahead, pointing towards the Soul King standing on the bamboo house. The 5 of them immediately rushed in that direction. When facing a formidable enemy, fighting individually would undoubtedly be somewhat foolish. The correct choice was to gather all their strength and take them down one by one. Having a group of excellent teammates is comfortable. There is no need for excessive communication, as everyone knows what to do. The blood mist condensed into arrows whistled toward them, and Lin Luo and the others maneuvered, always aiming for the front, quickly entering the Soul Guiding Lantern. Once inside, a sense of security immediately enveloped them. The seemingly powerful blood-red arrows could not pierce the lantern at all, only slowly fading its color. However, the lantern could not be moved. It could only change the nature of attack and defense. Otherwise, Lin Luo would be lifting the lantern and advancing with his teammates. He didn't T-release the lantern in place because only inside it could they be protected. Throwing it far away would allow them to have shelter while advancing, making it easier to approach the target. This distance was enough. I will initiate the attack. Necessary communication within the team was still required. After entering the lantern, Lin Luo immediately shouted in a deep voice. Following that, the first soul ring on his body suddenly shone brightly, and the scythe in his hand was released, flying quickly toward the Soul King on the bamboo house. The opponent was clearly not foolish, seeing the scythe coming. He immediately dodged and also used a soul skill to evade. His second soul ring lit up, and a flash of blood-red light flickered as the Soul King moved to the side of the bamboo house, drawing and shooting arrows even faster. Another Soul King was also approaching, continuously outputting attacks, but they couldn't break the lantern for a while. The terrifying defense left them all astonished. Goodness, there's even a blink. Let us call that soul skill a blink for now. But even with a blink, what could they do? Lin Luo controlled the scythe to suddenly turn, maintaining its speed as it continued to strike at the Soul King. The Soul King turned his head to take a look, his eyes instinctively widening. By the time he noticed the scythe, it was already too late. Pucci! The blade pierced into the Soul King's shoulder, and the chains tightly wrapped around him, successfully hitting the death sentence. Lin Luo did not hesitate for a moment and quickly used the pull of the chains to draw himself to the Soul King's side. At this moment, the clever maneuver came into play. Lin Luo simply reached back and grabbed at the empty air, and his teammates followed suit. It wasn't a big deal that his teammates couldn't light the lanterns, as he could directly control the situation. This was the powerful spatial force that came with the Soul Guiding Lantern. Unlike the lanterns in the game that could only pull one person, the lantern Lin Luo currently possessed could pull a whole team and also prevent foolish teammates from stubbornly refusing to light the lanterns. Lin Luo's arrival made the Soul King smile, but when he brought his teammates along, the Soul King was taken aback. Hulaina immediately activated her Fox Charm to further control the Soul King, while Xiaoyu and Qianrenxue began to output damage. As for Yan, a meat shield must have the awareness of a meat shield. He actively stepped behind his teammates, activated his soul skill, and defended against the attack of another Soul King. With a swoosh, the moon blade in Xiaoyu's hand struck fiercely, directly cleaving off the head of that Soul King. At this point, the Soul King was already riddled with wounds, the result of Xiaoyu and Qianrenxue's efforts. The body of a weapon soul master is inherently less durable than that of a beast soul master, even with the strength of a Soul King. Facing such output can still feel utterly powerless, especially since Xiaoyu and the others' output was no joke. Qianrenxue, being a soul sector self, found the gap with the Soul King not too difficult to bridge. After swiftly taking down that Soul King, Lin Luo and the others immediately turned their attention. Lin Luo did not rush to use the Soul Lantern again. The distance was too far, and he did not have absolute confidence in hitting. Moreover, the other Soul King had already begun to unleash his ultimate move. Suddenly, the fourth soul ring on that Soul King's body lit up, and the arrow in his hand became incredibly dazzling, filled with violent energy. Skillfully, he drew his bow to full moon and then fired. Whoosh! The arrow flew swiftly through the air, creating ripples of energy, with blood-red energy trailing behind, seemingly providing additional power to the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached Lin Luo and the others. At the critical moment, the fourth soul ring on Qianrenxue lit up, and golden light surged forth, instantly condensing into a golden light shield in front of everyone. But someone acted even faster. The gigantic lantern that had appeared before emerged again, enveloping everyone within it, bringing an immediate sense of security. Boom! The terrifyingly powerful arrow pierced into the lantern, but only advanced a meter before it could go no further. Following that, a violent explosion occurred, and the blood-red aura rampaged outward, instantly creating a large pit. From a distance, Lu Chuyuan saw his soul skill successfully hit and let out a long breath. Finally, it's over. I didn't expect that Zhui Yuanliang guy would end up here. However, when the dust settled, Lin Luo and the others were completely unharmed, though the lantern had dimmed significantly. Lu Chuyuan immediately displayed a ghost-like expression. How is this possible? Though it was hard to believe, Lu Chuyuan's reaction was still relatively quick. If the fourth soul skill didn't work, then he would use the fifth soul skill. The fifth soul ring on Lu Chuyuan lit up, and the longbow in his hand grew larger, a purple arrow appearing in his grasp. Though the purple arrow looked incredibly bright and beautiful, it was filled with a bloody and evil aura. Drawing the bow and shooting in one seamless motion, Lu Chuyuan ultimately unleashed his strongest strike. 0.9 Sore em Chitin. Whoosh! The purple arrow shot forth rapidly, and this time Lin Luo could not create another soul lantern. Releasing a soul skill requires guidance. Even instantaneous guidance still entails a process. Being able to use the same soul skill in quick succession was already extraordinary. The previously bombarded soul lantern clearly could not withstand the opponent's ultimate skill again. But Lin Luo was not worried at all. He was not fighting alone. Without needing to be reminded, as the team's meat shield, Yin stepped forward immediately, with his soul skills lighting up one after another, turning his body into the most solid meat shield. Additionally, Qianrenxue continued to raise her angel shield to block in front. The purple arrow reached them in an instant, followed by another violent explosion. This explosion was even more powerful than the last, with sand and stones flying everywhere. However, the explosion's force was secondary. The main threat was the evil aura created after the explosion, which could cause instant corruption and death upon exposure. This should be the end, right? After releasing the fifth soul skill, Lu Qiyuan's face looked a bit pale. The fifth soul skill was his strongest move and also the most exhausting in terms of soul power. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to use it. Looking at the current situation, perhaps it would have been wiser to use this move from the start. That way, his good brother Zhui Yuanliang wouldn't have died. But Zhui Yuanliang deserved it. Knowing these guys were not ordinary, he still fought with a playful mindset, which was simply asking for death. Once again, the dust settled, and Lin Luo's group remained completely unharmed, though they appeared a bit dusty. Yan's body trembled slightly, and Xianren Xue was shimmering with golden light. Her third soul ring was also glowing. Lu Qian was once again dumbfounded, his eyes wide as if they might pop out, his mouth unconsciously agape, easily accommodating a fist. This time, without waiting for Lu Qiyuan to react, Lin Luo decisively struck. His first soul ring lit up again, and Death Judgment was unleashed. The control skill relies on being unexpected. The scythe swiftly advanced, arriving right in front of Lu Qiyuan. Lu Qiyuan reacted quickly, immediately activating his second soul skill, using the same teleportation as Zhui Yuanliang. But his fate was clearly unchangeable, and he would meet the same end as Zhui Yuanliang. The scythe turned, successfully hitting Lu Qiyuan, instantly binding him. Lu Qiyuan's third soul ring lit up, and a blood-red aura erupted from him, seemingly granting him immense power to break free from the chains. But it was difficult to do so. Even if he could eventually break free, it would take time. The chains began to pull, and Lin Luo once again advanced alone. This time, he did not have a lantern to bring his teammates along to beat down the isolated target. However, that was not a big problem. Lin Luo was confident in his output. Using the chain's pull, Lin Luo quickly approached Lu Qiyuan. When he was 5 meters away from Lu Qiyuan, he suddenly stopped, and his third soul ring lit up, activating the Doom Pendulum. The scythe instantly returned to Lin Luo's hand. Gripping the scythe, he forcefully swung it forward, unleashing a powerful force. During this process, scorching energy erupted suddenly, enveloping Lin Luo in fiery red energy, including the scythe and lantern in his hand, as a fiery battle armor quietly formed. That terrifying power surged towards Lu Qian, and with such a short distance and such a rapid action, Lu Qian naturally had no time to react. The expression on Lu Qiyuan's face first showed a hint of terror, which was quickly replaced by pain, and then his entire face became contorted in agony. His clothes began to tear apart, along with his flesh, and his bones started to crack, causing his body to instinctively retreat. The terrifying high temperature surged from all around, and a path of flames suddenly appeared, with Lu Qian right in the middle, suffering from the scorching heat, the intense pain reaching his very soul. After Lin Luo completed the Doom Pendulum, flames clung to the blade of the scythe in his hand. He decisively swung it out, continuing to deal damage. The blade easily penetrated Lu Qiyuan's body, further draining the little life he had left. In just a few breaths, Lu Qiuan collapsed to the ground, dying more miserably than Zhui Yuanliang. Lin Luo let out a long sigh. It's over. After saying that, Lin Luo suddenly felt something strange and instinctively swung the scythe to give Lu Qiyuan another strike. Only when he confirmed that a green light orb had appeared on Lu Qiyuan's corpse did he feel relieved. By the way, Lin Luo collected Lu Qiyuan's soul. When he turned around, he saw his teammates looking at his handsome self. All done. Lin Luo said calmly that it was clearly impossible to hide his achievements and fame any longer, and he could only try to remain as low-key as possible. Xiaoyu and the others were obviously shocked by Lin Luo's terrifying combat power, and they all froze for a moment. Hulaina even exclaimed directly, "I didn't realize you were this strong during training." Lin Luo calmly responded, "Of course, practical experience is different. The battle is over, and it's time to clean up the battlefield." Lin Luo walked towards Zhui Yuanliang's corpse with a sickle and a lantern, collecting his soul as well. Then, he headed to the bamboo house, where there were also many souls to collect. Upon opening the door of the bamboo house, dozens of corpses were visible inside. No wonder it could create a scene of greenery. Damn, all the souls were incomplete versions. I thought there would be a feast to enjoy, but it turned out to be leftovers from others. Lin Luo, adhering to the idea that wasting is shameful, discreetly collected all the souls. Although the quantity here was large due to them being incomplete souls, the total gathered was still less than half of a Soul King's soul. This level clearly wouldn't attract the attention of his teammates. Even being handsome wasn't enough to keep their gaze fixed on him, especially with the corpses in front of the wooden house, which were truly visually shocking. It was unclear what method those two evil soul masters used to preserve the bodies. as they showed no signs of decay. Those that had been there for some time were merely dried out. Truly impressive. Among the numerous corpses, Lin Luo and the others quickly noticed two bodies dressed in Spirit Hall uniforms. They appeared to have died not long ago. Undoubtedly, the two unfortunate souls sent from a Notting City branch to investigate the whereabouts of the evil soul masters. They had come in the morning and hadn't even made it past noon. It was evident that something was bound to go wrong. Perhaps if they had come at noon, they might have avoided death. Due to the overwhelming number of corpses, the professional corpse mover, Yin, chose to go on strike this time, deciding to send one person back to report the situation and let the Notting City branch handle the follow-up. Lin Luo volunteered to step forward. 060. As long as you are doing well with your family, that's enough for me. Let me go back and report this news. After all, I'm more familiar with this place. And I can do it faster, Lin Luo said enthusiastically. Xiaoyu and the others had no objections and agreed immediately. Hulaina suggested going back with Lin Luo for safety, but Lin Luo decisively refused. If they went back together, how would he find the time to meet his family? Once the decision was made, Lin Luo immediately set off on his journey back to Notting City. He returned faster than he had come, as he was eager to see his family. The originally 1-hour journey was shortened to 40 minutes by Lin Luo. He hadn't realized he could move this fast. Upon returning to Notting City, Lin Luo did not head directly to the Notting City branch of the Spirit Hall to find Lan Han and the others, but instead went to the street in the west of Notting City. After all, that street also led to the branch hall, so it was somewhat on the way, albeit a bit forced. Lin Luo was still wearing the uniform of the Wuhuan Hall and a mask. He was well aware that, with his current identity, he could no longer meet with his family openly. Doing so would only bring more trouble to them. He tried to avoid it as much as possible. Lin Luo also clearly remembered that during a conversation with Hulaina, he heard her mention that their team would typically have a strong individual secretly following them while on missions. Perhaps not all teams could enjoy such treatment, but their team definitely could, with 3 members of the Golden Generation and 2 divine-level Wuhuan. Even sending a titled Douluo to follow them in secret would not be excessive. Knowing that all his actions might be under the watchful eyes of others, Lin Luo became even more cautious. He was not yet strong enough to break free from all constraints and reunite with his family, and rather than causing them trouble, it was better to pretend to be a passerby. Just catching a glimpse of his family would be enough. Before long, Lin Luo arrived in the western district of Notting City, stepping onto that remote yet incredibly familiar street. Before leaving this place, after awakening his Wuhuan, he was surrounded by a group of extremely warm neighbors who had now disappeared, and everything had returned to the initial tranquility. Lin Luo pretended to be passing by, walking slowly down the street, observing the scenery on both sides. Soon, he arrived at the Lin family coffin shop. The shop was still open, and everything seemed to be the same as usual. However, there was no one to be seen inside the shop. Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately went to the shop. Is anyone there? Lin Luo used his soul power to change his voice. I'm here. A very familiar woman's voice sounded, and Lin Luo's body slightly paused upon hearing it. Then, Lin Luo saw a young woman come from the backyard into the shop, followed by a tall middle-aged man, his parents, Lin Dashan and Zhao Cuizue. Everything was still the same as before. There were always somewhat shavings on his father's body, and although his mother wasn't good at dressing up, her clothing always gave a sense of cleanliness and tidiness. Upon seeing Lin Luo, both Lin Dashan and Zhao Cuizue were slightly taken aback, but they quickly broke into smiles. What do you need, Master Soul Master? Zhao Cuizue asked with a smile. Lin Luo Dao, asking for directions. Lin Dashan said, Where to? Lin Luo, Spirit Hall. Zhao Cuizue immediately smiled and said, Just keep walking down this street until the end. Turn left, then keep going and take a right, and you'll see the Spirit Hall. Okay, thank you, Lin Luo said, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, Zhao Cuizue called out to Lin Luo, Soul Master, you came at the right time. Today we made buns at home. Would you like to take a few to eat on the way? Sure. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Zhao Cuizue immediately ran to the backyard and, in just a moment, brought a large bag of buns to Lin Luo. Please don't be polite, eat on the way. Lin Luo's eyes were already moist. Thank you. After taking one last look at her parents, Lin Luo walked away slowly, moving forward while trying hard to resist the urge to turn back. Behind her, her parents' voices echoed. Thanks to the help of the Wuhuan Temple, our lives have been getting better and better. Not only are we no longer short of money, but our health is also improving, so we are especially grateful to the Soul Master. Yes, Soul Master, take care. Lin Luo listened to his parents' words, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Although the baozi was a bit hot, he still held it tightly in his arms. After a while, Lin Luo arrived at his uncle's family ancestral hall and happened to run into his uncle and aunt taking a walk on the street, with his aunt holding a baby in her arms. The angle they passed by was just right, and Lin Luo saw the baby's appearance, which resembled his uncle a bit. Just as the baby looked at him, though they brushed past each other, Lin Luo could feel the happiness emanating from his uncle and aunt. Behind him, he heard his uncle Lin Dehai's laughter. Little Jia is smiling. Then came his aunt Mo Xiaoyu's voice. We're going to play at uncle's house, of course we're happy. Having smoothly met his family, Lin Luo felt very satisfied. After leaving the street, Lin Luo quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Notting City branch of the Spirit Hall. Lan Hanxue seemed to have been waiting in the hall and immediately approached Lin Luo upon seeing him return. Sir, how did it go? Lan Hanxue asked eagerly, his gaze also looking outside, as if trying to find the others. Lin Luo did not engage in unnecessary chatter and immediately briefed on the situation of the back mountain of Dog King Village. Upon hearing that the matter had been successfully resolved, Lan Hanxue's tense expression instantly transformed into a smile. However, perhaps feeling that this was not quite appropriate, he quickly returned to his serious demeanor. All right, my lord, we will take care of the subsequent matters. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Lin Luo nodded lightly. Hurry up and call someone to go with me. Lan Hanxue immediately nodded. Okay. Following that was the follow-up handling of the situation. The staff of the Notting City branch transported the bodies of those soul masters back to the branch. At this point, Lin Luo and their mission was considered complete, and the subsequent tedious matters would be handled by the branch. After a brief rest, Lin Luo and the others did not linger in Notting City and set off on their way back to Soul City. On their way back, there was a small incident worth mentioning. When Lin Luo and the others were leaving Notting City, they happened to encounter a boy and a girl, both around 7 or 8 years old, entering the city. Indeed, the boy was Tang San and the girl was presumably Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the concern that Tang Hao might be lurking in some corner, Lin Luo would have really wanted to find some excuse to take the two of them back to Soul City. 061, on the way back. Rich Harvest, what were you staring at those two kids for? Are they your relatives? In the carriage, Xiaoyu and Yin were sitting together, while Qianrenxue sat alone in a corner. Hulaina sat next to Lin Luo and quietly reminded him, it's best to keep a distance from your relatives. That way they will be safer. With no one controlling it from the outside, the carriage continued to move steadily along the main road. The carriage, powered by specially trained soul beasts, had the ability to move autonomously, only needing to occasionally check its direction. Hearing Hulaina say this was rare, Lin Luo immediately asked, is it not okay to take a few more glances? Hulaina replied, when you're watching others, it's very likely that someone is also watching you, but you just don't know it. Lin Luo pretended to be clueless and said, is it really a big deal if others look at us a few times? Are we going to explode on the spot? Hulaina, however, looked very serious and replied, don't forget that we've been killing people all along, and there will definitely be those who want to kill us. Most bad people are ruthless. If they can't kill us, they'll go after the people around us. I, along with Xiaoyu and Yin, don't have to worry about this issue. Lin asked instinctively why. Hulaina replied, because we are all orphans. But you're different. You need to be careful. There have been people who have gotten into trouble before. Lin Luo nodded gently and said seriously, I understand. By the way, I don't know those two people. Hulaina, so I've been talking for so long for nothing? Lin Luo said, no, I have learned a lot. Under the mask, Lin Luo's expression became serious. What Hulaina said had a certain truth to it, and Lin Luo himself understood this truth. So he was particularly cautious when meeting his family. However, family is still family. His parents recognized him at a glance, and his uncles and aunts probably did too. They all knew that his identity needed to be kept secret, so they pretended not to know him. It shouldn't cause them any trouble. After all, he had only completed 3 missions, and those missions were in different places. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had certain care for them, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Lin Luo slowly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. It was better not to think about these things. Once he did, he couldn't help but worry, wishing he could return immediately to ensure that his family was safe and sound. After a moment, Lin Luo adjusted his inner feelings and took out a steamed bun from the skeleton ring, handing it to Hulaina. It's still warm and tastes great. Thank you. Hulaina smiled as she accepted it, not being polite. Lin Luo's gaze fell on Xiaoyu and Yin. The usually taciturn duo surprisingly spoke up. Is there more? Give me one. I'll have one too. Lin Luo gave a bun to both Xiaoyu and Yin, and finally, his gaze rested on Qianrenxue. As expected, Qian Renxue calmly said, I don't need one. Lin Luo, I never said I would give it to you. Qian Renxue. Compared to the newly joined Qian Renxue, Lin Luo still finds it easier to get along with the three from the Golden Generation. They've already spent more than a year together, so there is a certain understanding between them. Although sometimes the taciturn duo of Xie and Yin can be quite speechless, interacting with them is still relatively comfortable. Qian Renxue seems a bit too aloof at the moment. It's uncertain if that will change in the future. Lin Luo has never been the type to stick a warm face to someone else's cold backside, no matter how charming they are. Taking a bite of the bun, the tender meat juice bursts in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds. It's still that familiar flavor, making it hard to stop. After eating, Hulaina and the others also expressed that it was delicious, so Lin Luo simply took out all the buns for everyone to enjoy together. Qian Renxue appeared somewhat out of place, but it didn't affect Lin Luo and the others' appetite. After finishing the buns, the atmosphere returned to calm. Xie and the others entered a state of cultivation, while Lin Luo was responsible for watching the carriage for a while. Although the carriage could move automatically, it still needed occasional attention. People can be unreliable, let alone horses. Without cultivating, Lin Luo closed his eyes and focused, reviewing the experiences and gains from his trip to Notting City. The progress of the task was relatively smooth. With clues available, he quickly found the target, followed by a battle with two Soul King-level evil spirit masters, ultimately successfully capturing them. As for the gains, they were naturally abundant, with the souls of the two Soul King evil spirit masters and a bunch of incomplete souls, which made Lin Luo very satisfied. As usual, the souls of Soul King level provided some memories, and the memories of these two Soul King evil spirit masters were highly overlapping. Perhaps because these two Soul Kings were stronger than the targets Lin Luo had encountered previously. After absorbing their souls, he gained not just a memory scene, but also many scattered memory fragments. However, they did not provide much useful information. They mostly lived in a bamboo house, occasionally going into town to indulge and hiring people to acquire the corpses of soul masters to absorb their souls and enhance their strength. The memory fragments were repetitive and singular, and the two did not only seek the corpses of soul masters, they did not spare even ordinary people's corpses. If there were no corpses, they would create them, targeting some innocent people from time to time. There was one memory that seemed very important to the two evil spirit masters, to the extent that it was the first scene Lin Luo saw when reviewing their memories. The two evil spirit masters, as usual, went to a designated wilderness to collect the corpses of soul masters. But this time they were shocked to find that the soul master's corpse had no soul remaining. In their shock, they also dealt with the corpse mover. Lin Luo had seen that corpse mover a few times. He was the tall, thin man who carried a soul master's corpse to his family's coffin shop on the day of Lin Luo's martial soul awakening. Wow, everything matched up. As for why the soul master's corpse had no soul left, the reason was that he had absorbed it himself. Could this be considered indirectly causing the death of that corpse mover? Probably not. Those two evil spirit masters never spared any corpse mover. They always delivered and killed. In the memories of these two Soul King evil spirit masters, there were also some memory fragments about other evil spirit masters, but the images were very blurry. They seemed to have seen other evil spirit masters in a confused state. Evil spirit masters always exist, but they can only hide in the darkness. Lin Luo felt that using rats in the gutter to describe them was quite appropriate. 062, 5 days later, a new target. In the early years, evil spirit masters were also an organization, but before they became powerful, they were almost wiped out by the spirit hall. The remaining evil spirit masters could no longer pose a threat, and were now just wild creatures providing fresh blood to the spirit hall to enhance combat experience and knowledge. They, like rats, hid in dark and filthy sewers. No matter how many were killed, some would survive, and larger rats would appear. The spirit hall is like a rat extermination team, making a significant contribution to exterminating rats, and they are still committed to this task. After returning from Notting City to Spirit City, Lin Luo finally received the task rewards he had been eagerly anticipating. After his graduation, he participated in 3 tasks: the Corpse in Grey Mist City, the Trader in Soto City, and the Soul Master Corpse Trade in Notting City. The rewards for all 3 tasks were distributed at once, with each task awarding 100 gold soul coins and 100 merit points. The rewards were issued by Mo Shan-yun, and it was a unified distribution for not just Lin Luo, but also Xie and the others. Besides receiving rewards, Lin Luo also learned about the Spirit Hall's reward system from Mo Shan-yun. Completing tasks grants rewards and merit points. The difficulty of the tasks is marked by the Spirit Hall, and the higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards. For high-difficulty tasks, the Spirit Hall will provide special notifications. However, most tasks are ordinary. The 3 tasks Lin Luo completed all belong to the ordinary category. The rewards for ordinary tasks are mostly fixed unless unexpected circumstances change the task's difficulty. There are 2 types of rewards: gold soul coins and merit points. Compared to merit points, the value of gold soul coins is relatively average. In Lin Luo's view, gold soul coins are not much different from scrap metal. He doesn't have to worry about food or drink. In fact, he even has a specially tailored simulated cultivation environment, complete with cultivation resources, and apart from eating, he has no other special hobbies, so he doesn't know how to spend the gold soul coins. However, not everyone can enjoy the same treatment as Lin Luo. Most soul masters are ordinary soul masters, and completing a task earns them 100 gold soul coins, which is much more comfortable than earning resources related to soul beasts in the soul beast forest. As for merit points, ordinary tasks have fixed merit points. Each task rewards 100 merit points. Members of the Spirit Hall can exchange their merit points for items they want from the Spirit Hall's warehouse. The Spirit Hall undoubtedly has sufficient resources. As long as the merit points are enough, soul bones can be exchanged. Besides soul bones, there are many other valuable items useful to soul masters, such as rare soul guidance devices and fairy herbs that can help soul masters enhance their soul power, among others. Soul guidance devices and fairy herbs are enough to motivate most soul masters to strive for them. As for soul bones, there is no need to say more. They are what countless soul masters seek throughout their lives. If one works diligently in the Spirit Hall for decades, there might be a real chance of obtaining a soul bone. Most members of the Spirit Hall will spend their entire lives pursuing that ultimate goal. Lin Luo is truly awake to reality, knowing that those so-called aspirations are just a dream. As long as he successfully completes his tasks, he can exchange his achievements for some treasures he needs when necessary. A pie that is too big is not tasty and cannot be eaten. Maintaining a balanced mindset allows for a more comfortable life, even if it lacks some passion. Of course, the main reason is that Lin Luo is confident in his talents and abilities. As long as he can follow the arrangements of the Spirit Hall with peace of mind, what he should have will come to him, and there is no need to desire too much. In the following days, Lin Luo's life returned to tranquility. Every day, besides cultivating, he further honed his soul skills. Naturally, he did not forget to practice the mist technique taught by his teacher, Ghost Douluo, as training in this self-created soul skill is still very necessary. Even if it hasn't been applied in battle yet, it helps with mastering soul power. Perhaps influenced by the battle in the back mountain of Dog King Village in Notting City, the 3 members of the Golden Generation came to seek challenges every day. Lin Luo was very willing to act as their sparring partner, and the 4 of them returned to the atmosphere they had before Lin Luo's graduation. Aside from missions, Hammerstone did not spend time with Lin Luo and the others, but they didn't mind. During this period, Lin Luo finally met his teacher, Ghost Douluo, once, and even went out to eat delicious food with him. Ghost Douluo was as few with words as ever, simply asking about Lin Luo's recent situation before not mentioning anything else. Lin Luo also knew that his teacher was very busy. Being able to take some time to meet him and treat him with good food made him very satisfied. Soon, 5 days passed, and on the evening of the 5th day, Lin Luo received a new task. Wuhuan Academy, Soul Fighting Arena. Lin Luo and his teammates met at a spirit fighting platform, where the Golden Generation trio had arrived, and Hammerstone was also there, still wearing her mask. Besides Lin Luo's team of 5, Hammerstone had also come. Upon seeing everyone gathered, Hammerstone got straight to the point and said, "The new mission location is in Balak City, where a group of evil spirit masters has been discovered. We will set off shortly, and I will accompany you, as this is also my mission. Do you have any questions?" Xiaoyu was the first to ask, "How many members are in the evil spirit master team, and what is their strength?" Montauk Shenyun replied, "There are a total of 8 members, and what we can confirm for now is that there is a soul emperor among their ranks." Lin Luo and the others changed their expressions slightly upon hearing this. The presence of a soul emperor in the team indicated that there could be more than one, and likely even stronger beings, so the risk level of this mission was evident. Hammerstone noticed the change in Lin Luo and the others' expressions and smiled, saying, "Originally, this mission was supposed to be completed by 2 soul saints, but considering your team's excellent performance, I'm giving you an opportunity for experience. With me here, nothing will happen. Even if we encounter strong enemies, I can still protect you." Lin Luo and the others nodded gently, their expressions slightly eased. Since Hammerstone had guaranteed their safety, there was nothing to fear. It was very likely that this mission involved not just one soul saint, but also stronger protectors lurking in the shadows. There was no need to worry about safety. It was easy to understand from a different perspective. If Lin Luo were a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, he would definitely not allow 2 innate soul power level 20 individuals with divine martial souls to fall in the course of a mission. The necessary training and safety measures would be in place. And if Lin Luo could think of these issues, how could the Spirit Hall not consider them? Mo Shanyan slowly spoke. Let's set off. Balak City wasn't too far from Spirit City. Lin Luo and the others departed in the evening and arrived at their destination the following morning. 063. Evil Soul Master? Just a wild monster for gaining experience. They spent the whole night on the road practicing, and everyone's mental state remained excellent. Mo Shanyan took control of the carriage that night as a soul saint. He could easily go several days and nights without sleep. Upon entering the area of Balak City, they didn't head directly to Balak City, but instead went to a place called Ingluan Town, which was the most precise task location within Balak City jurisdiction. With Mo Shanyan present, Lin Luo and the others didn't need to go to the Spirit Hall branch in Balak City for task handover. They could go directly to their destination. Ingluan Town was considered a relatively remote, small town within Balak City, and even in the most prosperous places, slums existed. Ingluan Town was essentially the slum within Balak City. Evil soul masters only dare to hide and commit crimes in some secluded places, never able to come to the forefront. Upon entering Ingluan Town, staff members from the Spirit Hall immediately came to provide the latest information on the evil soul masters. Lin Luo and the others parked the carriage in Ingluan Town and headed straight for the location of the evil soul master. There was no need to worry about the authenticity of the information, as very few people would risk their lives to stand on the same front as an evil soul master. Even if there were, it was nothing to worry about. This mission was merely a training exercise, and the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall would consider safety more thoroughly. Each time before a mission, Lin Luo would adjust his mindset like this, as only by maintaining the right attitude could he be in the best condition to face the task. Starting from Ingluan Town, it took Lin Luo and his team of 6 less than 10 minutes to reach the outskirts of a forest. They also met with personnel from the Spirit Hall, who seemed to be specifically responsible for tracking the target, 2 individuals from the Balak City branch. Following their guidance, they learned that the Evil Soul Master Team was located within the forest, and information about the Evil Soul Master Team was further updated. There was 1 Soul King and 1 Soul Zone, and the number remained at 8. The first to discover the Evil Soul Master Team were naturally the personnel from the Balak City branch, who were originally supposed to handle the matter, but it was ultimately handed over to Mo Shanyan to lead the operation. It's worth noting that the Balak City Spirit Hall branch had actually reached the specifications of the main hall, and the strength of the personnel here was more than sufficient to deal with an Evil Soul Master Team. As for why the task ultimately fell into Mo Shanyan's hands, the reason need not be elaborated. Those who understood, understood. After confirming the target's location, Mo Shanyan led Lin Luo and the others to activate their martial souls and enter the forest. When the Balak City branch personnel saw the soul ring configuration of Mo Shanyan and the others, they felt a sense of balance within themselves. Mo Shanyan did not wear a mask. He was relatively young and could be considered a young soul sage. However, Mo Shanyan was not the most noteworthy point. When the purple, and black soul rings rose beneath Lin Luo, the 2 personnel for the Balak City branch instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes widening in surprise. No wonder our task was snatched away. Judging by his age, he doesn't seem very old. Indeed, no one from Spirit City has a simple identity. This is the first time I've seen such a being. Previously, I felt a bit unconvinced. But now I just feel honored to have the opportunity to participate in the mission. Yes, I feel the same way. It seems that the confidentiality level of this mission will be quite high. Definitely. After entering the forest, Mo Shanyan summoned the Jade Giant to clear the path ahead, quickly discovering the traces of the Evil Soul Master Team. Following the traces of the Evil Soul Master Team, Mo Shanyan led Lin Luo and the others to a relatively open area. Upon arriving, Lin Luo and the others saw the 5th soul ring on Mo Shanyan light up, causing the Jade Giant to grow larger, with a faint blue glow emanating from its limbs, exuding a hint of coldness. Under Mo Shanyan's control, the Jade Giant completed its transformation in an instant and slammed its fist down onto the ground. The next second, frost spread out, nearly covering the entire area. The cold sensation forced Lin Luo and the others to use their soul power for protection, while Yin, due to his martial soul, was not significantly affected. Truly a powerful soul sage, I didn't expect that we could hide so well yet still be easily discovered by you. Fortunately, we didn't make the foolish choice to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, we would likely suffer heavy casualties in an instant. A hoarse voice echoed from ahead, where a tall man's figure quietly emerged from the roots of a large tree. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a very robust physique, dressed in black, and his ordinary appearance was marked by his blood-red eyes, one of his few distinguishing features. After the tall man appeared, 7 others emerged from various positions nearby. Both men and women, all around 30 years old. The tall man smiled faintly and said, I wondered why the personnel from the Balak City branch were missing. It turns out they've sent someone else to seize the credit. Soul Sage, if we win, could you spare us? Haha, all the evil soul masters laughed. Mo Shanyan remained indifferent and replied, Stop wasting words. None of you will leave today. The tall man laughed. If we could leave, would we still be here waiting for you? Even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. That kid is pretty good. With 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring. I've never seen that in my several decades of life. Lin Luo, Mo Shanyan said calmly, You can give it a try. Lin Luo and the others could naturally detect the sarcasm in the words of the evil soul master. But they didn't pay much attention to it. The fact was what it was. There was no way to refute it, nor was there a need to. In Lin Luo's view, the evil soul masters were just a bunch of wild monsters, able to survive when not targeted, but once they would only become a source of experience for the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Everyone's mindset was very calm, and the evil soul masters, facing death, seemed to have come to terms with it, ready to fight to the death. Only Lin Luo felt a bit frustrated. His soul ring combination was just too showy, always attracting attention. Usually, whenever he activated his martial soul, he would draw a crowd of wide-eyed onlookers, and when encountering the evil soul masters, he was the first to be targeted. This was not a good omen. After this mission, he would have to find a way to change the color of his soul rings. Perhaps Qian Rinxue had a method, as she could even disguise her martial soul. So changing the color of the soul rings shouldn't be too difficult, right? Then, the tall man stopped talking nonsense and activated his martial soul under the gaze of Lin Luo and the others. The other evil soul masters followed suit, which signified that the idle chatter had finally come to an end and the battle was about to begin. 6 soul rings slowly emerged. White, yellow, purple, black, and black, representing the strength of the tall man, a soul emperor. His martial soul was a beast martial soul, which looked somewhat like a tiger when manifested. The other evil soul masters had various martial souls, and their strength could be quickly identified by the number of soul rings. There was 1 soul king, 2 soul ancestors, and 4 soul sages. On Lin Luo's side, there was 1 soul zone and 4 soul zune, without even mentioning their soul ring combinations. Just in terms of soul power levels and numbers, they were already crushing Lin Luo and his group. Of course, Lin Luo and his companions were ultimately different from ordinary soul masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enjoy the current treatment. This task was like rice on the dining table, almost being fed directly into their mouths. With Mo Shanyan's strength, dealing with the Soul Emperor was more than sufficient. But he didn't summon the Jade Giant or even the basic humanoid Jade Stone, clearly not intending to intervene with Lin Luo and the others, letting them resolve the situation with their own strength. The disadvantage in numbers and soul power levels forced Lin Luo and his companions to huddle together. The battle soon began, and Mo Shanyan's target was very clear. The Soul Emperor level Evil Soul Master. Lin Luo and his 4 companions faced off against 7 Evil Spirit Masters. The 7 Evil Spirit Masters, aware of their insufficient strength, did not join the battle between the Soul Saints and Soul Emperors. As the versatile Soul Master of the team, Lin Luo decisively initiated the attack, prioritizing the Evil Spirit Masters at the Soul King level. The Judgment of Death was executed, accurately hitting the target, while the Soul Guiding Lamp descended, providing defense and also enabling their offensive strategy. At the same time Lin Luo attacked, the Evil Spirit Masters naturally retaliated. They weren't foolish enough to wait for Lin Luo and his team to finish their skills. The various soul skills unleashed by the Evil Spirit Masters appeared formidable, but they were all blocked by the Soul Guiding Lamp, whose shield was thick enough to withstand the first wave of output from the Evil Spirit Masters. Everything happened simultaneously. As the Soul Guiding Lamp blocked one wave of output, Lin Luo used the chains to swiftly reach the Soul King Evil Spirit Master, and then activated the spatial power of the Soul Guiding Lamp, bringing all his teammates over, instantly forming a 5-on-1. There was no suspense in this battle. Lin Luo and his team were not lacking in output. even while Lin Luo maintained control. The furious output from Yu and the others quickly eliminated the Soul King Evil Spirit Master. Among them, the highest output came from the Soul Zone level Qianrenxue, whose angel martial soul had an absolute restraint against evil forces. Even her ordinary attacks could deal critical damage. The entire battle lasted only a few seconds, and the Soul King Evil Spirit Master fell far too quickly for the other Evil Spirit Masters to react. By the time the Evil Spirit Masters launched another wave of attacks, Lin Luo and his team had already chosen a new target. The Judgment of Death struck again, hitting a Soul Zone, and Lin Luo flew over alone, using his Doom Pendulum to instantly eliminate that Soul Zone. The power of the Doom Pendulum could directly eliminate a Soul King, so taking out a Soul Zone was more than sufficient. What started as 5 against 7 quickly turned into 5 against 5 in just a few exchanges, and with equal numbers of Soul Rings, the subsequent battle became very easy. Essentially a one-sided slaughter. Lin Luo can consecutively unleash his first Soul skill, Death Judgment, in a short time. However, the second Soul skill, Soul Guiding Lantern, and the third Soul skill, Doom Pendulum, require a moment of rest, similar to cool-down times for skills in games. The release of all Soul skills requires the guidance of Soul Power. The more powerful the Soul skill, the more complex the guidance process becomes. When first released, it can be done directly through intent, but subsequent releases require adjustments of Soul Power. As one's strength increases, the release of Soul skills becomes easier. And once a certain level of power is reached, the Soul Master can generally release the first few Soul skills in quick succession. Additionally, continuous training of Soul skills can provide some help in their release, but this effect can only be described as minimal. True strength is the fundamental factor. Facing such a team battle, Lin Luo is very confident. His martial spirit is designed for team fights, and he's also very formidable in one-on-one matches. In a 5-on-5 battle, Lin Luo and his team finished in less than 3 minutes, achieving a complete domination. On the other side, Mo Shangyun is also overpowering the Soul Emperor, and determining the winner is just a matter of time. After Lin Luo and the others finish the battle, they immediately distance themselves from the battlefield near Mo Shangyun. A corner dog will jump over the wall, let alone a person. If that Soul Emperor suddenly turns into a mad dog and comes at them, the consequences would be unimaginable. During the battle, Lin Luo conveniently completed the collection of souls. The souls of the Evil Soul Masters were the best loot for him. This time, there were quite a few Evil Soul Masters, and all of them had complete souls, making the collection process incredibly satisfying. It's just that collecting souls above the Soul Sect level brings some negative effects, causing varying degrees of sharp pain in his head. But it's not a big deal. Lin Luo is getting used to it, and it seems that this negative effect will gradually decrease as his strength improves. Who knows? If he gets stronger in the future, he might not experience these negative effects at all. The battle on Mo Shangyun's side quickly came to an end as well. The fight between a Soul Saint and a Soul Emperor was predictable. The absolute power suppression left that Evil Soul Master with no ability to resist. Indeed, Evil Soul Masters have secret methods to temporarily boost their combat power, but these Evil Soul Masters didn't seem to possess such abilities. Moreover, during the battle, Lin Luo and the others noticed that these Evil Soul Masters had somewhat erratic auras, clearly belonging to the lowest tier of Evil Soul Masters. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Mo Shangyun eliminated that Soul Emperor Evil Soul Master and brought the corpse back. The bodies of these Evil Soul Masters needed to be taken back for reporting. Lin Luo was too lazy to find an excuse to look at the Soul Emperor's corpse. After reaching a certain distance, he used the Hell Curse to collect the soul of the Soul Emperor level Evil Soul Master. This was so far the strongest soul he had collected. The side effects were particularly obvious. At the moment of collection, he felt like his head was about to explode. Even with the mask covering his face, Mo Shangyun and the others immediately noticed Lin Luo's abnormality. Mo Shangyun asked with concern, "Lin Luo, what's wrong? Were you injured in the recent battle?" Lin Luo quickly adjusted himself and gritted his teeth to respond softly, "No, it's just that my soul power is a bit depleted." At this time, Hulaina also said, "Most likely, you use your soul skills without stopping. I truly admire your soul power reserves." 065. It seems that there are a few more things in the lantern. Every time they executed a mission, Lin Luo and the others did not need to pay too much attention to the details of the tasks. They just needed to confirm the target and then kill it. At least, all 4 tasks Lin Luo had undertaken were like this. They dragged all the Evil Soul Masters' corpses to one place. And then Mo Shangyun left the Yusher giant to guard the scene with Lin Luo and the others while he returned at the fastest speed to notify the personnel from the branch of Balak City outside the forest for the final handover. The personnel from the branch of Balak City were very efficient and quickly completed the deployment. So Lin Luo and the others no longer needed to worry about the subsequent matters. If Lin Luo and the others were to execute the tasks alone, they would have to go to the local Spirit Hall branch to report the task completion. But with Mo Shanyan around, this step was directly omitted. They went to Yingluan Town to rest, preparing to return to Spirit City in the afternoon. In a restaurant in Yingluan Town, Lin Luo and the others were the only guests at the table, which was filled with an incredibly lavish spread of food, mostly made from precious soul beast ingredients. Contrasting sharply with the poverty of Yingluan Town, undoubtedly, this was a trivial token of appreciation prepared by the Spirit Hall branch of Balak City, and they seemed to be planning to support the development of Yingluan Town. I never expected to eat such good food in this place, Hu Laina remarked. Mo Shanyan said, would you like to go to Balak City? There will probably be even better and more enthusiastic hospitality there. Lin Luo and the others shook their heads decisively. In their view, the martial soul city was still better, and they all wanted to return as soon as possible. Mo Shanyan's gaze fell on Lin Luo. Lin Luo, how is your recovery? Lin Luo said, it's already fine. I can continue to cultivate on the way back. This battle has benefited me greatly, and my soul power should be able to get a certain boost. Hu Laina sighed. Another improvement? It seems like you gain something every time you complete a mission. How long has it been since you obtained the third soul ring? And your soul power level has already increased by 1. Are you going to improve again? Hu Laina's sentiment seemed to resonate with both Xieyu and Yin, who turned their gazes towards Lin Luo, while Qian Rinchua's eyes also fell on him. Facing everyone's attention, Lin Luo shook his head and smiled. It's not that exaggerated, just a small improvement. Well, just a bit. A soul emperor, a soul king, 2 soul sects, and a bunch of soul master souls. This was Lin Luo's greatest harvest since he began his missions, even since he obtained the Hell Curse. This time also made Lin Luo realize that he needed to weigh his capacity for bearing when using the Hell Curse in the future. A soul emperor's soul nearly took him away on the spot, and the moment he collected it, his head almost exploded. Fortunately, the strongest this time was a soul emperor. If it had been a soul sage or a stronger existence, Lin Luo's reckless collection might have led to his premature demise. Of course, Lin Luo was also confident in himself. He had thought for half a second before collecting the souls. He felt that the negative effects from a Soul King's soul were manageable, but he could still bear it. A Soul Emperor was only 1 level higher than a Soul King, so collecting it shouldn't be a big problem. The result after collecting, however, left him numb. Before he achieved a significant boost in strength, he would need to stay calm when encountering souls above the Soul Emperor level in the future and not collect them directly. Lin Luo thought to himself. After a sumptuous lunch, Lin Luo and the others set off on their way back, and Lin Luo indeed cultivated all the way. This time, the harvest from his souls was substantial, and he needed some time to solidify his strength. The attribute boost from his souls was significant for Lin Luo, but the increase in soul power was relatively limited, and he had to allocate a portion to the scythe and lantern. Therefore, despite collecting a Soul Emperor level soul along with many evil soul master souls, Lin Luo's soul power level did not directly increase, but it was not far from doing so. After completing 3 missions, the reason his soul power level could increase was mainly due to the foundation he had after absorbing the 3rd soul ring, allowing him to quickly improve within a short time. Souls certainly played a role, but they were not the key factor. This speed of improvement was already quite terrifying. As long as there were enough souls, Lin Luo's soul power level could be raised as easily as drinking water. After each enhancement, Lin Luo had to adjust his mindset and clear the distorted thoughts that constantly surged from deep within. This feeling of rapidly increasing strength was indeed very satisfying and could easily lead one to indulge. But Lin Luo always understood the principle that the taller the tree, the more will be toppled by the wind, and those who stand out among the crowd will be excluded. Developing steadily was the right path. Being overly ostentatious only led to a quick demise or complete reduction to a tool. As for his current progress, Lin Luo was already very satisfied. He could gain something from each mission, and coupled with his divine-level cultivation method, his strength could continue to steadily improve, with a bright future ahead. When Lin Luo and the others returned to Wuhuan City, it was already evening. After a simple meal together, they each went home to rest. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Luo, as usual, took a shower first and then comfortably lay on his bed, reflecting on his gains. Without mentioning the task rewards for now, This mission had collected many souls, including those of the Soul Emperor level, and his soul power level was about to rise again. Additionally, the memories of the evil soul masters could barely be counted as a gain. However, those memories were not worth looking at. Even the memories of Soul Emperor level evil soul masters mostly consisted of repetitive scenes, where they were either killing or on their way to kill, resorting to any means necessary to enhance their power, ultimately losing their true selves and becoming killing machines. These memories did have some impact on Lin Luo, serving as a warning. If he did not restrain himself, he too would become an evil soul master. That said, the organization of evil soul masters was indeed completely finished. The combined memories of an entire evil soul master team revealed no useful information about other evil soul masters. It seemed that under the continuous suppression of the Wuhuan Temple, it was becoming increasingly unlikely for the evil soul masters to gather a strong force again. Through the memories of the evil soul masters, Lin Luo noticed another point. All evil soul masters, whether at the soul sect or soul emperor level, had no information about their cultivation methods in their memories. It seemed that this information had been directly erased by an unknown force after their deaths, but this did not quite align with the development of evil soul masters. They should be hoping for more and more colleagues to appear. Lin Luo didn't quite understand what was going on and didn't intend to delve too deeply into it. As long as the souls of the evil soul masters were helpful to him, that was enough. After completing several missions, he had collected quite a few evil soul master souls and found that, in comparison, the souls of evil soul masters provided stronger attributes than those of ordinary soul masters. The continuous travel and exhaustion left Lin Luo physically and mentally drained. Instead of continuing to practice to numb himself, he chose to sleep naturally. The next day, Lin Luo was fully revitalized and began his repetitive life again. In the following days, Lin Luo spent most of his time in cultivation. 3 days later, Lin Luo's soul power level broke through again, reaching level 36, and he noticed that there seemed to be something extra in his lantern. 066, unlocked, Underworld Prison, noon. Behind the Martial Soul Academy at the graveyard, Lin Luo successfully broke through the 35-level shackles, and his soul power level rose to 36. The joy of the increase in soul power was already evident on Lin Luo's face, but along with the joy, there was also a hint of surprise. At that moment, Lin Luo's gaze lingered on the lantern he was holding, which emitted a faint green light. He faintly sensed a special aura from the lantern, as if something inside was calling to him. Could it be that my Hammerstone martial soul has brought Lucian's wife, Senna, along with it? Lin Luo frowned. He didn't know much about the background stories in the League, but he was familiar with the stories of Thresh, Lucian, and Senna. Lucian originally had only one holy gun, while the other gun belonged to his wife, Senna. In their early years, Lucian and Senna fought together on the continent of Aloran, using their holy guns to eliminate countless evil spirits. They were once a loving couple, inseparable like Kaisa and Rakan, until they encountered Thresh from the Shadow Isles. Thresh was a very powerful specter, different from other spirits. He was strong and cunning, and in his confrontation with Lucian and Senna, he used his extraordinary intellect to deceive Senna with a scheme, capturing her in his lantern and imprisoning her in the abyss for eternal torment while Lucian was caught off guard. Lucian tried to rescue his wife, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. He vowed to eradicate all darkness from the continent and picked up the other holy gun that Senna had dropped, completely transforming into the relentless pursuit. Lin Luo remembered this background story very well, and he guessed that veteran players of the League would know it too. However, if Senna was truly in the lantern, it wouldn't make sense for her to only be reacting now. There should have been signs during the awakening of the weapon spirit. Moreover, if the League's background design was accurate, Senna must have already escaped from the lantern, or else how could she be a champion? Additionally, when Lin Luo was on the mission to eliminate the evil soul master team in Bilgewater, after collecting the soul of that soul emperor-level evil soul master, he sensed something unusual within the lantern, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just the result of collecting souls that affected the attributes of the lantern and scythe. In the days following Lin Luo's return, the lantern showed no unusual behavior until just now when his soul power level was enhanced, and the lantern called out to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Luo ultimately decided to take action and immediately used his mind to connect with the lantern. Soon, he saw the situation inside the lantern. Not the vast green expanse he had imagined, but a dark environment resembling an incredibly large cage. Within this cage, he could see a few green light spots floating, but there weren't many. The calling did not stop, and following the sound, Lin Luo quickly found its source. It was shocking to see that within the lantern, he discovered a relatively intact soul. From the outline of this soul, he could identify that it was indeed the Soul Emperor, Evil Soul Master from the Evil Soul Master team. Goodness, hadn't he already absorbed his soul? The attributes were already in place. How could it still exist? Just as Lin Luo was bewildered, information about the Soul Emperor, Evil Soul Master appeared before his eyes. Low-level vengeful spirit. Yihanhui. Martial Soul, Blood Cat, requires a body to activate Martial Soul. Soul Power Level. Level 11. Can be restored to a maximum of level 62. Available skills. Possession, Soul Shock. Immediately afterward, Lin Luo received a system prompt. Ding. The Underworld Prison interface has been unlocked. Wow, the system has hidden interfaces? Lin Luo took one last look at the low-level vengeful spirit Yihanhui, then withdrew his focus and opened the interface for the Nether Prison. Nether Prison current level. Beginner, 110. Existing Spirit Servant. Low-level vengeful spirit Yihanhui. Spirit Capture. There is a certain chance of pulling part of the soul into the Nether Prison to form a spirit servant when collecting souls of Soul Emperor level or higher. Spirit Cultivation. Helps spirit servants improve their strength. Providing souls can accelerate the process. Tip. The higher the level of the Nether Prison, the higher the probability of pulling in souls to form spirit servants. After Lin Luo finished reading the information about the Nether Prison, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim that it was amazing. The hidden abilities of the Soul Lock Warden had all been uncovered. This was undoubtedly great news for Lin Luo. He was already very happy with the increase in his soul power level, and now that he had unlocked the interface for the Nether Prison, his joy was doubled. He thought the system had abandoned him, but he didn't expect it to have a big surprise in store for him. Lin Luo couldn't help but reflect on this in his heart. Over the past year, Lin Luo hadn't triggered a single selection interface, and he felt that the system had lost its significance, with its only function being to check his personal panel and admire his impressive stats. The appearance of the Nether Prison interface made Lin Luo once again aware of the system's existence. It turned out that his cheat was still active. A year later, at the east gate of the Spirit Master City, Lin Luo met up with his 4 teammates, and, in addition, there was the Soul Sage level teacher, Mo Shangyun, leading the team. They were not going to execute a mission this time, but to help Lin Luo obtain his 4th soul ring. During this year, Lin Luo's soul power level had successfully reached level 40. If not counting the benefits brought by the 3rd soul ring, Lin Luo had raised his soul power by over 5 levels in just a year. Such a speed of improvement was undoubtedly terrifying, and naturally, it had attracted some attention from the Spirit Hall, but they didn't pay much attention to it, as the divine-level martial soul had the ultimate explanation power. Some might ask, wasn't Qianren Xue a divine-level martial soul? She could certainly be used as a reference. But the key point was that Qianren Xue had dedicated her prime years to her undercover career. At the age of 8, Lin Luo had undoubtedly set the record for the youngest soul master at the soul zone level in the Spirit Hall. The records of the Spirit Hall essentially equated to records for the entire continent. Even though Lin Luo had not yet obtained his 4th soul ring, this matter was already as good as settled. As for why Lin Luo's soul power level had increased so rapidly, it boiled down to a few main reasons: a divine-level martial soul, divine-level cultivation methods, and the cheat-like passive ability of Hell's Curse. Environmental factors also played a role. With a tailor-made, simulated training environment and impeccable top-tier food, which other Soul Master academies or most sects could not compare to. Among these, the passive ability of Hell's Curse had not been well utilized since the mission with the Evil Soul Master team. The intervals between missions had become longer, and the quality of the missions had been relatively poor, as they had not encountered any Evil Soul Masters at the Soul Emperor level again. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have reached the Soul Zone level ahead of time. This was also a normal phenomenon. There weren't that many Evil Soul Masters around to hunt down. Their numbers were already very small, and most were extremely vigilant, making it difficult to detect their whereabouts. 067, 4th Soul Ring target, Evil Eye. In the afternoon, Stardew Great Forest. The 1st soul ring on Lin Luo's body flickered, and then he threw out the sickle in his hand. The sickle moved at an incredible speed, accurately hitting the target, and the chains instantly wrapped around it, firmly binding it. It was a black spider the size of a basin, with white patterns on its abdomen that resembled a grim human face. Indeed, it was a faceless demon spider. After Lin Luo's death sentence was pronounced, Xiaoyu acted decisively, and the moon blade effortlessly pierced into the body of the man-faced demon spider. Soon after, a circle of purple soul rings slowly rose from the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. Lin Luo retracted his scythe, showing a helpless expression. Can't you just leave honestly? Why do you have to attack us? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Be careful in your next life. While moving through the Stardow Great Forest, it's inevitable to encounter soul beasts that actively initiate attacks. However, most soul beasts fear humans. But there are also some foolish and bloodthirsty ones. The human-faced demon spider that Lin Luo and the others just killed is one of them. At this moment, Emo Shanyan said, "Let's take a short break. We will soon enter the area where 10,000-year soul beasts appear." Lin Luo and the others nodded in unison, some eating, some drinking. Lin Luo took out the soul beast barbecue packed from the academy cafeteria from the skeleton ring. Although it had already cooled down, he still ate it with great enjoyment. Seeing this, Hulaina couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Lin Luo, you really are dedicated to food." Lin Luo shrugged. "If I don't eat more, how can I grow up quickly?" Hulaina laughed. "That's true." In the 2 years since arriving at the Spirit Hall, Lin Luo had not only improved in strength, but also developed physically very well. He was now nearly 1.50 meters tall. Although he couldn't compare to those children with giant genes, he was already considered to have developed well among his peers. Besides his height, Lin Luo's physique was also quite well proportioned. He could even be described as strong, but he was definitely not overweight. After resting for a moment, Emo Shanyan led the team to continue moving forward, with the Jade Stone Giant clearing the way ahead. After advancing for a while, Emo Shanyan took out a map and glanced at it, then said, "We're about to enter the evil eye area. Everyone be careful and be ready to fight at any time." "Yes." Lin Luo and the others responded in unison. This time, Lin Luo came to obtain his 4th spirit ring, and his target had already been determined. He just needed to find it now. The evil eye was one of Lin Luo's targets, just like the spirit beast Yanling that provided his 3rd spirit ring. The evil eye was also a spiritual type spirit beast with lightning attributes, which was relatively suitable for Lin Luo. In addition to the evil eye, there were several other backup options that were decided after discussions with the teachers at the Spirit Academy. Lin Luo's extraordinary talent naturally warrants special treatment. In addition to confirming the selection of soul rings, the busy Ghost Douluo took some time yesterday afternoon to conduct a simple examination of Lin Luo's body, estimating that a soul ring of around 30,000 years would pose no pressure. This kind of testing for soul master soul ring limits can only be used as a reference. The first 3 soul rings are relatively accurate, but for the later ones, it can only be considered a conservative estimate. Lin Luo's goal is to hunt soul beasts that are between 30,000 to 35,000 years old, and he believes his body can handle it completely. The 4th soul ring is at the 30,000-year level, which is undoubtedly a fantasy for other soul masters. However, for Lin Luo, nothing is impossible. As soul masters increase their strength, their physical resilience also improves, especially since Lin Luo has the passive attribute enhancement from the Hell Curse, which has already brought his physical strength to an abnormal level. Despite his small stature, it's likely that even Xieyu and the others would struggle to match him. Furthermore, Lin Luo's 3rd soul ring is 10,000 years old, so the limit for withstanding the 4th soul ring at 30,000 years is not particularly high. After passing through a thicket, Lin Luo and his companions arrived at a swamp. Indeed, this great forest has all kinds of environments. In the swamp, they could see 7 or 8 black spheres covered in tentacles, each with a seam from which a faint blue light emanated. Their bodies exuded a faint black mist. The black spheres varied in size. Some were as small as a basin, while others were as large as a table. On their tentacles, there seemed to be mouths filled with sharp teeth, and at that moment, they were all enjoying the mud in the swamp. They are known as evil eyes, a rather unique type of soul beast that possesses the power of lightning. Emo Shanyan glanced over all the evil eyes and then said, "There are no suitable targets. Let's keep moving." Lin Luo and the others nodded and proceeded along the edge of the swamp. At a glance, the area of the swamp was vast, with no end in sight. Looking at the map, it was clear that this swamp resembled a giant snake coiled within the forest. In this area, there were not only evil eyes, but also other soul beasts like mud snakes and gray lizards, though they were not Lin Luo's targets. These soul beasts were relatively docile, showing no signs of aggression, and most of them were frightened into the swamp. The evil eyes appeared somewhat dull, seemingly lacking intelligence. Or perhaps they were so entranced by the delicious mud in the swamp that they couldn't extricate themselves, completely ignoring Lin Luo and his companions. After traveling a distance along the swamp, Lin Luo and his group quickly found a suitable target. They saw an evil eye, roughly the size of an elephant, occupying a large territory by itself, with all its tentacles submerged in the mud, and a gap in its black spherical body emitting a glaring blue light. A 34,000-year-old evil eye. Lin Luo, are you sure you can absorb it? Mo Shanyan's gaze fell on Lin Luo, followed by the focused attention of Xiaoyu and the others. Lin Luo nodded seriously. No problem, trust me, Mo Shanyan said. But your teacher only tested you for about 30,000 years. Lin Luo still looked serious. This is about 30,000 years. Mo Shanyan, Xiaoyu and others. It's already 34,000 years, still about 30,000 years? The lifespan of soul beasts varies greatly every 100 years, let alone 1,000 years, especially 4,000 years. Lin Luo said, trust me, there's no problem. I'm confident in my own body, and my teacher said that it's just a conservative estimate. Even if it's a few thousand years more, it's not a big deal. If possible, I would even like to challenge 40,000 years. Mo Shanyan said, then let's target this evil eye. After confirming the goal, Mo Shanyan prepared to take action and finally reminded, don't stand too close, it's best to stay as far away as possible. It's unlikely that there will be any overly powerful soul beasts around here. With my Jadestone protection, nothing will happen. After saying that, Mo Shanyan summoned 2 humanoid Jadestone guardians to protect Lin Luo and the others. Lin Luo and the others immediately retreated to a distance. They were very clear that the battle between the Soul Saint and the 34,000-year-old soul beast would undoubtedly create a significant commotion. To avoid accidental injury, it was best not to watch the fight. With Lin Luo's strength, along with the humanoid Jadestone from Mo Shanyan, they would have no major issues even if they encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. Not long after Lin Luo and the others retreated, the battle between Mo Shanyan and the evil eye began. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Lin Luo and the others witnessed an incredibly dazzling flash of lightning. 068. Big move ready, and with extra effects. About 15 minutes later, the humanoid Jadestone beside Lin Luo emitted Mo Shanyan's voice. Everyone hurry over, the battle is over. Lin Luo and the others immediately set out and arrived shortly. When they returned to the area where the giant evil eye was located, it was already in disarray. And the giant evil eye had sunk into the swamp, barely alive. In the swamp, many severed tentacles and black liquid could be seen, which must have come from the giant evil eye. The charred trees nearby were undoubtedly the final work of the giant evil eye. Mo Shanyan only gave Lin Luo a glance, and Lin Luo immediately acted, using the first soul skill, Death Judgment, to completely take away the giant evil eye. Then, a circle of pitch black and deep soul rings slowly rose up. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo bowed and thanked them, and then immediately began to absorb the soul ring. Mo Shanyan and Xiaoyu and the others protected Lin Luo, and they couldn't help but be amazed at the combat power of the giant evil when they saw the chaotic environment around them. Mo Shanyan's face was slightly pale, clearly having consumed a lot of soul power during the battle, but there were no visible wounds on him. It was quite impressive for someone who wasn't skilled in combat to take down a 30,000-year-old evil eye without injury. The process of absorbing the soul ring was quite torturous for Lin Luo. It was not only physically painful, but also a mental ordeal, a true test of willpower. Perseverance was key to success. If he couldn't hold on, he would be finished. As Lin Luo had anticipated, the limit for the 4th soul ring was around 35,000 years, and the 34,000-year-old soul ring constantly challenged his limits, allowing him to once again experience the unbearable pain of absorbing a soul ring. Fortunately, Lin Luo's willpower was strong enough, and he eventually managed to endure it. Of course, the main reason was that due to the characteristics of his martial soul, he was able to ignore the soul impact of a 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, the difficulty of absorbing the soul ring would have doubled. A day and night passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Luo grew through the pain, ultimately achieving success and successfully obtaining his 4th soul ring. Having successfully absorbed the 34,000-year evil eye soul ring, Lin Luo's soul power level jumped to level 43, and his overall aura was significantly enhanced. Now, he could truly be considered a soul master in the real sense. Lin Luo's heart was very excited. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger. Mo Shanyan and the others appeared even more excited, their faces filled with smiles. Even the usually quiet duo, Xiaoyu and Yin, became emotionally stirred and expressed their congratulations. Only Qianrenshua, wearing a mask, stood calmly by the side, silently observing everything. After the congratulatory segment ended, Mo Shanyan and the others focused their attention on Lin Luo's 4th soul skill. Lin Luo, what is your 4th soul skill? It should be related to lightning, right? Mo Shanyan asked, recalling the images of lightning raging during his battle with the evil eye in his mind. Lin nodded. Yes, it's related to lightning. My fourth soul skill is called Underworld Prison. Let me show it to everyone. Mo Shanyan and the others immediately nodded and consciously made some space. Lin Luo didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed his fourth soul skill, the Underworld Prison. As soon as the fourth soul ring on Lin Luo's body lit up, a violent fluctuation of soul power was observed. Following that, 5 scythe blades, each half a person tall, emerged from the ground and instantly formed a ghostly green barrier, with Lin Luo standing inside it. Lin Luo then began to introduce. The Underworld Prison forms a cage, and any green barrier that touches the edge of the cage will suffer great damage. I can also adjust the state of the barrier, allowing it to serve as a controlling soul skill to imprison targets inside, making it difficult for them to break through the barrier. And it can also be used for self-protection. The size of the cage can be adjusted, but the larger the cage, the longer the charging time required. Mo Shanyan gently nodded and then let a humanoid jade stone act as cannon fodder, crashing into the Underworld Prison. With a sizzle, the humanoid jade stone's body began to crumble, and before it could even break into the cage, it was destroyed. A trace of surprise flashed across Mo Shanyan's face. Is the power this great? Both Xiaoyu and Yin seemed to share the same sentiment, while Hulaina noticed a particular point. What about the lightning? Wasn't it said to be related to lightning? Hulaina asked. Lin Luo smiled slightly. It's on me. Before Lin Luo's voice had completely faded, lightning erupted from his body, swirling around him. With the appearance of a lightning, Lin Luo's momentum surged once again. As long as he was within the confines of the Nether Prison, he could harness the power of lightning and also choose to infuse that power into the Nether Prison, further enhancing it. Upon hearing this, Mo Shanyan and the others showed even more astonishment on their faces. To be able to create a powerful barrier while also possessing lightning power, was this one soul skill or two? Although it wasn't the first time Mo Shanyan and the others had witnessed Lin Luo's soul skills being so abnormal, their inner shock was still beyond words. Lin Luo's third soul skill had multiple effects, and now the fourth soul skill is also like this. It is likely that future soul skills will be similar. This inevitably made Mo Shanyan and the others feel emotional. Could this be the power of a divine-level martial soul? If Lin Luo knew what Mo Shanyan and the others were thinking, he would definitely respond in his heart. No, this is actually the power of a cheat. Unsurprisingly, Lin Luo's fourth soul skill is Thresh's ultimate move, but it looks even more powerful. The Underworld Prison and the Underworld Prison interface that Lin Luo unlocked are two different concepts. One is a skill, and the other is a space. As for the lightning power that comes with the Underworld Prison, Lin Luo needs some time to master it. Once fully mastered, his close combat ability will greatly improve. In the future, when he faces someone in a one-on-one fight, he can completely use the Underworld Prison to encircle himself and the target, and then unleash a violent output with the lightning power. Wait, doesn't this sound a bit like Malphite's ultimate? After Lin Luo demonstrated the Nether Prison, Mo Shanyan took out a small notebook to make some notes. Everyone then took a moment to rest before setting off on their journey back. This operation was another complete success, while Xiaoyu and the others seemed to be just tagging along, especially Qian Ruxue, who had a weak presence throughout. They only helped drive away some soul beasts on the way, at most acting as a support group. Of course, they came primarily to gain experience, with Mo Shanyan being the main combat force. Even though Xiaoyu and the others were just following along, they still gained a lot from the experience. After Lin Luo entered the Soul Clan, he continued to live a repetitive life until 6 months later, when Ghost Douluo suddenly proposed to take him to a place for training. 069. Combat Training Without Soul Skills. Start. This is a place specifically for cultivating death attendants in the Spear Hall. You will stay here for the next 6 months. During the training, you cannot use soul skills. There will be someone specifically teaching you combat techniques. After daily training, you can continue your usual cultivation, and if you have free time, you can also train your soul skills, Ghost Douluo said calmly. Lin Luo nodded and said, Got it, teacher. Ahead was a gray building that looked similar to the Fighting Soul Arena, but on a larger scale. Nearby, there were many Soul Masters in Soul Hall uniforms standing guard. This place was about 20 miles from Soul City, situated in a very remote mountainous area. The arrival of Ghost Douluo and his party quickly drew the attention of the Soul Masters here. A thin middle-aged man approached Ghost Douluo and bowed respectfully, saying, I am Gan Tianheng, greeting the elder. Gan Tianheng was tall and thin, with an unremarkable appearance, just slightly small eyes and somewhat dark skin. There was a scar on his neck that extended downwards. Surviving such a severe injury in that location was indeed a miracle. "Take us inside," Ghost Douluo said in a calm voice, but a person's authority does not need to be measured by tone. Gan Tianheng immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, elder." Following this, Lin Luo entered the gray building with Ghost Douluo under Gan Tianheng's guidance. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Luo heard various noisy sounds that were completely inaudible from outside. Clearly, this gray building had excellent soundproofing. Looking around, the interior of the building was composed of hundreds of fighting arenas. On the arenas, people were fighting fiercely, and there were many spectators beside each arena. Some had permanently fallen on the arena, while others had just stepped onto it. Without exception, their gazes were extremely determined, all showing no fear of death. Most of them were ordinary people, with only a few being soul masters, and among those soul masters, the strongest was merely a soul master. Walking along the corridor, Lin Luo could see parts of the situation on the arenas. Anyone standing on the arena appeared very fierce, trying every possible means to kill their opponent. Most of them, although not soul masters, were quite skilled in combat. Continuing down the corridor, Lin Luo quickly discovered that besides the arenas, there were also many dedicated training areas. In those training grounds, many people were training, some focusing on strength, others on speed, and some on reaction time. The training equipment looked somewhat rudimentary, but gave a very practical feeling. It was somewhat similar to gyms in Lin Luo's original world, but not entirely the same. After looking at the training areas, Gan Tianheng led Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo out of the building. Following a small path for about 1,500 meters, they finally arrived at a residence. It was a bungalow, not luxurious, but it gave a very comfortable feeling and looked newly built. Gan Tianheng introduced to Lin Luo, "Little brother, you will live here from now on. Meals will be delivered by someone 3 times a day. If you have any discomfort, feel free to tell me at any time." Lin Luo nodded lightly. He had long been accustomed to this special treatment. "Then he entrusted you with it. During training, there is no need for special consideration. His body is inherently extraordinary, so you can increase the intensity of the training." Ghost Douluo spoke calmly. Gan Tianheng immediately nodded vigorously. "Yes, elder." Finally, Ghost Douluo looked at Lin Luo and said, "Train well here. I'll come and check on you from time to time. If you want to train your soul skills after the regular training, you can also find him." Lin nodded. "Okay, teacher." The figure of Ghost Douluo gradually faded away. Gan Tianheng's gaze fell on Lin. "Little brother, when do you plan to start training? How about resting today to get familiar with the environment?" Lin Luo said, "No need for a break. Let's start training directly. You've worked hard." Gan Tianheng grinned and replied, "Little brother, don't be so polite. Let's conduct our training here, and after a few days of training, how about you go in for practical training?" Lin Luo, "I will follow your arrangements, and there's no need to strictly adhere to my opinions." "All right." Gan Tianheng nodded, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a serious expression. He said, "Let's start with a simple test of your strength, speed, and other abilities. You can activate your martial soul, but do not use any soul skills." Lin Luo nodded and then activated his martial soul. A scythe and a lantern appeared in Lin Luo's hands, and he emanated an aura belonging to the soul sect, which surpassed that of an ordinary soul sect. Strangely, there were no soul rings visible on Lin Luo's body. A hint of surprise flashed in Gan Tianheng's eyes, not only because Lin Luo had no soul rings, but more so due to the powerful aura he exuded. Even with Lin Luo wearing a mask, Gan Tianheng could determine that Lin Luo was quite young, likely not even 10 years old. It was the first time Gan Tianheng had encountered someone so young possessing such a terrifying aura, and he was genuinely shocked. It was a technique to hide soul rings. But once a soul skill was used, the soul rings would be revealed. Lin Luo spoke calmly and then asked, "Do you need me to display my soul rings?" Gan Tianheng shook his head slightly. No need. After all, Gan Tianheng was someone who had experienced many storms, and he quickly adjusted his state. "Get ready, then attack me." After saying that, Gan Tianheng activated his martial soul. Instantly, his originally slender body became incredibly strong, and his height exceeded 2 meters in an instant, transforming into a muscular giant. Dense brown fur could be seen on Gan Tianheng's body, and he increasingly resembled a humanoid brown bear. Gan Tianheng, martial soul, brown bear. He briefly introduced himself, and 7 soul rings surrounded him, symbolizing his soul sage strength. Lin Luo calmly spoke. "Lin Luo, Wuhuan, Soul Lock Warden." After exchanging a glance, Lin Luo did not hesitate and immediately made his move. He charged towards Gan Tianheng, and during his advance, the scythe and lantern in his hands disappeared. His right hand tightened into a fist, and he struck hard at Gan Tianheng. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gan Tianheng remained immovable, like a small mountain standing firm in place, while the attacking Lin Luo was pushed back a few steps. Although his body did not move, Gan Tianheng's expression became extremely exaggerated, his eyes widening slightly, as if the word shock was almost written on his face. This power! It doesn't seem like something a soul sect could possess. 070, indeed, it is prepared for the city of slaughter. Gan Tianheng was very shocked by Lin Luo's strength, and then he let Lin Luo try attacking a few more times. As the number of attacks increased, Gan Tianheng became more convinced that Lin Luo's strength was extraordinary, and the expression on his face grew increasingly astonished. Are you really from the soul sect? After Lin Luo launched another attack, Gan Tianheng finally couldn't help but ask. Lin nodded, yes. Gan Tianheng still found it hard to believe and tentatively asked, can I see your soul ring? Lin Luo Dao, okay. Lin Luo then displayed his soul rings. Accompanied by a wave of soul power, the soul rings on Lin Luo's body gradually emerged. When the 4 soul rings of purple, black, and black appeared, Gan Tianheng was completely stunned, standing there in shock. How is this possible? Lin Luo had heard such words before and had seen expressions like Gan Tianheng's many times, so she remained very calm. Gan Tianheng adjusted his state quickly, and his emotions stabilized, but he still wore a look of surprise on his face. He glanced at the soul rings on Lin Luo and swallowed hard before speaking. All right, you should put away your soul rings. They are too eye-catching. In fact, what Gan Tianheng really wanted to say was, if you don't put them away, I probably won't be able to focus on training you for a while. Lin Luo cooperated very well and immediately followed suit. With another wave of soul power, the soul rings on Lin Luo's body vanished. Gan Tianheng spoke up. Use your martial soul to attack. I want to see the characteristics of your martial soul. All right. A flickered, and a huge scythe appeared in Lin Luo's hand. While the lantern was not summoned, it was not suitable for combat. Lin Luo can freely retract his lantern and scythe. But when releasing his soul skills, both the scythe and the lantern need to be present at the same time, which is a characteristic of his martial soul. Gripping the scythe, Lin Luo immediately launched an attack on Gan Tianheng, starting with a direct slash. The massive scythe came down, blocked by Gan Tianheng's arm. Clang! Although the scythe blade landed on Gan Tianheng's arm, it produced a sound like metal colliding. The sharp scythe blade couldn't injure Gan Tianheng in the slightest. His substantial soul power and the inherent strong defense of his martial soul meant he didn't even need to use a soul skill for defense. Despite easily blocking Lin Luo's attack, Gan Tianheng's face once again showed a look of shock. The strength of this martial soul can definitely be considered top tier. In Gan Tianheng's view, Lin Luo's martial soul is a weapon martial soul, especially since he attacks wielding a scythe, making the name of the martial soul quite special. Weapon martial souls, particularly those of this kind, make it easy to discern the strength of the martial soul. Take the Haotian hammer as an example. The damage inflicted by the Haotian hammer hitting the same target is incomparable to that of an ordinary hammer. Or the 7 killing sword is also a great example. The 7 killing sword is simply on a different level than an ordinary longsword. Continue, Gan Tianheng said. Lin Luo continued to attack, still wielding the sickle for slashing and cutting. Gan Tianheng blocked all of Lin Luo's attacks and then said, I see that there's a chain attached to the end of your sickle. Can you use the chain to attack as well? Lin Luo had this plan and nodded, saying, okay. Following that, Lin Luo began to use the chains to control the sickle for an attack. He had trained specifically for this, and his proficiency was already quite high. In theory, as long as Lin Luo's soul power was sufficient, the chains could extend indefinitely. However, if the chains were too long, they would be difficult to control. Currently, Lin Luo could steadily manage chains that were 5 meters long. Lin Luo swung the chain, causing the scythe to slash down from above with greater force and speed. But Gan Tianheng still managed to block it. His absolute strength was evident and difficult to shake. At Gan Tianheng's signal, Lin Luo launched several more attacks, skillfully using the chain to perform bindings similar to a death sentence. The binding effect was barely acceptable. It could be somewhat useful in actual combat, but it was certainly not as strong as the death sentence. After testing Lin Luo's offensive strength, he then proceeded to tests of speed and reaction under Gan Tianheng's arrangement. The final results of the test showed that his abilities were outstanding in all aspects, even overly so. At least, Gan Tianheng's face always showed a hint of surprise. After the tests, they began training. The training content was simple, real combat, continuously challenging Lin Luo's limits through actual fighting, with Gan Tianheng as his sparring partner. Gan Tianheng clearly had a lot of experience in sparring, able to precisely control his strength, speed, and other abilities to achieve targeted training goals. Lin Luo's battle with Gan Tianheng was like fighting against many different opponents. During the battle, Gan Tianheng would also provide Lin Luo with some combat suggestions based on his practical experience, which greatly benefited Lin Luo. In the following 10 days, Lin Luo spent all his time training with Gan Tianheng. Lin Luo has managed his time very well. The majority of his time is still dedicated to cultivation, followed by practical training, and he also allocates some time to further refine his soul skills. His teacher, Ghost Douluo, has also insisted on daily training in his mist technique. When it comes to effort, Lin Luo is beyond reproach. After 10 days of training, Lin Luo was arranged by Gan Tianheng to participate in real combat on the arena, truly facing various opponents. However, such battles did not last long, as Lin Luo was simply too strong, nearly invincible on the arena. Subsequently, he faced multiple opponents, starting with 1 and gradually increasing to 9 at the same time. After that, he faced even more opponents, and upon entering the Gray Building, he would be ambushed by others, constantly honing his reaction time and combat ability. It was during this type of training that Lin Luo fully understood the purpose of the Spirit Hall's arrangements for him. Real combat without using soul skills. Facing multiple opponents at once. Wasn't this just the mode of the City of Slaughter? Clearly, all of this was preparation for him to go to the City of Slaughter. Having already obtained information from Pope Bibi Dong regarding the Killing God domain, he then arranged targeted training. Once he finished training here, going to the City of Slaughter would undoubtedly be manageable. Casualties were inevitable in battle, and many dead pools fell under Lin Luo's scythe. However, Lin Luo was not a bloodthirsty person. He would always try to hold back whenever possible since it was just training. The Spirit Hall also arranged for several healing-type support soul masters to come over, clearly aiming to minimize casualties. The dead pools were also resources to cultivate Lin Luo. The Spirit Hall was willing to expend these resources. However, utilizing these resources in a more sustainable manner would undoubtedly yield better results. The combat power of the dead pools was ultimately limited. In the initial period, Lin Luo could benefit from these battles, but after a while, he gained nothing and simply crushed them. The Spirit Hall considered this aspect. When the dead pools no longer qualified as sparring partners, they directly reassigned some soul masters to serve as Lin Luo's sparring partners, trying to maintain the intensity of his training as much as possible. Half a year quickly passed, and Lin Luo's training finally came to an end. 071, City of Slaughter, here I come. During this 6-month training period, Lin Luo did not neglect his cultivation. His soul power level had now reached level 47. It's worth noting that he is only 9 years old, and reaching level 47 at such a young age is undoubtedly terrifying data. As a reminder, the cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly difficult as they progress. And after reaching the soul master level, the speed of soul power level improvement for Lin Luo has noticeably slowed down compared to before. However, this slower pace is still considered extraordinary among the majority of soul masters. An increase of 4 levels in a year is indeed remarkable, especially since Lin Luo also spent some time consolidating his strength. Of course, Lin Luo collected some souls during his training, but the help these souls provided could only be described as negligible. Most of the dead pools were ordinary people, and the attributes that ordinary people's souls could provide were indeed very limited. On the day after the training ended, Ghost Douluo came to pick up Lin Luo. During Lin Luo's 6-month training period, Ghost Douluo had visited several times, always bringing many delicious foods. After returning to Spirit City, Ghost Douluo treated Lin Luo to another feast. Having a teacher who is passionate about food is truly a stroke of luck, allowing him to enjoy all kinds of delicacies. After eating to his heart's content, Lin Luo, under Ghost Douluo's guidance, went to the Pope's palace to meet Pope Bibi Dong. Unknowingly, Lin Luo had already been with the Spirit Hall for 2 years. During these 2 years, Lin Luo had met Bibi Dong many times, mostly for her to inquire about his situation. As one of the key cultivation targets of the Spirit Hall, it was normal to receive the Pope's attention. However, today, Lin Luo's meeting with Bibi Dong was clearly not just a simple inquiry about his situation, but rather to arrange a task. Bibi Dong remained as noble and beautiful as ever, dressed in a golden long dress that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. "I have seen your holiness the Pope." Lin Luo bowed respectfully and called out. According to the regulations, with Lin Luo's status and strength, he was supposed to kneel, but he received special permission from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong showed a faint smile. "It's been a year, and it seems you've grown quite a bit." Lin Luo nodded gently, revealing a sunny smile. It was difficult to hear casual conversation from her in the identity of Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong treated Lin Luo differently, completely regarding Lin Luo as her junior. The kindness of one person to another can be felt, and Lin Luo remembered all those who were good to him. He understood the so-called value of interests. But he would still be grateful. He was not an ingrate. Your training has been successfully completed, and it's time to take you to a new place for further training. Bibi Dong said, that place is very dangerous, and you might die. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Lin Luo's gaze was very firm, and he knew that he only had this answer. Bibi Dong revealed a satisfied smile. Good. That place is called the City of Slaughter. You can rest for 2 days first, and then I will personally take you there. It really is the City of Slaughter. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you. Your Holiness. After leaving the Pope's palace, Lin Luo returned to his residence, while his teacher, Ghost Douluo, naturally went off to handle his own matters. In the next 2 days, he returned to his normal routine. For him, it was about training when it was time to train, and cultivating when it was time to cultivate. A normal life was the best rest. During these 2 days, he also met with his teammates and had a small gathering. Of course, Qinren Xue was not present, as she was still dining with the 3 members of the Golden Generation. The few of them gathered together and simply chatted about the tasks that the 3 members of the Golden Generation had experienced over the past 6 months. Previously, these task details were confidential to Lin Luo, but now they were no longer secrets, especially since they had worked together for more than a year. Although some secrets were no longer secrets, the matters concerning Lin Luo were not mentioned by the 3 members of the Golden Generation. They did not ask Lin Luo what he had been doing during the past 6 months, and Lin Luo did not spill the beans either. There was still a basic understanding between them in their interactions. The 2 days of rest quickly passed, and on the morning of the 3rd day, before Lin Luo had the chance to go to the Pope's palace to find Bibi Dong had already arrived at his residence. When Bibi Dong appeared, Lin Luo had just changed into a new outfit and was ready to go out. Seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, Lin Luo was somewhat taken aback. Bibi Dong was dressed in a purple casual outfit today, looking stunningly beautiful. Her noble aura seemed to be ingrained to her very bones, unaffected by her attire, still giving off a sense of distance. I've met your Holiness, Lin Luo respectfully greeted, feeling slightly uneasy inside. Bibi Dong nodded gently, then glanced around briefly. Seeing that the living quarters were clean and tidy, she smiled and praised. Your personal habits are quite good. Keep it up. Yes, your Holiness. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. There's no need to be so tense. Relax a bit, Bibi Dong said. Come with me. 5 days later, in a small town shrouded in gray mist, only a few passers-by wandered about, moving like walking corpses. The entire town felt very oppressive, exuding a chilly aura everywhere, until a woman in purple clothing, accompanied by a boy in black, stepped into the town, bringing a hint of color to the place. The woman in purple was none other than the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the boy in black was Lin Luo. Both wore masks and walked straight ahead with a very clear destination. Before long, they arrived at a tavern. Compared to the desolation of the streets, the tavern was bustling with activity. There were burly men, skinny white-faced men, cute petite girls, and scantily clad women, showcasing a variety of people gathered together, all of whom gave off a very dangerous vibe. The entrance of Bibi Dong and Lin Luo immediately caught everyone's attention, but they merely glanced at them before returning to their drinks. Those who came here were all very dangerous individuals, and everyone understood this well. Bibi Dong led Lin Luo directly to the counter. With just a glance, the staff at the counter immediately opened a passage, revealing a staircase leading underground. Lin Luo noticed that the staff members' eyes were covered with a layer of blood, and their movements seemed somewhat uncoordinated, as if they had been possessed by someone. Go ahead, everything will go smoothly, Bibi Dong said. Lin Luo nodded gently, then resolutely descended the stairs. 072. Target. God of Killing Domain? No. I am here to farm for passives. Lin Luo continued to descend the stairs, a cold breeze blowing constantly, and the darkness deepening as he went down. However, after activating his martial spirit, he had a built-in light source that allowed him to clearly see his surroundings. Whether it was the lantern or the scythe, both emitted a ghostly green glow under Lin Luo's control. Although this glow only created a more terrifying atmosphere in the darkness, Lin Luo was not afraid at all. Having dealt with the dead since childhood, he had long cultivated a strong sense of courage. The stairs soon came to an end, and Lin Luo stepped into a passage. He proceeded along the passage and, after a moment, arrived at an extremely spacious area. As Lin Luo stepped into that open space, A cold voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." The surprise expression that had just appeared on Lin Luo's face gradually faded, and he muttered, "I thought there would be a reaction from the system, but instead, I got this." Looking ahead, he could faintly see a light in the distance, and Lin Luo immediately headed towards it. Without a doubt, that was the entrance to the City of Slaughter. However, after taking 100 steps, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds coming from ahead. With the light of the lantern, Lin Luo quickly discerned the situation ahead. A group of over 100 people was approaching him, all clad in black armor, and at the forefront was a figure on a warhorse, which was also draped in black heavy armor, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. The plot was all too familiar to Lin Luo. He immediately knew that death was coming. "Defeat me, and you may earn the qualification to enter the City of Slaughter." The black armored knight at the front spoke without any unnecessary words, directly getting to the point. After saying this, the black armored knight urged his warhorse to charge towards Lin Luo at a very fast speed. When Lin Luo saw these people, he was already prepared for battle. In fact, he maintained a state of vigilance at all times. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment, he instinctively concentrated, which had become a habit for him. Facing the black armored knight charging towards him, Lin Luo appeared very calm. He simply waved his hand casually, and the sickle in his hand flew out. The speed of the sickle was faster than that of the black armored knight, reaching the knight in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lin Luo manipulated the chain to swing violently, causing the sickle to slash down. The sharp blade of the sickle easily cut through the knight's armor, leaving a massive gash on his body and also bringing him down from his horse. Boom! The black armored knight, already incredibly tall, hit the ground with a deafening thud. Lin Luo retracted the scythe and calmly looked at the black armored knight. According to the plot of the book, this black armored knight was supposed to give him the token symbolizing the identity of the City of Slaughter. However, what Lin Luo didn't expect was that a warrior wielding a heavy sword suddenly charged over and, with a swing of his sword, beheaded the black armored knight. Immediately after, the black armored warrior rummaged through the knight's belongings and pulled out a black token engraved with a skull, handing it to Lin Luo. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," the black armored warrior said in a deep voice. Lin Luo took the token and saw his number 369 on it. 369? Lin Luo saw this familiar number and couldn't help but think of an extremely filial professional player in the league, who was also his top choice for the best top laner. Most professional players, once they have money, think about researching something, but Brother 69 first shows his filial piety to his grandmother, which is truly a breath of fresh air. This number is quite nice, and it also has a lot of nines. Lin Luo put away the token and then casually offered a wave of peace to the black armored knight, or rather, the previous black armored knight. Following that, Lin Luo headed towards the glowing gate ahead, while secretly pondering in his heart, "Is it that every person who comes here results in one death? Or have I been too heavy-handed, making him no longer necessary for existence?" Furthermore, the numbering should not be arranged according to the order of entry into the slaughter. I've already obtained number over 3,000, so there shouldn't be so few villains in this Douluo world. Soon, Lin Luo arrived before the glowing gate, where there was also a difference from the plot in the book. In the book storyline, when Tang San arrived here, the City of Slaughter already existed, and the gate he saw was the entrance to the City of Slaughter, with some outlines of the city and the blood moon visible in the sky. However, Lin Luo saw nothing but the special gate in front of him, which seemed to be an entrance to another space. It also seemed reasonable. The City of Slaughter should be a kind of special spatial existence, rather than being located underground. Lin Luo collected his thoughts and stepped through the main gate. Passing through the blinding light curtain, Lin Luo entered a world shrouded in a blood moon. Ahead stood an enormous city that gave an extremely oppressive feeling, with the word City of Slaughter hanging high above the massive black city gate. Finally arrived, the City of Slaughter. Lin Luo glanced at the blood moon in the sky, and then stepped towards the City of Slaughter. When Lin Luo arrived at the entrance of the City of Slaughter, the doors opened automatically, and he saw a woman with a black veil and 2 rows of armored warriors walking towards him. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." The woman's voice was pleasant, and her figure was incredibly alluring. Under the mask, Lin Luo's lips curled up slightly. He didn't expect the City of Slaughter to be so welcoming. Not only was there a warm reception along the way, but also a beautiful woman waiting at the entrance. Coupled with the red glow emitted by the blood moon, it felt like entering a high-end club. The woman gestured for him to enter, and Lin Luo walked inside without hesitation. Upon entering the city, Lin Luo immediately saw a street scene bathed in blue and purple hues, which overall gave a dark feeling. There were quite a few people on the streets, even bustling enough to be described as lively, and they seemed completely indifferent to Lin Luo's arrival as an outsider. At that moment, the woman in the black veil approached Lin Luo and introduced herself. I am your guide. Within the next 12 hours, you can ask me any questions you may have. After 12 hours, you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. Just like in the storyline of the book, there is a 12-hour novice protection period. Lin Luo is not here for tourism and doesn't need a so-called tour guide. He directly asked, "Where is the hell killing field? Take me there." The woman in black gauze seemed to know that Lin Luo's identity was not ordinary, and without any unnecessary words, she nodded and said, "All right, please follow me." Lin Luo followed the woman in black veils and soon witnessed the customs and culture of the City of Sin. The chaotic scenes did not intimidate him in the slightest. Instead, they gradually excited him. This did not mean that Lin Luo had reached the edge of depravity, but rather because he saw many green orbs floating in every corner. In the City of Slaughter, what is most abundant is death. And what Lin Luo needed most was death. Why do others come to the City of Slaughter? To escape pursuit? To liberate themselves? Or simply for the realm of the killing god? Lin Luo didn't have so many thoughts. He had thought about the existence of the City of Slaughter a long time ago. He didn't come here for the realm of the god of killing, but simply wanted to stack his passives. First, he aimed for a 5-game winning streak to get a feel for it. Under the guidance of the woman in black veil, Lin Luo quickly saw a special building. The building had an irregular conical shape, with the largest area at the bottom that narrowed as it went up. It matched the description in the book and indeed gave a sense of oppression. Just getting closer, a strong smell of blood lingered at his nose, difficult to disperse. Even though Lin Luo had undergone special training, he still found it somewhat hard to adapt in such an environment. Along the way, he had learned the rules of the hell-killing field from the woman in the black veil, which were no different from the book setting. Being a battle where only 1 out of 10 survives. Entry required a Bloody Mary, and upon arriving at his destination, Lin Luo very kindly used his scythe to get himself a Bloody Mary. With a Bloody Mary, Lin Luo smoothly entered the hell-killing field. The interior of the hell-killing field was relatively simple, with only a combat arena and a section for spectators. There weren't many people in the audience. In the competition area, a battle was already underway. A total of 10 people were fighting fiercely, with only one able to survive, which meant that 9 corpses would inevitably appear in this arena. Lin Luo poured the Bloody Mary into the blood pool, then looked at the woman in black veil. "Please help me register," Lin Luo said calmly. The woman in black veil appeared very composed, nodded gently, took the token symbolizing Lin Luo's identity, and went to help Lin Luo with the registration. Lin Luo glanced at the competition venue and then walked straight to the front row of the spectator seats. If possible, he wouldn't mind directly entering the competition area so that all the souls could be collected. Lin Luo has always maintained the state of activating his martial soul, holding a scythe and a lantern. After entering the City of Slaughter, he made his way here and has already collected quite a few souls. Of course, those souls were just collected along the way. He didn't deliberately seek out other souls. After all, there's plenty of time ahead, so he is not in a hurry. The appearance of Lin Luo naturally attracted the attention of the other spectators at the scene. Most of them were drawn in by Lin Luo's strange appearance, while also feeling quite puzzled. Wearing a mask was undoubtedly an attempt to hide one's identity, which was understandable. Holding a huge scythe was also understandable, as anyone coming here would have a suitable weapon. What these people couldn't comprehend was why Lin Luo was also carrying a lantern. If Lin Luo knew what these people were thinking, he would certainly respond internally. The lantern is for guiding the souls of the deceased. The chaotic battle among the 10 lasted not long, ending in just a few minutes. The final outcome was undoubtedly brutal. 9 people had already died, and the remaining one was severely injured and likely wouldn't survive either. Lin Luo had pretty good luck. 2 people died right in front of him, and he conveniently collected their souls. As for the souls of the others, it wasn't a big deal. If he could collect them, that would be great, but if not, it didn't matter, as this place was never short of dead people. It is worth mentioning that Lin Luo had collected nearly 50 souls since arriving in this City of Slaughter, most of which were quite ordinary. The strongest among them was only at the Soul King level, mostly ranging between Soul Respect and Soul Sect, and there were also ordinary people's souls among them. The fact also proved that no matter where you are, the strong are always in the minority, even in this City of Slaughter where all lives are equal. High-level soul masters are still quite rare. However, Lin Luo was already very satisfied with his gains, even the souls of ordinary people, as long as there were enough. could still bring him a terrifying enhancement. Moreover, in this city of slaughter, ordinary people were ultimately in the minority. Most were soul masters, which also reflected that to be a bad person, one must have a certain level of strength. It's not that everyone is qualified to be a fugitive. The battle of 10 to 1 continued, and after waiting for about half an hour, Lin Luo finally got his turn to fight. At the signal of the staff in the hellish slaughter arena, Lin Luo entered the combat area. Along with him were 9 muscular men of various appearances. Compared to the tall stature of those muscular men, Lin Luo looked quite small, but that wasn't due to him not developing well. He was only 9 years old. If everyone here saw the youthful face under Lin Luo's mask, they would probably be incredibly shocked. Stepping onto such a slaughter arena for the first time, Lin Luo felt no nervousness or fear. Instead, he was a bit impatient. Can we speed this up? I'm in a hurry to get to the next match. Lin Luo certainly wasn't foolish enough to say this out loud. He just murmured it to himself in his heart. Lin Luo's 9 opponents were all soul masters. As soon as they entered the arena, they immediately activated their respective martial spirits. 2 great soul masters, 3 soul respect, and 4 soul sect. Although no one could use soul skills, the combination of soul rings was still clearly visible, and one could also gauge the opponent's strength through the soul rings. Lin Luo did not display his soul ring. He has always been a very low-key person. Once everyone was in position, the battle quickly began. Lin Luo had already put away his lantern when entering the arena, now shouldering a massive scythe, calmly watching the other 9 opponents. Soon, someone charged towards Lin Luo. This battle was not targeted at anyone in particular. It was purely a chaotic melee. Facing the burly man rushing at him, Lin Luo remained completely calm. He had encountered countless opponents like this half a year ago, and even with his eyes closed, he could kill them indiscriminately. Lin Luo brushed past the burly man, effortlessly slicing open his chest with a scythe in his hand. Then came the hunting moment. Lin Luo's target was never just a single person. From the very beginning, he had prepared to take on 9 opponents at once. After eliminating the first opponent, he dashed towards the others at incredible speed, delivering a fatal blow to each one, seeming remarkably at ease. He truly pursued efficiency, unwilling to waste any time, even a second, on such meaningless battles. For any opponent that could be taken down with one scythe, he would not use a second, like the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of all. In less than a minute, Lin Luo had eliminated everyone. Powerful, confident, decisive. These words seemed to be made for Lin Luo. After taking down the last person, Lin Luo took out his lantern. To make his actions seem more normal, he smashed the lantern against each corpse, collecting their souls in the process. After completing his first battle, Lin Luo immediately signed up for more fights. He had preserved his stamina well, and there was no need to exert much effort in crushing weak opponents. While waiting for the next battle, Lin Luo continued to sit in the front row of the spectator seats, as close to the arena as possible to facilitate soul collection. He then participated in 4 more battles, achieving a 5-game winning streak on his first day in the City of Slaughter, with each fight being incredibly easy and effortless. 074. There's no need to be so polite. I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. After the 5-game winning streak, Lin Luo's stamina was still in good shape. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to exhaust all his energy in the hellish slaughter arena and then wait outside to die. Everything was under his control. Originally, Lin Luo intended to fight only 3 times, but the ease of each match inflated his ego, leading to the 5-game streak. If Lin Luo wanted to continue fighting, a 10-game winning streak wouldn't be a problem, and he could still preserve most of his stamina. However, that would attract too much attention. It was better to keep a low profile on his first day here. After collecting the souls of his opponents, Lin Luo went to the spectator seats. His novice protection period was still in effect, and the woman in the black veil was waiting there. Unlike the woman in the black veil from the story, Lin Luo noticed that the woman who had come to guide him remained very calm, showing no surprise at his requests, even when she saw him achieve a 5-game winning streak. Perhaps each receptionist had different psychological qualities, or maybe Bibi Dong had already made arrangements with the City of Slaughter. In any case, with the novice protection period in place, after leaving the hellish slaughter arena with the woman in the black veil, Lin Luo had her take him around the City of Slaughter, specifically visiting places with many dead bodies, collecting a large number of souls and raising his soul power level by 1 rank. And this was only on his first day in the City of Slaughter. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Lin Luo remembered several frequently contested areas, then let the woman in the black veil leave. The remaining novice protection time held little significance for Lin Luo. Sooner or later, he would have to face those vicious criminals, whether sooner or later made no difference. Although the woman in the black veil had also mentioned that she could meet Lin Luo's other requests, he had no interest in her, even though she had a rather attractive figure. Lin Luo was never the type of man who thought with his lower body. Compared to women, gaining strength and delicious food were far more appealing to him. The pleasures women brought were certainly enjoyable and could easily lead one to indulge. And Lin Luo had experienced quite a bit of that in his past life. Thus, he understood even better that once he became strong enough, he could have whatever he wanted without compromise. After the woman in the black veil left, Lin Luo walked alone on the streets of the city of slaughter, beginning his search for a suitable place to stay. After all, he would be in this place for a long time, and a good residence was essential. As a newcomer, without the protection of the woman in the black veil, Lin Luo quickly became the target of some thugs. He noticed those malicious gazes lurking in the shadows, but he felt no fear. Instead, he grew more excited. Letting the woman in the black veil go was partly for this reason. It would be too troublesome to hunt someone down himself. If others came looking for him, he could just take them out easily. The woman in the black veil would only slow him down when wielding his scythe. Had it not been for the special training arranged by the Spirit Hall, Lin Luo might have felt uncertain coming to the city of slaughter. After all, in this place, soul skills could not be used, and all his combat experience would become meaningless. Even though his body was strong enough, without adequate combat experience, he would struggle here. However, after undergoing relevant training, Lin Luo possessed enough strength as capital, which allowed him to be so confident. This also highlighted how thoughtful the Spirit Hall's arrangements were. They only sent Lin Luo to this dangerous place when they were sure of his capabilities. Having walked less than 100 meters, Lin Luo encountered the first group of people who came to attack him. Indeed, it was a group, 13 in total, both men and women, some charging at him head-on, while others resorted to underhanded sneak attacks. Lin Luo was completely calm as she swung the scythe at the nearest enemy. With the scythe's movement, the chains quickly spread out and finally stopped at a distance of 5 meters, while the scythe accurately lodged into the enemy's neck, the sharp blade nearly decapitating them. Swinging the chains, Lin Luo pulled the scythe out and then attacked other targets. Accompanied by a series of squelching sounds, one enemy after another fell dead on the spot. The chain seemed like another hand for Lin Luo, skillfully maneuvering the scythe to attack under her control. As long as an enemy entered the 5-meter range, they would be directly killed, each strike resulting in instant death. In an instant, more than half of the 13 people had fallen, and the remaining ones, seeing the situation was dire, attempted to flee. Lin Luo immediately displayed a fierce determination, unleashing terrifying speed to eliminate the fleeing individuals one by one. The last person was chased from one end of the street to the other, ultimately meeting their demise. With the first group taking action, it wasn't long before a second and third group followed suit. Their target was Lin Luo, and there wasn't much reason behind it. They simply felt that Lin Luo was extremely dangerous, and such a perilous presence had to be dealt with swiftly. Not all of these attackers were part of an organized group. Many acted spontaneously. It truly echoed the saying, "The tall tree stands out in the forest, and the wind will surely bring it down." Those who excel above others will be met with opposition. After the fourth group was completely wiped out, the onlookers, seeing that Lin Luo was still in excellent condition, finally abandoned their thoughts of continuing to attack. Most of those who came here were reckless, which explained the sudden appearance of so many willing to die. Lin Luo actually didn't like killing, but when others sought death, he had no choice. Those who came to seek death were essentially offering him a meeting gift, and it was hard to refuse such sincere gestures. So he could only accept their lives and then perform a ritual to guide their souls as a return gift. After taking down the last person, Lin Luo turned to collect all the souls he hadn't gathered yet. The battle was ever-changing, making it difficult to collect souls and slaughter at the same time. Lin Luo only acted according to the situation. Collecting souls also meant supplies for him, which is one of the reasons he could continue fighting. Lin Luo has a certain level of physical strength as a foundation. During the process of collecting souls, he is also able to recover. In this place, he just cannot use soul skills, but his basic soul power still exists. Even though there are certain restrictions, it remains. Collecting souls not only increases Lin Luo's soul power, but also provides a certain replenishment for it. For soul masters, soul power is akin to another form of stamina. After completing the collection of souls, Lin Luo continued to search for a suitable place to stay. After wandering for about 10 minutes and collecting a few souls along the way, he finally found a 3-story building in a corner. After confirming his target, Lin Luo directly entered the building. After a very polite discussion with the original owner, the other party generously agreed to let Lin Luo have the house. Lin Luo really didn't expect that the people in the city of Slaughter would be so enthusiastic, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. After settling his living arrangements, the next issue was food. Long before departing from the Soul World City, Lin Luo had already put effort into food preparation, storing a lot of food in his skull ring. The storage space of the Soul Guide device naturally comes with preservation features, allowing those food items to be stored for a long time. Additionally, Lin Luo had prepared some ingredients, so even when the ready-to-eat food ran out, he could still cook for himself. To celebrate his smooth arrival in the city of Slaughter, Lin Luo took out a piece of jerky made from dried soul beast meat from his skull ring and began to enjoy it. While gnawing on the jerky, Lin Luo surveyed his living space. What surprised Lin Luo was that the previous owner of the house, who had insisted on giving him the place, was actually a very tidy person. The entire house was cleaned very well. Although this house had nothing to do with luxury, its simple and clean environment was already quite satisfying. Being in such a chaotic place, having this peaceful little nest was indeed a very comfortable thing. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Luo summoned the low-level resentful spirit Yihan Hui from the underworld prison. It had been 2 years since Lin Luo unlocked the underworld prison, and although there was still only the low-level resentful spirit Yihan Hui inside, Yihan Hui had grown enough to become a significant assistant to Lin Luo. Lin Luo also wanted to collect more vengeful spirits, but the key issue was that there weren't many corpses of Soul Emperor level or higher appearing. It was precisely because vengeful spirits were rare that Lin Luo had never given up on cultivating them. Over the past 2 years, Lin Luo had never hesitated to share a portion of his spoils to serve as nourishment for low-level vengeful spirits. The low-level vengeful spirit Yihan Hui, who followed Lin Luo, was enjoying a good life. Now Yihan Hui's soul power level had already recovered to level 21. For Lin Luo, a level 21 soul master wasn't particularly useful, as it was rather lackluster, but one must not forget that Yihan Hui was a vengeful spirit capable of growth. He could be summoned at any time and would remain forever loyal to him. Most importantly, the low-level vengeful spirit Yihan Hui had mastered soul attack skills, capable of unexpectedly delivering a soul shock to the opponent, thereby achieving surprising effects. At this moment, Yihan Hui's role could be utilized. With Yihan Hui's strength, he couldn't guarantee Lin Luo's safety, but at least he could patrol without any issues. Although Lin Luo had already dealt with several batches of ruthless criminals during his search for a residence, showcasing his absolute strength, it was unlikely that anyone would trouble him in the short term. However, this was the city of Slaughter, where most people were ruthless killers. Who could say for sure? If Lin Luo were alone in this special place, he would have to remain vigilant at all times, making it difficult to practice or rest. But with the low-level vengeful spirit Yihan Hui around, Lin Luo could relax a lot. Lin Luo gave Yihan Hui the order to patrol, and then entered a state of cultivation. Despite being heavily injured, effort was still essential. Moreover, in this ghostly place, cultivation was the best substitute for sleep. A day quickly passed, and Lin Luo did not encounter any danger during this time. It seemed that not everyone in this city of Slaughter was insane. Not encountering danger should have been a cause for celebration, but Lin Luo frowned. He would have preferred someone to come and offer gifts. On the second day of Lin Luo's arrival in the city of Slaughter, he continued to live a repetitive life like yesterday. He would casually achieve a 5-game winning streak in the hellish Slaughter arena, collect a portion of souls, and then wander around the city of Slaughter, offering free services to guide the souls to the afterlife. After collecting a certain number of souls, Lin Luo would return to his residence to cultivate and consolidate his strength. Lin Luo has always been very clear about the harms of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Even if one has an advantage, it must be used more cautiously to avoid affecting future development. The next day passed quickly, and the third day was a repetition of the second day's life. Until the fourth day, there was finally a small twist. During the evening cultivation, Lin Luo welcomed guests. Yes, another crazy person attempted an assassination. It's true that nighttime is the best time for assassinations. Many people let their guard down for a beautiful dream and end up losing their lives. As for why Lin Luo was targeted, the reason is simple. His performance in the hell killing field was simply too outstanding. While others struggled to survive after a battle, Lin Luo achieved 5 consecutive victories every day, and he appeared very relaxed doing so. Being too strong naturally makes him a target. Everyone wants to avoid facing Lin Luo in the next match. Although Lin Luo had only been fighting for 4 days, because of his daily 5 consecutive victories. Many people had already remembered him and affectionately referred to him as the Reaper, wielding a scythe to reap lives, from which no one could escape. Returning to the main topic, there were 2 groups of people attempting the ambush at night. The first group had 5 members, and the second group had 8. Their strength was decent, but they were still not enough in front of Lin Luo. Moreover, their so-called cautious actions were actually already under Lin Luo's surveillance. On one side was the overconfident group waiting to deliver themselves to death, and on the other side was Lin Luo, who was fully prepared for the assassination. There was no need to say much about these 2 situations, especially since the former was well prepared. Lin Luo didn't even use the power of the low-level vengeful spirit Yi Hanwei. He easily toyed with those who tried to assassinate him, ultimately sending each one to a half-dragon service. Why half-dragon service? Because Lin Luo only took care of killing and exorcising, leaving the burial to chance, as the bodies were discarded carelessly after the exorcism was completed. He had no special preference for collecting the corpses of those who tried to kill him. If he weren't worried about their blood staining his residence, Lin Luo would have been too lazy to even touch their bodies. After the assassination attempt that night, Lin Luo became much more low-key in the following days, only achieving 1 or 2 victories each day at the hellish slaughterhouse. Lin Luo was certainly not afraid. Rather, as the battles continued, the opponents he encountered became increasingly powerful. Due to his own overwhelming strength, he often became a target, which inevitably led to situations where he struggled during combat. He could still achieve 5 consecutive victories, but he was unwilling to exhaust himself and become an easy target for those evil individuals. Moreover, there were benefits to maintaining a low profile, as it allowed him to find some peace. If there were assassination attempts every day, Lin Luo would also find it bothersome. 3 months later, in the hell-killing field, Lin Luo stepped into the competition arena from the spectator seats, and the other 9 contestants matched with him felt as if they had plunged into despair, as if they had already seen death waving at them. This was Lin Luo's 90th battle, and he had been waiting for this fight for 3 days. According to Lin Luo's original plan, 3 months would have been enough for him to take a sightseeing trip to Hell Road. However, plans often change. The battles in the Hell Arena posed little pressure for Lin Luo. The problem he faced was the inability to find opponents. He didn't know when it started, but as soon as he appeared on the streets of the City of Slaughter, on his way to the Hell Arena, news would spread immediately. And then no one would sign up for battles in the Hell Arena that entire day, unless they absolutely had to participate. Most people would choose to avoid confronting Lin Luo. This situation left Lin Luo feeling quite helpless. In the past, many people focused on him wanting to kill him, but now many were concerned about being killed by him. Lin Luo never expected that his arrival would actually calm down those crazies in the City of Slaughter. It had been almost half a month since he last encountered anyone who brought gifts. Usually, he relied on the hell-killing field and the fresh corpses in the City of Slaughter to collect souls. Lin Luo had also considered that since there are no rules in the City of Slaughter, it might be more efficient to kill people to collect souls. However, after careful thought, he dismissed this idea. Indeed, this method is very convenient, but it inevitably faces many problems. One cannot only look at the surface. Although the City of Slaughter has no rules or order, the so-called rules and order still exist. Taking out 1 or 2 ruthless villains occasionally is not a big deal. But if he continues to rampage in the City of Slaughter, would the King of Slaughter turn a blind eye? He would take you out in an instant. Even if the King of Slaughter does not intervene, once the desperate people in the City of Slaughter realize that they are in danger, they will likely band together against Lin Luo. Even though Lin Luo possesses strong combat abilities, it is impossible for him to take on thousands alone. At least not at the moment. Those who fear encountering Lin Luo could band together to eliminate him first, so that everyone wouldn't have to worry about dying at his hands. However, while the concept of unity is easy to say, it is particularly difficult to achieve, especially in the City of Slaughter, where most people are ruthless villains. The premise of unity is trust, and in their perception, trust is just a joke. Moreover, the sense of crisis Lin Luo brings in the hell-killing field is entirely different from the sense of crisis caused by indiscriminate slaughter. The former creates a feeling of luck. Whoever encounters him is unlucky. As long as I don't run into him, it's none of my business, making it hard to unite. The latter, on the other hand, speaks for itself. If the slaughter continues, anyone could be the next to fall, which is a completely different situation. Under the direction of a staff in the hell-killing field, Lin Luo's 90th battle quickly began. As before, he exuded a tremendous sense of oppression. Just from the positioning of the competitors, one could see a lot. Lin Luo stood alone on one side, while the remaining 9 were almost huddled together. Lin Luo was not encountering such a situation for the first time, and he appeared very calm. Seeing that his opponents were unwilling to take the initiative to attack, he took the first move. In such a life-and-death duel, when a person is afraid, they have already lost more than half the battle, and the same was true for the 9 individuals. However, their fear was understandable. After all, those who had encountered Lin Luo were already dead, and they were destined to meet the same fate. Under Lin Luo's control, the massive scythe casually selected one person as its target and easily pierced through his body. What followed was a one-sided massacre, even if the 9 individuals huddled together. It was of no use, and in the end, Lin Luo eliminated them one by one. Another overwhelming victory. Lin Luo skillfully carried his lantern, collected all the souls, and then silently left the scene. Lin Luo did not expect that his battle today would be won so easily. He couldn't fully grasp the intensity that comes with a 90-game winning streak. Indeed, Lin Luo had already fought 90 matches and should have encountered some powerful opponents by now. In fact, he had faced many extremely strong opponents in several matches, which made him struggle greatly, and there were many times when he narrowly secured victory. With high-quality matches, it was inevitable that there would be some crushing defeats. No one was willing to sign up to fight Lin Luo anymore. It had become quite difficult to arrange a match. After leaving the hell-killing field, Lin Luo went straight back to his residence. There were already people specifically monitoring Lin Luo's movements, and many were waiting near the hell-killing field for his departure. When they saw Lin Luo leave, they all breathed a sigh of relief, as they could now sign up for battles again. Once back at his residence, Lin Luo immediately entered a state of cultivation. While the low-level vengeful spirit Yi continued to patrol, Lin Luo has only been here for over 3 months, and his soul power level is already close to breaking through to level 50. While ordinary soul masters find it difficult to cultivate and increase their soul power levels here, Lin Luo finds it as easy and effortless as drinking water. Lin Luo is in such a hurry to return because he is about to achieve a breakthrough. The reason why Lin Luo's soul power level can improve so quickly is naturally related to the passive ability Hell's Curse. He has collected an unknown number of souls. Although most of the souls seem quite ordinary and provide very limited attributes, every little bit counts, and when accumulated, it still becomes a very terrifying existence. Lin Luo is very aware of this, so he never picks and chooses. As long as there is a soul, he collects them all. Lin Luo originally planned to raise his spirit power level to 50 before leaving the City of Slaughter, but he did not expect to achieve a breakthrough ahead of schedule, especially since he hadn't even achieved 100 victories yet. After practicing for about half an hour, Lin Luo successfully completed his breakthrough. As soon as he obtains the 5th spirit ring, he will become a spirit king. At such a young age with such strength, it is truly terrifying. Over the past 3 months, not only has Lin Luo's strength improved, but the low-level vengeful spirit Yi power has also increased, now reaching level 29, and is about to break through to the next level. It would be more accurate to describe it as a recovery rather than an enhancement, since Yi originally possessed the strength of a spirit emperor in life. It is worth mentioning that Lin Luo has not yet utilized Yi power. Yi has only served as a patrolling tool, or rather, a tool spirit. Time flies, and another month has passed. Lin Luo, finally. 077, the 100th match begins. It's finally the last battle. Hopefully this final one will be of high quality. Under the signal of the staff in the hellish slaughter arena, Lin Luo stepped into the battlefield, along with 9 other contestants. Once everyone was in position, before the battle started, the spectator stands became lively. Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. Many bare-chested men cheered for Lin Luo, all appearing very excited. Indeed, Lin Luo had gained quite a few fans in this hellish slaughter arena, even though these fans were terrified of him. Before Lin Luo started the match, there were only a few people in the spectator seats, all of whom were required to participate in the battle. However, once Lin Luo matched with an opponent, the spectator seats immediately filled up. The speed of information spread and the movement of those spectators were truly remarkable. Today should be the Grim Reaper's last match, right? Finally, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Yeah, I've been having nightmares every day for the past few months, dreaming that I was taken out by the Grim Reaper. You? How many consecutive wins have you had to even qualify as the Grim Reaper's opponent? Come on, when no one else is on the field. Even those worse than me get pulled up to fill the slots. The Hell Slaughter Arena has to see deaths every day. Whether we get a play or not is not up to us. That's true. I remember that the opponents in the Grim Reaper's 90th and 93rd matches weren't very strong. Today's final battle for the Grim Reaper is quite a highlight. Among his 9 opponents, 3 have consecutive wins of over 60 matches, and 1 has even won 80 consecutive matches. It's really lucky that he hasn't matched up with the Grim Reaper until now, but he definitely won't escape today. Who will win is still unknown. Maybe the Grim Reaper is just fortunate not to have matched with the Lean Monkey. Anyway, I believe the Lean Monkey is stronger. It's said that he is close to the level of a titled Douluo. Lin Luo calmly looked at his 9 opponents, and, as expected, the 9 opponents had gathered together. Among the 9, Lin Luo only truly paid attention to one person, the Thin Monkey, who had won 80 consecutive matches. The Thin Monkey was the smallest among the 9, with a sharp face and monkey-like features. If he were covered in monkey fur, he would indeed look somewhat like a monkey. He appeared to be around 50 years old, but his real age was still a matter of investigation, as he was surrounded by a total of 8 soul rings, symbolizing his Soul Douluo strength. If he were really only 50, then his talent could be considered top-notch. The reason he was called the Thin Monkey was simply that he looked very much like a monkey, and his martial spirit was a short sword, completely black. Besides the Thin Monkey, the other 8 were also Soul Masters, with strengths ranging from Soul Master to Soul Emperor. Although Soul Masters could not use soul skills here, and their original strength would be somewhat suppressed, those with higher soul power levels still held an advantage. Among the 8, there were 2 Soul Emperors, both with beast martial spirits. One resembled a wild boar, while the other looked like a mountain leopard. Lin Luo had been paying attention to the recent winning streak, and they had fought in the hell-killing field not long ago. It was quite surprising for Lin Luo to be matched with them today. Looking at the situation on the opposite side, it seemed that the 2 Soul Emperors were forcefully dragged over by that skinny monkey. However, Lin Luo felt that this possibility was low. Once they entered the arena of the hell-killing field, it was destined that only one person could survive. Were those 2 Soul Emperors really willing to give up their lives? It was likely that the hell-killing field simply couldn't find suitable opponents, so they were compelled to participate in the battle. Lin Luo had seen this kind of operation more than once. Lin Luo was well aware that a battle with the skinny monkey was inevitable. Even if the skinny monkey could dodge the initial attacks, he could not escape in the end. It was unlikely that the skinny monkey was brought by other killing gods and without any other strong opponents appearing. Their encounter was just a matter of time. Today they indeed crossed paths. Not only the 2 Soul Saints, but also several others seemed to recognize the skinny monkey, and they were already discussing strategies, which showed that the skinny monkey was well prepared for this match. Once all the contestants were in position, amidst the murmurs of the audience, Lin Luo's 100th battle in the hell-killing field finally began. After the battle started, Lin Luo changed his previous reckless fighting style and retreated instead. He knew very well that he couldn't eliminate the skinny monkey and the others in the front line right away. If they surrounded him, the situation would become extremely dangerous. The skinny monkey and his group were also very aware that to defeat Lin Luo, they needed to attack together as 9. Therefore, as Lin Luo retreated, the skinny monkey and the others charged towards him, their eyes filled with determination, ready for a fierce battle. Lin Luo was not surprised to see this scene. It was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he already had relevant experience in handling it. The huge sickle slipped from his hand, and Lin Luo began to use his advantage in attack range to engage in a tug-of-war with the 9 people, including the skinny monkey. Lin Luo casually picked a target, and with the movement of the chain, the side suddenly fell. Clang! The person was a weapon soul user, wielding a large knife, and blocked the side's attack with it. Those who could stand here were all strong individuals who had walked out from the corpses, so they still had basic reflexes. However, Lin Luo's strength was indeed terrifying. The immense power carried by the scythe made the opponent bend their body directly. "Grab his chain," the Thin Monkey said in a low voice. The others immediately followed suit, but their speed was a bit slower, and they were given the opportunity by Lin Luo, who directly beheaded one person. Lin Luo is not a fool. When he sees that the situation is not right, he will immediately retract the chains, and if there is an opportunity, he will also output damage. In Lin Luo's past battles, he has been caught by others using the chains, and, as a result, he has fallen into crises. However, those were merely illusions he created deliberately, telling others that as long as they grabbed his chains, they would have a chance to take him down. Many people attempted this, but they mostly failed, and the cost of failure was their lives. Even if they succeeded, Lin Luo would still win narrowly. The people before him undoubtedly reinforced this strategy, and thus one of them paid with his life. While they still foolishly hope to take Lin Luo down using this tactic. Currently, Lin Luo has retracted the chains and is holding the scythe in his right hand, acting the part convincingly to give the impression that he is wary of this type of targeting, creating opportunities for the upcoming battle. At this moment, the skinny monkey has rushed over, wielding a short sword and stabbing at Lin Luo with incredible speed. However, Lin Luo's reflexes are not to be underestimated. He swings the scythe to deflect the short sword and simultaneously slashes at another person, forcing him back while leaving a deep wound on that person's arm, blood splattering everywhere. 078, the soul of Contra, what a mess. Lin Luo had already undergone countless battles before entering the City of Slaughter, and he had a precise control over various details in combat. It can be understood that Lin Luo is now an invincible presence in the Hellish Slaughter arena and even in the City of Slaughter, excluding the staff who can use soul skills. With a super strong body, powerful weapons, and rich combat experience, it is difficult for Lin Luo to fall in battle unless he deliberately gives up. During the 6 months of special training, Lin Luo had almost perfectly mastered his body and scythe, which earned him the title of the Grim Reaper in this Hellish Slaughter arena. It is worth mentioning that Lin Luo also has a talent for combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to finish his training so quickly and possess such terrifying combat power. The battle continued, and the thin monkey's attack came again. Lin Luo easily blocked it and kicked the thin monkey back, then swung his scythe to directly sever the arm of the nearest enemy. Only the thin monkey and the mountain leopard could keep up with Lin Luo's speed. Others couldn't match him and could only close the distance during Lin Luo's moments of attack, but they were quickly pushed away again. Lin Luo controlled the distance very well, always facing the attacks of only 2 or 3 enemies. After kicking the thin monkey back, the mountain leopard's sharp claws came at him with incredible speed. But Lin Luo's reflexes were even faster. With a slight turn of his body, Lin Luo dodged the mountain leopard's claws, swinging his scythe toward the mountain leopard. The mountain leopard, who had originally held the initiative in the attack, was frightened and hurriedly retracted his claws to defend. Such a battle tests psychological quality, and the mountain leopard clearly lacked confidence. The mountain leopard wasn't sure he could defeat Lin Luo with a continued attack, but he was certain that if that sharp scythe fell, he would lose his head. Clang! The scythe fell and was blocked by the mountain leopard's claws. But in an instant, the claws shattered and the scythe continued downward, cleaving the mountain leopard's left hand in half. To be able to fight 9 people with such ferocity, having already decapitated 1 and incapacitated 2, such terrifying combat power left the others momentarily stunned. However, they knew they had no way out and once again launched their attacks. Lin Luo continued to struggle, but was still given an opportunity by the thin monkey and the wild boar. The giant scythe slipped from his hand, decapitating another person once again. The wild boar struck fiercely, tightly gripping the chain, his face filled with wild joy, as if he had already seen Lin Luo falling down. On the other side, the thin monkey tightly gripped his short sword and swung it directly at Lin Luo's neck, his face also filled with a somewhat sickly excitement, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Lin Luo's neck being sliced open and blood gushing out. Under the mask, the corner of Lin Luo's mouth slightly curled up. The so-called opportunities were merely given to them intentionally by him. How could there be such good openings for them to grasp? As a short sword came slashing in, Lin Luo calmly extended his left hand and grasped it firmly, preventing the short sword from advancing even a fraction, not even drawing blood from his palm. The thin monkey's face displayed an expression of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. He couldn't believe that his short sword was caught in a person's hand. Even iron could be cut through as easily as tofu. Yet he couldn't even slice open a person's hand, let alone inflict a wound. Oh no! While shocked, the thin monkey also sensed a terrifying chill creeping in, fear quickly blossoming in his heart, causing him to instinctively want to withdraw his short sword and distance himself from Lin Luo. But ultimately, he was still too slow. The moment Lin Luo grabbed the thin monkey's short sword, his right hand, which held the chain, suddenly exerted force, rapidly retracting the chain. The wild boar, who had been holding onto the chain, immediately showed a shocked expression. He couldn't stop it at all. His proud strength seemed increasingly ridiculous at this moment. With the chain's pull, the sharp scythe easily sliced through the wild boar's arms, returning to Lin Luo's hand without a drop of blood. Immediately afterward, Lin Luo swung the scythe and struck fiercely at the thin monkey's neck, nearly cleaving his body in half. The thin monkey, wearing a face of terror, died on the spot. Everyone was focused on Lin Luo's incredibly terrifying combat power. But no one realized an even more terrifying issue. Lin Luo had not sustained a single injury throughout. He had been attacked during the chaotic battle, yet it had no impact on him at all. Let us not forget, Lin Luo's true strength lay in his defense. The countless souls he absorbed had long accumulated to an extremely terrifying level of defensive attributes. If the thin monkey had used soul techniques and wasn't being suppressed, Lin Luo might have had some reservations. However, if it was just the simplest attack, Lin Luo was completely unafraid. Not to mention catching the short sword. Even if the short sword fell upon his neck, it would be difficult to inflict effective damage. His defense was that exaggerated. With the thin monkey's fall, the remaining few were already scared half to death, making it impossible for them to pose a threat, and they were subsequently killed by Lin Luo one after another. Lin Luo's 100th battle was still won without any suspense, and it was an absolute crushing victory. Sha 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 sha. The faint sound of Lin Luo's footsteps echoed, which should have been difficult to notice under normal circumstances. However, the current hellish slaughterhouse was completely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Luo as if they had truly encountered the Grim Reaper, staring blankly in shock. At this moment, Lin Luo had already taken out the lantern and began to clean the battlefield, symbolically smashing the lantern against the corpses while collecting souls. Soon, Lin Luo arrived in front of the corpse of the slim monkey at the Contra level, repeating the same actions and collecting the Contra's soul as well. Before entering the City of Slaughter, he would never have dared to casually collect souls of the Contra level. However, after arriving in the City of Slaughter, his strength rapidly increased, and due to continuously collecting souls, he had become almost immune to the negative effects of soul collection. Even absorbing the soul of the Soul Emperor only caused a momentary headache. It was precisely because he had a certain level of confidence that Lin Luo dared to take action. With the slim monkey's soul in place, Lin Luo received a system prompt. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining defense 800, soul power 120. In that instant, Lin Luo felt somewhat elated, clearly sensing changes in his body and strength, which had significantly increased. However, the inevitable negative effects soon appeared, causing a splitting headache. Fortunately, the duration wasn't long, and there was only him as a living person in this battlefield. After the headache faded, Lin Luo quickly discovered that he had other gains. Indeed, a new member had joined his underworld prison, Intermediate Grudge Spirit, Jing Jijia. Martial Soul, Black Sword, requires a body to activate the Martial Soul. Soul Power Level, Level 11, can be restored to level 88 at most. Usable Skills, Possession, Soul Impact. The long-lost selection interface 079 appeared again. This Contra Soul turned out to be an Intermediate Grudge Spirit, which seemed quite powerful. The specifics of its strength could only be known after experimentation. But one thing was certain. This Intermediate Grudge Spirit was definitely much stronger than a low-level Grudge Spirit. At the very least, its upper limit completely surpassed that of a low-level Grudge Spirit. In life, it was a Contra at over level 80 after becoming a Grudge Spirit. As long as it was given some time and souls, it could also be restored to over level 80 strength. Just this point was already very terrifying. It was equivalent to Lin Luo gaining a Contra-level fighter, albeit in a soul state. Furthermore, this Contra-level fighter would also require some time for cultivation. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would at most be just cannon fodder, or perhaps not even that. This had already made Lin Luo very happy, not to mention anything else. He now had another cultivation goal. Having one more cultivation goal also meant he would have to allocate some soul power. If Lin Luo were to enjoy all the soul power himself, it would certainly be better for his improvement, and it seemed unnecessary to share it with those Grudge Spirits. By the time those Grudge Spirits grew up, Lin Luo's strength would likely have reached a terrifying level, and he wouldn't even need the power of those Grudge Spirits anymore. In reality, cultivating Grudge Spirits didn't actually consume much soul power, just a little bit was needed, which could only be described as having no significant impact on Lin Luo's strength. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Luo made such a choice. He wasn't foolish. He still had judgment on these basic matters. After Lin Luo collected all the souls, the silence of the hellish slaughterhouse finally came to an end, followed by a wave of cheers. Although the spectators in the stands still wore expressions of shock, it did not affect their cheers. They cheered for Lin Luo's strength, for his victory, and also for their own liberation. The Grim Reaper's 100 victories had been completed, and they would no longer have to encounter the Grim Reaper. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Luo remained very calm, his gaze falling on the spectators with a hint of coldness. Lin Luo knew very well that today, no one could leave here except for him. My 100 victories have already been completed. Where is the King of Slaughter? From Lin Luo defeating all his enemies to achieving victory in this final battle, to him absorbing all the souls and calmly gazing at the dying people in the audience. Some time had already passed. Just as Lin Luo began to feel puzzled, a chilling aura surged from all directions, an extremely terrifying killing intent that felt almost tangible, bringing an incomprehensible sense of pressure. During Lin Luo's time in the City of Slaughter, his killing intent had accumulated to a terrifying level, especially after he had just achieved his 100th victory, which marked a qualitative breakthrough in his killing intent. However, even though his killing intent had reached a new level, it was completely insignificant in the face of the current terrifying killing intent. They were not even on the same level. Feeling this horrifying killing intent, Lin Luo was very clear that the City of Slaughter was about to make its appearance. Lin Luo's gaze instinctively turned towards where a blood-colored figure had appeared without him noticing. The terrifying killing intent was emanating from him. Without further thought, he was the King of Slaughter. Additionally, he had another identity, that of the former leader of the Haoyan sect, the unparalleled Douluo Tang Chun at level 99. After all, being in the City of Slaughter, and with Tang Chun currently not having regained his sanity, it was more appropriate to refer to him as the King of Slaughter. As Lin Luo looked at the King of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter's gaze also fell on Lin Luo, instantly bringing Lin Luo an unimaginable sense of terror. Lin Luo felt as if he was about to suffocate, his life and death seemingly in the hands of the King of Slaughter. This was also a rare feeling for Lin Luo, as he sensed a crisis of possibly dying at any moment. And this sense of crisis was stronger than anything he had felt before. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. The King of Slaughter, who was floating in midair, withdrew his terrifying aura, and a smile appeared on his extremely pale face. "Congratulations, young man. You are the ultimate victor." Lin Luoping calmly stared at the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter's voice was very hoarse, so hoarse that it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The King of Slaughter slowly spoke. "Young man, I admire you very much. You have already obtained the qualification to enter the road to hell. Of course, you can also choose not to go, and you can still enjoy the highest level of treatment in the City of Slaughter. At this moment, can one choose to go or not to go to the road to hell?" Lin was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Could it be that from this moment on, the City of Slaughter no longer wishes to see new gods of killing? Lin Luo clearly remembered that the original book mentioned that the appearance of each god of death was a huge disaster for the City of Slaughter. When Tang San and Hu Laina achieved 100 victories, the King of Slaughter offered choice. Lin Luo had also thought that he might face such a situation, but when he actually encountered it, he was still somewhat surprised. It was very likely that after Tang Hao and Bibi Dong obtained the Killing God domain, the City of Slaughter no longer wished to see new killing gods emerge. If it weren't for having Bibi Dong as a backing, perhaps Bai Sheng would never have been able to succeed, and maybe he would have already been buried under 3 feet of grass. It seems that, regardless of the world or system, relationships are particularly important. If you have connections, everything can go smoothly. If you don't, others can easily toy with you. You have 1 minute left to consider. The voice of the King of Slaughter echoed again, reminding Lin Luo. Lin Luo felt a bit hesitant in his heart. If he chose to go to the Hell Road, it was likely that after passing through, he would never return to the City of Slaughter, and his plan to stack passives would also fall apart at any moment. However, if he didn't go to the Hell Road, he wouldn't be able to obtain the God of Killing domain, which meant he couldn't fulfill his obligations to the east. It seemed that achieving 100 victories too early was not a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be caught in such a dilemma. Some might say, what's there to be conflicted about? You should definitely obtain the God of Killing domain first. Once you have the title of God of Killing, you can return to the City of Slaughter at any time to collect souls. This idea is indeed very good, and Lin Luo had thought of it too. However, in Lin Luo's view, the City of Slaughter would absolutely not welcome the God of Killing back. While they might say nice things on the surface, the reality would be entirely different. It would want a powerful and dangerous bomb to appear in their own bed. Just as Lin Luo was struggling with his thoughts, suddenly, a cold prompt sounded in his mind. You are facing a new choice. Do you wish to enter the Hell Road? 080, Hell Road, starting now. Choice 1. You can no longer stay in the City of Slaughter for even a moment. You must go to the Hell Road to leave the City of Slaughter. Reward, a short sword. Choice 2. Do not go to the Hell Road. Continue to develop quietly in the City of Slaughter for a while longer, and then leave the City of Slaughter. Reward, a piece of cloth armor. Lin Luo hadn't heard such a wonderful sound for a long time. He thought the system had left him. The choice system was supposed to prioritize choices, but surprisingly, he hadn't triggered a single choice in 1 or 2 years. Lin Luo didn't know whether it was his bad luck or the monotony of his daily life that prevented him from triggering a choice. A rare opportunity for choice appeared again, maintaining the same style as before, with little difference in rewards regardless of the selection. Of course, the related content in the choice prompt had some impact on Lin Luo, to a greater or lesser extent, whether it was choice 1 or choice 2. Both reflected Lin Luo's true feelings, and the system laid bare his inner thoughts, forcing him to make a decision. Let's talk about choice 1 first. Lin Luo truly didn't want to spend another moment on the path of slaughter. Every day was filled with killing, and even though he possessed exceptional willpower, he felt he was on the verge of losing himself, likely to become a complete killing machine. He needed to leave this place as soon as possible and find a way to adjust his mindset. Otherwise, he might end up completely lost. If he were to lose himself just for a domain and a part of his soul, that would be too great a loss. This was also the reason Lin Luo had always wanted to speed up his completion of the 100 victories. There was a voice in his heart telling him that he had to leave this place quickly, or else he would inevitably face ruin. Now let's discuss choice 2, which was also an obsession in Lin Luo's heart. Lin Luo was very clear that he only had this one opportunity to come to the City of Slaughter. So he wanted to stay here for a while longer to collect souls and improve himself. Every day, he could clearly feel his strength steadily increasing, which was also part of the reason why Lin Luo's desire gate was opening. It's better to go to the Hell Road. While improving strength is important, life is more crucial. I don't want to fall into depravity because of slaughter and become a soulless walking corpse. 1 minute may seem long or short, but it was enough for Lin Luo to let his thoughts fly and then reel them back in. I want to go to the Hell Road. Lin Luo finally responded, not just to the King of Slaughter, but also to the system. Neither the King of Slaughter nor the system gave an immediate reply to Lin Luo. The system certainly wouldn't respond so quickly, as there are often delays. After a brief moment of silence, the King of Slaughter responded first. A smile, slightly sinister, appeared on the pale face of the King of Slaughter as he slowly spoke. Good. With just that single word, the entire hellish slaughter arena was instantly shrouded in blood-colored mist, with Lin Luo being the only empty spot. Furthermore, Lin Luo could feel a powerful force enveloping him, protecting him. After the blood mist covered the area, the sounds of painful screams quickly erupted from the audience, but these screams did not last long, stopping almost immediately. Lin Luo could not see the situation inside the blood mist clearly, but he could distinctly see streams of blood flowing like small creeks. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood that was nauseating. The blood flowed into the arena not in a straight line, but quickly advanced along grooves that had appeared on the ground at some unknown time, ultimately forming a huge blood-red pattern. Lin Luo found himself within the pattern, and he vaguely discerned that it resembled a gigantic bat. Ordinary people would not be able to make sense of it from this angle, but those who knew the answer could more easily guess it from the edges. The bat's eyes suddenly brightened, and then Lin Luo felt an extremely terrifying mental shock wave hit him, causing him to quickly lose consciousness. Before Lin Luo lost consciousness, he saw a red light soaring into the sky, carrying an extremely mysterious power, as if it was going to send him to another space. Additionally, Lin Luo heard the voice of the King of Slaughter. Good luck. It was unclear how long it had been, but when Lin Luo regained consciousness, he discovered that he was already on a circular platform. Looking around at the blood-red environment, Lin Luo immediately understood that he had entered the path of hell. Lin Luo did not act immediately, but first summoned the low-level resentful spirit Yihan Wei and the mid-level resentful spirit Jing Ji from the underworld prison. Although these two resentful spirits could only serve as cannon fodder for the time being, having them was still better than nothing. It would be great if the mid-level resentful spirit could devour the low-level resentful spirit, as this would allow for a quicker enhancement of the mid-level resentful spirit's power, which would help me somewhat on my journey through the Hell Road. A Soul Emperor and a Soul Douluo of the same level would still see the Soul Douluo as somewhat stronger. Otherwise, a soul at the level of a Soul Douluo wouldn't be classified as a mid-level resentful spirit. When this thought appeared in Lin Luo's mind, the system surprisingly provided a prompt. Resentful spirit devouring rule. High level devours low level. Lin Luo was delighted upon receiving this prompt. The devouring enhancement of resentful spirits was feasible, although there were level restrictions, which undoubtedly referred to soul power levels. That's fine. I'll focus on enhancing the resentful spirits later. For now, I need to conquer the Hell Road. After a brief moment of rest, Lin Luo set off with his two cannon fodder. As he walked along the narrow path, Lin Luo felt no panic at all. After all, he had a strategy and a cheat, making it easy to conquer the Hell Road. The reason he summoned the cannon fodder was primarily for companionship. Lin Luo didn't need those two useless spirits to take action. After a while, Lin Luo encountered the first wave of wild monsters on the Hell Road, bloodbats. Since he was here, he decided not to hold back and directly entered berserker mode. Armed with a scythe, he effortlessly slashed down the bloodbats, even too lazy to dodge, allowing the bloodbats to attack him. They simply couldn't break through his defenses. The sharp claws of the bloodbats felt like mere tickles on Lin Luo's body, and it didn't even qualify as a tickle. Most of the time, he felt nothing at all. It was that exaggerated. When defensive attributes reach a certain level, one can do as they please. Lin Luo moved forward steadily, encountering more and more blood-red bats, but they did not hinder his progress at all. Wherever Lin Luo walked, there were the corpses of blood-colored bats. After a period of time, Lin Luo finally a moment of tranquility. However, Lin Luo was well aware that this sudden calm was a sign of the storm approaching. The first round of wild monster bosses was about to appear. 081. A pleasant surprise, he would capture the Bat King Wraith. Lin Luo moved forward and soon arrived at a narrow path, where his two cannon fodder spirits floated ahead, scouting the way and serving as Lin Luo's extra eyes. After advancing for a while, Lin Luo received a warning from the two cannon fodder spirits about danger. Interestingly, these two overconfident spirits actually wanted to fight. Lin Luo immediately recalled them. The narrow path was visible all the way to the end, with no signs of danger in sight. Lin Luo only glanced ahead and then looked down from the side of the narrow path, immediately spotting the danger. At the end of the narrow path, a huge bat was hanging upside down. While bats are generally referred to in singular terms, this one was more appropriately described with head, as it was over 4 meters long and emanated a dark golden glow. Its two massive claws were embedded in the narrow path, each with a diameter of over 1 meter. What was most bizarre was that it had 3 heads. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. Lin Luo recognized the identity of the giant bat at a glance. After all, he had seen the dungeon before and was certainly familiar with the layout of wild monsters. Undoubtedly, this dark gold, 3-headed Bat King was the first boss of the Hell Road, lurking in such a position to launch a sneak attack. Definitely a cunning move. To his surprise, the two cannon fodder wraiths had decent perception, managing to discover the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. However, their current intelligence was somewhat concerning. With their incredibly fragile bodies, they actually wanted to challenge the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, which was tantamount to seeking death. But this was also a manifestation of their loyalty, wanting to eliminate all dangers for their master. As if realizing it had been discovered, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King no longer remained crouched but spread its 10-meter-wide wings and flew downwards. It then suddenly soared upwards, charging towards Lin Luo at an incredible speed. Lin Luo's gaze fell on the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, ultimately locking onto its 3 heads. According to the strategy guide, these were the fatal weaknesses of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, but all 3 heads had to be taken out at once. Otherwise, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King could respawn infinitely. Although the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King was fast, Lin Luo's reflexes were even quicker. Before the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King could charge at Lin Luo, his scythe was already swung out in advance, striking down with incredible precision and hitting one of the Bat King's heads, instantly severing it. The scythe blade even embedded itself into the body of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. In pain, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King struggled, opting not to attack again, but instead flew to a higher altitude. Lin Luo immediately swung the chain to retract the scythe. It would be dangerous if he were taken into the air by the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. Although his strength was great, it was not yet powerful enough to easily handle such a massive creature as the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. Just as Lin Luo had anticipated, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King possessed the ability of infinite resurrection. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King let out a piercing scream in midair, and a large swarm of blood-colored bats flew out from a distance. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King opened its bloody maw and devoured most of them. In the next moment, its head that Lin Luo had severed transformed into a blood mist and vanished, only to grow back another head immediately. The remaining blood-colored bats, under the control of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, quickly charged toward Lin Luo, who naturally was not afraid of these cannon fodder. However, Lin Luo soon noticed something was amiss. Those blood-colored bats were not directly attacking him, but were frantically gnawing at the path he was about to take. Goodness. Just like in a dungeon strategy, these bats were all crafty. Lin Luo hesitated for not a moment and immediately rushed forward, taking out a batch of blood-colored bats along the way. The restored dark golden three-headed bat king in midair launched another attack, its sharp claws quickly striking towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo had now arrived at a relatively spacious road. Preoccupied with changing his position, he found it difficult to respond to the attack of the dark gold three-headed bat king. He was struck by the bat king's sharp claws, forcefully pressed into the rocks, and a cloud of gray mist rose up, with fragments of stone flying everywhere. If an ordinary person faced such an attack, they would likely be reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. The sharpness of the dark gold three-headed bat king's claws and the power they carried were unquestionable. However, Lin Luo was no ordinary person. Are you trying to give me a massage? This strength is still not enough. Haven't you eaten? Amidst the gray smoke, a hand landed on the dark gold three-headed bat king's claw and then forcefully pushed it away. Following that, another hand gripped the giant scythe and swung back before suddenly swinging forward. Slash! As the giant scythe swept through, the dark gold three-headed bat king's pair of claws was directly severed, with the ends looking remarkably neat. What appeared to be incredibly hard claws crumbled before the giant scythe. Soul shock. After severing the dark gold three-headed bat king's claws, Lin Luo immediately issued attack orders to the low-level vengeful spirit Yihan Wei and the mid-level vengeful spirit Jingji. With one pair of claws severed, the dark gold three-headed bat king would surely be in pain. Lin Luo, being such a kind person, couldn't bear to let this adorable creature feel suffering. Invisible soul shockwaves were released from the two vengeful spirits, landing on the dark gold three-headed bat king and causing its massive body to momentarily freeze. Given the current strength of the two vengeful spirits, the control and damage their soul shockwaves could provide were quite limited, but for Lin Luo, at this moment, it was more than enough. What he needed was not the damage from the vengeful spirits, but control. In the instant the dark gold three-headed bat king was stunned, Lin Luo wielded the scythe again, sweeping across the three heads of the dark gold three-headed bat king, cleanly severing them. Boom! When the last head of the dark gold three-headed bat king was removed, its gigantic body suddenly exploded, transforming into spreading golden light. The battle was over. To prevent the dark gold three-headed bat king from feeling pain, the merciful Lin Luo had to arrange an entire process for it. Once it was dead, it would no longer feel any suffering. Lin Luo returned to the road and did some simple stretches. His clothes were tattered and looked somewhat disheveled. His upper garment had completely torn apart, revealing the defensive soul guide armor gifted by his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Looking down at the soul guide armor on him, Lin Luo's lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect this soul guide armor from my teacher to be so powerful, able to withstand a heavy blow from the dark golden three-headed bat king. But it's better to put this away in case I accidentally damage it one day. With my current physical strength, I don't really need this thing. Lin Luo stored the soul-guided armor into the skeleton ring and then took out a clean outfit to change into. Even though he was the only one here, he still needed to pay attention to his appearance. After changing his clothes, Lin Luo's gaze fell on the spot where the dark gold three-headed bat king had died, and his expression became strange. He saw a green light floating there. Indeed, it was the soul of the dark gold three-headed bat king. On the way before, Lin Luo had dealt with quite a few bloodbaths, but hadn't collected any souls. He thought he wouldn't be able to collect any souls on this hellish road, but unexpectedly, he received a pleasant surprise at that moment. Lin Luo immediately took out the lantern and captured the soul of the dark gold three-headed bat king. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 500 defense and 0 soul power. The 500 defense bonus feels really nice, but unfortunately, there is no increase in soul power. This seems normal, as the dark gold three-headed bat king is a special creature. After feeling the enhancement in his body, Lin Luo suddenly noticed something unusual coming from the underworld prison. Why does it feel like there's something new in the underworld prison? Could it be that? Lin Luo immediately checked his underworld prison. Sure enough, there was an additional soul inside, which was the soul of the dark golden three-headed bat king. 082, double the danger. But it wasn't a big problem. Can the soul of the dark golden three-headed bat king also be imprisoned in the underworld prison? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. According to the rules of the underworld prison, didn't it require at least a soul emperor level existence to have a certain chance of pulling some souls into the underworld prison to form spirit servants? Could it be that this dark gold three-headed bat king was deemed by the system to be in existence above the soul emperor level? Lin Luo didn't think much and directly opened the interface of the dark gold three-headed bat king, then continued on his way as he couldn't afford to delay his journey. Low-level resentful spirit. Dark gold, three-headed bat king. Level 11 can be restored up to level 65. Usable skills. Possession, soul impact. The information panel of the dark gold, three-headed bat king has quite a few differences from other resentful spirits. Not only is the martial soul category missing, but the original soul power level has also been directly changed a level. This must be due to the uniqueness of the dark gold, three-headed bat king, which does not belong to either spirit masters or spirit beasts, although it is just a low-level resentful spirit with little potential for development. It is after all the first special resentful spirit, so let's keep it for now. Lin Luo secretly thought to himself, and then summoned the dark gold, three-headed bat king. Having cannon fodder was never too much. The form of the vengeful spirit was a transparent soul body, and the soul body of the dark gold, three-headed bat king was slightly larger than those of the other two vengeful spirits, but it was still reduced many times compared to its physical form. After reviewing the information panel of the dark gold, three-headed bat king, Lin Luo also found some patterns in the formation of spiritual servants in the nether prison. The spiritual servants formed in the nether prison were all vengeful spirits, starting at level 11, and all possessed two basic skills, possession and soul impact. Vengeful spirits also have different levels. Higher-level vengeful spirits have stronger combat power and better development potential, such as the high-level vengeful spirit Jingjijia and the low-level vengeful spirit Yihanhui. If there is an opportunity in the future, Lin Luo might reluctantly consider developing some powerful vengeful spirits. Indeed, it's only a reluctant consideration, because the process of nurturing vengeful spirits is definitely not as simple as imagined, and compared to enhancing one's own strength, the existence of vengeful spirits can be considered optional. If one is already invincible, why would they need a bunch of useless underlings? Additionally, the formation of vengeful spirits has certain basic conditions. Only souls of the Soul Emperor level or above have a chance to form, and there aren't that many Soul Emperor souls to collect. The number of Soul Masters is already quite small, and those above the Soul Emperor level are even fewer. So collecting vengeful spirits can only happen naturally. After briefly sorting out his thoughts, Lin Luo then thought about the difficulties he would face next. According to the plot in the book, the first challenge of the Hell Road is bats, and the second challenge is snakes. The snake is the 10-headed sun snake, which contains a precious inner pill. It's just that he didn't know how strong the combat power of the 10-headed sun snake would be. He should experience it soon if nothing unexpected happens. So far, the situation in the Hell Road was consistent with the plot in the book. First the blood-colored bats, then the boss, the dark gold, three-headed bat king. If he could encounter the 10-headed sun snake later, then everything would align with the plot. However, Lin Luo had a doubt. If the three challenges of the Hell Road were all these beings, then after the previous challengers defeated them, could the bats and snakes respawn like the wild monsters in the game? It seemed impossible for the previous challengers to avoid these beings, and in just a few decades, bats and the 10-headed sun snake couldn't possibly form. Could it be that every challenger faced a different map of the Hell Road? It felt somewhat unreasonable in that regard. Perhaps the answer would be revealed after clearing the challenges. Lin Luo had already considered these situations before, because in the arrangements made by the Spirit Hall, Lin Luo noticed a detail. Pope Bibi Dong did not make relevant training arrangements based on the challenges faced on the Hell Road, but only arranged for survival in the City of Slaughter. If it was to ensure that she could obtain the domain of the God of Killing, then all training should have been properly arranged. This also indicated that Bibi Dong could not guarantee that the subsequent Hell Road would be similar to what she had experienced. Thinking too much about it seemed to have little significance. With her invincible self plus 3 cannon fodder resentful spirits, she could calmly deal with any existence she encountered. Lin Luo continued to move forward, feeling the air becoming increasingly hot, but fortunately, it was still within his acceptable range. He took a sip of water from the water pouch, pulled from the skull ring, and felt much better, quickening his pace. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he arrived at the most spacious area he had seen so far, filled with scattered rocks. This was also the widest path he had encountered on the Hell Road. The narrowest paths he had previously walked could barely accommodate a single person, whereas this felt like stepping onto a soccer field, providing a strong sense of safety. No one wanted to keep walking on a narrow bridge, and Lin Luo felt the same way. If he lost his balance and fell, he believed his defensive attributes would need to increase several times over to survive. He understood, well, the principle that where there is a disturbance, there is likely something sinister. After enjoying a moment of safety, he quickly shifted into a highly vigilant state. Just like before, Lin Luo sent his 3 cannon fodder wraiths to scout ahead. After all, they were just soul entities. easily overlooked, and generally wouldn't attract hatred unless they acted recklessly. If all went well, he was about to encounter the second boss of the Hell Road here. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from ahead, followed by danger signals from all three wraiths. Lin Luo stopped in his tracks, warily looking towards the source of the sound. The noise grew closer, and moments later, a massive, fiery red figure suddenly emerged from the rubble. It was a bizarre-looking giant snake, entirely blood red, with 9 protrusions on its head and back, and a body length exceeding 10 meters. The 10-headed sun snake. It really is this creature. Rustling sounds continued, strangely, even though Lin Luo clearly saw that the 10-headed sun snake had stopped moving. Lin Luo immediately looked towards the source of the sound, and then discovered a 10-headed sun snake in a corner of the pile of rocks. Wow, 2 10-headed sun snakes. A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Luo's face, but it quickly turned into excitement. 2 10-headed blazing sun snakes meant double the danger, but it also meant double the loot. The greater the risk, the more there is to gain. Lin Luo's gaze swept across other locations in the pile of rubble, and he did not find any other 10-headed fiery sun snakes. After confirming that there were only 2 targets, Lin Luo immediately charged toward the nearest 10-headed fiery sun snake with a sickle in hand. Accompanying him were 3 cannon fodder vengeful spirits. 083. Easily taken down, loot in hand, Lin Luo's proactive attack left the 10-headed sun serpent stunned in place. This seemed to exceed the realm of understanding for the 10-headed sun serpent. In its perception, it was the hunter, while Lin Luo ahead was its prey. As a result, the prey turned out to be even fiercer than the hunter. This made the 10-headed sun serpent question its identity. Whether human or beast, both can easily be intimidated. Clearly, the 10-headed sun serpent was taken aback by the momentum Lin Luo displayed. However, the 10-headed sun serpent quickly regained its composure and charged towards Lin Luo. With both sides rushing towards each other, the distance between them closed in an instant, and soon Lin Luo encountered the 10-headed sun serpent. Another 10-headed sun serpent was also approaching rapidly from the other side. All of this was captured in Lin Luo's eyes, intensifying his killing intent. He knew very well that he had to eliminate one target as quickly as possible or severely injure one. Otherwise, facing 2 targets at once would be extremely tricky. Lin Luo swung the sickle in his hand fiercely towards the 10-headed fiery sun snake, and at the same time, the 10-headed fiery sun snake launched its attack. The 10-headed fiery sun snake opened its massive mouth, and a fiery red light formed from within, becoming increasingly intense, before erupting into flames. Rushing towards Lin Luo with a strong bloody smell. Puff! The sharp blade of the sickle plunged into the body of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. But at the same moment, the flames of the 10-headed fiery sun snake instantly engulfed Lin Luo. The flames blazed fiercely, and the surrounding rocks could not withstand the terrifying high temperature, crackling loudly. Aside from the flames, a faint layer of red mist was visible, and it was clear that this red mist contained strong toxins. Both the flames and the poisonous mist were deadly to a fragile human body. However, fortunately, Lin Luo's physique was strong enough. Amidst the flames, a figure quickly burst out, propelled by chains. It was Lin Luo. He actually ignored the flames and the poisonous mist, directly arriving in front of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, pulling out the giant sickle and swinging it wildly. You love to spray fire, huh? Go ahead and spray. I'll let you spray. Although the 10-headed fiery sun snake had hard scales, they were like nothing in front of Lin Luo's giant sickle. With each swing, Lin Luo easily drove the giant sickle into the body of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, blood splattering everywhere, continuously draining the life from the 10-headed fiery sun snake. The 10-headed fiery sun snake let out painful roars and struggled, constantly spewing flames towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo completely ignored the flames, becoming even more irritable due to their presence, and his attacks grew increasingly ruthless. One could vaguely see a faint red glow emanating from Lin Luo, providing him with a layer of protection. Indeed, it was the advanced fire attribute brought by the Sun Flame Sacred Shield that Lin Luo had used earlier. This advanced fire attribute not only granted Lin Luo the ability to manipulate flames, but also provided him with exceptionally high fire resistance. The flames of the 10-headed sun serpent were indeed powerful, but they were still a tier below the Sun Flame Sacred Shield, which is the main reason why Lin Luo could exhibit fire immunity during his battle with the 10-headed sun serpent. In addition to the fire attribute provided by the Sun Flame Sacred Shield, Lin Luo's own physical toughness was also an important foundation. Lin Luo's defensive attributes have always been comprehensive, rather than just focusing on physical and magical defenses. These defensive attributes directly affect his body, granting him an incredibly abnormal physique. Not only is he immune to fire, but he is also immune to poison. He is immune to the poisonous mist released by the 10-headed fiery sun serpent as well. Lin Luo continuously swung the giant sickle, while the 10-headed fiery sun serpent let out painful howls. This battle seemed to hold no suspense. Like a fully defensive warrior facing a boss, the boss's desperate attacks could barely make the warrior lose a drop of health, while the warrior's output quickly filled the damage meter. Finally, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent realized it was getting closer to death. If it didn't struggle with all its might, it would completely lose its chance. Under Lin Luo's relentless attacks, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent desperately adjusted its body, ultimately turning its back to Lin Luo, arching its body, with 9 flesh tumors aimed directly at him. Lin Luo is not a fool. He naturally knows that the 10-headed fiery snake is about to unleash its ultimate move, so he immediately increased his output. The giant sickle in his hand swung down repeatedly, aiming to directly sever the 10-headed fiery snake. However, his speed was still a bit slow. Suddenly, the 9 lumps of flesh exploded at the same time, and 9 streams of golden-red liquid shot out, quickly condensing in air into a golden sphere the size of fist that flew toward Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately retracted the sickle, but instead of blocking, he swung the sickle at the golden sphere. Crack! The sharp blade of the sickle actually sliced the golden sphere in half. But the golden sphere also released a violent energy storm. The golden-red energy erupted, directly sending Lin Luo flying out, smashing through several giant rocks and leaving a deep trench in the ground before barely coming to a stop. The giant rocks surrounding the golden sphere were completely cleared away, showcasing its power. Lin Luo steadied his body and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even with his particularly strong physique, he was still bleeding, which showed just how terrifying the power of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent's earlier strike was. Of course, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was not in good shape either. Its body was nearly cleaved in half. If the golden orb had appeared any later, the serpent's body would likely have been completely severed. Furthermore, the release and damage of the golden orb had a tremendous impact on the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. In comparison to Lin Luo, who was spitting blood, the serpent was already lying on the ground, utterly defeated and appearing extremely weak. Lin Luo quickly adjusted his state, casually wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then walked towards the 10-headed fiery sun serpent with his scythe in hand. Upon reaching the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, Lin Luo swung the giant scythe down, decapitating the serpent directly. The life of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent came to a complete end, its massive body transforming into specks of red light that dissipated, leaving behind only a gold-red bead the size of a thumb as proof of its former existence. Lin Luo picked up the golden-red bead with an expression of indifference and directly stored it in the skeleton ring. Then he looked at another 10-headed blazing sun snake. "Coward, it's your turn," Lin Luo spoke. This is also a relatively interesting point. When Lin Luo was fighting against the 10-headed blazing sun snake, the other one originally intended to join the battle, but upon seeing Lin Luo's ferocity, it chose to watch from the sidelines instead. Not only did it not approach, but it even retreated to the edge of the rocky area. 084, the final level, don't make it too easy. Lin Luo walked step by step towards the remaining head of the 10-headed sun snake, his speed increasing. The 3 vengeful spirits followed closely behind, though they had not made any contribution. Upon seeing Lin Luo's terrifying aura, the 10-headed sun snake chose to retreat, almost without hesitation, and dashed off the path, plunging into the blood-red, molten lava below under Lin Luo's gaze. Lin Luo stopped in his tracks, a strange expression on his face. Is this really necessary? Would rather commit suicide than be killed by me? No, wait, it doesn't seem like suicide either. Lin Luo noticed something was off. The 10-headed sun serpent should not be dead. It seemed capable of surviving in that blood-red, molten magma, but that seemed to contradict the setting of the Hell Road. Could it be that the 10-headed sun serpent jumping down was just an illusion, and in fact, it had made a quick escape? This possibility seemed more likely. Whatever the case, it was unlikely to find it now, so he decided to continue on his journey. The temperature here was already rising. Lin Luo thought to himself as he stepped forward, crossing the area of scattered rocks and quickly entering onto a normal road. The 10 fiery sun snakes had already appeared. Is the final trial of this hellish path the inner demons? Lin Luo thought to himself that he could feel his condition slowly deteriorating, and his inner self was becoming increasingly irritable. The surrounding environment had a significant impact. The temperature here seemed to be continuously rising, and this feeling of heat seemed to come not only from his body, but more so from within his heart. Lin Luo struggled to maintain his original intention and continued to move forward as much as possible. To prevent his 3 cannon fodder resentful spirits from truly becoming cannon fodder in such a special environment, Lin Luo placed them all into the underworld prison. Taking out a water pouch from the skull ring, Lin Luo took a few sips and then poured the rest over himself. However, the coldness of the water did not diminish the heat on his body. Instead, it felt like adding fuel to the fire, making the heat Lin Luo experienced double and becoming even more unbearable. This state was clearly unsuitable for continuing onward, so Lin Luo rested in place, his vision gradually becoming blurred as various images flashed through his mind. Violence, bloodshed, slaughter. These were the only themes of those images, all depicting Lin Luo's past killings. Those images continuously stimulated Lin Luo's inner self, like an invisible hand trying to drag his soul into the abyss of corruption. However, Lin Luo's willpower remained very strong, perhaps due to the special nature of his martial soul. After enduring pain for a long time, he actually felt a trace of coolness emanating from within him, helping to alleviate his suffering, making him more awake and strengthening his willpower even further. It was unclear how long had passed, but Lin Luo became completely clear-headed. The chaotic images in his mind vanished. The heat on his body and the heat in his heart had receded. The pain was gone, and what remained was an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Had the 3rd trial of the inner demon ended? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. It was much easier than he had imagined. He also understood very well the main reason he was able to get through this challenge. It was that sudden feeling of coolness that had appeared. Lin Luo could not determine where that slight chill came from, whether it was due to the special nature of the martial soul or the formation of the killing god domain. Lin Luo was too lazy to delve deeper, making a simple adjustment to himself, and continued forward. He just wanted to leave this hellish place as soon as possible. Time seemed to have lost its meaning on this hellish road, and Lin Luo didn't know how long he had been walking. Eventually, he reached the end of the road. There was no way forward, and below was a red molten lava that could swallow all life. A faint light could be seen 1,000 meters away. That must be the exit. There were no roads around, only the black ceiling visible over 200 meters high. There was no way to rush through unless one could fly. Lin Luo is not a flying-type soul master. Although his chains can extend, they cannot reach a height of 200 meters. Indeed, the situation here is exactly the same as in the storyline of the book. After finding himself in a desperate situation, Lin Luo looked around and showed no signs of worry on his face. Instead, a smile appeared. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Lin Luo immediately took out a large number of items from the skeleton ring. After some tinkering, a simple hot air balloon was completed. Flying isn't that difficult, right? As long as you have a brain. Even if the hot air balloon is hard to control, it can still reach the top of the cave, and everything will be much easier once there. Lin Luo used his sickle along with a sharp dagger he had prepared in advance, transforming into a rock climbing expert as he proceeded steadily. During the climb, he nearly fell due to the instability of some rocks, but fortunately, with the sickle in hand and the chain extending, he once again embedded it into the rock wall and ultimately reached the exit safely. The exit was a white light curtain. After stepping into the light curtain, Lin Luo felt as if he had entered a vast white world, and a cold sensation immediately enveloped him from all directions, penetrating into his body. At the same time, an endless coldness was released from within Lin Luo, and a wave of pain suddenly hit him, pushing him to the brink of collapse. This painful feeling lasted for an unknown duration until Lin Luo sensed a special power within himself, at which point the pain gradually faded away. Lin Luo was very clear that the extra power within him was the power of the god of death's domain. Perhaps due to enduring intense pain and exhausting too much stamina, Lin Luo fell into a deep sleep after the pain vanished. He didn't know how long it had been when he finally woke up. Upon waking, Lin Luo found himself in a mountainous forest. The huge scythe was still tightly gripped in his hand, and in the unfamiliar environment, he immediately became alert. After wandering around the forest for a while, Lin Luo eventually arrived at an open area with a wide view. Looking into the distance, he vaguely saw a small town. If nothing unexpected happened, that small town was likely the entrance to the city of slaughter. It was truly remarkable. After leaving the city of slaughter, he had directly arrived here. It seemed his speculation was correct. The city of slaughter was very likely a special space. The trials in the city of slaughter had finally come to an end. By the way, why is no one here pick me up? Lin Luo stretched lazily and couldn't help but express his feelings. After a moment of reflection, Lin Luo regained his composure. It was normal for no one to come to pick me up. Who would have thought that in just a few months, I would have left the city of slaughter and successfully entered the domain of the god of killing? It seems I have to find my way back by myself. I wonder if I can find a way. By the way, I've completed the Hell Road. Why hasn't the system issued the reward for the choice? 085. Summarize the gains and set off on the return journey. Perhaps hearing Lin Luo's call, the system immediately responded. You have successfully made a choice and received the reward of a short sword. The reward has been credited. Lin Luo immediately opened his system inventory. The newly acquired short sword did not overlap with the one obtained previously, but instead occupied a separate slot. Currently, there were 3 items in the system inventory: agile cloak, short sword, short sword. Seeing these familiar items, a synthesis interface for game equipment from the League of Legends involuntarily appeared in Lin Luo's mind. It seemed that the system's equipment synthesis worked similarly, so it could be used as a reference. If I remember correctly, evolving the short sword into a Kesha's fragment and then synthesizing the short sword with the agile cloak would yield the fervor, and the static shock would be completed. However, the static shock had been removed a long time ago, so I wonder if it can still be synthesized. Otherwise, going for a static shock thresh would definitely be very satisfying. If the static shock cannot be synthesized, the cannon and hurricane could also be considered. After all, I need to make use of the equipment as soon as possible. They've been collecting dust in the inventory for too long. Lin Luo made up his mind that as long as he could obtain another short sword or an evolution device, he would start right away. First, synthesizing a big item to enjoy it. The benefits brought by equipment are still significant, greatly enhancing his strength. In the Hell Road, facing the 10-headed sun serpent, the fire attribute provided by the sun flame holy shield played a crucial role. It is estimated that other equipment will also carry some attribute bonuses to help him become stronger. Closing the system's inventory, Lin Luo then opened his personal panel to check his exact soul power level. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul. Soul Lock Warden Thresh. Soul Power Level, Level 52. 5th Soul Ring required. Soul Rings. 1,000 years, 1089. 1,000 years, 2005. 10,000 years, 10520. 10,000 years, 34,560. Soul Skills. Hell Curse, S. Death Judgment, S. Soul Guide Lamp, S. Doom Pendulum, S. Infernal Prison, S. Mystification, A. Soul Bones, not obtained. Domain. God of Death Domain, S. Points 1. I didn't expect my soul power level to jump directly to level 52. The speed of collecting souls to enhance strength is indeed fast. I entered the city of slaughter at level 47, and in just a few months, I have already become a soul king, with my level even overflowing. However, I need to obtain the 5th soul ring as soon as possible. The system has even given a prompt about it. If the 5th soul ring is not in place, I can at most exert the combat power of level 50, always just a level 50 soul master, not a true soul king. The personal panel is beneficial in that it allows one to see their relevant information accurately, providing a greater sense of security. In addition to the change in soul power level, the previously unacquired domain section is now occupied by the God of Death domain, which has been rated as S-class by the system, indicating its quality is still commendable. The points that were previously squandered have been replenished with 1 point due to the choice of the Hell Road, but to participate in the lottery, I would need to make 4 more choices. Speaking of which, the system selection interface is becoming increasingly laid back, and Lin Luo could not predict when his next choice would come, so he no longer held high expectations for it. The more expectations there are, the greater the disappointment. It is better to go with the flow. Closing the personal panel, Lin Luo began to summarize his simple gains from the city of slaughter in his mind. First of all, his soul power level has increased by a full 5 levels. Lin Luo couldn't remember exactly how many souls he had collected in the city of slaughter, but it was at least in the thousands. With the help of the various attributes of these souls, raising his soul power level by 5 levels didn't seem excessive, especially in the last 2 months when he collected quite a few powerful souls, including the soul of Contra in the final battle. Furthermore, there was the enhancement of his physical strength. Similarly, benefiting from the attributes gained from collecting souls, Lin Luo's body became incredibly powerful, with astonishing defense. allowing him to confront beings like the dark gold, three-headed bat king and the 10-headed sun snake head-on. Describing it as abnormal wouldn't be an exaggeration. Then there was the god of killing domain. With the god of killing domain, Lin Luo's combat power increased to another level. Lastly, the intermediate vengeful spirit, Jing Ji Jia, and the low-level vengeful spirit, Dark Gold, three-headed bat king, could barely be considered again as cannon fodder spirits. Currently, these two vengeful spirits did not seem to have much use. They would need further cultivation to truly unleash their value, but cultivation would also require a certain cost. Lin Luo did not intend to spend too much energy on them, only planning to cultivate them in a laid-back manner, allocating a portion of the souls he collected to them each time. Fortunately, these resentful spirits did not take away too many attributes. Otherwise, Lin Luo would simply let them self-destruct. After a brief summary, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Luo's face, and the smile grew even more intense. It had only taken a few months to come to the city of slaughter, and he had gained so much. How could he not be happy? After summarizing his gains, Lin Luo also habitually began to plan his next steps in his mind. First, he would return to Soul Master City, and then find someone to take him to obtain the 5th spirit ring. Lin Luo's current strength is indeed quite abnormal, but he can only handle soul beasts below the 50,000-year level in one-on-one combat, and this is based on his incredibly strong physique as a capital, which gives an estimated combat power. His target for the 5th soul ring is to start from 50,000 years. For safety's sake, it would be better to go back and find some help. Once he obtains the 5th soul ring, he will need to immediately adjust his own state. The training in the City of Slaughter has brought many benefits, but it also has negative effects. A normal person who continuously kills every day will become abnormal. Killing is addictive, especially after forming a habit. If one does not adjust their mentality properly, it can easily lead to major problems and even lead to a fall into darkness. Lin Luo believed that his willpower was strong enough, but he still dared not be negligent in this regard. At this point, Lin Luo had already walked out of the mountains and onto the wide road. He took one last look in the direction of the town where the City of Slaughter was located, then took out a map from the skeleton ring and officially set off on his way back. Dressed in the Soul Master robe of the Spirit Hall and holding the Spirit Hall's hand token, Lin Luo had a smooth journey back. His identity as a member of the Spirit Hall helped him avoid most unexpected incidents. No one would want to provoke the Spirit Hall, and even the hidden evil Soul Masters wouldn't be foolish enough to take action against personnel from the Spirit Hall. Lin Luo traveled quickly. Apart from necessary rest and adjustments, he did not linger too much on the way back. Although it couldn't compare to the speed at which Bibi Dong took him to the City of Slaughter, he still returned to Wuhuan City in just 8 days. 086, upon seeing the other elders, shocked the other elders. After Lin Luo entered Spirit City, he had not walked long on the streets when a figure quietly appeared beside him. It was his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Are we going to eat? Guamei's tone was as calm as usual. Lin Luo was as happy as usual. Great teacher. In a small, inconspicuous restaurant in an alley on the west street of the Soul Master City. The restaurant was very small, only able to accommodate 4 tables, with a simple black and white decor style. The business of the restaurant didn't seem to be very good. It was already close to noon, but only Lin Luo and the ghostly figure had entered. This might be related to the restaurant's location, which was very remote. As the saying goes, good wine fears no deep alley. But this was after all a restaurant. Even if the aroma of the food could be smelled, no one would come here. Oh, a rare guest. Old Gui, what brings you here today? Lin Luo followed the ghostly figure into the restaurant, and a beautiful woman immediately greeted them with a surprised smile on her rosy face. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a black palace dress, with a hot figure and fair skin. Lin Luo noticed the way the beautiful woman addressed his teacher, and he immediately realized that the other person's identity and age were quite extraordinary. Could be Zhu Douluo, but that shouldn't be possible, right? She has undergone gender reassignment? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised in his heart. Lin Luo called her Elderling. Guimei said calmly. Lin Luo immediately spoke respectfully. Hello, Elderling. Elderling Douluo Ling Shuiying's pair of sparkling eyes smiled like crescent moons. Is he your disciple, Lin Luo? He looks really handsome, much more than you. Little guy, no need to call me elder. Just call me sister. Calling me elder makes me feel old. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. In his perception, all the elders should have a rigid image. How could there be one so lively? At this moment, Gui Mei made a low-voiced remark. At your age, are you really comfortable letting a kid call you sister? Ling Shuiying frowned. You're the old one. I'm still young. All right, I'm here to eat, not to bicker with you. Ghost Douluo said. Ling Shuiying smiled and asked, what do you want to eat? Ghost Douluo replied, anything except your signature dish. Ghost Mei, what do you mean? Do you look down on my signature dish? Ling Shuiying suddenly became angry. Girl, don't you know how your so-called signature dish tastes? Why humiliate yourself? A cold laugh echoed, and then a white figure appeared in the restaurant. Lin Luo immediately looked over and saw a middle-aged man dressed in white, exuding a uniquely distinct aura, remarkably handsome, to the point that his face resembled that of a woman, displaying an air of femininity. Oomph! Ling Shuiying snorted coldly. It's truly a pity that you can't taste the best food in the world. After saying that, Ling Shuiying entered the kitchen. The man in white then noticed Lin Luo's gaze and instantly revealed a gentle smile, saying, little one, call me Uncle Yu. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback and immediately looked at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo calmly said, call Elder Ju. Lin Luo immediately respectfully shouted, Elder Ju, hello. The man in white instantly became displeased. Old Ghost, what relationship do we have? How can you let the child call me that? It sounds so distant. Call me whatever you like, even Ju Hua is fine. Ghost Douluo replied indifferently. Zhu Yuiguan glared at Ghost Douluo. Get lost. Don't corrupt the child. Then Yuiguan looked at Lin Luo again, and a gentle smile returned to his face, growing warmer as if he liked Lin Luo more and more. Call me Uncle Yu, Yuiguan said. Lin Luo quickly changed his words. Uncle Yu. Oh. Uncle Yu immediately beamed with joy and then pulled out a chair for Lin Luo. Lin Luo, sit down. Lin Luo immediately nodded. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Suddenly receiving such treatment, Lin Luo was truly a bit flattered. Lin Luo arrived at the spirit hall at the age of 6, and now he is already over 9, almost 10. To be honest, this is the first time Lin Luo has met Elder Ju, Yuiguan, as well as the previous spirit elder. He has seen Pope Bibi Dong many times, but this is truly the first time he has met these elders. Perhaps these elders are quite busy, or maybe his previous status was not enough. I didn't expect you to return so quickly. I had originally planned to wait for you to come out with your master to go to the city of slaughter. Yuiguan smiled and said, I wanted to see you for a long time, but that damn rule is something we have to obey. You did not disappoint us. In the future, we will meet more and more often. Lin Luo nodded. Indeed, it was due to his identity. After clearing the slaughter city, his status within the spirit hall must have risen a level, which is why he could meet these elders. Yuiguan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo. Little guy, you will soon have a new task. After you complete that task, Uncle Yu will take you to a good place. Lin Luo looked at Yuiguan in surprise and instinctively asked, New mission? Uncle Yu, what is my new mission? Just as Yuiguan was about to speak, Ghost Mei interjected, the Pope will tell you. After dinner, I'll take you to see the Pope. Yuiguan expressed his dissatisfaction. Old Ghost, what's there to hide? It's not some important secret. However, Yuiguan did not continue to mention the mission, seeing that his teacher had said that. Lin Luo felt it was inappropriate to ask further. This feeling of being left in suspense was truly uncomfortable. Yuiguan started a new topic, little one. What is your current soul power level? I can't seem to see through your strength. Is this also the unique strength of your martial soul? Lin Luo said, it might be related to the martial soul. My current soul power level is 50. What did you say, 50? Yuiguan frowned slightly, somewhat in disbelief. Lin nodded. Really? The usually calm Ghost also expressed surprise. Lin Luo nodded again. Yes, I was just about to tell the teacher about you. Haha. The ghostly figure laughed out loud, appearing somewhat excited. Lin Luo was rarely able to hear his teacher laugh, and it seemed that the news of reaching level 50 was indeed explosive. Yuiguan, after being surprised, also started to laugh. Little guy, how old are you? 10? Not even 10. Ghost Mei answered for Lin Luo. Yuiguan's smile became even more pronounced. Not even 10, and you're already a soul king. Truly a monster. Old Ghost, you've taken in a monstrous disciple. Ghost Mei didn't say anything, but his uncontrollable laughter already spoke volumes. At that moment, Spirit Douluo Ling Shuiying came out, holding a plate of delicacies, and was also surprised. Little guy, you're already a soul king? 087, 10 years old, participating in the Soul Master Elite competition. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the restaurant, making the entire place very bright. Several plates of delicious food were already set on the table, exuding steam and aroma. The food was mainly meat-based, all arranged with special sauces, making it very appetizing at first glance. In comparison to the food on the table, the beautiful woman sitting beside seemed even more attractive. Ling Shuiying was very close to Lin Luo, and the slight glimpse of her ample figure revealed some whiteness, making it hard for one not to look a few more times. Lin Luo's composure was solid, but due to the angle, even when he made eye contact with Ling Shuiying, he could still catch glimpses of beautiful things out of the corner of his eye. I haven't obtained a 5th spirit ring yet, so I'm not considered a spirit king, Lin Luo replied. Ling Shuiying smiled and said, "You're already no different from a spirit king. Obtaining a spirit ring is not difficult. After you meet the Pope, I'll take you to get your spirit ring. Your talent is truly terrifying. You're not even 10 yet, and you're already a spirit king. I bet no one would believe it if you told them. You've once again broken the record of the spirit hall. Let's eat while it's hot. Try my cooking. I guarantee you'll fall in love with the food I make. There's still a few dishes that aren't finished, so I'll go busy myself now. You all eat first. No need to wait for me." After saying this, Ling Shuiying went back into the kitchen. At this moment, Yuan was also urging Lin Luo, "Hurry up and eat." He then looked at Gui Mei and said, "Old Ghost, why don't you introduce these dishes? I feel like they taste even better after your introduction." Gui Mei calmly began. "These ingredients are all sourced from spirit beasts. Elder Ling often travels outside and can obtain very fresh spirit beast ingredients. The flame she masters make the cooked ingredients extremely delicious." Yuan asked, "That's it? Can't you be more detailed?" Lin Luo stopped staring and started eating, Gui Mei said, ignoring Yuan. After addressing Lin Luo, he began to eat. Yuan didn't mind, and with a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then, he gently waved again, and 4 jade cups quietly floated into the air. Yuan opened the jade bottle, and a rich aroma of wine immediately filled the air. Just smelling it was enough to induce a sense of drunkenness. Lin Luo is still young and can't drink, Gui Mei remarked. Upon hearing this, Yuan didn't argue with Gui Mei. Instead, he took out another jade bottle, opened it, and a rich fragrance of fruit mixed with floral notes wafted out. "Drink this, it's my specially brewed flower tea. It tastes pretty good and can strengthen your body," Yuan said, pouring a cup for Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly thanked. "Thank you, Uncle Yu." The cup contained a golden red liquid, exuding a rich fragrance, with some golden petals visible, infused with a hint of energy. Could this be made from the petals of the rare Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum? Lin Luo thought to himself, if this is really the case, being able to strengthen the body seems to be a basic operation. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a celestial herb. Consuming it can enhance one's luck and invigorate the body, allowing one to cultivate an indestructible body. One's martial soul is the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and it is likely that these petals were made using the martial soul. Thinking of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, Lin Luo immediately recalled a good place. That's right, it is the ice and fire yin-yang, a treasure land with many celestial herbs. Once he becomes stronger, he will find a way to plunder the celestial herbs back, and if all goes well, he will then hand the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum over to Ghost Douluo. Lin Luo took a sip of the floral tea, which was sweet on the palate, fragrant, and left a slightly bitter aftertaste that was still acceptable. The golden petals were swallowed along with the tea, instantly transforming into pure energy that flowed into his body, filling him with warmth in his limbs and bones. It truly had the effect of strengthening the body, although the effect wasn't particularly obvious with prolonged use. It could significantly improve one's health. "The taste is quite good, right?" Yuan asked with a smile, placing the jade bottle containing the floral tea in front of Lin Luo. "This jade bottle is a special container, and there should be enough tea in it for a month. It's a gift for you." "Thank you, Uncle Yu." Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. Lin Luo knew that Yuan treated him so well because of his own teacher, Gui Mei, and perhaps it also had something to do with his own talent. However, no matter what, he would always remember the kindness of others, feeling grateful not just in words but also in his heart. The ice and fire duality was a must visit. After sipping some floral tea, Lin Luo began to savor the delicacies. He picked up a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The texture was tender, and the rich aroma of the meat, combined with the special sauce, made Lin Luo internally exclaim that it was perfect. After finishing the first bite, he couldn't help but want to have a second one immediately. "Isn't it delicious?" Yuan asked with a smile. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. "It's so delicious." After that, Ling Shuiying brought over several more dishes, all of which tasted exceptionally good, refreshing Lin Luo's understanding of gourmet food. Lin Luo felt very happy and comfortable during this meal, and his heart was filled with warmth. Both Yuan and Ling Shuiying were very easygoing and enthusiastic, showing no airs of being elders of the spirit hall, nor the pressure of a title de law, making it very comfortable to interact with them. During the meal, Gui Mei also introduced Yuan and Ling Shuiying further to Lin Luo. Yuan didn't need any introduction from Gui Mei, as Lin Luo already knew some relevant information. A level 95 assault system titled Douluo, with a martial soul Qirong Tongtianju, known as the title Ju, and the chrysanthemum symbol on the Spirit Hall token was derived from Yu Guan's Qirong Tongtianju. As for Ling Shuiying, Lin Luo had previously been puzzled about her identity, but after Gui Mei's introduction, he understood much more. Ling Shuiying, a level 93 assault system titled Douluo, with a martial soul Qiyin Yunying, known as title Ling, is relatively rare for a title Douluo to use her own name rather than her martial soul as her title. She is one of the elders of the Spirit Hall and is also called the Ninth Elder. In Lin Luo's impression, there was a brief description of the Ninth Elder of the Spirit Hall in the storyline of the book, which mentioned that during this soul hunting operation, she led a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, resulting in the complete annihilation of the family with no survivors, ultimately even perishing together with the opposing clan leader. Lin Luo did not expect that the Ninth Elder would be such a beautiful woman, and she had a lively and cheerful personality. She also loved food, but even more so, she enjoyed making it. After finishing the meal, the ghostly figure took Lin Luo to the Papal Palace. Unlike previous visits when Lin Luo met with Bibi Dong, this time it was Bibi Dong waiting for him. "Welcome back." A faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's stunning face. After a brief greeting, Bibi Dong got straight to the point. The Third Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is about to begin. "Are you interested in participating?" Bibi Dong asked. "Soul Master Elite Competition?" Lin Luo was slightly surprised and thought to himself, has it started so early? 088, the target for the 5th Soul Ring. Wait, what Bibi Dong just mentioned seems to be the 3rd Soul Master Elite Competition. It's the one before the Elite Competition that Tang San and the others participated in. A piece of information suddenly flashed through Lin Luo's mind, which he had seen in his previous life. In the 3 previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite tournaments held before this elite competition, the Star Luo Empire had won the championship once, while the Spirit Hall had won it twice. He had been very curious about who the past champions of the elite tournament were, so he specifically researched the information, which is why it left a deep impression on him. Lin Luo had been at the Spirit Hall for several years and was no stranger to the elite competition. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, there were indeed only the results of the previous 2 Soul Master Elite competitions. Considering his age, Lin Luo was almost 10 years old, while Tang San and the others participated in the elite competition around the age of 15, which certainly met the requirement of the competition being held every 5 years. Well, it seemed that his strength was too advanced, and he was already arranged to participate in the 3rd Soul Master Elite competition. However, it made sense. After obtaining his 5th Soul Ring, he was a genuine Soul King, and the strength of a Soul King in the elite competition was undoubtedly explosive, almost invincible. It was unlikely that there would be someone like Tang San, who was a bit of a cheat, in this 3rd Soul Master Elite competition. Even if there was someone like that, Lin Luo was not worried. He was very confident in himself, as he was the biggest cheat. With Lin Luo's current physique, everyone in the elite competition could only give him a light massage. That is how invincible he was. Bibi Dong's gaze fell on Lin Luo, waiting for his response. Lin Luo also instantly regained his composure and responded, "Your Holiness, I am willing to participate in the 3rd Soul Master Elite competition." Bibi Dong showed a pleased smile. "Good. There is 1 month left until the official start of the elite competition. During this time, you should adjust yourself well. First, let Elder Ghost take you to obtain the 5th Spirit Ring." "Yes, Your Holiness." Lin Luo nodded. Lin Luo was also a bit puzzled in his heart. Did the news from the Spirit Hall spread so quickly? How did Bibi Dong know that his soul power level had broken through to level 50 so soon? Due to the special nature of his martial soul, as long as Lin Luo didn't activate it, others couldn't see through his true strength. The speed of this news transmission was indeed too fast. After leaving the Pope's Hall, Lin Luo asked his teacher, Ghostly Charm, "Teacher, when shall we set off?" Lin Luo couldn't wait to obtain the 5th Soul Ring and then find a way to deal with the aftermath of clearing the City of Slaughter. However, what Lin Luo didn't expect was that their efficiency-oriented teacher, Ghostly, actually had no plans to take immediate action this time. "Let's rest first and go tomorrow." "Teacher, let's go back and rest." "All right, Fine." Lin Luo had no choice but to agree. The ghostly figure escorted Lin Luo back to their residence. Even though Lin Luo had not been back for a long time, the place was still very clean and tidy. "Rest well today. I'll come to find you tomorrow," the ghostly figure reminded. Lin Luo nodded. Got it, teacher." After saying that, Lin Luo was about to turn and enter the house, but to his surprise, his teacher actually did not leave immediately. In the past, his teacher would disappear as soon as he finished speaking. The ghostly figure said, "The flower tea that Guardsa sent you. You can take a few sips when you have time. It's not only good for your body, but also helps to stabilize your mind. Once you obtain the 5th spirit ring, I will take you to meet someone who can help you further adjust your mind." Lin nodded, yeah. The ghostly figure gradually faded away. Before disappearing, the ghost said one last sentence, its voice surprisingly gentle. "You must have suffered quite a bit in the city of slaughter." Lin Luo stood still, unable to hold back his emotions, his eyes turning red. He thought no one would care about what he had experienced in the city of slaughter, only focusing on the final outcome. It turned out that there were still people who genuinely cared about him. After returning to his residence, Lin Luo took a shower and then lay on the soft and comfortable big bed, feeling refreshed. He really enjoyed doing familiar things in a familiar environment. Even the simplest acts of bathing and sleeping brought him joy. Everything around him was familiar, which felt great. Tomorrow he would go to obtain the 5th soul ring. After getting the 5th soul ring, he would adjust his spirit, and, with the resources of the spirit hall, it shouldn't be a big problem to shake off the aftereffects of the city of slaughter. He could take the inner core of the 10-headed fierce sun serpent and give it to Yin, that kid, after several years of friendship. It was only right to return the favor. After that, there would be the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. With my monstrous combat power, winning a championship should be a piece of cake, right? Once the elite competition is over, I'll find an excuse to go out for training and figure out a way to raid the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye for resources. I must get there before Tang-san. Lin Luo habitually made plans in his mind, and his eyelids grew heavier until he finally fell into a deep sleep. In the past few months, he hadn't had a proper rest. In the city of slaughter, he couldn't sleep, and outside of it, he only thought about getting back quickly. At that moment, all his exhaustion was released, and he didn't want to think about anything, just wanted to sleep well. During this sleep, Lin Luo had many dreams, most of which were scenes of him killing in the city of slaughter, an inevitable after effect. When Lin Luo woke up, it was already evening. The fatigue had not dissipated. Instead, it had intensified due to various nightmares. Not a big deal, he continued to sleep. The next morning, Lin Luo's biological clock woke him up. Even after a few months in the city of slaughter, upon returning, his biological clock automatically resumed its schedule. After a simple wash-up, Lin Luo didn't go to the Martial Soul Academy cafeteria for the free breakfast, as it was likely that Teacher May would come looking for him soon. He grabbed a quick bite to fill his stomach, and then quietly waited for the teacher's arrival in his residence. After just over 10 minutes, May's figure quietly appeared. "Let's go," May said, as a lunchbox slowly floated in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo took the lunchbox and saw that it contained grilled meat. Even though it was confined in the lunchbox, the aroma still wafted in the air. How nice it is to have such a teacher. Lin Luo's target location for obtaining the 5th soul ring is still the Stardow Forest. At Ghost's incredible speed, they quickly arrived at the Stardow Forest and headed straight for the central area. During their journey, Ghost conducted a simple physical assessment of Lin Luo and roughly estimated that Lin Luo could withstand a soul ring of about 50,000 years. Lin Luo's goal is exactly soul beasts over 50,000 years, with a wide range. Anything between 50,000 to 60,000 years is acceptable. Soul masters need a strong body to absorb soul rings, and Lin Luo's body is undoubtedly sufficient. 089, 60,000 years old spirit. Under the mottled tree shadows, two figures flashed by quickly, moving at incredible speed. Lin Luo hadn't experienced the feeling of rushing forward at such speed for a long time. His teacher, the ghostly figure, always emphasized efficiency and was unwilling to pause for even a moment at the outskirts of the starry forest. After about half an hour of rapid movement, the ghostly figure finally stopped. "Let's take a break," the ghostly figure said. Lin nodded. At that moment, a 10,000-year-old six-horned rhinoceros suddenly charged over. The ghostly figure merely waved its hand lightly, sending the creature flying, which then crashed into more than 10 large trees before barely coming to a stop. Even though the ghost didn't use much force, the 10,000-year level six-horned rhinoceros was left heavily injured, if not dead. This old beast was very one-track-minded, never caring whether the target was strong or weak. As long as it entered its attack range, it would immediately launch an attack, displaying immense aggression. It was manageable when encountering weaker opponents, but when faced with stronger ones, it was essentially doomed, as everyone has their temper and no one would indulge it. It was precisely this aggressive nature that made the number of six-horned rhinoceroses not very large. If not for their strong reproductive capabilities, they would have likely gone extinct long ago. Have we entered the area of 10,000-year soul beasts so quickly? Truly impressive. The teacher's speed is remarkable. Lin Luo glanced at the half-dead hexagonal rhinoceros in the distance, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. After resting for a moment, the ghostly figure led Lin Luo to continue forward. To find a soul beast that is over 50,000 years old, they had to keep moving. Soon, half an hour passed. The ghostly figure stopped with Lin Luo in a dark and dense forest and calmly said, "Get ready for battle. When we encounter a suitable target, you go for it directly. I want to see what level of strength you have reached now." Lin Luo Dao, "Teacher, I'm still just a soul master without the 5th soul ring." Guardsa replied calmly, "There's no need to pretend in front of me. I've always been aware of your situation." Lin Luo sighed, slightly in helplessness. "Okay, I'll do my best." He was not at all surprised that the teacher knew about his situation. It was likely that the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were aware as well. It was quite simple for them to obtain his combat information. His training partner, Mo Shanyun, the tasks assigned by the Spirit Hall, the combat training before heading to the City of Slaughter, and the results of the trials in the City of Slaughter. All these aspects could give a rough estimate of his current combat strength. The people in the Spirit Hall were not fools. Back when he was a Soul Sovereign, he could instantly defeat a Soul King, and now he was just one Soul Ring away from becoming a Soul King. Moreover, he had cleared the City of Slaughter in just a few months, so there was no need to elaborate on his combat power. Looking at the dark environment created by the dense trees ahead, Lin Luo activated his martial soul. A scythe and a lantern glowing with green light appeared in Lin Luo's hands, and 4 soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, slowly rose from beneath his feet. Lin Luo's entire aura underwent a tremendous change. Not only did his momentum shift, but his temperament also transformed, giving off a faint chill. "Teacher, this place should be the gathering place of the moon spirits, right?" Lin Luo asked. Guardsa, "Exactly. The moon spirit is a special spirit-type soul beast that lives in the dark woods. This unique soul beast is formed by the nurturing of heaven and earth, and once formed, it is at least a 30,000-year-old existence." Lin Luo had seen information about the moon spirit in the Soul Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia. Due to its uniqueness and suitability as a choice for his soul ring, Lin Luo had a deep impression of this special soul beast. Lin Luo's gaze fell on a tree branch ahead, where a faint silver glow was visible. That was the mark of the moon spirit's residence. Furthermore, this area could be considered the central region of the starry forest, meeting the conditions for the appearance of the moon spirit. The ghostly figure said, "Let's search here first. If we don't find anything suitable, we'll move on to the next place." Lin Luo nodded. "Okay, teacher." Then, Lin Luo took a step forward and walked ahead. This area was densely wooded, but it was still passable. The environment was relatively dark, and visibility was not great. However, for Lin Luo, it was not a big problem. Lin Luo was surrounded by the eerie green light emitted by lanterns and sickles. Not only could he move through dark environments without any pressure, but even in complete darkness, he felt at ease. As he walked through the dense forest, Lin Luo's gaze was always directed upward. The deeper he went into the thicket, the more silver glimmers he noticed, indicating a high probability of encountering moon spirits, and possibly more than one. After about 5 minutes of walking, Lin Luo finally spotted the first moon spirit. It resembled a wolf, its body composed of silvery light, with a pair of black eyes. It was not very large, about the size of a calf, and 3 small silver orbs floated around it. Upon seeing those 3 silver orbs, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Luo's face. A 30,000-year-old moon spirit was too low in rank. Indeed, the number of silver orbs was a crucial indicator of the moon spirit's age, with each orb representing several thousand years. Lin Luo only glanced at the moon spirit and continued on his way. The moon spirit also noticed Lin Luo's presence, but remained unmoved and chose to ignore him. Moon spirits are generally docile soul beasts. As long as they are not actively attacked, they typically do not attack others. Their food is moonlight, so they do not need a hunt. After another 10 minutes of walking, Lin Luo looked ahead and was almost out of the dense forest area. But he had not seen a single moon spirit during this time. Just as Lin Luo was about to exit the dense forest, he suddenly caught sight of a moon spirit crouching on a tree branch, surrounded by 6 small silver balls. A 60,000-year-old moon spirit. Lin Luo's eyes brightened instantly, and he decisively launched an attack on the moon spirit. The first soul ring on his body glowed, and the death judgment was unleashed. The scythe flew out, pulling the chain swiftly towards the moon spirit. The moon spirit sensed the danger and emitted a silvery glow from its body. Suddenly, A small silver ball flew out, knocking Lin Luo's scythe away. At the same time, the moon spirit's pitch-black pupils emitted a black aura that spread towards its silvery body, causing the moon spirit to become agitated. It opened its mouth, and 3 arrows formed from silver light shot explosively towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately fled towards the edge of the dense forest. The death judgment was merely a way to draw hatred. He certainly wasn't naive enough to believe that his soul skill could easily hit and bind a 60,000-year-old soul beast. Fighting in this dense forest obviously had its limitations. And from the very beginning, Lin Luo's plan was to draw Yuling out. After releasing the death judgment, Lin Luo started to run away, easily dodging Yuling's attacks. Boom! 3 silver-white arrows plunged into the ground, exploding fiercely. Seeing Lin Luo escape, Yuling, driven by anger, immediately chased after him. Everything was under Lin Luo's control. 090, the body is strong, but the strength is not enough. Yuling possessed the ability to fly and was incredibly fast, quickly catching up to Lin Luo and releasing another 3 arrows from its mouth. After Lin Luo burst out of the dense forest, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from him, and his momentum was further enhanced. He then immediately activated his second soul skill, the Soul Guiding Lantern, and had already charged into it. The 3 silver-white arrows precisely struck the edge of the Soul Guiding Lantern, resulting in a violent explosion. Silver-white energy radiated outward, creating a large hole in the ground. However, strangely, the enormous green lantern only dimmed significantly, and Lin Luo inside the lantern was not harmed at all. Lin Luo immediately struck again. The scythe in his hand flew out once more, and the death judgment launched again, perfectly seizing the moment when Yuling made her move. This time, it successfully hit Yuling, the scythe pulling the chain instantly binding her. Then, Lin Luo yanked violently, causing Yuling to fall from midair and crash hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris. Despite his success, Lin Luo's face remained very calm, and the next second, he frowned slightly. The chains vanished, and the enormous scythe reappeared in his hand, while at the same time, the third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, was activated. At the moment Lin Luo unleashed the Doom Pendulum, Yuling's figure quietly materialized, crashing into the Soul Guiding Lantern. A terrifying silvery energy erupted from her, instantly destroying the Soul Guiding Lantern and heading straight for Lin Luo. Just as Lin Luo released the Doom Pendulum, he swung the scythe forcefully forward, unleashing a powerful force. During this process, intense energy suddenly erupted, colliding with Yuling. Boom! Lin Luo is ultimately just a half-step Soul King, and when faced head-on with a 60,000-year level Soul Beast, the result was naturally a crushing defeat for him. He was sent flying, and the fiery battle armor that had just formed on his body was eroded and disappeared by the silvery energy. Along with it, his clothes vanished as well. And in the end, Lin Luo fell to the ground naked, rolling over more than 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Damn, a 60,000-year Soul Beast is really fierce. Fortunately, my defense has been significantly enhanced, and I also have the influence of the Killing God domain. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary Soul King, or even a Soul Emperor, taking such a hit, they would probably not just be injured but might even die. Lin Luo steadied himself, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He only had a few minor abrasions on his body, with no serious injuries, and those abrasions were healing at a visibly fast rate. The real injury came from within his body, but it wasn't a big problem. Ever since Lin Luo enhanced his defensive attributes by collecting souls, he had rarely been injured. Earlier, during his passage through the Hell Road, he had endured the ultimate attack of 10 fiery sun serpents and was injured. This was now the second time. The enraged Yuling would not give Lin Luo a moment to breathe. As Lin Luo rolled on the ground, Yuling charged at him once more. Just as Lin Luo steadied himself, Yuling was already only a meter away from him. Lin Luo immediately activated his fourth soul skill, Hell Prison. As the fourth soul ring on Lin Luo's body lit up, a violent fluctuation of soul power was observed. Following that, 5 scythe blades, half a person's height, emerged from the ground, instantly forming a ghostly green barrier, with Lin Luo standing inside it. Lin Luo minimized the release space of the nether prison, and its power was maximized as a result. The moment the nether prison was formed, Yuling charged in. Yuling was still radiating silvery energy like a walking cannonball, with immense power. Boom! When Yuling's body collided with the green barrier, it produced a deafening and muffled sound. The force of the barrier weakened Yuling's momentum by more than half, and at the same time, Yuling also suffered some damage, as the silvery light emanating from its body visibly dimmed. However, Yuling ultimately still crashed into Lin Luo. Lin Luo was knocked away once again, this time flying nearly 30 meters, with blood spilling from his mouth and nose. After stopping, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. In the face of absolute power, Lin Luo's current combat ability was still somewhat lacking. However, this was already quite abnormal. Even a soul sage would likely be left severely injured after enduring 2 heavy hits from a 60,000-year soul beast. And those not skilled in defense might even be killed instantly. This demonstrates just how abnormal Lin Luo's defense is. It's important to note that Lin Luo is currently only a level 50 soul master, and he is not yet 10 years old. If Lin Luo continues to stack his defenses, he might truly become invincible in the future, and the impact and improvement of his strength on his body would be immense. As Lin Luo watched, Yuling charged forward again. Lin Luo still had no intention of giving up the fight. He once again released the Soul Summoning Lantern and also utilized the self-created soul skill, Mystification, taught by Mei. His soul power transformed in a mist surrounding his body. And Lin Luo prepared to use the Mystification to squeeze his soul power before using the underworld prison once more. But at that moment, Mei moved. Mei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Luo, effortlessly blocking Yuling's attack with just a hand. 9 perfectly matched soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared around Mei, and the powerful aura from the title Douluo erupted forth. With just the use of soul power, Mei easily sent Yuling flying. While Yuling was still in midair, Mei's figure suddenly appeared above her, and with one foot, he stomped Yuling into the ground, the terrifying soul power blasting a large pit in the earth. Mei did not use a single soul skill, yet Yuling was already on the brink of collapse. Mei leaped out of the pit, controlling the barely conscious Yuling with his soul power, and finally placed her in front of Lin Luo. "Go ahead," Mei said. Lin Luo immediately struck, swinging the sickle and cutting into Yuling's body, completely taking away Yuling's life. After death, Yuling transformed into a silvery light and dissipated, while a circle of black soul rings slowly formed. When Lin Luo saw the pitch-black and deep soul ring, he did not choose to absorb it immediately, but prepared to adjust his own state. At that moment, the ghostly figure appeared in front of Lin Luo, hands open, and a gray pill floated towards Lin Luo. "Eat this, it's made by a food system soul master of the Soul Douluo level, and it can quickly restore injuries and adjust your state," said the ghostly figure. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Luo immediately took it and stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, slightly bitter, turning into a warm current as it flowed down his throat. Lin Luo could clearly feel the pain in his body rapidly disappearing, and his injuries were healing quickly. His overall condition adjusted to its best state in an instant. Without experiencing some pain, one cannot grow better. At this moment, Ghost Douluo had his back turned to Lin Luo and let out a gentle sigh. "Absorb the soul ring." Lin Luo nodded vigorously. "Yes." 091. Fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy. Choosing a 60,000 year soul ring for the 5th soul ring is something that most soul masters wouldn't even dare to think about, as it is akin to asking for death. Even if some remaining soul masters dare to think about it, they wouldn't dare to act on it, as they are all very clear about the consequences of such a foolish choice. However, Lin Luo was already in action, beginning to absorb the soul ring. This was not because Lin Luo was a fool who was unafraid of death. On the contrary, he was more cautious than anyone else. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, Lin Luo wouldn't choose to take the risk of absorbing a high-age soul ring. It was precisely because he had that confidence that he dared to operate this way. It should be known that Lin Luo's body was already extremely abnormal, and he had no pressure in withstanding a 60,000 year soul ring. Even the soul impact that all soul masters are unwilling to face was just a minor issue in front of Lin Luo, the Soul Lock Warden. This is Lin Luo's capital. If Lin Luo was willing to take risks, he could even challenge soul rings of even higher ages. But since there was a suitable target, there was no need to make excessive choices. When it comes to obtaining soul rings, it ultimately depends on personal luck. Most soul masters cannot accurately determine their own limits. A similar age and just the right fit is enough. Lin Luo spent almost a whole day and night absorbing the moon spirit's soul ring. His body was strong enough, But the absorption process of a 60,000-year soul ring was destined to take a long time, and the pain and hardships that should come are not few. It all relied on Lin Luo's willpower to support him, and everything going smoothly was the best outcome. After completing the soul ring absorption, Lin Luo officially stepped into the Soul King level, and his soul power level jumped to level 55. Lin Luo was already at level 52 when he arrived in the City of Slaughter, just short of absorbing a soul ring to display his soul power level. Absorbing a soul ring of 60,000 years to achieve a 3-level increase in soul power was already considered rather stingy. And not even 10 years old, he was a level 55 Soul King, with his soul ring configuration being purple, purple, black, black, black. Lin Luo himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. During Lin Luo's process of absorbing the soul ring, Ghost Douluo was always standing by, watching over him. After Lin Luo successfully absorbed the soul ring, Guardsa immediately asked, "How is her body?" It was rare for Guardsa not to ask about Lin Luo's soul skills, but instead, she was concerned about Lin Luo's physical condition right away. Lin Luo immediately replied, "I'm fine, teacher." Hearing that Lin Luo was okay, Guardsa breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Your choice of spirit rings has always been beyond reason, and the risks are hard to predict, as long as everything goes smoothly." Originally, Guardsa only intended for Lin Luo to absorb a spirit ring of around 50,000 years, as that was the safest choice. Even though physical tests could only serve as a reference, at least it gave a sense of security. However, after seeing Lin Luo fight against Yuling, Guardsa couldn't help but refresh his understanding of Lin Luo's body, which is why he allowed Lin Luo to absorb the 60,000-year moon spirit ring. Absorbing a 60,000-year spirit ring for the 5th spirit ring was something even Guardsa, with his rich experience, felt was too crazy. Guardsa placed his hand on Lin Luo's shoulder, and Lin Luo felt a slight chill come over him. After a moment, Guardsa spoke. "Your current spirit power level is around level 55. You've gained a lot, but you need to spend some time consolidating your strength. Otherwise, it will affect your future development." Lin Luo nodded vigorously. "Got it, teacher." In fact, Lin Luo was very curious about how powerful soul masters like his teacher, Guardsa, could accurately judge a soul master's soul power level. The reason Lin Luo clearly knew his own soul power level was that after absorbing the soul rings, he checked his personal panel. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul, Soul Lock Warden Thresh. Soul power level, level 55. Soul rings, 1,000 years, 1089. 1,000 years, 2005. 10,000 years, 10520. 10,000 years, 34560. 10,000 years, 61,082. Soul skills, Hell Curse, S. Death Judgment, S. Soul Guiding Lamp, S. Doom Pendulum, S. Underworld Prison, S. Moon Spirit Frenzy, S. Mystification, A. Soul Bone, not acquired. Domain, God of Death Domain, S. Points, 1. Through the personal panel, Lin Luo could even see the exact age of the Moon Spirit Soul Ring, which was over 61,000 years. This age was considered quite exaggerated for a 5th soul ring. Additionally, Lin Luo could see the information of his 5th soul skill, which was also an S-level soul skill named Moon Spirit Frenzy. At this moment, Guardsa also asked about the soul skill. "What is your 5th soul skill?" "Show it to me." "Okay, teacher." Lin Luo said, "My 5th soul skill is called Moon Spirit Frenzy." After speaking, Lin Luo moved to an open area in front and released his 5th soul skill, accompanied by a violent fluctuation of soul power. The 5th soul ring on Lin Luo's body shone brightly, and silvery energy burst out from his body, instantly forming the shape of a moon spirit. At the same time, a huge, intricate silvery magic circle appeared beneath Lin Luo's feet. After releasing the soul skill, Lin Luo began to explain, "Moon Spirit Frenzy, after being released, can summon the moon spirit to fight. Within the range of the moon spirit magic circle, the moon spirit possesses 200 combat power. While stepping outside, the circle reduces it to 80. Additionally, within the range of the moon spirit magic circle, I can also gain some of the moon spirit's power, allowing for faster soul power accumulation." Alright, Lin Luo admitted that his 5th soul skill was a bit similar to the wolf spirit frenzy skill of Qian Ju from the League of Legends. Even the names were just one word apart. Before releasing the soul skill, Lin Luo felt that this skill was somewhat familiar, and after releasing it, he confirmed it. The moon spirit magic circle was circular, with a diameter of 20 meters, and the size of the moon spirit was the same as when it was alive. Resembling a calf, though its body appeared more ethereal. Guardsa nodded lightly upon seeing this. My sixth soul ring also comes from the moon spirit, but my soul skill is slightly different from yours. It summons multiple clones. The soul skills obtained through soul rings are mostly related to the abilities of the soul beasts in their lifetime, but they can also change due to the abilities of the soul master, which applies to both of us. Let me test the strength of that moon spirit. Before he finished speaking, Guardsa's figure had already entered the magic circle. Let the moon spirit attack me, Guardsa said. Lin Luo immediately complied and gave Yu Ling the order to attack. With Yu Ling's strength, it was evident that she couldn't shake the phantom. After a round of attacks, the phantom was not affected in the slightest. Then the phantom made its move. With just a grasp of its hand, Yu Ling was on the verge of dissipating. Lin Luo was also affected by the backlash of his soul skill, letting out a muffled groan. The ghostly figure did not completely destroy Yu Ling, but instead said to Lin Luo, "Withdraw your soul skill." Lin Luo immediately ended the fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy, and both the moon spirit and the formation disappeared. Guardsa said, "The strength of the moon spirit is acceptable, within the range of the formation. It should be able to hold back an ordinary soul emperor without much problem. The elite competition is approaching, and Qianren Xue is our teammate." Wow, this moon spirit can actually restrain a soul emperor? Lin Luo knew that Yu Ling's combat power was not weak, but since he had never truly tested it, he could not be sure how strong Yu Ling really was. Hearing his teacher say this, Lin Luo immediately felt that Yu Ling was quite formidable. If one disregarded Lin Luo's own combat power, Yu Ling indeed seemed impressive. However, Lin Luo was not lacking in that level of power. If this soul skill were changed to an output-type soul skill, it might be even better. But let's not forget that Yu Ling's frenzy is not just about summoning one Yu Ling. Within the Yu Ling formation, Lin Luo's soul power would gather much faster, which meant that his combat power was greatly enhanced as well. Additionally, Yu Ling's strength would increase as Lin Luo's own strength improved. So overall, this soul skill was still quite good. Guardsa said, "Rest for a moment, and then we prepare to head back." Lin nodded. "Okay, teacher." Lin Luo knew that his teacher was testing his soul power level and understanding his soul skills in order to report his relevant information. He had long been accustomed to this. If it were Mo Shangyun who brought him to obtain a soul ring, it was likely that Mo Shangyun would pull out his black notebook to start recording information. One could say that everything he possessed was under the control of the spirit hall, except for the system and his passive hell curse. The ghostly spirit brought Lin Luo to the Star Dove Forest quickly, and the return journey was even faster. On the way there, they had to search for suitable soul beasts, but on the way back, they could head straight to Spirit City. Unless a soul beast of the 100,000-year level appeared, there was nothing to hinder the ghostly spirit's progress. By the time they returned to Spirit City, it was already afternoon. Lin Luo's efficiency in obtaining soul rings this time was impressive, mainly due to good luck in encountering suitable soul beasts. Guardsa took Lin Luo to have a meal in Soul City, and then took him to the Soul Academy. Lin Luo knew that his teacher, Guardsa, was going to take him to meet someone who could help him resolve the aftermath of the God of Death domain, and he felt a bit of anticipation inside. The aftermath of the God of Death domain had to be addressed. Whenever Lin Luo entered a combat state, even without activating the God of Death domain, he felt quite irritable and craved slaughter. It was only because his willpower was strong enough to suppress his inner evil thoughts that he hadn't lost control long ago. Irritability, anger, and the desire for slaughter were all manifestations of the aftermath of the God of Death domain. In the storyline of the book, after Tang San obtained the God of Death domain, he was taken by Tang Hao to his aunt, Tang Yuehua, for adjustment, also to solve this issue. At the Wuhuan Academy, in the office building, Guardsa led Lin Luo into the office building and headed straight for the dean's office. The office door was not closed, and Dean Ge Junming seemed to have been waiting for Guardsa's arrival. Upon seeing Guardsa and Lin Luo, he immediately approached them respectfully. "Elder, Guardsa said, I leave Lin Luo to you. No matter what cost it takes, you must resolve the problems he faces since returning from the City of Slaughter." Ge Junming immediately nodded in agreement. "Understood, Elder." Guardsa then looked at Lin Luo. "Cooperate with Dean Ji's arrangements and take the opportunity to understand the situation of the elite competition from him." Lin Luo nodded. "Got it, teacher." The ghostly figure then dissipated, just like before, leaving immediately after taking care of business. After the ghost departed, Ge Junming, who had been slightly hunched over, straightened up, his gaze landing on Lin Luo. A smile on his face. His already small eyes nearly disappeared when he smiled. Ge Junming said, "Lin Luo, come with me." Lin Luo glanced at the tall and thin dean in front of him and gently nodded. Then, under Gu Jiuming's guidance, Lin Luo went to the top floor of the office building. On the top floor, there was a very spacious room with only 2 chairs placed inside. Some special crystals could be seen embedded in the walls of the room. Lin Luo followed Gu Junming and finally entered the room. After entering, Gu Junming smiled and said, "Take a seat, just relax." Lin Luo sat down on the chair, trying to relax as much as possible. Soon after, under Lin Luo's gaze, Gu Junming activated his martial soul. Accompanied by a violent fluctuation of soul power, an ancient zither appeared in Gu Junming's hands. At the same time, 8 soul rings of the best combination, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 slowly rose from beneath Gu Junming's feet, symbolizing his strength as a Soul Douluo. The fact that the president of the Martial Soul Academy was actually a Soul Douluo level support type soul master surprised Lin Luo when he saw the ancient zither in Gu Junming's hands. Instruments like this are generally associated with support type soul masters, and there are also some that take the control type soul master route. Since Gu Junming was supposed to help Lin Luo deal with the aftermath of the God of Death's domain, it was highly likely that he was on the support type soul master path. Soon, Lin Luo confirmed his suspicion. Gu Junming sat across from Lin Luo, the ancient zither hovering in front of him, and he spoke again, "Just relax." After activating his martial soul, Gu Junming exuded an air of elegance that contrasted with his previously cunning and villainous appearance. However, influenced by that aura, Gu Junming seemed a bit more pleasant to the eyes. Lin Luo tried to empty her mind, not thinking about those messy things. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Gu Junming placed his hand on the strings of the instrument, and the 8th soul ring on him glowed. There wasn't much fluctuation in soul power, but it gave a sense of having everything under control. Gu Junming's fingers began to gently pluck the strings, gradually increasing in speed. Strangely, no sound came out. However, Lin Luo suddenly realized she seemed to have entered another space, just in that fleeting moment. Before her was a vast expanse of white, and a tranquil melody gradually emerged from the distance. The white world began to change, and Lin Luo found herself amidst high mountains and flowing water, feeling extremely comfortable, soon reaching a state of self-forgetfulness. This state lasted for an unknown amount of time, until Gu Junming's voice rang out again. "All right, let's end here for today." Lin Luo found himself back in that special room again, and Gu Junming was still sitting in front of him, but this time Gu Junming had already retracted his martial soul. Lin Luo felt an unparalleled tranquility within herself at that moment. All the restlessness and various negative emotions in her heart had been swept away, and it seemed that the aftereffects brought by the killing God domain had also vanished. Gu Junming still wore a faint smile on his face as he extended his hand, and a list appeared in his grasp. Gu Junming handed the list to Lin Luo and introduced, "These are your teammates for the elite competition. In a couple of days, I'll arrange for you all to meet." Lin Luo's gaze fell on the list, filled with unfamiliar names, but soon he found a familiar name among them. Qianrenxue, 093, the competition for the recommendation quota. Qianrenxue, Martial Soul Angel, Soul Power Level 59. Lin Luo saw information related to Qianrenxue and couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few years, and she's already at level 59. The talent for cultivating a divine-level martial soul is indeed terrifying. However, I seem to be even more impressive. I'm only 10 years old and already at level 55, although it's partly due to having some advantages. Lin Luo remembered that when he first met Qianrenxue, he was only 7 years old. At that time, Qianrenxue's soul power level was at 45. In just about 3 years, Qianrenxue had raised her soul power level to 59, averaging an increase of about 5 levels per year. This rate of improvement was indeed somewhat exaggerated. It was estimated that Qianrenxue's 5th soul ring had a considerable age, and after absorbing the soul ring, she gained 2 to 3 levels or even higher in soul power, which allowed her to reach her current level. Lin Luo was not questioning Qianrenxue's talent. Rather, he was trying to think of her soul power level improvement in a way that made it seem more normal. Lin Luo was very clear about how difficult it was for soul masters to improve their soul power levels through cultivation. Even with a divine level of martial soul as a foundation and a divine level cultivation technique, relying solely on cultivation to reach his current soul power level was nothing but a pipe dream. The improvement of a soul master's soul power level became increasingly difficult as one progressed. It was like a water container undergoing multiple changes from a bottle to a basin, then to a water tank. The container would become larger and larger, and only when the water was filled could one enter the next stage. The speed of filling the container would not change significantly with the size of the container, so the time required to fill the container with water would also increase. Lin Luo's soul power level has been able to increase so rapidly due to the benefits brought by the Hell Curse passive ability, which is equivalent to adding an extra water pipe to the container for filling it with water. Additionally, after Lin Luo obtains a soul ring, the water in the container experiences a significant increase because the soul rings he absorbs have a high age. Lin Luo was only speculating about Qian Rinxue's increase in soul power level based on his own improvement in soul power. In Lin Luo's view, there is undoubtedly a vast amount of resources supporting Qian Rinxue. Perhaps Qian Rinxue's angel martial soul also provided her with an external aid similar to a hell curse. Even without that, with the strength of Ghost Douluo, he could help Qian Rinxue obtain some sort of external aid. Setting all of this aside, if Qian Rinxue were to undertake the angel divine examination in the future, it would undoubtedly be the greatest external aid. Lin Luo let his thoughts fly for a moment before pulling them all back. His gaze fell on the information of the other participants on the list. There were a total of 10 people, and apart from him and Qian Rinxue, the remaining 8 were all soul masters above level 45. The foundation of the Spirit Hall was indeed terrifying. After reading the information about those individuals, Lin Luo understood why the 3 from the Golden Generation were not selected. It was because they did not meet the qualifications. The soul power levels of the 3 from the Golden Generation had already reached level 43. At their age, achieving this level of soul power was already quite abnormal, yet they still did not meet the stringent requirements of the Spirit Hall to participate in the elite competition. However, given the strength of the 3 from the Golden Generation, they should also qualify to compete for a guaranteed spot. From Gu Juming, Lin Luo learned that the Spirit Hall had one guaranteed spot in the elite competition, which was consistent with the plot in the book. However, more specifically, this guaranteed spot also required competition. The Spirit Hall would provide a list of the best pairings, and then the Soul Academy would also provide 2 lists. After that, the 3 teams would compete in a soul fight to vie for the guaranteed spot. But clearly, the final outcome of this soul fight was without any suspense. The final guaranteed spot could be determined by the lineup alone. With the composition of Lin Luo's team, there really was no reason to lose. The other 2 teams, to put it nicely, were competitors, but in reality, they were merely sparring partners for the main team. When Lin Luo left the Wuhuan Academy, it was already dark. Under the calming influence of Gu Juming's music, time truly flew by. The effects of the recuperation were also very significant. Lin Luo felt that within half a month, he would completely rid himself of the aftereffects brought on by the killing god domain. It must be said that the resources of the Wuhuan Temple were indeed powerful, providing everything one could want. They also considered everything very thoroughly, as if everything was under their control. When he went to the city of slaughter, they likely had already thought of ways to eliminate the negative impacts it brought. In the following half-month, Lin Luo reported to Gu Juming every day for further recuperation. During this time, he saw a few of his teammates from the elite competition team, but he did not see Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue was as busy as ever, probably only appearing during training. Lin Luo only met with his other teammates briefly and had not yet engaged in deeper communication or collaboration. All of this was arranged by Gu Juming. For these half-months, Lin Luo mainly focused on adjusting his condition and did not engage in too many other activities. The process of adjusting his condition went very smoothly, and, as Lin Luo had expected, half a month was neither too much nor too little. He completely rid himself of the aftereffects of the killing god domain. It was after this final day of adjustment that Gu Juming informed Lin Luo that team training would begin tomorrow. Lin Luo naturally chose to comply with the arrangement, and he was quite looking forward to it. Although he was very clear that with his strength, he would mostly be bullying weaker opponents in the elite competition, Lin Luo was still very excited. After all, through the elite competition, he could see more soul masters from all over the world. During his years in the Spirit Hall, while carrying out missions, Lin Luo had indeed been to many places, but each time he went there for the sake of the mission and did not get to witness the strength of various soul masters. The ones he interacted with the most were just those evil soul masters. In fact, if possible, Lin Luo would prefer to participate in the next elite competition, as that would give him the chance to beat up the Shrek 7 monsters. Of course, given Lin Luo's age, he would still be eligible to compete in the next elite competition. He was currently not even 10 years old. Even if 5 years passed, he would only be 15, and anyone under 25 could register for the elite competition. As long as Lin Luo was willing, he could participate in 2 to 3 more elite competitions. After finishing his last adjustment, Lin Luo did not return to his residence immediately. Instead, he went to the Soul Arena of the Soul Academy to look for familiar figures. However, today he was disappointed again, as he still did not see the three members of the Golden Generation. He had no idea what his old teammates, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin, were busy with during this time, as he had not seen them around at all. Lin Luo sought them not just to reminisce, but more importantly, to hand over the 10 inner cores of the fiery sun serpent that he had obtained from the hellish path of the city of slaughter to Yin. However, he didn't expect that becoming a father would be so troublesome. The 10 inner cores of the fiery sun serpent were undoubtedly a superb treasure for Yin and would definitely help him achieve significant enhancement. In fact, Lin Luo could also use the inner cores of the fiery sun serpent, but he felt that it would be better to give them to Yin, as they could exert the greatest effect. Lin Luo was never a stingy person and understood the principle of making the most of resources. The next day, the training for the elite competition began. Lin Luo met all of his teammates, and Qianren had also arrived. The team leader was none other than the dean of the Wuhuan Academy, Gu Junming. The gathering place was the soul fighting arena of the Wuhuan Academy. It wasn't just Lin Luo's team that was assembling in the arena. There were also 2 other teams present. Among one of the teams, Lin Luo saw familiar faces. Indeed, it was the trio from the Golden Generation, led by Mo Shanyan. As for the others, Lin Luo couldn't recognize most of them. They were mostly unfamiliar faces, with only a few that seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall their names. Lin Luo's time at the Soul Master Academy was not particularly long, especially since he had not undergone the Academy's regular teaching and was instead receiving customized instruction, resulting in even fewer interactions with alumni. Even though Lin Luo often practiced in the simulated training environment of the Academy, the graveyard he was in was quite remote, making it rare for him to encounter others. It was normal for him not to know these people. Furthermore, and most importantly, among all the teams, only Lin Luo, Qianren, and a few members of the Golden Generation were relatively younger, while the others were all over 20, with most likely approaching 25 years old. With the Soul Hall's resources for Soul Masters, to prepare for the elite competition, they would of course select the best candidates as closely aligned with the rules as possible. Training also required a sense of ceremony. Gu Junming, as the team leader and the president of the Soul Master Academy, briefly spoke a few words to motivate everyone before officially starting the training. Each team's training methods seemed to differ. For Lin Luo's team, under Gu Junming's arrangement, the first activity was combat training among team members, aimed at familiarizing themselves with each other's strengths and soul skills. The other 2 teams did not undergo this process, or perhaps they had already completed it, as they were engaged in battles with their respective team leaders, who were all Soul Sage level experts. After Gu Junming's arrangements, the combat training among team members quickly began. Lin Luo was the first to go up, and his opponent was a level 45 assault-type soul master with the martial soul of a thunder leopard. This battle was naturally without any suspense. Once Lin Luo and the thunder leopard soul master activated their martial souls, the outcome was already determined. 5 soul rings appeared on Lin Luo's body. Purple, purple, black, 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 shocking everyone present. Even those who had seen Lin Luo's soul ring combination, such as Gu Junming and Qianren, showed expressions of surprise. But they quickly returned to calm. As for the others, they were all, without exception, dumbfounded. Lin Luo had long been accustomed to such scenes, appearing remarkably calm. Lin Luo originally wanted to use special methods to hide the color of his soul rings, but at Gu Junming's suggestion, he had to pretend once again. To be honest, Lin Luo didn't actually want to show off. The best soul ring combination for a Thunder Leopard Soul Master is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and his 4 soul rings have already surpassed most soul ancestors. However, not all soul masters can have the best combination of soul rings. It's just that Lin Luo, who faced the Thunder Leopard Soul Master, was a complete monster. When comparing their soul rings, the Thunder Leopard Soul Master's rings seemed weak and fragile, clearly not on the same level. Any one of Lin Luo's 10,000-year soul rings seems to be stronger than all the soul rings of the Thunder Leopard Soul Master. Can I concede? The Thunder Leopard Soul Master swallowed hard and ultimately couldn't help but shout out. Facing an unbeatable monster was truly tormenting. Gu Junming then coldly said, "No, you can't concede before the fight even starts. How did you graduate from the Soul Master Academy?" Under Gu Junming's pressure, the Thunder Leopard Soul Master had no choice but to face Lin Luo again. With everyone's attention on them, the battle began. Lin Luo, feeling quite helpless, ended up completing a one-sided match, not even using his soul skills, relying solely on his terrifying strength and speed. He quickly approached the Thunder Leopard Soul Master and kicked him over. He had thought the Thunder Leopard Soul Master would at least put up some resistance, but it turned out to be an absolute crushing defeat. This might also be related to the Thunder Leopard Soul Master having already lost the will to fight. Someone who has already accepted defeat, even if they possess some combat power, cannot unleash it. Of course, anyone facing an opponent like Lin Luo would likely end up the same way as the Thunder Leopard Soul Master. After the battle between Lin Luo and the Thunder Leopard Soul Master ended, the battles of the others soon followed, and basically everyone had a confrontation. Lin Luo naturally had a friendly exchange with those teammates, and the result was no exception. Lin Luo stood while they lay down. The same result occurred when Qianrenxue made her appearance. She exerted even more pressure than Lin Luo. After all, she was close to being a soul emperor and possessed an angel martial soul. Lin Luo and Qianrenxue did not use a single soul skill, yet they managed to take down all their teammates. It's unclear whether it was a deliberate arrangement by Gu Junming, but Lin Luo and Qianrenxue were the last to meet. When Lin Luo and Qianrenxue took the stage, everyone's eyes almost sparkled with excitement. They had all been defeated by the two on the field before, so they were eager to witness the battle between these two monsters. However, Lin Luo and Qianrenxue did not satisfy the audience's expectations. They both used some soul skills, but not many, as if they had agreed to keep it light. Lin Luo's first soul ring lit up, and he swung his scythe, activating Death Judgment, sending the scythe flying towards Qianrenxue at incredible speed. Qianrenxue then released a beam of golden light to deflect Lin Luo's scythe, and suddenly accelerated to appear right in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo had long been prepared. As the second soul ring on him lit up, the soul guiding lamp activated, providing him with strong defense. While the scythe was quickly retracted, Qianrenxue was unable to break through the soul guiding lamp for a moment and had to face Lin Luo's scythe again. Another beam of golden light was released, and Lin Luo's scythe was once again knocked aside. Then the battle ended, and Lin Luo and Qianrenxue both very tacitly retracted their martial souls. Everyone was left wanting more, but they had witnessed the strength of Lin Luo and Qianrenxue. Neither the power of their soul skills nor the speed of their soul skill releases were something they could withstand. The gap in strength was evident at a glance. They were all curious about who was stronger between Lin Luo and Qianrenxue, but they also understood that, given their status, they would not be able to see the scene of Lin Luo and Qianrenxue fighting with all their might. With monsters like them, one could imagine their weight in the Spirit Hall. This elite competition was merely a formality for them. The young soul masters standing here did not just possess talent for cultivation. They also had a deeper understanding of many matters. The battle between Lin Luo and Qianrenxue has ended, which also signifies the conclusion of the simple training for Lin Luo's team. The main purpose of today's training was to familiarize themselves with their teammates. Under Gu Junming's arrangement, everyone else left except for Qianrenxue and Lin Luo. As they departed, without exception, everyone instinctively turned back to glance at Lin Luo and Qianrenxue. Their eyes filled with envy, but more so with surprise. Lin Luo and Qianrenxue both wore masks. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on Qianrenxue, his heart couldn't help but race. Although Lin Luo had developed a certain immunity to women, Qianrenxue's figure was too perfect. As she matured over the years, Qianrenxue had become even more alluring. Her graceful silhouette would make any man's heart race. Qianrenxue, on the other hand, remained as aloof as ever, staring straight ahead. Dean, what are we going to do next? With everyone else gone, only Lin Luo and Qianrenxue remained, suggesting there was a special arrangement. And since Gu Junming had been silent, Lin Luo couldn't help but directly ask. Gu Junming smiled and said, "Someone will be here to pick you up soon." Before Gu Junming's words had fully settled, a figure quietly emerged, gradually solidifying, enveloped in mist. It was the Ghost Douluo, Gu Mei. Upon seeing Gu Mei, Gu Junming immediately bowed and said, "I greet the elder." Gu Mei responded and then placed a hand on Lin Luo's shoulder. Lin Luo had no time to react before being enveloped by mist, his vision obscured by a gray haze. The ghostly figure in Lin Luo disappeared, and shortly after, a tall golden figure appeared beside Qianrenxue. Upon seeing this, Gu Junming immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully calling out, "I pay my respects to the offering." As the mist dissipated, Lin Luo regained his vision and found himself in a magnificent grand hall. Looking ahead, he saw the figure of Qianrenxue, and beside her stood a tall man. This tall man was dressed in a golden robe with silver embroidery, his hair and beard all white. Yet he had the appearance of a middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary presence that commanded respect without anger. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on the tall man happened to speak up, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Little ghost, it seems your speed is still lacking. I'll let you go ahead, but you still lag behind me a bit." The ghost slightly bowed, saying, "My strength is not as good as the second offering." Ha 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 ha. The tall man laughed heartily, and his gaze then fell on Lin Luo. "Your strength is indeed not as good as mine, but you have received a good disciple." Lin Luo and the tall man locked eyes, and suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying pressure descend upon them, as if the tall man could easily destroy him from this world with just a breath, should he wish to. What a terrifying existence. Lin Luo had also come to his senses at this moment, noticing the golden robe on the tall man's body, as well as his teacher's title and attitude towards the tall man. Second priest, Golden Crocodile Douluo, a peak Douluo of the assault system at level 98. With the martial soul being one of the top beast martial souls, the Golden Crocodile King, known by the title Golden Crocodile. His status is esteemed, and his strength is second only to the great priest Douluo among the 7 priests. He was once renowned alongside the sword Douluo, Qinxin's grandfather, making him one of the outstanding figures of the older generation, with the highest age and seniority in the Spirit Hall. Even Douluo has to give him some respect. Lin Luo was quite interested in the strong characters in Douluo when he watched it in his previous life, and he basically researched related materials, which is why he was so familiar with them. No wonder he felt an incredible sense of insignificance when looking into their eyes. Others had already approached the peak of humanity, while he was still far from it. Speaking of which, according to the book's setting, the Golden Crocodile Douluo should be in seclusion at this time. Why has he come out early? Lin Luo looked at Qianrenxue, and then recalling his own appearance, he immediately got the answer. "Everyone is here?" A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lin Luo looked up at the high position in the main hall, and a gray figure gradually became solid. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 30 years old, handsome in appearance, with a faint smile on his face. The calm and serene aura he exuded gave a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not muscular, dressed in a simple gray robe, with long hair neatly cascading down his back. There was not a trace of soul power fluctuation on him, making him seem very ordinary, like an average person. Yet this seemingly ordinary existence gave off an unattainable feeling, as if he were the pinnacle of humanity, someone whom no one could surpass. Douluo, the Hall Master of the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall and the Grand Offering, the Hall Master of the Douluo Hall, and the Judging Elder of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit of the Six-Winged Angel, a 99th level super attack system peerless Douluo, titled Angel, nicknamed Invincible in the Sky. Lin Luo was only seeing Douluo for the first time, and the reason he could recognize his identity at a glance was that anyone with a bit of sense could guess what kind of identity someone standing in that position would have. Great Offering. Golden Crocodile Douluo slightly bent his body and called out, "I have met the Great Offering." Ghostly Charm clasped his fists and bowed, showing immense respect. Lin Luo had some discernment. He immediately knelt down on one knee to pay his respects. However, just as he knelt, he felt a force lift him up. Everyone was present, so let us get started. Douluo spoke calmly. Lin Luo was confused, starting what? A ghostly voice echoed in Lin Luo's ear. "Soon you will fight Qianrenxue. Just use all your strength, there's no need to hold back." Lin Luo nodded gently, finally realizing that he was going to battle with Qianrenxue. No wonder Ge Junming said earlier in the Soul Arena that he only needed to go through the motions when fighting Qianrenxue. The real show was about to unfold here. The Great Hall was quite spacious, more than enough for a battle. There was no need to worry about damaging anything here. As all the spectators were big shots, they could easily set up a barrier or something, and with their and Qianrenxue's strength, wouldn't even be a problem. Gue Mei and the Golden Crocodile Douluo retreated to the side, while Lin Luo and Qianrenxue walked to the center of the hall, both activating their martial souls simultaneously. In the grand hall filled with imposing energy, Lin Luo and Qianrenxue confronted each other, both unleashing their martial souls. With a wave of soul power, a massive scythe and a lantern appeared in Lin Luo's hands, both glowing with a ghostly green light. At the same time, 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 slowly rose from beneath Lin Luo's feet, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, exuding a chilling presence. When Lin Luo activated his martial soul, all eyes were focused on him. Even powerful beings like the Golden Crocodile Douluo showed a hint of surprise in their gaze upon seeing the colors of Lin Luo's soul rings. Only Ghost Douluo remained absolutely calm, like a still pond. On the other side, a strand of dazzling golden light erupted from Qianrenchua's forehead, instantly spreading throughout her body, as golden wings emerged from her back. At the same time, a massive shadow with an unclear face appeared behind her, revealing the six-winged angel. 5 soul rings, with the best combination of yellow, purple, and black, surrounded Qianrenchua, instantly elevating her aura to its peak. Although Qianrenchua's soul power level was significantly higher than Lin Luo's, Lin Luo's soul ring combination was far more abnormal than hers, making their auras nearly equal. Let's begin. Qian Douluo's cold voice rang out, and a golden light was released from him, instantly covering the entire hall. Lin Luo and Qianrenchua moved at the same time, rushing toward each other and simultaneously activating their respective domains. A cold, killing intent erupted from Lin Luo's body as the God of Killing domain was activated, raising his momentum once again, while Qianrenchua's momentum was suppressed by the terrifying killing intent. A golden light was released from Qianrenchua's body as the angel domain was activated, greatly enhancing her momentum, while Lin Luo was once again at a disadvantage. The collision of the two domains resulted in a mutual enhancement of their momentum. It is mainly because Qianrenchua currently only possesses the strength of a Soul King. Once she reaches the level of a Soul Sage, her angel domain will undergo a qualitative change, and its effects will definitely surpass those of the God of Killing domain. Of course, the God of Killing domain will also evolve with the user's strength or through continuous killings, so at that time, it will be uncertain who would be stronger or weaker. It is said that divine-level martial souls come with their own domains, but Lin Luo has yet to comprehend such a domain from his martial soul, the Warden of the Soul Lock. After the domains were activated, it was time for the clash of soul skills. Lin Luo changed his conservative gameplay from the past. Instead of using his second soul skill, Soul Guiding Lamp, to first shield himself, he initiated with Death Judgment. His first soul ring lit up, and the enormous scythe, connected by chains, swiftly flew towards Qianrenchua. Unlike the previous casual encounters in the soul arena, the giant scythe moved at an incredible speed, leaving afterimages in the air. Qianrenchua had her own countermeasure. Her second soul ring illuminated, and a golden light fell upon Lin Luo. At the same time, Qianrenchua herself radiated brilliance, significantly enhancing her speed. Angels will lock onto the target, increasing her own speed and power. With the speed boost, Qianrenchua easily dodged the giant scythe and quickly charged towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately retracted the chains, simultaneously causing the giant scythe to attack Qianrenchua. However, Qianrenchua's speed was even faster. She instantly appeared in front of Lin Luo, swinging her fist towards him, with the first soul ring on her body glowing brightly, enveloping her fist in golden light. Angel Strike, a close combat soul skill that concentrates the sacred energy of the six-winged angel in the fist, releasing it. The sacred energy has a dissolving and suppressing effect on the soul power of the target being attacked. Lin Luo decisively raised his lantern to meet Qianrenchua's fist. The second soul ring on his body lit up, and the soul-calling lantern activated. Bang! Qianrenchua's fist struck the lantern, but did not budge it in the slightest. Instead, the lantern instantly grew larger, enveloping Lin Luo within. Qianrenchua's attack did have some effect, causing the enlarged lantern to dim slightly. Both of their reaction speeds were incredibly fast, one completing the attack in an instant while the other executed the defense just as quickly. At this moment, Lin Luo's chains had already retracted, drawing the enormous scythe towards Qianrenchua's back. Qianrenchua's fourth soul ring lit up, and golden light burst forth, instantly forming a golden light shield to block the scythe's attack. She then continued to swing her fists at Lin Luo, but unfortunately, her attacks were first blocked by the lantern, which could not be immediately destroyed, only causing it to dim further. Breaking the shield was not that easy. On the other side, Lin Luo found it somewhat difficult to cut through Qianrenchua's angel shield with his scythe, so he simply retracted the scythe. Qianrenchua also realized that she could not break through Lin Luo's defense in a short time, so she retreated. The first round of their confrontation ended here. With no substantial progress made, they were merely testing each other without being overly aggressive. After creating some distance, Lin Luo and Qianrenchua quickly began the second round of combat. As before, Qianrenchua closed in on Lin Luo at incredible speed, still using the Angel Assault to deal damage. The soul guiding lamp of Lin Luo still existed, but it was clearly unable to withstand the continuous attacks from Qianrenchua. The holy power of Qianrenchua's angel had some restraining effect on Lin Luo, but it was not particularly obvious. This was likely because Lin Luo's martial soul was also a divine-level martial soul, or perhaps Qian Rinxue's current strength was not enough to fully unleash the angel's holy power. Bang! Qian Rinxue's fist struck Lin Luo's soul guiding lamp once again, and this time, Lin Luo decisively launched an attack, starting with the death judgment. Because they were close enough, Qian Rinxue had no room to maneuver and was successfully bound by the chains pulled by the giant scythe. After restraining Qian Rinxue, Lin Luo quickly activated his fourth soul skill, the Underworld Prison, positioning the edge of the barrier right at Qian Rinxue's location, aiming to maximize his damage. However, before the giant scythe could form the barrier, Qian Rinxue's third soul ring lit up and golden light erupted, allowing her to instantly break free from the scythe and chains. Charging straight towards Lin Luo, in her hand, golden light also burst forth, and the previously inactive fifth soul ring finally shone brightly. A long sword made of golden flames appeared in Qian Rinxue's hand. She swung the sword fiercely, and the purifying effect of the angel's holy power erupted suddenly, directly shattering Lin Luo's soul guiding lamp, and then continued to swing towards Lin Luo. Seeing Qian Rinxue rushing towards him, Lin Luo's heart couldn't help but tremble. This speed was truly fast, even surpassing the release speed of the Underworld Prison, as if Qian Rinxue had anticipated everything in advance. Lin Luo dared not be careless for a moment. At the instant when Qian Rinxue broke the soul guiding lamp, he immediately unleashed his fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy. A moon spirit, the size of a calf, suddenly appeared in front of Lin Luo. At the same time, a huge magic circle emerged beneath Lin Luo's feet, accelerating the gathering speed of his soul power. Lin Luo quickly cast another soul guiding lamp for himself and the moon spirit. Sizzle! Qian Rinxue's holy sword struck the moon spirit, inflicting significant damage. However, this damage was quickly shared by the soul guiding lamp. The moon spirit itself was quite robust and not so easily defeated. After blocking Qian Rinxue's holy sword, Lin Luo immediately counterattacked. Within the moon spirit's magic circle, Lin Luo's soul power gathering speed increased, allowing him to release soul skills more quickly. Moreover, both Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue were currently in the Underworld Prison, and Lin Luo had the lightning power granted by the Underworld Prison. Originally in a passive position, Lin Luo suddenly turned the tables and became proactive. He initiated with Death Judgment, successfully hitting Qian Rinxue at such a short distance. The moon spirit charged towards Qian Rinxue, opening its mouth to shoot out 3 light arrows. But all were blocked by Qian Rinxue's angel shield. The angel shield had been in a release state, and even though Qian Rinxue was bound by Death Judgment, she could still adjust the direction of the angel shield. The angel shield was quite resilient, possibly due to the holy power within it having a certain restraining effect on the moon spirit's output. Otherwise, with the moon spirit's combat power, breaking a shield would be relatively easy. The moon spirit couldn't break the shield, but Lin Luo could. Lin Luo used the pull of the chains to bring himself in front of Qian Rinxue, then suddenly retracted his scythe and activated his third soul skill, Doom Pendulum. The third soul ring on Lin Luo's body lit up, and he swung the scythe towards Qian Rinxue. The blade of the scythe struck the angel's shield, immediately unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the shield. The overwhelming impact sent Qian Rinxue flying, causing her to crash against the barrier of the Underworld Prison. Qian Rinxue's body trembled slightly, and she let out a painful muffled groan. At the same time, a suit of fiery battle armor covered Lin Luo, and a path of flames formed on the ground, burning fiercely and releasing terrifying high temperatures, with Qian Rinxue caught within it. In this brief moment, Lin Luo had maximized his damage output. He was waiting for Qian Rinxue's fifth soul skill, ready to unleash a full combo once she was vulnerable. The Nether Prison had trapped Qian Rinxue, and the moon spirit's previous restraint was specifically to counter her fifth soul skill. Following that, skills like Death Judgment and Doom Pendulum were just basic maneuvers. After enduring Lin Luo's combo, Qian Rinxue fell to one knee, having lost her combat ability. It's worth mentioning that Qian Rinxue's outfit seemed specially made, as it could withstand the flames. Otherwise, she would have been in an even worse state. Of course, Lin Luo wouldn't let her suffer too much. If he sensed that trend, he would immediately hold back, especially since someone important was watching from above. After all, he was the real powerhouse of the Spirit Hall. Lin Luo had also moderated his output, or else Qian Rinxue would simply be lying on the ground. The barrier of the Nether Prison was quite powerful, being one of Lin Luo's main sources of damage, and the Doom Pendulum needed no further explanation, as it was his most explosive soul skill at the moment. The fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy, was also fierce, but it couldn't match the explosive power of the Doom Pendulum. Without anyone needing to declare it, the battle had effectively come to an end. Lin Luo retracted his martial soul and politely extended his hand, wanting to help Qian Renxue up. However, Qian Renxue ignored Lin Luo and stood up with some difficulty, blood slowly dripping from her chin. Qian Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo, upon seeing Qian Renxue injured, did not show much emotional fluctuation. Their gazes were focused on Lin Luo. Very good, Qian Douluo commented, a faint smile appearing on his face. As he spoke, Qian Douluo slightly raised his hand, and two beams of golden light fell on Lin Luo and Qian Renxue respectively. Lin Luo could feel a gentle power entering his body, helping him dispel the fatigue from the battle, and the consumed soul power was instantly restored. On the other side, Qian Renxue's condition visibly improved, having returned to normal in just a moment. That's it for now, Qian Douluo said, his figure slowly disappearing. After Qian Douluo left, golden crocodile Douluo immediately became lively, appearing in front of Lin Luo in an instant, his fiery gaze seeming to want to see Lin Luo inside and out, growing fonder with each glance. Little guy, you're really impressive. When I have time, I'll come and find you, golden crocodile Douluo said with a smile. At that moment, Ghost Douluo also came to Lin Luo's side and urged softly, hurry up and thank the second offering. Lin Luo immediately bowed and thanked. Thank you, second offering. What else could a peak Douluo at level 98 want from him? Of course, it was to guide him, which was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. The golden crocodile Douluo took one last look at Lin Luo before going to Qian Renxue's side and leaving with her. We should go too, Guei said. Mist swirled in, instantly enveloping Lin Luo, and the master and disciple slowly disappeared. When Lin Luo regained his vision, he was already back at their residence. Guei stood by the window, and a voice filled with some relief sounded, "You really didn't disappoint me." Lin Luo smiled slightly, feeling very joyful inside. The feeling of victory is truly wonderful, and being recognized feels great as well. The ghostly figure then continued, "In the future, when I summon you, do not have any resistance in your heart. You must always remember one thing. You are not only my student, but also a member of the Spirit Hall. Elders, offerings, and even the Pope of the Spirit Hall can be your teachers. Do you understand?" Lin nodded. "Got it, teacher." Lin Luo knew that his teacher, Ghost Douluo, held the position of an elder in the Spirit Hall, and he was also aware that there were offerings above the elders. His decision to apprentice under Ghost Douluo was undoubtedly arranged by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, with Ghost Douluo's strength and status, it wouldn't have been his turn. Despite knowing all this, Lin Luo still held a deep appreciation for his teacher, Ghost Douluo. He had always remembered the kindness Ghost Douluo had shown him. At that moment, hearing Ghost Douluo speak such guiding words, Lin Luo felt a strange discomfort in his heart for some reason. After victory, many things had already been arranged, and he was walking on a predetermined path. If he had the qualifications to continue, he could keep moving forward. However, if one day his abilities fell short, he would likely be eliminated and forced onto another path. To break free from the arrangements, one had to be strong enough. "Come on, let's go eat and celebrate your victory," Ghost Douluo said. Lin Luo immediately smiled and nodded. "Okay, teacher." The master and apprentice then left their residence and headed to Spirit City. Under the guidance of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo ultimately arrived once again at the restaurant in the alley. That's right, it was the restaurant run by Ling Shuiying, the Spirit Douluo and Spirit Elder. It seemed that this restaurant was not open to the public, as there were still no other customers inside when Lin Luo came this time. As the two entered the restaurant and sat down, Ling Shuiying's voice came from the kitchen. "Would you like to start with a signature dish to whet your appetite?" There was a hint of expectation in her voice. Ghost Douluo decisively refused. "No need." "All right then." Ling Shuiying's voice was filled with disappointment. Lin Luo was actually very curious about what Ling Shuiying's signature dish was, but seeing the extremely taboo expressions on his teacher and Zhu Douluo's faces, he gave up the idea of trying. "Still the same?" Ling Shuiying asked. Guei Douluo replied. At this moment, a white figure walked straight towards the position where Lin Luo and the others were, and Lin Luo didn't even notice when the other party appeared. Not noticing was also normal. A title Douluo wouldn't be so easily sensed by others. Indeed, that white figure was Zhu Douluo. Lin Luo had already gotten used to the various big shots around him who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. When he became powerful in the future, he would also try this kind of entrance. Guan came to Lin Luo's opposite, his handsome face full of anticipation, and asked with a smile, "What's the result? Who won?" Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. It seemed the elders all knew about his battle with Qianrenxue. It was likely that the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were aware as well. Otherwise, given his teacher, Ghost Douluo's principle of keeping secrets, it would be difficult to reveal even a hint of information. Guime said, "Guess." Guan immediately smiled broadly. "Is there any need to guess? Even someone as dull as you is saying to guess. It must mean Lin Luo won." "Well done, Lin Luo. You've really brought honor to your teacher and to me." "Your uncle you," Ghost Douluo said indifferently. "What does it have to do with you?" "Huh," Guan replied. "Don't make it so clear-cut. I am his uncle you. After all, it's a pity I couldn't see Lin Luo in action. It must have been very exciting." Guime said, of course. There was a hint of amusement in Guime's voice, clearly showing that he was very happy about Lin Luo's victory. Guan's gaze remained on Lin Luo, and he then revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Little Lin Luo, why are you so inactive today? You didn't even call me Uncle you." Lin Luo immediately shouted, "Uncle you! Ah, this is more like it." Uncle you smiled again. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback in his heart. Is this really the title Douluo? It feels no different from an ordinary elder. That's quite nice. This kind of interaction is comfortable. Being too rigid would only suffocate people. Soon, Ling Shuiying also walked out of the kitchen, bringing with her various delicacies she had made. Ling Shuiying was wearing a light blue dress today, and her stunning figure was even more tempting than the food she brought. But Lin Luo was inevitably attracted by the food, and the aroma was making his mouth water. "Did I just hear that Lin Luo ultimately won?" Ling Shuiying asked. Guan nodded. "Yes, our little Lin Luo is definitely stronger." Lin Luo felt the enthusiasm of Guan and the others, and for a moment, he found it a bit hard to adapt, always feeling that they regarded him as a child. Although he was indeed still under 10 years old, he did have a childlike appearance. After chatting for a while, it was followed by a very pleasant time enjoying delicious food. During the meal, Guan mentioned Lin Luo participating in the elite competition, but it was just a casual remark. They all understood that with Lin Luo's strength, participating in the elite competition would undoubtedly be just a formality. It was very likely that Lin Luo wouldn't even need to take the field, and the same reasoning applied to Qianrenxue being on the same team as Lin Luo. Moonlight spilled through the window onto the floor. Lin Luo gazed at the silvery light, slightly lost in thought. He was reflecting on his battle with Qianrenxue and felt quite satisfied with his own performance. Whether it was the release of soul skills or the timing of the battle, everything was executed very well. Qianrenxue's combat power was indeed formidable, but he managed to grasp the situation and handle it relatively easily. After the first battle, it seemed there would be a second, third, and so on, likely witnessed by those big shots. One must admit that the pressure brought by Qian Douluo and the Golden Crocodile Daw was indeed immense. They were truly strong individuals. Speaking of which, where exactly did I fight Qianrenxue today? Was it in the Douluo Hall? It didn't seem likely to be in the Douluo Hall. If it were, I would have sensed the presence of souls. Moreover, given the sacred status of the Douluo Hall, it was unlikely it would be used as the battlefield for my fight with Qianrenxue. It was more likely the Elder Hall or the Worship Hall. Thinking of the Douluo Hall, Lin Luo immediately associated it with soul beings of title Douluo level, and he felt a surge of excitement he could hardly suppress. If I could collect souls of title Douluo, their attributes would probably increase dramatically without any surprises, right? Moreover, since soul Douluo can become spirit servants, the chances for title Douluo to become spirit servants should be even higher. If I could harvest a batch of vengeful spirits at the title Douluo level in the future, that would also be quite a good thing. Should I go directly to the Douluo Hall? There are plenty of title Douluo souls there, but maybe not. I might get crushed in an instant, and it seems Qian Douluo resides in the Douluo Hall. During this leisure time, Lin Luo let his thoughts wander for a while, then pulled them all back and did a little summary of recent events. He had already been to the City of Slaughter, successfully obtained the God of Slaughter domain, and acquired the 5th Soul Ring, gaining a powerful Moon Spirit Frenzy Soul skill. With the help of the Wuhuan Academy's president, Gu Junming, he had also rid himself of the aftereffects of the God of Slaughter domain. Everything was developing in a better direction. After summarizing, it was time to plan for the future. For a period of time to come, it would definitely focus on the elite competition. However, he estimated that he and Qianrenxue would not need to participate deeply. They would only need to make a brief appearance. If those teammates were really unhelpful, he and Qianrenxue could easily secure the championship of the elite competition just by stepping in. Even if there were players like Tang, San, who were incredibly strong, they could still easily pin them down. 099. Take Off the Mask, Part 1. The next day, Lin Luo returned to his previous peaceful life, going to the Soul Master Academy to eat and training at the Graveyard of Souls. Suddenly distancing himself from a life like that in the City of Slaughter, Lin Luo felt a bit unaccustomed. However, compared to the place filled with killing and evil, he preferred his current life. As for the elite competition training, Lin Luo only needed to find time to check in, and everything went as he expected. He and Qianren were just nominal participants, going through the motions without needing to actually compete, and there was no need for further training. This kind of arrangement where he could gain merits just by having his name listed was quite enjoyable, unless something unexpected happened. The champion of the elite competition would undoubtedly be the Spirit Hall, with a lineup composed entirely of Soul Masters, making it hard to lose. Even if an accident did occur, he and Qianren could still turn the tide. The significance of winning the elite competition was considerable, definitely counting as a major achievement. In the morning, Lin Luo continued his usual training, and after lunch, he went to the Academy's battle arena to report. The C team that Lin Luo was part of was still being trained under the leadership of Dean Gejunming. When Lin Luo arrived, the teammates were already in the midst of training, still engaged in practical combat drills. Upon seeing Lin Luo, the usually stern Gejunming immediately broke into a faint smile. Lin Luo, you don't need to come for the training from now on. I'll notify you to come for the assembly before the official start of the elite competition. Lin Luo was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but he still nodded. Okay, Dean. He didn't expect that he could skip even the report, which was quite good, as he wouldn't have to go through the formality every day anymore. Lin Luo glanced around the soul fighting arena, but did not see Qianren figure. She must have made similar arrangements, and probably didn't come today. Looking towards the other sub-arena, he noticed that the other two teams were also training, and among one of the teams, he could see the figures of the 3 members of the Golden Generation. After Lin Luo greeted Gejunming, he went over to the team where the Golden Generation trio was. Mo Shanyun, who was in charge of leading the team, smiled and greeted Lin Luo upon his arrival, while also calling for Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin to finish their training and come over. This marked Lin Luo's first meeting with his old teammates since returning from the City of Slaughter. After some casual conversation, Lin Luo got straight to the point. Let's go have a meal together after your training, and by the way, I have something to give to Yin. In the evening, at the Wuhuan Academy cafeteria, Hulaina looked at Lin Luo with a speechless expression. When you said we would eat together, you meant eating at the cafeteria? Lin Luo nodded. Yes, the food in the cafeteria is delicious and free. How great is that? Hulaina smiled and said, the cafeteria is indeed nice. It's been a long time since the 3 of us have eaten here. By the way, Lin Luo, what good thing are you going to give Yin? Suddenly, the attention of the 3 members of the Golden Generation all focused on Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled slightly, glanced around, and after confirming that no one was present, she took out the inner cores of 10 fierce sun serpents. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin all brightened their eyes upon seeing the fiery red beads. They could all feel a slight heat emanating from the fiery red beads, along with an extremely rich energy fluctuation. Yin swallowed hard. This is this for me? Yin could clearly sense the soul power within him resonating with the fiery red beads, eager to swallow the beads right away. Without needing to know what the fiery red beads were, a voice had already emerged in Yan's heart, stating that as long as he consumed the fiery red beads, his strength would undoubtedly see a tremendous increase. Lin nodded. Yes, this treasure is something I obtained in the City of Slaughter from the body of a fiery red serpent. I thought it would be helpful to you, so I've kept it for you all this time. Yin, upon hearing this, became excited and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Lin Luo smiled as he handed over the inner cores of the 10-headed sun serpent to Yin. The feeling of being a father was indeed nice. Yin held the inner cores tightly, his body trembling slightly, and his face was filled with an excited smile, his gaze towards the inner cores becoming fervent. This was the first time Lin Luo saw Yin so emotionally stirred. Usually, Yin maintained a cool demeanor and rarely displayed significant emotional fluctuations. He spoke little, and sometimes Lin Luo even wondered if this guy had autism. To be cautious, Lin Luo reminded Yin, I don't know how to use this treasure either, so it's best to ask a relevant teacher before you use it. You mustn't consume it all at once. It could lead to an accident. In Lin Luo's impression, in the storyline of the book, Tang San had given the inner cores of the 10-headed sun serpent to Ma Hongjun, who seemed to have consumed it all at once. However, by that time, Ma Hongjun's soul power level was already quite high, and even though the energy contained in the inner cores was substantial, he could still handle it. But the current Yin was different. He was only at the soul sect level. If he rashly consumed the inner cores of the 10-headed sun serpent, it could lead to an explosion and death. If that happened, it would be quite ridiculous. After receiving Lin Luo's reminder, the fervor on Yan's face faded significantly, and he nodded seriously. "Oh, thanks, brother." Yan expressed his gratitude once more. Lin Luo smiled and nodded. Half a month later, the participant list for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent was finally confirmed. As expected, Lin Luo's team was responsible for the battles. During the process of confirming the list, a small incident occurred. Yan also joined Lin Luo's team. With the help of the 10 Sun Fire Serpent Inner Elixirs, Yan's soul power level jumped to level 47, a remarkable increase of 4 levels, and his combat power was also impressive, making him qualified to enter the seed team. As for Xiaoyu and Hulaina, although their combat power was not weak, they unfortunately did not make the cut, primarily due to their insufficient soul power levels. Lin Luo's team consisted entirely of members above level 45, all of whom were elites, making for an extremely impressive lineup. After the list was confirmed, the team's training continued as usual, and Lin Luo and Qianren were still not required to participate, only needing to show up during the competition. With some time left before the competition began, and since the Spirit Hall had the privilege of being directly qualified for the finals, Lin Luo and his teammates did not need to undergo preliminary and advancement rounds, allowing them to enter the knockout stage directly. On the second day after the list was confirmed, Lin Luo continued his repetitive life until 2 figures arrived. One was Qianren, who still maintained her usual appearance, wearing a mask and exuding an extraordinary beauty. The other was a middle-aged man in his 40s, standing over 2 meters tall. His slender figure is straight and sharp as a javelin. He wore the Elder Soul Master Robe of the Spirit Hall. After Qianren and the Elder arrived, another figure came to Lin Luo's side. It was his teacher, the Ghost Douluo, Guardsa. With Guardsa's appearance, Lin Luo immediately felt a sense of security. Lin Luo looked at Qianren and the others with some confusion, and then his gaze fell on his own teacher. Guardsa introduced, "This is Elder Shimao." Lin Luo immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Greeting, I have seen Elder Shimao." Elder Shimao, Shilong, gently nodded. Guardsa then continued. "We're going to carry out a mission. The location is in Tiando City, and we will set off shortly." Going to Tiando City to carry out mission? With 2 titled Douluo leading the team, just what kind of mission is it? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised, but even more curious, and immediately nodded. "Okay, teacher. Normally, when carrying out a mission, it would be the entire team of Lin Luo who would set off, but right now, it was just him and Qianren. Even though Yan needed to undergo training for the elite competition, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were still free and surprisingly had not been called upon. Moreover, with 2 titled Douluo leading the way, this mission was clearly not simple. Could it be that a title, Douluo level, evil soul master had appeared in Tiando City? Or perhaps there were defectors at the soul, Douluo level, or above in Tiando City. Lin Luo noticed that his teacher did not mention the task details, so he did not ask further. Soon, Lin Luo and the others set off, not taking a carriage, but heading straight for Hammerstone City. With a title, Douluo level powerhouse present, there was no need to ride in a carriage, as that would be an insult to their great strength. It was quite good that a task had come up, as Lin Luo had been feeling quite idle lately. Repeating the same daily routine can be tiresome for anyone. Hammerstone City is quite far from Spirit City. If they had taken a carriage, it would have taken at least half a month to reach. Fortunately, with the titled Douluo level powerhouse leading the way, they arrived in just 5 days. Hammerstone City truly lives up to its reputation as the capital of the Hammerstone Empire, with scenes of extreme prosperity visible everywhere, which Spirit City cannot compare to at all. Lin Luo originally thought that after arriving in Tiando City, his group would be tense and focused on their mission. However, the 4 of them ended up strolling leisurely down the street, with Qianren leading the way, while Lin Luo, Ghost Douluo, and Shima Douluo follow behind. This situation made it hard for Lin Luo not to think that the mission was specially prepared for Qianren, and that the reason for having 2 titled Douluo accompanying them was mainly to protect Qianren's safety. It must be said that Tiando City was indeed bustling, with a constant flow of pedestrians and many fresh sights that Lin Luo had never seen before lining the streets. Of course, Lin Luo's attention was mostly on the local delicacies of Tiando City, as his gaze was almost entirely drawn to the snack stalls along the roadside. Fortunately, Qianren also walked slowly, giving Lin Luo the opportunity to buy some delicious food, so he wasn't just left salivating. After getting some tasty food, Lin Luo felt completely satisfied, and the mission seemed unimportant. But to be fair, Qian Rinchue's status in the spirit hall was still very high. It was clearly different now compared to the past. When they arrived in Spirit City, Lin Luo was still skeptical, but after half a day, he was already certain that this mission was specially prepared for Qian Rinchue. During this half day, they had been wandering around Tiando City, showing no signs of being on a mission. Perhaps accompanying Qian Rinchue on her shopping was the core of their task. Having two titled Douluo and a stunningly talented spirit genius accompany Qian Rinchue for shopping clearly indicated how special her identity was. Coming to Tiando City, was this to help Qian Rinchue completely resolve her inner turmoil? Lin Luo roughly understood the meaning of this task, but he couldn't quite grasp why he was called along. Tiando City was much larger than Wuhuan City, and half a day was simply not enough to explore all the places. After walking through a street, Lin Luo and the others arrived at the center of Tiando City. There, they could already see the magnificent palace at the very center, which was the residence of the Tiando royal family. Qian Rinchue stared at the palace from a distance, somewhat lost in thought. Although Lin Luo had been focused on eating, he still noticed the changes in Qian Rinchue's emotions. There was anger, confusion, and disappointment, various complex feelings mixed together, expressed through different details. It seemed that her years as an undercover agent had a significant impact on Qian Rinchue, to the extent that she needed to return once to resolve her inner turmoil. After gazing at the palace for a long time, Qian Rinchue suddenly turned to Lin Luo and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good." This unexpected statement caught Lin Luo off guard, but upon hearing about good food, he immediately nodded. It was worth mentioning that this was the first sentence Qian Rinchue had spoken since arriving in Tiando City. As for Ghost Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, they remained silent throughout, while Lin Luo kept munching on his food. If it weren't for Ghost Douluo's permission, Lin Luo wouldn't have felt comfortable eating nonstop. After seeing Lin Luo nod, Qian Rinchue surprisingly came to his side, took his hand directly, and walked forward, leaving Lin Luo even more bewildered. Wow, does she really see me as a child? Or does she have some other intention? Lin Luo subconsciously turned to look at Ghost Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo, only to find that their figures had vanished without a trace. Lin Luo had a puzzled expression, but he still followed Qian Rinchue's pace. Qian Rinchue's hand was very soft and carried a bit of warmth. This was Lin Luo's first formal experience of holding a girl's hand since coming to this world. Although he was the one being held, it still felt nice, and his heart began to race. Under Qian Rinchue's guidance, Lin Luo eventually arrived at an inconspicuous noodle shop. The shop was located in a somewhat remote area, and the business was lukewarm, with only a few scattered customers sitting inside. However, popularity was never a standard for defining good food. As soon as they entered the shop, Lin Luo smelled a rich aroma of sauce that stimulated his taste buds, causing him to salivate. "Boss, 2 servings of a signature dish," Qian Rinchue said, and then casually found a spot for them to sit. "The noodles here are really delicious. Their special meat sauce is the soul of the dish. You'll know once you try it," Qian Rinchue enthusiastically introduced. Lin Luo was currently a bit confused and couldn't adapt to Qian Rinchue's change in personality for a moment, but he still nodded. Then, something even more bewildering happened to Lin Luo. Qian Rinchue actually took off her mask, revealing an incredibly beautiful face, stunning beyond measure. She looked even better than Lin Luo had imagined. Truly only the word perfect could describe her. With a perfect face paired with a perfect figure, Lin Luo felt he had already fallen. Qian Rinchue, of course, noticed Lin Luo's gaze, but she didn't mind. A slight smile appeared on her delicate face. Finally, she could come here as Qian Rinchue to eat noodles. 0101. Qian Rinchue breaks through, setting off to the Sunset Forest. Seeing Qian Rinchue remove her mask, Lin Luo also took off his own. Although Lin Luo was only 10 years old now, he was already quite handsome, just that his handsomeness still carried a hint of childishness. There was no helping it, he was too young. As Qian Rinchue and Lin Luo took off their masks one after another, they attracted the attention of the few customers in the noodle shop. Unsurprisingly, more of those gazes fell on Qian Rinchue. Soon, the noodles were served. The bowl was large, and the portion of noodles was generous, topped with a layer of meat sauce, steam rising, and the aroma wafting everywhere. With delicious food appearing, Lin Luo's attention was instantly diverted from Qian Rinchue. At this time, Qian Rinchue reminded him, "Mixing the meat sauce will enhance the flavor." Lin Luo nodded gently. Seeing that Qian Rinchue had already started, he immediately followed suit. The appearance of the noodles was about 80 to 90% similar to the fried sauce noodles Lin Luo had eaten in his previous life. Even without Qian Rinchue's reminder, Lin Luo knew to mix the noodles with the meat sauce. He was very familiar with this type of food. After mixing the noodles and meat sauce well, Lin Luo immediately took a big bite and put it in his mouth, not afraid of the heat, and began to chew quickly. The aroma of the meat sauce instantly spread in his mouth, causing Lin Luo to unconsciously speed up his chewing. In fact, the noodles were quite ordinary. The meat sauce tasted good, but in comparison to the delicacies Lin Luo had tried, it could only be described as average. Even so, Lin Luo still said while eating, "It's so delicious. This is the best noodle I've ever had." Seeing Lin Luo enjoying his meal, Qian Rinxue revealed a charming smile and began to eat her noodles delicately. In stark contrast to Lin Luo's hearty feast, her movements exuded elegance. After finishing the noodles, Lin Luo took out the flower tea that Zhu Duo had given him, first pouring a cup for Qian Rinxue, then pouring one for himself. "This is the flower tea specially brewed by my uncle Yu. It tastes great and is good for the body." After the introduction, Lin Luo gulped down the flower tea and then poured himself another cup, continuing to drink heartily. This was the second bottle of flower tea Yu Guan had given Lin Luo. He had already finished the first bottle long ago. The second bottle was given to Lin Luo by Yu Guan to celebrate after he and Qian Rinxue won their battle. When Gue Mei took him to the restaurant of Ling Shuang, Qian Rinxue took a small sip, drinking tea with the same elegance and finesse, which made Lin Luo feel like a rough man in comparison. Being rough was fine. As long as he was comfortable, Lin Luo, although attracted by Qian Rinxue's elegance, did not aspire to it himself. He still felt that eating meat and drinking tea heartily was more enjoyable. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Luo prepared to pay, but Qian Rinxue stepped in first. "I said I would treat you to good food. Of course, it's on me," Qian Rinxue said. Lin Luo had no choice but to agree. Eating with this little rich woman was truly enjoyable. She was beautiful, had a sweet voice, and even paid the bill. Although the soul coins were just a bunch of numbers to Lin Luo, it was probably the same for Qian Rinxue. The two of them walked out of the noodle shop and onto the street. With her mask on, Qian Rinxue already attracted a lot of attention. Without the mask, it was even more so. Wherever she went, all eyes were on her. "Lin Luo, my soul power level has broken through to level 60. I might need your help later to get a soul ring," Qian Rinxue said with a charming smile. While speaking, she used her soul power to process her voice so that only Lin Luo could hear it. If the passersby on the street heard that Qian Rinxue had already reached the Soul Emperor level, they would probably turn around in even greater numbers. Lin Luo nodded gently. "All right, but you have to treat me to a bowl of noodles." Qian Rinxue smiled and said, "It's a deal." The two walked from one end of the street to the other. Although they didn't hold hands, they were still quite close. And Lin Luo could smell the faint fragrance on Qian Rinxue, which made him a bit intoxicated. At this moment, Ghost Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo Shilong reappeared beside Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue, with Shilong's voice coming through. "Let's go to the Sunset Forest." Qian Rinxue nodded lightly. "Okay." The four of them walked a few more steps forward, and then their figures disappeared without trace. Sunset Forest. Amidst the mottled shadows of the trees, a few figures passed by. I was worried about what excuse to come here and wander around, but unexpectedly, Qian Rinxue broke through directly, thinking that my wish had come true. Walking among the trees in the Sunset Forest, Lin Luo's mood was quite good. After leaving Heaven-Do City, they headed straight for the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is the closest soul beast forest to Heaven-Do City. Although it cannot compare to the Star-Do Forest, it is sufficient to meet Qian Rinxue's needs for a 6th soul ring. Long before they set off from Spirit City to Heaven-Do City, Lin Luo had imagined himself searching for treasures in the Sunset Forest. But let's not forget, the ice and fire yin-yang is right here in the Sunset Forest. The resources of the ice and fire yin-yang are undoubtedly extremely rich. If he could seize them, it would greatly aid his future development, not only affecting himself, but also those around him. Not to mention, the rare mushroom and the heartbroken red are enough to drive the chrysanthemum Douluo crazy, let alone the other treasures within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. It's rare to come to Heaven-Do City, and with two titled Douluo leading the way, if they could accidentally find the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest, everything will be perfect. Now that they have successfully arrived in the Sunset Forest, all that is left is to discover the existence of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Even if he cannot claim all the resources, he could at least get some treasures, and with two titled Douluo present, the risk of seizing resources can be minimized, which is still very cost-effective. The resources in the Sunset Forest are far inferior to those in the Star-Do Forest. Qian Rinxue's 6th soul ring needs to choose soul beasts that are at least 50,000 years old, and perhaps her fifth soul ring is also of that age. The last time Lin Luo fought with Qian Rinxue, he felt the power of her fifth soul skill, which definitely could not be brought by an ordinary soul beast of 20 or 30,000 years. Because Qian Rinxue's requirements for soul ring age are very high. Gui Mei and Shi Long almost brought Qian Rinxue and Lin Luo to race through the Sunset Forest, heading straight for the central area of the forest. It seems like all soul beast forests are the same. The closer you get to the central area, the older the soul beasts become. In less than an hour, Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue, under the guidance of the two titled Duo, entered the central area of the Sunset Forest, where they could already see soul beasts over 30,000 years old, though their numbers were very few. The next step was to search for soul beasts, which required patience and luck. Qian Rinxue had good luck. After nearly 2 hours, her target for the sixth soul ring was confirmed. 0102, Golden Dove. Is it definitely a golden dove? Yes. But this golden dove is no less than 60,000 years old. I can absorb it. Thank you, Uncle Shi. At the foot of a mountain, Qian Rinxue looked up, and her gaze fell on a golden bird over 100 meters high on a cliff. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on that big bird, which remained completely unaware of the impending danger. The bird was about the size of an ordinary house, its golden feathers covering its entire body, and it looked somewhat similar to a turtle dove, hence the name Golden Dove. Just now, Serpent Spear Douluo, Shi Long had confirmed with Qian Rinxue, and after receiving her affirmative response, Shi Long acted decisively. With a leap, Shi Long reached a height of over 10 meters, grasping a spear in his hand. At the same time, 9 soul rings surrounded Shi Long, symbolizing his strength as a titled Douluo. After activating his martial spirit, Shi Long stepped into the air and in an instant arrived at a height of over 100 meters, throwing the spear towards the giant Golden Dove. Due to Shi Long's swift action, the Golden Dove had no time to react. By the time it sensed the danger, the spear, about 12 feet long, was already shooting towards it. The Golden Dove, being a soul beast over 60,000 years old, was not going to sit still. Before the spear arrived, it spread its enormous wings to shield itself, and golden light flickered, forming a defense. Puff! How could the Golden Dove's level of defense withstand the explosive power of a title Douluo level attack? The spear easily pierced through the Golden Dove's wings, embedding itself into its body. At the same time, Shi Long's figure was above the Golden Dove, delivering a seemingly ordinary kick that sent the Golden Dove crashing to the ground. Boom! The Golden Dove fell from over 100 meters high, producing a deafening thud, creating a large pit in the ground, with cracks spreading around. Shi Long's figure fell from above, moving so fast that he left an afterimage in mid-air, vaguely resembling a spear. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed, and the violent soul power fluctuations caused the surrounding trees and flowers to bend away. From a distance, Lin Luo could clearly feel a shockwave coming from the battlefield, but it was ultimately blocked by his teacher, Ghost Douluo. As the dust settled, the figures of Shi Long and the Golden Dove appeared, with Shi Long standing on a massive body of the Golden Dove, the spear resting on his shoulder, looking calm and collected. The Golden Dove was already on the verge of death, seemingly about to perish at any moment. In just a few minutes, this 60,000-year level soul beast was facing its demise. From the moment it was targeted, its fate was sealed. Without needing Shi Long's reminder, Qian Rinxue quickly walked over and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, completely finished off the Golden Dove. A circle of black soul rings slowly rose from the Golden Dove's corpse, symbolizing the end of its life. Thank you, Uncle Shi. After expressing her gratitude, Qian Rinxue began to absorb the soul ring. As long as the target was confirmed, with 2 titled Douluo present, killing the target was undoubtedly an easy task, and the subsequent protection was even less of a concern. Lin Luo was naturally just a bystander throughout the process. When they were at the noodle shop, he even promised Qian Rinxue that he would help her obtain a soul ring, but in the end, he only provided his mental support. This was normal. With a titled Douluo present, there was no chance for him to take action. The Spirit Hall has always emphasized efficiency, and even if he could defeat a 6,000-year-old Golden Dove, it would likely take a considerable amount of time and involve significant risks. Most importantly, the Golden Dove is a flying-type soul beast and can easily escape. Therefore, having the titled Douluo take action was undoubtedly the right choice. With no unexpected incidents occurring and everything under control, Qian Rinxue's process of absorbing the soul ring went relatively smoothly, and she completed the absorption by noon the next day. Higher-year soul rings take more time to absorb, so a smooth process is the best outcome. After absorbing the soul ring, Qian Rinxue's strength had naturally increased significantly. and the change in her aura was particularly noticeable. If Lin Luo were to fight the current Qianrenxue, he could only say that his chances of winning were not very high. The difference between a Soul King at level 59 and a Soul Emperor at level 61 is vast. Moreover, Qianrenxue's gains from the Soul Ring that was over 60,000 years old would undoubtedly not be low, with her soul power level likely at 62 or above. Both possessing divine-level martial souls, Lin Luo truly had little confidence in defeating Qianrenxue. Of course, if he relied on his body, which was like a cheat, he could still handle Qianrenxue. If nothing unexpected happened, Qianrenxue's 6th soul skill would likely be Angel's Roar, similar to what was said in the book. Lin Luo thought to himself. After all, having watched the law, he was quite familiar with the soul skills of some key characters within it. Qianrenxue's 6th soul skill, named Angel's Roar, has the effect of instantly converting soul power into a mental shock through a special transformation of angelic soul power, allowing for a widespread attack. Those who are attacked will experience intense mental vibrations. If the opponent's mental power is more than double that of the user, their soul will shatter, resulting in death. If the difference is within double, it will convert into a mental shock, causing mental damage to the opponent. Because Qianrenxue can be considered an iconic character in Douluo, Lin Luo had a deep impression of her soul skills. It was precisely because he understood Qianrenxue's soul skills that he was able to handle the previous battle with her so effortlessly, keeping everything under his control and specifically reserving his 5th soul skill to counter Qianrenxue's 5th soul skill, Holy Sword, easily managing her. As for why Lin Luo speculated that Qianrenxue's 6th soul skill would be the same as the book's setting, it was because the Golden Dove's ability was to release mental-type attacks through its cries, which is a characteristic ability of the Golden Dove. The effect of Angel's Roar in the book was quite similar, making it hard not to connect the two. Additionally, the Golden Dove also possessed a defensive ability, which allowed it to wrap its body with its wings to form a defense, capable of withstanding most attacks. Unfortunately, this Golden Dove was unlucky to encounter a tidal Douluo and was easily broken through. Truly deserving of being a divine-level martial soul owner, their talent is undeniably impressive. Just coming to Notting City resolved a mental barrier, leading to an immediate breakthrough. How can those soul masters whose soul power levels are stuck at the same place for a lifetime continue to live? Lin Luo thought to himself. Lin Luo then once again thought of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and couldn't help but mumble to himself. By the way, the ice and fire yin-yang eye seems to be in the central area of the Sunset Forest. How come I haven't accidentally encountered it? 0103, the elimination round begins. After Qianrenxue absorbed the soul ring, everyone took a moment to rest before heading back. On the way out of the Sunset Forest, Lin Luo still held hope for the ice and fire yin-yang eye, but it truly proved to be true that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Sunset Forest is still very large. The probability of unexpectedly discovering the ice and fire yin-yang eye is incredibly low. It seems that even if one specifically goes to look for the ice and fire yin-yang eye, it would take a lot of time. One can only say it is somewhat regrettable. They missed a great opportunity, and it seems they will have to go solo in the future or find another chance to team up. Solo play also has its advantages. All resources can be arranged by oneself, and the benefits would undoubtedly be the highest, but the risks are also the greatest. At that time, arrangements can be made according to the situation. If strength is sufficient, one can go solo. If not, then team up. However, one must pay attention to the timing and must seize the resources of the ice and fire yin-yang eye before Tang San does. There's roughly 3 years left. Lin Luo clearly remembers that the Shrek 7 monsters went to Notting City only after their match against the royal fighting team at the Soto Great Soul Arena. And the book clearly states that Tang San was 13 years old at that time. Lin Luo is about the same age as Tang San, so he can easily piece together the timeline. 3 years is enough time to make a lot of preparations to improve his own strength and to learn some knowledge about collecting immortal herbs, so that when he sees a bunch of precious immortal herbs, he won't be clueless about how to collect them. The Spirit Hall not only has many soul masters, but also has a wealth of books. All kinds of books are available, and just reading a few can allow one to become a master outside. Naturally, there are plenty of books about immortal herbs as well, and he can also seek out the Chrysanthemum Douluo for some learning later on. The resources of the ice and fire yin-yang eye are something Lin Luo is determined to obtain. Even though the ice and fire yin-yang eye is currently occupied by the poisoned Douluo bow, Lin Luo is still confident that he can seize it. After leaving the Sunset Forest, Lin Luo and the others did not return to Notting City, but went straight back to Spirit City. As Lin Luo had expected, they indeed had no other matters to attend to in Heaven-Do City. Their task was simply to accompany Qian Rinxue to resolve her inner turmoil. Lin Luo did not know if this task had any merit rewards, but even if it didn't, he didn't care, as he was just there to tag along. Of course, he did gain something. If furthering his relationship with Qian Rinxue counts as a gain, then this trip was undoubtedly quite fruitful. After returning to Spirit City, Lin Luo's life returned to tranquility. His routine revolved around his residence, the academy cafeteria, and the graveyard, continuing the repetitive life. Occasionally, he would gather with the three from the Golden Generation, but no new tasks appeared in the following days. Days passed one after another, not much different from before, but for some reason, Lin Luo always felt that something was missing. Indeed, what was missing was Qian Rinxue. Lin Luo thought that his life would change because of Qian Rinxue, but after returning from Tiando City, he had not seen her again. He began to doubt whether he had overthought things in Tiando City. Perhaps Qian Rinxue was just emotional at that time. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the elimination rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were about to begin in Wuhuan City. Before the official start of the Elite Competition, all members of the Wuhuan Hall team gathered, and Lin Luo finally saw Qian Rinxue again. She was wearing a mask, and the mask in her heart should have already been removed. Qian Rinxue remained as aloof as ever, completely different from her enthusiastic self in Tiando City, leaving Lin Luo unable to distinguish which was the real Qian Rinxue. Once everyone was in position, Gu Junming, the dean of the Wuhuan Academy and team leader, briefly shared some motivational words and then explained the rules and important points of the elimination rounds, which took about half an hour. The team's morale was quite high, and everyone was filled with confidence, including the leader, Gu Junming. Their confidence was understandable, as they had sufficient strength to back it up: a Soul Emperor, a Soul King, and the remaining participants were all Soul Sect members. The championship title was already beckoning to them, right? Even if Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue did not take the field, the team's lineup of all Soul Sects could still dominate the elite competition. It was unlikely that every edition would have an overpowered Shrek 7 monsters, right? Even if this elite competition had someone overpowered, Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue were enough to ensure victory. The two of them alone could easily dominate the elite competition. After the gathering, Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue did not need to make final preparation for the elimination rounds like the other teammates. They could leave directly and come back when it was time to participate. Let us go. I'll treat you to noodles. Lin Luo gang had just walked out of the soul fighting arena and was about to head to the cafeteria for something to eat when he was unexpectedly followed by Qian Rinxue, along with her enthusiastic and pleasant voice. Lin Luo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the enthusiastic Qian Rinxue from Heaven-Do City was still around. I couldn't help you obtain a spirit ring, Lin Luo said. Qian Rinxue replied. So that's your reason for rejecting me? Then let's go. Lin Luo was never someone who was overly sentimental. The two walked side by side, and their destination was obviously not the Academy cafeteria, but the Spirit City. The Spirit City had undergone significant changes as the elimination rounds and finals of the elite competition would take place here. In order to provide a better competition environment, Spirit City had specifically cleared a large area to serve as the competition zone, which resulted in significant alterations to the layout of some streets in Spirit City. The competition area had been completed half a month ago, and behind Spirit City was the Spirit Hall, which was known for its efficiency. Soon, Spirit City would become lively. Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue had little to say to each other as they walked onto the streets of Wuhuan City. Qian Rinxue took the initiative to bring up the topic. Lin nodded. The participating teams from various competition areas should be arriving in the next 2 to 3 days, and it will definitely be lively. At that time, we will be able to witness the strength of soul masters from all over. Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Are you still interested in watching the competition? Lin Luo Dao. What if I get a chance to play? Qian Rinxue said. Then you're underestimating our teammates too much. Lin Luo. That's true. They probably won't give me a chance to play. The two chatted casually, and after a while, they arrived at a noodle shop. Compared to the noodle shops in Tiando City, the noodle shop in Soul Master City appeared much more simple and unadorned, with all the ingredients sourced from soul beasts, including the materials for the noodles. After ordering, Qian Rinxue suddenly spoke up. After the elite competition ends, can you accompany me to a place? Lin Luowen was not surprised by the words. He knew that Qian Rinxue was looking for him for a reason. All right. Lin Luo agreed directly and then asked, where? 0104. Wuhuan Academy, Absolute Dominance, Mysterious Canyon. Qian Rinxue said. Lin Luo was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but still nodded. Qian Renshua noticed the change in Lin Luo's emotions and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Have you heard of it?" Lin Luo shook his head, "No." Qian Renshua began to introduce. The Misty Grand Canyon is a special place located 50 miles outside of Spirit City. It is an excellent training ground. And after the elite competition ends, I want to go there for some training. Lin Luo Dao. You have gained another teammate. Qian Renshua smiled. To be honest, you don't look like a 10-year-old child at all. Lin Luo said seriously, "It might be because my family runs a coffin shop, so I understood things a bit earlier." Well, you are quite understanding. On the way back to Wuhuan City, after carrying out a mission in Notting City, you didn't even think about sharing a bun with me. Qian Renshua said calmly. Lin Luo never expected that Qian Renshua would bring up old grievances, and even more surprisingly, Qian Renshua had kept this matter in her heart all along. At that time, I knew you wouldn't want it, so I didn't make any preparations, Lin Luo said truthfully. Lin Luo has always been like this towards people. If others treat him coldly, he will respond in the same way, rather than flattering them. However, if others are warm towards him, he will respond with warmth as well. Last time I didn't get to eat steamed buns, so this time I'll treat you to noodles. Today's meal is on me, Lin Luo said. Qian Renshua nodded, sure. Soon, the noodles were served. Compared to the meat sauce noodles from the Tiando City noodle shop, the noodles that Lin Luo and the others were about to enjoy were incredibly luxurious. The noodles seemed to be made from the meat of a certain soul beast, topped with a layer of roasted meat, undoubtedly also sourced from a soul beast. The broth was milky white and emitted a rich aroma. Lin Luo was enjoying his meal, as usual, while Qian Renshua was tasting it delicately, elegant, and refined. The noodle shop was doing quite well, with 7 or 8 tables occupied. During their meal, Lin Luo and Qian Renshua overheard the guests of the next table discussing soul beast ingredients. The wind black pig was indeed suitable for farming, under human careful cultivation. They could grow larger and have a higher survival rate. Previously, wind black pig meat was ridiculously expensive, but now it had dropped several times in price, making it affordable even for people like them who had little money. Yes, that's quite good. Hopefully, more low-year soul beasts can be domesticated in the future. Indeed, most soul beast ingredients come from domesticated soul beasts, as there aren't many wild soul beasts left to hunt. The wind black pig is a relatively gentle 10-year soul beast, with better meat quality and larger size compared to ordinary domestic pigs and a shorter growth cycle, gradually replacing domestic pigs. These soul beasts are not very attentive when it comes to raising their young. Most wind black pig piglets die under the feet of their mothers, crushed to death, as they do not know how to care for their offspring, leading to significant casualties. However, after domestication by humans, such issues can be avoided, improving the survival rate of wind black pig piglets. This process is quite similar to the past domestication of wild boars into domestic pigs. But soul beasts are relatively harder to domesticate, requiring a greater cost. After finishing their noodles, Lin Luo went to pay the bill. The 2 bowls cost him 1 gold soul coin. Even though a gold soul coin was just a number for Lin Luo, such an expense was undoubtedly extravagant. Ingredients derived from soul beasts are generally expensive. Even the now more common wind black pig meat costs 2 to 3 times more than ordinary pork. The elimination round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition has begun. Even the Tiando Royal Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy, as well as the Wuhuan Academy, who were seed teams, had to compete in this stage. Indeed, the Wuhuan Temple team also participated under the name of the Wuhuan Academy. After all, this competition is called the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. However, everyone knows that the Wuhuan Academy is backed by the Wuhuan Temple, so referring to the team as the Wuhuan Temple team is also appropriate. The elimination rounds proceeded smoothly, and the matches for the Wuhuan Temple team also arrived without any surprises. Lin Luo and Qian Renshua did not get a chance to compete. The full roster of the Wuhuan Temple team, all at the Soul Master level, was enough to dominate the competition. After the elimination rounds began, every match for the Wuhuan Temple team was an absolute crushing victory. Yin was also part of this team, and his combat ability was unquestionable. Together with the other 6 teammates, they overwhelmed every team they faced, demonstrating absolute dominance. The subsequent matches held no suspense, with the Wuhuan Temple team continuing their winning streak and advancing to the final. Compared to the Wuhuan Temple team, the strength gap with the other 2 seed teams was too great. They were not even in the same league. If even the seed teams were like this, there was no need to mention the other teams. Dark horses do not appear every year, and seed teams generally represent the strongest abilities. Due to such a significant gap, the Wuhuan Temple team won the championship of this elite competition without any doubt. Even in the final match, Lin Luo and Qianrenxue did not get a chance to compete. Yin and the other 6 were enough to crush all their opponents. Throughout the elite competition, Lin Luo and Qianrenxue were merely nominal participants, never playing a single match and remaining on the bench. Other team substitutes were there due to their weak strength, but Lin Luo and Qianrenxue sat on the bench because of their overwhelming strength. They didn't need to compete to still claim the honor of being champions of the elite competition. Their teammates would certainly have no objections, as they had long recognized their strength. The reason everyone in the Wuhuan Temple team could display such confidence in battle was partly due to the powerful backing of Lin Luo and Qianrenxue. They could simply focus on performing well in the matches. It is worth mentioning that the rewards for this elite competition champion were relatively meager. With no soul bone rewards at all, aside from a necessary gold soul coin rewards, the honor of being champion was considered the highest reward. This is understandable, as soul bone resources are inherently scarce. There aren't that many soul bones to be used in the elite competition, and even the Wuhuan Temple wouldn't dare to squander them. According to the plot development in the book, the next elite competition champion rewards would be much richer, as the Wuhuan Temple would offer 3 soul bones as rewards. The Wuhuan Temple's generosity undoubtedly stems from their confidence in their team, believing they would certainly win the championship, but who would have thought a cheating Shrek would emerge? Now, with Lin Luo's presence, the championship would stay with the Wuhuan Temple. It's important to note that Lin Luo is only 10 years old. Even if he participates in the next elite competition, he would only be the same age as Tang San, and he is already a Soul King now. In 5 years, he will only be stronger, capable of taking down Shrek by himself. After the elite competition, the training in the Misty Canyon also arrived as scheduled. Goodness, it looks like you came for a buffet. Lin Luo, why do you seem a bit disappointed? Is it because you didn't get to compete in the elite competition? On the streets of Wuhuan City, Lin Luo, Qianrenxue, and the Golden Generation were walking slowly. Hulaina noticed Lin Luo's mood seemed off and walked over to inquire. Lin Luo nodded gently. Yeah, who told you to be so strong? Hulaina said with a smile. Lin Luo let out a light sigh and silently thought, what does this have to do with the elite competition? I'm disappointed because our original 2-person world has turned into a 5-person team. The Maze Canyon has actually become a task. This is just ridiculous. Lin Luo and the others are currently on their way to carry out a mission, which takes place in Mysterious Canyon. This is the first time they have worked together on a mission after a long time. They received the task the day after the elite competition ended. Before the competition was over, Qianrenxue had invited Lin Luo to team up and go to the Mysterious Canyon. And Lin Luo had been looking forward to it for the past few days. As a result, they ended up going as a group of 5, and it became their mission. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel uneasy, unsure if it was the arrangement of the Spirit Hall or Qianrenxue's doing. Qianrenxue has reverted to her usual aloof demeanor and is wearing a mask. During the elite competition, the Spirit City was quite lively, but after the competition ended, everything returned to how it was before. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but that's the truth. Perhaps the losers are reluctant to linger in a place of failure. Lin Luo and the other 4 people bought some supplies in Soul Master City and then headed straight for their destination, the Mysterious Canyon. The Mysterious Canyon is about 50 miles away from Soul Master City, but due to the complicated route, it took Lin Luo and the others all morning to find the place using the map provided by the Spirit Hall. Don't question the speed of Soul Masters. This time, Lin Luo and the others did not take a horse-drawn carriage. Between the 2 mountains, there is a narrow path that descends all the way into the dark and silent canyon. Lin Luo and his group were currently stopped in front of a narrow path, surrounded by mountains and forests, having long distanced themselves from human habitation. Should we go down directly or rest for a moment first? Xiaoyu asked. Holding a special map in his hand, he compared the 2 large mountains and the path once more, confirming they hadn't gone wrong before putting the map away. Let's go down directly, Qianrenxue said. The others also agreed to go down directly. Thus, the 5 of them did not linger any longer and proceeded along the path towards the Maze Valley. The path was very narrow at first. 2 people could walk side by side without issue, but as they moved further, it narrowed to just 1 person. The left side was a stone wall, while the right side was a deep abyss. Moreover, the path became steeper the further they went, and Lin Luo and his companions could only progress steadily with the enhancement of their soul power. Fortunately, they encountered no unexpected events along the way, and the 5 of them smoothly entered the Maze Valley. The environment of the Maze Valley looked quite similar to that of an ordinary valley, but overall it was much darker. When Lin Luo and the others were on the path, they couldn't see what was happening in the canyon, as their view was completely obscured by gray mist. However, when they looked up, they could clearly see everything, including the small path they had walked down. Aside from this strange phenomenon, there was also a change in sound. When they were above, they couldn't hear a single sound coming from the misty canyon. But now they could hear the sound of flowing water and some distant roars of wild beasts. After surveying their surroundings, the 5 of them began their adventure. Their formation was perfect. They had a front line, control, and damage output. Yin was leading the way, while Hulaina and Qianrenshua walked in the middle, and Lin Luo and Xiaoyu brought up the rear, a typical 3-protect-2 formation. However, as the core damage dealer of the team, Qianrenshua didn't actually need protection from others. Let's not forget that Qianrenshua was now a genuine Soul Emperor. When Qianrenshua activated her martial soul, the 3 from the Golden Generation were all shocked, their gazes lingering on the soul rings around Qianrenshua for a long time before slowly moving away. Even now, Xiaoyu would occasionally glance at Qianrenshua's soul rings. After looking at Qianrenshua, Xiaoyu would then look at Lin Luo, which was quite an interesting phenomenon, though it didn't last long. In a strange environment, all distractions had to be cast aside immediately, and Xiaoyu was not one to be easily distracted by such matters. After traveling a distance in a misty canyon, they arrived at a peculiar forest. There were many trees in the forest, but most were already withered, and on those withered trees, there were many fist-sized holes. Strange rustling sounds were coming from within the tree trunks, and beneath the woods, similar sounds could be heard, dense and reminiscent of many insects crawling. Hearing these sounds, Lin Luo and the others entered a combat state. This forest blocked their path forward, and the detour seemed endless. So they decided to go straight through it. They had come to the Misty Canyon to train. If they chose to flee at the first sign of danger, it would be better to just focus on training in the simulated environment of the Soul Master Academy. Perhaps sensing Lin Luo and the others' arrival, the strange sound from the tree trunks and underground grew even more intense, and soon they saw the source of the noise. Black centipedes as thick as fists began to emerge from the tree trunks and the ground, all charging toward Lin Luo and the others at incredible speed. Seeing the black centipedes rushing toward them, Lin Luo immediately arranged for the soul lanterns to protect his teammates. Lin Luo tossed the lantern into the sky, and his second soul ring lit up, instantly transforming into a giant lantern that enveloped everyone. Then, as Lin Luo grasped his hand, the lantern returned to him. In front of him, Yan's second and third soul rings lit up one after another, causing his arms to rapidly enlarge and become covered in lava. He then struck the ground with a punch, instantly creating a sea of fire that surged towards the black centipedes ahead. The crackling sound of fire igniting dry would fill the air, as the flames burned all the black centipedes to death, emitting a charred odor. After the first batch of black centipedes was burned, countless more continued to rush out, charging towards Lin Luo and the others, a dense swarm that made 1's scalp tingle. Yin continued to unleash soul skills, massively exterminating the black centipedes. At this moment, Lin Luo also made his move, still using the soul guiding lantern, but this time throwing it at the black centipedes. Currently, Lin Luo's eyes slightly glowed, as if he had spotted a treasure, filled with a hint of fervor. The reason was simple. Lin Luo saw some faint green light on the corpses of the black centipedes. Although the green light was weak, its quantity was significant, 0106. The enlightened mouth, the giant centipede appears. The massive lantern radiating a ghostly green light fell, and instantly the bodies of the black centipedes in that area began to disintegrate, including those that rushed into the lantern. The soul guiding lantern was primarily used by Lin Luo as a defensive soul skill, but let us not forget that it also had damage effects and considerable power. When dealing with strong opponents, the soul guiding lantern might seem like a mere scraping, since its damage is continuous and cannot inflict massive damage instantly on the target. However, in the current situation, the damage from the soul guiding lantern was more than sufficient, as evidenced by the black centipedes that fell dead. For dealing with numerous targets like this, area damage soul skills were undoubtedly the most effective. But only Lin Luo and Yin possessed such skills. After consuming the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake, Yin's flames had become extremely powerful, countering the black centipedes. After the sea of fire, none of the black centipedes survived. Xiaoyu and the others no longer needed to intervene. Yin and Lin Luo could easily fend off the black centipedes. Let us just burn this forest down, otherwise we'll never finish off these black centipedes, Hulaina suggested. Yin calmly replied, no, if we set this forest on fire, it might ignite the entire Misty Gorge, and the flames would be uncontrollable. Xiaoyu said, The number of black centipedes is already decreasing. There shouldn't be many left. Compared to the first and second batches of black centipedes, the subsequent batches dwindled in number. This suicidal assault continued for nearly 10 minutes, and as the last batch of dozens of black centipedes perished in the sea of fire, finally, no more black centipedes appeared. The battle was over, with the ground covered in black centipede corpses and the air filled with a foul, burnt smell. Even Lin Luo, who had undergone blood-soaked training in the City of Slaughter, found this smell unbearable. It was too overwhelming, and he used his soul power to temporarily seal his sense of smell. Next came the cleanup phase. For Qianren and the Golden Generation trio, there was nothing useful in the black centipede corpses, but for Lin Luo, it was a treasure trove. In Lin Luo's vision, ahead was a river formed by the gathering of ghostly green light. I'll go ahead and scout the path. Lin Luo casually found a reasonable excuse to head towards the spoils and quickly collected all of them. The faint green lights were the souls of the black centipedes. Each soul provided very limited attributes, but accumulated, they were not to be underestimated. After collecting these souls, it felt as though Lin Luo had gathered the souls of 3 soul kings. Lin Luo never expected to have such unexpected gains upon arriving at the Mizu Grand Canyon. It's clear without thinking that these black centipedes are merely appetizers in the canyon, and there will be more and more powerful monsters ahead. The fact that these black centipedes did not drop soul rings indicates that they do not belong to the category of soul beasts, but are a type of special creature. In this world, the number of special creatures outside of soul beasts is very small, but that does not mean they do not exist. Their formation is similar to the mutation of wild beasts, but the specifics are unknown. Many people also believe that these special creatures do not belong to this world. Lin Luo can also collect souls from soul beasts, but the number of powerful soul beasts is too small, and he cannot engage in large-scale slaughter of soul beasts just to collect souls. The idea of sustainable development is still necessary. The souls of soul beasts are relatively special and seem to have a certain relationship with the formation of soul rings. During the process of absorbing the soul ring, Lin Luo also collects the souls of the soul beasts, but the attributes provided by the soul beast souls are very limited, as if their souls have already transformed into power and infused into the soul ring. Similarly, after others absorb the soul ring, it is difficult for Lin Luo to collect the souls. Even if he does manage to collect them, the attribute bonuses he gains are minimal. The black centipedes that Lin Luo and the others had just killed were different. Their souls existed independently, but they were very weak, providing limited attributes. And it seemed that their souls could not last for too long. Despite these limitations, the existence of these souls was undoubtedly good news for Lin Luo. After collecting the souls, Lin Luo stepped into the woods, and of course, he was not adventuring alone. His teammates followed closely behind him. The black centipedes did not appear again, but due to their presence, large areas of the ground in the woods were left in ruins, and many trees were damaged because of the violent charges of the black centipedes. Logically speaking, with so many small monsters appearing here, there should be a boss or something similar, Lin Luo thought to himself, subconsciously immersing himself in the mindset of playing a game and grinding dungeons. Perhaps responding to Lin Luo's inner call, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if a monster that had been sleeping underground for a long time was awakening. Sensing the anomaly, Lin Luo and his teammates immediately retreated from the woods, and Lin Luo's expression became strange. Oh no, could it be that I really guessed right? Did I just jinx myself? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from beneath the ground, and the area where the black centipedes were located suddenly cracked open, followed by the emergence of a large hole, from which a gigantic centipede, as thick as a bucket, burst out. On the body of that gigantic centipede were many black centipedes the size of fists, suggesting that this gigantic centipede was the mother of those black centipedes. After the gigantic centipede appeared, it did not immediately rush towards Lin Luo and the others. Instead, it opened its large mouth, revealing serrated teeth and gray-green slime inside, and released a terrifying suction force. All the corpses of the black centipedes were sucked in, and the size of the black centipede increased, doubling in size in an instant. Lin Luo and the others decisively took action upon seeing the situation. Lin Luo directly activated his 5th soul skill, summoning Yuling to take the lead. While on the other side, Qianren also activated her 5th soul skill, wielding the holy sword and rushing towards the giant centipede. Puff! After being well fed, the giant centipede still maintained its gaping mouth, but then it spewed out a grayish slime that emitted a foul odor and was highly corrosive. Some of the slime fell to the ground, instantly corroding it to a charred black. During the advance, Qian Rinxue immediately used her fourth soul skill, raising the angel shield, while Lin Luo's soul guidance lamp also descended in time. The gray-green slime fell onto the soul guidance lamp, quickly breaking its shield, but the subsequent force was already insufficient, easily blocked by Qian Rinxue's angel shield. Qian Rinxue approached the giant centipede and swung the holy sword fiercely. Behind her, Hulaina consecutively activated her third and second soul skills to control the giant centipede as much as possible, assisting Qian Rinxue in the attack. 0107. Is this training? It's basically just helping me cheat. Hulaina's third soul skill, Fox Transformation, is a support skill that boosts mental power, strength, and speed, while her second soul skill, Fox Charm, is a common charm control skill. Under the enhancement of the third soul skill, Hulaina's second soul skill could exert an even stronger effect. With a flash of red in her eyes, Hulaina briefly controlled the giant centipede, which was momentarily stunned. However, to control this massive being, Hulaina also paid a price, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, clearly suffering from backlash. Although Hulaina's control lasted only an instant, it successfully created an opportunity for her teammates. Qian Rinxue's holy sword landed smoothly on the giant centipede, while on the other side, Lin Luo's Yuling had already pounced on the giant centipede, biting while further establishing control. Sizzle. The holy sword, carrying terrifying destructive power, struck the giant centipede, causing its body to dissolve like ice and snow, cleaving the giant centipede in half with just one strike. Moreover, the damage from the holy sword didn't stop there. The purifying power within it further inflicted harm on the giant centipede. The giant centipede let out a painful roar, but this could not change its impending fate of death. The giant centipede was merely large in size, and its only means of attack was to spray that highly corrosive gray slime. Clearly, the giant centipede could not overcome Lin Luo and his companions. The gray slime continued to spew forth, and the severed body of the giant centipede transformed into gray slime, rushing towards Lin Luo and the others. At this moment, Lin Luo continuously released the soul guiding lantern. Within the moon spirit formation, his soul power condensed faster, which can also be understood as an increase in the speed of his soul skill releases, equivalent to gaining a skill cooldown effect. In just a few dozen seconds, Lin Luo released the soul guiding lantern twice, and under its protection, everyone avoided the erosion of the gray slime. Thanks to Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern, the battle could proceed smoothly. Originally, Yin wanted to act as a meat shield, using his body to block in front of everyone, but he was still called back by Lin Luo. There was no need for a battle that could be easily resolved to become so brutal. The gray slime released by the giant centipede was no joke. Lin Luo could clearly see that Yan's defense was decent and should be able to withstand the gray slime, but it would definitely come at a huge cost, which was unnecessary. Qian Rinxue, with the angel shield, continued to output the holy sword, striking down repeatedly, trying to get closer to the giant centipede's head. However, there was simply too much gray slime. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue's first strike would have landed on the giant centipede's head. Even so, the holy sword of Qian Rinxue continued to devour the giant centipede's life, while the moon spirit was also continually outputting. After a brief moment, the giant centipede's body finally collapsed under the immense burden and fell to the ground, completely dead. A ball of green light quietly appeared, and upon seeing this, Lin Luo felt delighted. He was already not far from the giant centipede and immediately began to collect. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 150 defense and 20 soul power. This is slightly stronger than the soul of a soul king. This boss was worth the effort. Lin Luo was very satisfied in his heart. Being able to collect soul stacking passives while going through the trials was incredibly enjoyable. After defeating the giant centipede, everyone took a moment to rest before continuing on. During their journey, Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but marvel at the power of Lin Luo's soul guiding lamp and Qian Rinxue's formidable combat strength. Without Lin Luo's soul guiding lamp, even if we had defeated that giant centipede, we would have suffered greatly. It could corrode even the soil, let alone our bodies, Hulaina said with lingering fear. Yin sighed, saying, "The main issue is that I'm not strong enough to stand in front of everyone." Xiaoyu replied, "I'm not strong enough either." The damage I dealt to the giant centipede was probably less than 1/10 of what Qian Rinxue could do. The three from the Golden Generation were originally very confident, but since Lin Luo's arrival, their confidence had changed somewhat. When Qian Rinxue appeared, it completely shattered their so-called confidence. making them realize that there was no comparison between geniuses among ordinary people and geniuses among geniuses. The five of them walked through the forest, and for a long stretch of the journey, they encountered no unexpected events, and they also made some gains along the way. On some dry tree trunks, they found black vines about the thickness of a thumb, which Lin Luo and the others identified as a valuable medicinal herb, and they collected a good amount. The misty canyon was filled with dangers, and danger also meant rewards. By the time Lin Luo and the others exited the forest, it was already dark. After encountering the black centipede, they faced some other monsters in the woods, all of which they successfully dealt with. After eliminating the monsters, they also collected some rare medicinal herbs. Although they weren't considered divine herbs, they were still quite precious outside, so they certainly didn't want to miss out. In addition to the medicinal herbs, Lin Luo had additional gains in the form of soul collection. All special monsters, regardless of size, could drop souls, which made Lin Luo inwardly ecstatic. After leaving the forest, they found a relatively open area to set up a simple shelter. Lin Luo's scythe and Xieyu's crescent blade are both effective tools for chopping wood. Yan's flames can be used to process the wood, and his strength can also be applied to building wooden houses. For them, as soul masters, constructing a wooden house is incredibly simple. A 2-story wooden house can be completed in less than 10 minutes. As for daily necessities, Lin Luo and the others have storage soul guide devices, and they are well prepared. It takes only about half an hour to set up their living quarters completely. Although living in this canyon may not be more comfortable than at home, it still offers a certain level of comfort, and Lin Luo and his companions are quite adept at making the most of their lives. In the evening, the five of them casually ate some food before entering a state of cultivation. Of course, they also took turns to patrol, ensuring fairness among the five. Lin Luo was assigned to the second half of the night. In this pitch-black canyon, he was accompanied only by his scythe, glowing with green light, and a lantern. He felt no fear in such an environment. Instead, he was happy about the gains from the day and excited for the upcoming trials. If there were enough monsters in this maze canyon, who knows, by the time we exit the maze canyon, I might even become a soul emperor. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Luo thought to himself, I never expected the monster souls here to be so strong. Even the weakest monsters have souls that burst out. It feels like it's specially prepared for me. A peaceful night. The next day, Lin Luo and the others continue their training. 0108. It's so real. The vengeful spirits level up faster than their masters. Half a month later, Lin Luo and the others continued their adventure in a mysterious canyon and finally arrived at the central area of the canyon. Along the way, they encountered numerous special monsters, whose strength increased progressively, but they managed to deal with all of them. Fighting those monsters not only honed Lin Luo and his companions' practical combat skills, but also allowed them to collect many rare herbs and treasures. Among them, Lin Luo's gains were undoubtedly the greatest. He had successfully reached the 56th level of soul power. After entering the Soul King level, the speed of soul power enhancement slowed down significantly, but Lin Luo had the advantage of a special ability, allowing him to accelerate his growth by collecting those souls. Although most of his soul power level increase was still due to his own efforts. With a divine level martial soul and divine level cultivation techniques, even through simple training, Lin Luo's soul power level increased faster than most soul masters. During this half-month adventure, Lin Luo never ceased his training. Despite having advantages, he was also diligent in his efforts. Currently, the five of them arrived at a deep pool, which was crystal clear and showed no signs of any living creatures. Yet it gave Lin Luo and the others a very dangerous feeling. Lin Luo and the others appeared to be very cautious. Even though it would take some time to bypass the deep pool, they still chose to take the detour. Compared to other places, they truly had no confidence in fighting on water, so for safety's sake, taking the longer route was clearly the wise choice. However, misfortune does not come alone. Even if Lin Luo and the others chose to take a detour, dangers still found them. Qian Renxue, the strongest and most perceptive member of the team, was the first to detect the presence of danger and immediately informed her teammates. Prepare for battle, Qian Renxue said in a deep voice, directly activating her fourth soul skill. Angel Shield. Lin Luo was the second to react, immediately arranging his second soul skill, Soul Guiding Lantern, for himself and his teammates. At this moment, they all faced the deep pool and noticed the unusual situation. The land beside the deep pool was extremely dry, which was already a very strange phenomenon. Moreover, on the currently dry land, many wet footprints had appeared. Those footprints could be seen with the eyes, but the difficulty lay in sensing the emergence of danger. Lin Luo and the others were already taking a detour, and while they noticed the changes near the deep pool, no one kept their eyes on the dry ground. The footprints seemed to appear out of nowhere, with no sound and no change in breath. Boom! Just as Lin Luo and the others were staring at the footprints, a sudden explosion sounded from behind them. Unbeknownst to them, a group of dark blue phantoms resembling humanoids had appeared behind them, and the previous explosion was caused by them, blocked by Lin Luo's soul guiding lamp. It was clear that these dark blue phantoms were extremely cunning beings. They deliberately emitted some aura and flaws for others to detect, then launched a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Lin Luo had been cautious and set up the soul guiding lamp after sensing danger. Otherwise, the explosion would have directly hit them. Damn it! How dare they not follow the rules of combat and sneak attack? Although Lin Luo was cursing in anger upon seeing the dark blue phantoms, he was actually excited inside. More monsters had appeared, and he could collect souls again. Upon seeing these dark blue phantoms, Lin Luo felt a special resonance, as if these unique monsters could contribute better souls. There was no lengthy standoff. The battle was about to begin. When Lin Luo and the others turned around, those deep blue shadows had already launched their attack again. They all created blue energy balls and hurled them at Lin Luo and his group. The destructive power of those blue energy balls was considerable, and as their numbers accumulated, Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern found it difficult to withstand them. In the end, it was Qianrenxue who used the angel's shield to block in front, which finally stopped the remaining blue energy balls. After Lin Luo and the others successfully withstood a wave of attacks from the deep blue shadows, their counterattack immediately commenced. Qianrenxue's fifth soul ring lit up, and the holy sword appeared in her hand, striking down one deep blue shadow with each swing. The others were also dealing damage, and their output was more than sufficient. The attack power of the deep blue shadows was quite decent, but their defense was very poor, making them easy to handle for Lin Luo and his team. The number of deep blue shadows was not particularly high, only a few dozen, and within 5 minutes, they were all defeated by Lin Luo and his companions. Each time a deep blue shadow fell, it contributed a greenish soul orb to Lin Luo. As Lin Luo had anticipated, the souls of these special creatures were particularly powerful. Despite their weak appearance, the strength of the souls they contributed was equivalent to that of a soul sect level. After dealing with this batch of deep blue shadows, Lin Luo reaped significant rewards. Unfortunately, that was the only batch of deep blue shadows, and none appeared afterward. After collecting the last deep blue shadow soul, Lin Luo received